Welcome everyone, every pony, every ling, and everything else to Reading Rainboom. Today is our very first episode, and as such, I believe a small explanation of the show is needed, just so you all know what the hey we're gonna do. If you couldn't tell by the name, we are a show that reads fan fictions written by the Brony community. We plan to read all kinds of fiction so that we can cater to everyone's tastes. Of course, they have to be rated PG because of Everfree Radio's audience. These readings will also be pre-recorded at first, but we might do a live show one day. This brings me to my next point. Unlike other reading shows that are out there for fan fictions, we have voice actors, very good ones at that. You will hear from them in a minute or so during our introductions. Also, our show will be featuring fictions that you, as a viewer, suggest to us. Of course, we do have rules that govern these submissions, but that can come later. Without further ado, let's meet the cast and crew.
Hi, I'm Hannah Mae, and I'm a voice actress for Reading Rainboom. I'll be playing Luna and probably some other super cool minor characters as well, so stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Raina-chan, and I voice act for a variety of ponies.
Hey, my name's Jen, and I will be voicing Celestia, and maybe more ponies in the future. Who knows?
Hi, my name is Jazzy, aka Divine X Rose, and I will be providing the voices of Rainbow Dash and Vinyl Scratch.
Hiya, I'm Project Destiny, and I'll be voicing Pinkie Pie, Apple Bloom, and maybe a few others. I want to voice fanfiction now!
What's up? My name's Rev897, and I voice Discord, Big Macintosh, and maybe a few others for Reading Rainboom.
Hi, my name's Meredith Sims, aka MH188 on YouTube, and I'm going to be a voice actress for Reading Rainboom. You might hear me as Twilight Sparkle, Fluttershy, Scootaloo, or a number of different background characters, and I can't wait to perform for you all.
Hey there, my name is Tay, or TR Ponies on YouTube, and I'll be voicing Twilight Sparkle, maybe Fluttershy, and hopefully some background ponies for Reading Rainboom.
Hello, I am Chaotic Harmony, and I am one of Reading Rainboom's narration readers, as well as one of the leading coordinators of Reading Rainboom. I also flip tables. A lot.
Hey there, my name's Vigilant Watch, and I narrate.
Hi, I'm Repairman Man. I read comedy fics. You could even say, I bring the lulls.
Hey every pony, this is Night Shroud, and I'm gonna be narrating this motherhoofer.
Hi, my name is Cafe Pulp, and I'll be narrating romantic fanfiction after the pilot episode of Reading Rainbow. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Pokalink, and I'll be helping Chuckles with all the edit stuff.
Hey, I'm Chuckles, and I'll be making everything sound.
Hey, I'm Tihan, and I make pretty colors.
Hello, my name is Icer, and I'm in charge of
Hey, I'm CJ Junga, and I do video editing. Yep, that's me. Yep.
Welcome to the first slice of life fic here on Reading Rainboom. My name is Vigilant Watch, and I will be narrating In Another Castle by Vimbert the Unimpressive.
Anything else I can do for you, oh perfect one?
Spike asked. He and Rarity were standing in Carousel Boutique's back room amidst Rarity's usual mess, and Rarity was working on her latest masterpiece. It was a simple dress, yes, but to her it was more than that. It was an opportunity. She was on the brink of something new to the world of fashion, and she would be damned before she would let such an opportunity pass her by. Spike had been happy to help, of course, perhaps a little too happy. Something in Spike's tone made Rarity pause. He seemed to be a bit more attentive than normal, true, and she was grateful for that. He didn't sound that much different from normal, but she found it to be more unnerving today. Had she just grown more accustomed to his mannerisms over time, and today was an exception? Surely it had to just be her imagination. She had been fretting for hours about where to make a simple stitch, and she knew she was pushing her stress limits just a bit.
Just a moment, Spike.
Rarity shook off the strange moment and affixed a few more pins to the dress Hoity-Toity had commissioned. It was highly decorated, even by her standards, and she was quite certain that most any pony who looked at it would cringe a little from all the sparkles and sequins she had added. However, whoever he was obtaining this dress for, he wanted nothing but the most fabulous of all the fabulous dresses the world could provide, so naturally he had come to Rarity for help. She smiled, trying to keep herself from drooling as she thought of the flood of bits this one dress could provide just from publicity. She had never imagined she'd be making a dress for a stallion, but if Hoity-Toity's client thought this was going to be the next big thing, who was Rarity to judge? Fashion waited for no pony, and she preferred to be leading the herd.
Spike, be a dear and grab me some more rubies, will you?
A few more gems were all she needed, just to be sure.
At once, m'lady.
Spike saluted and dashed off. He rummaged through Rarity's things in search of more gems, tossing various knickknacks aside in the process. He'd gotten more and more efficient at fetching things for her as time went on, the result of hours of practice and memorization, Rarity supposed. At times, Spike felt almost more like her assistant than Twilight's, particularly since he'd returned from his little outing among his fellow dragons. More than once, she'd send him back home after a day of helping her, only to find he'd only made it a few steps outside the boutique's door before falling asleep on his feet. She smiled, thinking of the sight of Spike snoring on the ground.
No, I must focus,
she muttered. As she worked, her expert magic continued to pull the dress together almost without effort. Although she still needed to give her efforts her full attention, she found her thoughts drifting to Spike's behavior once again. He had been spending more and more time around her since he had tried to follow the Great Dragon Migration, to the point where she had begun to worry. Was Spike starting to reject all of dragonkind in favor of her? The little darling would no doubt make some lady dragon very happy someday, but Rarity couldn't help but worry that he was making a broad generalization about his fellow dragons based on the ones he had met so far. True, her own experience with dragons had been less than pleasant, but if Spike was any indication, dragons could be quite the little gentlemen under the correct circumstances. Spike had just been unlucky. For his sake, Rarity hoped that was true. Even though Rarity was quite happy to see him content living among ponies, she worried for his future. Dragons were long-lived, or so she had heard, but Spike seemed to be behaving a bit more like a pony each day. Eventually, he was bound to learn that some differences just couldn't be overcome. After all, differences and diversity were what made Equestria great. It had, after all, been a coming together of different ponies that had given rise to the nation in the first place.
Got him!
Spike called as he dashed over with a load of rubies hugged to his chest.
My word, I hadn't even realized I had that many left. You are quite a little helper, Spike.
She bit off the end of Spiky Wikey and noted a quick flicker of a frown pass over Spike's face for a moment. Had he noticed? However, Spike's face immediately brightened and reddened. As Rarity took the gems in her magical grip, he scratched his head and leaned against a wall, striking a slouched pose that strove for cool and humble, but attained neither.
It's nothing.
Rarity continued to work on the dress, pouring all her creative energies into getting it done. After all, she did have other orders to deal with later this afternoon. She only hoped she would have the time to work on them afterward. She had the materials. She had the design in her head. All it took now was just some elbow grease. As she worked, attaching dozens upon dozens of rubies in strategic locations, she became more and more aware of Spike's love-struck gaze on her. Rarity began to sweat, partially from the exertion of creating a fabulous work of art, and partially from her mental picture of Spike. She knew full well that when she turned, he would just be standing there, staring at her with a vacant expression. It was sort of adorable to imagine the little dear with a crush on her, but such a thing could never work in practice, of course. Had he been acting like this all along? Idly, Rarity wondered at what point exactly she had become accustomed to such behavior. The thought that she had ignored this for so long spoke uncomfortable things about her character.
Spike, dear.
Rarity asked without turning.
Yes?
Rarity suppressed a shudder at the oozing admiration dripping off his voice.
Might you,
Rarity's mind blanked. What could she have him do? It didn't seem fair to keep him here and away from whatever Twilight was doing today, particularly if all she had left to do was simply assembling the thing. Besides, some time away from her might do him good.
I do believe that shall be all I need for today.
She turned, putting on her best starry, half-lidded gaze for him.
Thank you ever so much for helping today, Spike. I don't know what I would have done without you.
He nodded, looking bowled over by such praise. Spike remained in the room, leaning forward at a slight angle, enraptured by Rarity's every slight movement. Rarity shifted her weight uncomfortably.
Spike, what I'm trying to say is that you could go back to helping Twilight. I'm sure she's got a lot to do today. After all, Princess Celestia has been calling her to the castle more and more, and I'm positively certain that whatever it is, it must be quite serious.
Rarity put a hoof to her chin in thought, considering what top-secret things Twilight was doing for the princess, only to dismiss the tangent just as swiftly. Spike waited, staring for several long moments after she had finished speaking.
Nah, that's fine,
he said, sounding half awake.
I'll just stay here. Twilight said she would be okay today, so I'll just stay here in case you need any more help.
He drifted over to a cushion and plopped down, his half-lidded eyes fixed on Rarity. Rarity searched for a response, but came up empty, her brows twitching as her eyes fluttered about.
Well, all right then.
With a smidgen of hesitation, she returned to her work. Her hooves and horn moved in unison as she continued to work on the dress. All she needed was just to affix a few more gems, and her masterwork would be complete. With infinite patience, she floated the final gem into place with a gentle push.
And done!
She stepped back and admired her work.
Well, Spike, what do you think?
She bounced in glee. Seeing a completed work always filled her with joy. Although the road to get there was often hard, she loved it when a fashionable plan came together. Spike stared across the room and over the dress-wearing ponykin at her.
Oh, it's fantastic,
he murmured, not bothering to take his eyes from Rarity's sweaty form. Her eyes narrowed. He wasn't paying any attention to her creation at all. He was only present for her. As nice as a girl could feel from such attention, it irked her that all her hard work was being ignored. If this was the level his affections had grown to, she had to take action. His indifference was an affront against fashion, and such things could not be ignored. Rarity trotted across the room and bent down to Spike's level. She spoke, trying to keep her voice warm, yet firm.
Spike, we need to talk.
His eyes shot open in delight at being addressed in such a direct fashion.
Oh, sure, what about?
She glanced at his trembling hands askance. She didn't feel comfortable looking into his eyes.
About us.
He tried, and failed, to suppress a giant grin.
Us? What about us, Rarity?
His breathing quickened, and she was quite sure that his little heartbeat had quickened. She paused. How to attack this? She didn't want to crush his feelings, so perhaps beating around the bush a little was in order.
Spike, has Twilight had a talk with you about the birds and the bees?
In all likelihood, she realized that probably it sounded like an awful non sequitur to poor Spike, and her expectations of him knowing what she was talking about and getting the hint were rather low. She couldn't imagine Twilight approaching such a subject in the first place. Even if she had tried to explain such a thing, Rarity couldn't imagine Twilight delivering it any way other than with a deep blush on her face as she tried to keep it as academic and clinical as possible. She could be so unromantic at times. Still, one could always hope for an easy solution. He blinked.
That kind of sounds like something Fluttershy would talk about, not Twilight.
Just as often, the easy way out was not an option. She paused, considering how to remain ladylike and elegant while broaching such a subject.
That is to say, you're a strapping young dragon, and I'm quite certain that...
I sure am.
Spike puffed himself up, trying to look as manly as possible. Rarity rubbed a hoof on her head, trying to ward off a looming headache.
Look, Spike, how about this? You are a dragon, and I am a pony. Yes?
He nodded his head, although his dull-eyed, vacant expression made it clear he had no idea what she was driving at.
Uh-huh.
Good, so then you understand.
No.
Spike scratched his head, a sheepish grin crawling across his face. Rarity resisted the urge to break something. Her left eyebrow twitched in annoyance.
Spike, darling, you know I love having you around.
She noted with dismay his face lighting up at her use of the word love.
However, I can't help but fear that you may be spending time with me a bit more than might be entirely healthy.
Spike scrunched up his face in confusion and folded his arms.
Too much time? With you? No, Rarity, that's just not possible. I mean, you're awesome.
He laughed the little nervous laugh Rarity had come to know very well. It always meant Spike was trying too hard to be casual. Rarity sighed and patted him on the head as she realized that explaining this might take more time than she had thought.
I'm afraid that is just the sort of thing I'm talking about, Spike. Here, have a seat,
she said. He sat down, still looking perplexed over the direction the conversation was going. Rarity sighed and carefully floated over a cushion, fluffed it for a few moments so it was precisely to her specifications, and sat, careful to get her entire body on the overstuffed cushion. Rarity would brook no possibility of discomfort if there was another way.
Now, Spike, I am quite certain that you think rather well of me. Well, I know so.
Ah, gosh.
He blushed and scratched the back of his head.
You noticed, huh?
She smiled, a warm memory surfacing.
Well, words that could have been the last a lady ever hears while she is falling to the ground do tend to stick out. I know you have a crush on me, Spike, and it's very sweet.
He curled into a little ball, his tail riding up as his face burned with embarrassment. In that moment, he looked his age, a baby dragon trying to be bigger and older than he really was. She felt her heart melt a little at the sight. Somehow she doubted the little fellow knew just how cute he really could be, but telling him would probably do more harm than good in this situation. Spike could be insecure and full of false bravado sometimes, but she had no doubt in her mind that he'd realize his true strengths eventually. However, to realize that potential, nothing could hold him back, including her.
Well, Rarity, you're just very pretty and smart.
He paused.
I want to be your knight.
He blurted out, only to cover his face with both claws. He pried a small hole in his own defense against the sight of her, fearful of what reaction he would behold. Rarity, for her part, kept her serene smile on her face, although her mind was reeling. Her knight? She wasn't sure if that was obsessive or romantic. Then again, there was a fair amount of overlap between the two at times, or so fiction had told her.
Spike, that is a very noble thing to want to do, but...
But?
He cringed again, fearing what was to come. Rarity reached over and tilted his head up with a hoof. Then, trying to be as gentle as possible, she gazed into his eyes and said,
Spike, I'll be the first to admit I don't know much about dragons, but I have to admit I was a little nervous around Twilight when I saw you followed her everywhere. I'd always heard dragons were nasty, uncouth brutes, and even though you were just a baby dragon, I assumed you would be the same way.
He tried to shy away, but she cradled his head gently, coaxing him into looking at her. She chuckled.
However, you proved to be quite the little gentleman. I did, and do appreciate all the help you give me around the boutique from time to time. Really, I should hire some help one of these days, if ever I would find someone who could live up to my standards, but that's beside the point, I suppose. But Spike, like it or not, we're different species, and things just couldn't work. I know you haven't had the best of luck with other dragons so far, but if one dragon can turn out this adorable and refined, I'm sure others can too. Don't worry, you'll find some dragon someday, but it's not healthy to almost drool over someone of a different species. Not that you drool, mind you, such a thing would be most ungentlemanly. It's just that sometimes I can't help but worry that you're focusing a little too hard on, well, trying to be my knight. Don't worry, Spike. You'll find a nice lady dragon one day, and I hope I'm around to meet her. I'm not the only princess out there, Spikey-wikey.
Spike, who had been silent, spoke up a tiny, fragile voice.
Does this mean we can't be friends?
Tears gathered in the edge of his eyes. She scoffed.
Oh, Spike, we can always be friends.
She wrapped him in a warm embrace.
We'll always be friends. Just think about finding some dragon friends one day, too, okay?
Gently, she stroked his head spines. Spike hugged back, with all the strength he had in his tiny arms.
Yeah, friends.
Rarity felt tiny patches of moisture on her coat, and she hugged him closer.
Don't worry, Spike. You'll find your princess someday.
I hope so, m'lady.
He said weakly.
I hope so.
Okay, this is Chaotic Harmony, and I'm going to be reading Funeral Fit for a DJ by Lubo602. The rain pounded on Octavia's face, mixing in with her tears and blurring her vision. It seemed as though all of Equestria came together for this one funeral, though to Octavia, they didn't exist. Never again would she laugh as she had before. Never again would she wake up and see the amethyst eyes looking back at her. Never again would she look out during a performance and find the always encouraging face smiling back at her. Never, never again. The burial was quiet, so unlike the way that Vinyl lived. As they lowered Vinyl's casket into the ground, Octavia felt the sudden urge to jump into the pit with her and join her love once more. She stood and watched as 4 stallions filled Vinyl's final resting place. Images. Flashes of her life with Vinyl. All of it gone. lost forever. Her world seemed to be closing in around her. Vinyl couldn't have simply died. She had too much to live for. She had a future with Octavia. Together, Vinyl was too full of life, too happy to be gone. But even as Octavia desperately wanted for it to be a big prank and for Vinyl to show up loud and noisy and just as Octavia remembered her. But its stallions patted the earth down, and Vinyl was left in memories. It was only then that Octavia realized why Vinyl always wanted to be surrounded by others. She didn't want to be forgotten. Vinyl was always up front, always the center of attention. All for this. All in preparation for when nothing was left of her but memories. Octavia promised herself that she would never forget how she felt then and how she feels now. She would never forget her love and her sorrow. In Octavia's peripherals, she saw others leaving, but she paid them no mind. The rain stopped. Octavia looked up and saw Celestia's sun hanging high in the sky. She remembered the hospital. She remembered how Vinyl hated the sterility of the whole place. Even as she coughed up her own blood, she was full of life. Her daring eyes never showed any fear, not even when the doctors told her that there was nothing they could do. Octavia remembers how even in the face of death, Vinyl didn't change who she was, hard-headed and loud as usual. The patients next to her told Octavia how much they enjoyed having Vinyl next to them, how it eased their pain. Seeing someone with worse shrug it off without a thought. Alas, her mortality caught up to her. Vinyl wanted to leave the hospital. She wanted to do something other than lie down and do nothing. But Octavia wouldn't let her. When asked why, Octavia responded,
"Because I don't want you to leave any sooner than you have to. Please, stay for me."
Vinyl looked her in the eyes and nodded. She stayed until they covered her lifeless body as Octavia wept. Octavia looked around. There was no pony left. The sun was setting, and the sky was a bright orange and yellow. It was time. She went to a nearby tree and pulled her cello out of her case. Thanks to one of Vinyl's old spells, Octavia's cello was never out of tune. However, Octavia didn't know if the spell died along with her love, nor did she care. Octavia stood upon the hill that proudly displayed Vinyl's tombstone. The tombstone itself bore a golden record, far better than any inscription. Octavia took her cello and her bow, and she played. She poured her soul into the melody. As it turned out, Vinyl's magic didn't stay after her death, for Octavia's cello was slightly flat. This slight detail brought tears to Octavia's already worn-out eyes. Not even Vinyl's magic was left. Octavia tried to focus on her music. She played her cello with every fiber of her being, more so than for any concert, more so than for any audience. Even for Celestia herself, Octavia wouldn't have put as much as her soul into this one song. This one homage for Vinyl.
I can't even think of Vinyl as dead.
Octavia thought to herself. No longer would she wake up to Vinyl playing loud music. No longer would she have to clean up after Vinyl. No longer would they have arguments over musical taste. She loved every moment. Every Vinyl-induced headache, every hour of lost sleep, every time she saw those stunning eyes. She wanted it all back. She wanted her Vinyl back. She wanted to reach into the grave and pull out Vinyl's body and bring her back to life. But it's too late. She's gone forever, and not all of the magic or all of the love in the world can bring back the one who made her life happy and meaningful and an adventure. Every day that she spent with Vinyl was an unpredictable, amazing day. Octavia promised herself that she would not let that die with Vinyl as well. She promised herself that she would live every day as Vinyl would have wanted her to. The sky was losing its color. Octavia put her song into a crescendo to mirror that even in the waning days of her life, Vinyl shone as bright as the sun itself. But, as all things have to end, so did Octavia's song, as did Vinyl's life. She didn't end abruptly, but rather with a heartwarming low C that died down softly, just as Vinyl did, with Octavia watching her draw her last breath. Tears rolling down her eyes, Octavia packed up her cello and trotted home, her hooves sinking into the mud with each step. The darkness of Luna's night closed in around her, and she looked back at her love's tombstone. The golden record gleamed in the moonlight. She turned around and headed back home, not looking forward to her new life.
Hi, this is Chuckles, and I will be reading Apple Bucking by Sosai.
You see, Sugar Cube, you have to line your hooves up properly with the base of the tree. Make sure the barrels are positioned under the tree, like so. Then all it takes is a good sturdy kick, and...
Twilight sighed for the umpteenth time.
Yeah, I get it. The apples come down and go neatly into the barrels you've set at the base. I've read all the books in the Ponyville library about the process.
Yeah, but books ain't nothing like the real thing. It takes strength and lots of practice to get just right.
To demonstrate, Applejack positioned herself beneath the tree and bucked, hitting the trunk square in center. Twilight watched as the apples rained down, fresh and ripe, ready for the harvesting season.
This would be so much easier and faster with magic,
Twilight noted.
Oh, apple bucking is a long-standing tradition, Twi.
Applejack said.
Tradition's more important than magic. At least, that's how it is here at Sweet Apple Acres.
She ran over and bucked the next tree with ease.
I think I'll just sit here and watch,
Twilight said as she took shade beneath the biggest apple tree. It was a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky, and Twilight had been invited by Applejack to witness and partake in apple bucking season for a day. Twilight decided to go as part of her continuing research on the magics of friendship. However, none of her studies had prepared her for her work. Sure, Applejack was barely breaking a sweat, but she was used to this. She did this year after year, and this was Twilight's first time not only in such a rural setting, but the first time she had been asked to do manual labor in a long time. She could break a sweat over books just fine, but over apples. Twilight's eyes widened.
I guess that way, Applejack and I are really similar. Both of us are very passionate about what we do, and we won't stop until it's just perfect. In addition, we don't really like asking others for help, although I'll do it long before Applejack will. It's that determination and integrity that makes AJ such a great friend.
She continued to watch Applejack as she worked on the trees nearby, noting how conditioned Applejack was for this work and how she was barely breaking a sweat and how toned her hind legs were after years and years of work. It wasn't something that she was trying to notice, honest. It was just there, right in front of her.
All right, Twi, your turn.
Applejack pointed to a nearby tree with one foreleg. It was small and skinny, with a few apples in its branches.
You get this here sapling.
So, I get the baby tree?
Twilight retorted as she rose to her hooves. Applejack shook her head.
Nah, I'm afraid I'll knock the poor thing over with my hooves. I'm much too strong. But it'll be perfect for you.
Twilight was about to use sarcasm again until she realized Applejack was right. She trotted over to the tree and sized it up. Couldn't have been more than 15 hands high. Applejack's toned legs would snap this tree in a split second.
Oh, this will be easy,
she said with confidence as she positioned herself in front of the tree. She took a couple of practice kicks, deliberately missing but trying to get the feel of bucking.
How do I look?
She asked Applejack. She missed the blush on Applejack's face by a mile.
Yeah, go for it.
Right.
Twilight put all of her concentration into aiming the kick just right. She wanted to make sure this was perfect. Then, when she was absolutely sure that she was ready to go, she leaned forward and bucked backward and felt nothing.
I missed?
She yelled as she looked behind her. She had kicked too far to the left.
Ugh!
Now this was getting embarrassing, and Twilight didn't know why. She took a deep breath.
I have got to get this!
She yelled as she bucked again, this time to the left of her previous mark. It hit right on target, and the apples dropped, right on her head.
Ow!
Feeling dizzy, Twilight lost her balance and hit the ground. She tried to rise to her hooves, but tumbled back down to the ground again.
Hey, Twi, you all right?
Applejack asked as she trotted over to her friend.
Yeah.
Twilight said.
Maybe I hit that tree a little too hard.
Applejack reached Twilight's side and handed out a hoof to help her up. Whenever Applejack reached out a hoof to Twilight, no matter where it was, no matter what they were doing, it always reminded her of the time when Twilight was about to fall off the cliff, and she was hanging on to Applejack. Back then, Applejack had needed Twilight to let go, for her own good, and Twilight had trusted her.
She trusted me,
Applejack said to herself, and she smiled, until she realized Twilight was staring at her.
Earth to AJ?
Twilight asked, looking up into Applejack's green eyes. There was no way Twilight could miss the blush now.
Oh, sorry about that, Twi. Must have spaced out there for a minute.
Applejack said as Twilight grabbed onto her hoof and hoisted herself up.
I do that sometimes when I'm out here alone, bucking trees all season.
She didn't tell Twilight that it was often the same purple unicorn who held her thoughts.
Regardless, you got them all down here from this one sapling.
Applejack said.
But the apples missed the barrels. Not sure how we're gonna... Oh.
She watched as Twilight used her magic to maneuver the apples back into the barrels.
That'll do, I suppose.
No problem.
Twilight said with a smile.
I did miss the barrels, after all.
Is this the last tree in this grove?
Yep, this grove's done. I'll get Big Macintosh to help me get these barrels into the barn a bit later. You want to go inside for some dandelion sandwiches and some cider? It'll be a good way to cool off.
Twilight trotted along her friend as they headed towards the house.
Sounds good to me. Though, I don't know how you do it, AJ. If I had to buck trees all day, I'd be exhausted.
Applejack just smiled, not revealing the newest source of her energy.
Oh, shucks.
Hey, this is Repairman Man, reading Pinkie Watches Paint Dry. The room had been orange, and now it was not. Pinkie Pie couldn't wrap her head around it. How very, very easy it was to change the identity of a thing, simply by changing its color, whether it was willing to be changed or not. What had once been the orange room was soon to be the pink room. It was simply a matter of waiting for the paint to dry, and once it did, there would be no going back. Together, they had reached the point of no return, and once they crossed that threshold, nothing would ever be the same. There was nothing the walls could do about it either. They had no say in the matter, and she had been the one to do it to them. She had been the one to steal the room's very identity. After all, once upon a time, her lofted sugar cube corner had been painted orange. It had been the orange room. Now, it was not. Soon, it was going to be pink, and then it would be the pink room, and all her memories of the orange room would fade into obscurity with time. What had once been defined by its uniqueness was being assimilated, falling into place along with everything else. After all, everything she owned was pink, and soon her bedroom would be no different. What did that say about the fleetingness of the individual, when something as simple as a can of paint could change the very nature of a thing? When the mere color could change what a thing was at its very core? For a room that was no longer orange could no longer be called the orange room. The room would become something else entirely. Even if she painted over it once the pink had dried, in order to try and recapture the orange she was quickly finding herself missing, it would never again be simply the orange room. Instead, it would forever be known as the room that had once been orange, and then was pink, and now is orange again. And Pinkie Pie didn't know if she'd be able to remember a name that long. Even the acronym TRTHOBOATWPANWOA was too long for her liking, and she doubted whether even her sharp mind would be able to keep track of that many letters. Why on earth did you give it an acronym? Did you know? She stood in the middle of the room, her coat and maid covered in flecks of the stuff. She apparently changed her personality herself because she's covered in paint. Lying off to the side, abandoned and forgotten, there lay 2 now empty cans of paint and a pair of brushes still coated in fresh paint. Her furniture had been covered in protective tarps before they begun their task, but there had been nothing in place to protect those poor walls. Probably because you were painting them! Perhaps, Pinkie mused, because painting the walls had been okay, fine, I kind of interjected at the wrong time. You, Mr. Story, you're right. If I had let you continue, you would have said the exact same thing. Perhaps, Pinkie mused, because painting the walls had been the entire point of the exercise in the first place, rendering such tarps unnecessary and unhelpful. Pinkie took a step forward, hoof outstretched, and placed it gently against the closest wall. The paint was still damp, having not yet dried enough for it to be permanent. That meant that the orange room was in limbo. No longer orange, true, but not entirely pink either. That could still be changed, and that meant that the choice was hers. Did she let fate run its course? Was it more merciful to end this transformation now, removing the paint while it was still wet and hopefully easier to do so? Or would it be kinder to see the process through uninterrupted and allow her precious bedroom to become what it would inevitably become? Pink, like everything else she possessed? Was it too late? Had the damage already been done? Was such a change irrevocable, seeping into the very nature of the walls themselves? Perhaps the walls no longer viewed themselves as orange walls. Perhaps they had grudgingly accepted their destiny as pink walls and resent her for altering them any further if she chose to do so. Pinkie Pie, you are talking about walls. Walls! Are you that both daft and also philosophical? Pinkie Pie wanted to make amends, but she didn't know how. She didn't know how to make it up to the poor walls. After all, she had already changed them too much, had already stripped them of their identities. If she went any further, what would become of them? Throw them throw them a party. Go ahead, do it. Throw them a party. It's going to fix everything. If paint had such power, then what could it do to... Is she going to paint herself? If paint had such power, then what could it do to her? This is... Wide-eyed, Pinkie examined her hoof, bright pink like the rest of her, but now it was streaked with pink paint as well. If paint could change the very essence of a thing, what would it have done to her if the paint had been green or blue or burnt sienna instead of pink? It had been a fortunate coincidence that she happened to be her own favorite color, one that she would forever be grateful for. But if that hadn't been the case, she couldn't even begin to imagine what it would have meant. If the paint she'd chosen had been any other color, then accidentally becoming covered in it would have changed her, just as the four walls surrounding her had been changed. No, it wouldn't. You do not change because of your color, you silly filly. She wouldn't have been a Pinkie Pie covered in pink paint polka dotties. What? She wouldn't have been a Pinkie Pie covered in pink... Stupid tongue twisters. She wouldn't have been a Pinkie Pie covered in pink paint polka dotties the way she was now. She would have been a blue polka dotted almost Pinkie, but not quite. She wouldn't have been a proper Pinkie at all if she'd been stained in blue. And if she wasn't necessarily a Pinkie, if that wasn't a static thing, and if it was so easy to change her disguise, then who was she? If she wasn't a full-blooded Pinkie Pie, then she didn't know who she was at all. She certainly couldn't be a bluey or a greenie or a burnt cyan-y. She had been a Pinkie all her life. After all, and she was exceptionally good at it, being a Pinkie Pie was all she'd ever known, all she could trust herself with, all she wanted. She couldn't bear the thought of some kind of forced change claiming her identity. But wasn't that what she herself had done to the Orange Room? It's your name! Did you get a liberal arts major or something? Because this kind of thinking is only reserved for the really educated people. This kind of dumb thinking. She had taken it upon herself to change it, potentially against its will, for the better, she had believed at the time. She was now quickly coming to regret it. But perhaps all she'd done was steal its identity and force a new one upon it, one that it had no option about. The Orange Room was no longer the Orange Room. Pinkie Pie might no longer be Pinkie. All it took to change a thing in such a way was a simple can of paint. Almost hesitantly, Pinkie Pie once again touched the drying pink paint, only to find that it was no longer wet to the touch. It was too late then. The deed had been done, and the Orange Room was gone forever. In its place, there was nothing but pink. See, I told you she was being weird. How long has she been standing there? Rainbow Dash and Twilight Sparkle stood in the entrance of Pinkie Pie's bedroom, watching her in wide-eyed fascination. Well, Twilight was, at least. Rainbow was scowling. I don't know, almost an hour, I guess. She wanted to paint her room, so I said I'd... She's painting and having huge discussion in her head while there's other people in her room. I don't know, almost an hour, I guess. She wanted to paint her room, so I said I'd help, and we started painting. Then she started just staring at the wall, looking scared and saying stuff like, "What have I done? What have I done? I'm so sorry," and acting all crazy. And then she started doing this. Are you sure she isn't just being Pinkie Pie? Twilight ventured. From her perspective, all she could see was the pink pony standing perfectly still in the middle of her room, a glazed look in her eyes, as though she were deeply lost in thought. That would have been alarming enough under ordinary circumstances, but with Pinkie, it was especially so. Pinkie Pie wasn't exactly the kind of pony prone to bouts of deep philosophical thought, and the unicorn had to acknowledge that seeing her in the midst of such contemplation was a tad worrisome. Pinkie Pie doesn't act crazy like this. Pinkie Pie acts crazy by jumping around and talking about random stuff. Since when did she get all moody? There was a brief silence while the two of them watched their friend continue to stand perfectly still. She might not even have been breathing. They had no way to tell. There was nothing in her stance to give it away, and from their position, they couldn't see whether her chest was rising or falling. She was like a statue. Just you wait. Her hair is going to go flat and she'll start talking to Roxxi any second now, Rainbow Dash muttered rather darkly after him. Muttered? No, I'm trying to mutter this. You're not muttering. Mutter. Just you wait. Her hair's gonna go flat and she'll start talking to Roxxi any second now, Rainbow Dash muttered rather darkly after a moment of this. Why was she apologizing? I have no idea. Once she started crying after eating a cupcake because she missed it. Maybe she feels bad about painting the walls. That's silly. So what do we do? No. Bad reader. So what do we do? Dash asked, again peering through the doorway at the stoically tragic figure of the mournful Pinkie Pie, alone except for the alligator absently gumming on her tail with vacant eyes. The alligator, though normally borderline catatonic and gifted with dubious levels of sentience, was currently more active and lively than his normally energetic mistress. I'm not sure, Twilight confessed, scratching her head and frowning. She liked to believe that she was rather intelligent, but even she had to confess that Pinkie was an enigma. No pony ever knew why she did the things she did, let alone how to make her stop. If Pinkie Pie had decided to stop being a whirlwind of pure energy and instead fall into some strange state of melancholy, who was she to judge? It looks like she's having some kind of overly introspective internal monologue, but I can't really tell. Twilight, you don't know how spot on that is. What? What kind of egghead are you? Aren't you supposed to be good at fixing this kind of thing? Wouldn't that be a psychologist or a psychiatrist? One of them prescribes pills, I don't know. Twilight shrugged helplessly, and Rainbow Dash rolled her eyes before stomping away. She could have easily flown down the stairs, but she seemed determined to make as much noise as possible in order to emphasize just how fed up she was, and so stormed down the steps, shaking the entire house. Very, considerate of you. I bet the babies appreciate that as well. For a minute or two, Twilight remained in the door, watching her friend somewhat curiously. She was yet to solve the puzzle of Pinkie's existence, and this was just another mystery regarding her strange friend. But like all intellectuals, she knew how to pick her battles. Pinkie Pie was a case she may never solve, and there would be no point in straining herself to try. So instead, she would observe and see what she could learn about Pinkie Pie's currently curious state for future reference. She wasn't entirely clear on why Rainbow Dash had come to her for help, but the egghead comment made her suspect that the Pegasus had thought she'd know a spell to snap Pinkie out of this unprecedented lucidity or something. But the stupor the pink pony was in was almost hypnotic. Seeing the normally spastic Baker so subdued for once had a strangely relaxing effect, and Twilight almost didn't want it to end. Truth be told, it was peaceful. She was a murderer. At least, if Orange Room had been an actual pony instead of a studio apartment, his blood would have been on her hose as a result of what she'd done to him. Only in this case, it wasn't blood. It was paint. You know, the blood on her hands would have made her red, so she would have been Ready Pie? Ready Pie, that's just a dumb name. Actually, maybe that didn't work. If she had stripped the old orange paint rather than just paint over it, then that old paint might have been the blood of the room, and then the metaphor would have worked. Since the paint on her hooves was new paint, it was more like she'd given Orange Room new blood, rather than shedding his old blood. So instead of having murdered him, it was like Pinkie had given him too much life, and it overwhelmed him with its unbearable liveliness. Yes, that was it. Rainbow Dash barreled past Twilight Sparkle. Wait a minute. So you did, Pinkie, it's room. And you painted it! What's wrong with you? Oh God! Rainbow Dash barreled past Twilight Sparkle and into the freshly painted room, knocking aside Gummy the alligator so that she could shove a cupcake into Pinkie's face. Cupcake! She said fiercely. Look at the cupcake! Eat the cupcake! For a moment, Pinkie looked startled just to see Rainbow Dash there in front of her, a dazed look crossing her face. Then her eyes fell on the cupcake and grew wide. With a squeal of joy, she yanked it from the Pegasus and shoved it into her mouth. Mmm-ing in pleasure and licking her lips. Wow, thanks, Dashy, she cried. That was yummy. I haven't had a cupcake in, like, forever. I totally needed one. Rainbow Dash grinned, looking triumphant. Mr. and Mrs. Cake said that you get like this sometimes when you don't have enough sugar. And then you start slowing down and watching grass grow and stuff. And all it takes to snap you out of it is a cupcake, she explained with satisfaction. So you're good now? Back to normal? Yeah, huh? Thanks again for the cupcake, Pinkie cried through a mouthful of pastry, beaming. Red velvet is my favoriteest flavor right now. Oh my gosh, this is so good. You should eat one too. We should have a cupcake party. Yep, back to normal, Rainbow Dash declared, clapping Pinkie on the shoulder with his wing and steering her toward the door. Come on, I think the paint fumes are getting to me too. Let's go make Tank and Gummy wrestle or something. Yay! And so the two friends left, chatting comfortably as they waltzed past Twilight, as though they'd forgotten that the unicorn was even there. With a sigh, Twilight turned to follow them out. Maybe, Pinkie thought, munching on the unexpected cupcake, maybe that's what life was all about. In the end, accepting loss and change and finding a way to work around it and move on. Maybe life was about not letting the tragedies bog you down and cause you to forget the little things that made life truly shine. Maybe life was about those small pleasures, those tiny instances of joy, and not so much about the bad things. Maybe that was the secret to true happiness. And so Pinkie exited the formerly orange room with no lingering regrets, not looking back to what she left behind even once, instead choosing to look only forwards, to the bright future ahead, to friends, to delicious, tasty cupcakes with sprinkles. Seeing the expression of beatific enlightenment on Pinkie Pie's face, Rainbow Dash rolled her eyes and sighed. You are so weird, she muttered. Yeah, that's a pretty good fic, I guess. Probably should stop. Should probably stop recording.
Stop the presses!
And it's that time that everyone hates, the time we end the show. For those of you who wish to submit fiction stuffs, the email to send them to is readrainboom@gmail.com. That is readrainboom@gmail.com. If you didn't quite catch that, don't worry, it's on the screen. Make sure to include fanfic on the subject line, and also put a link to the fiction in the email. Keep in mind, not every fanfic will be read, so don't rage at us if they aren't. Any comments or suggestions other than fanfics can be sent to us at that email as well. Also, as stated before, we have a set of rules for fictions, which are 1. The fictions must be PG-13, no exceptions. 2. The fictions must be completed. 3. Authors can submit their own story, but cannot be selected without fan support. 4. Fics should not be too short or too long. This week we made exceptions, but fictions preferably 2,500 words or more are what we want. 5. Not too many key characters. We have a limited crew. I hope you all enjoyed watching this show as much as we did making it. And now, it is time to leave. Read on, every pony. Read on.
Hello, every pony. This is Vigilant Watch, and for this episode of Reading Rainboom, your slice of life fic is Letters to a Lunar Goddess by Icer. Two figures stood watch on a balcony overseeing the Canterlot Gardens. One taller than the other, her white coat and shining mane glittering in the moonlight. The other is small and childlike in comparison, her dark blue coat contrasting to the other's shimmering white, and her light blue mane kept short and neat in comparison to the first's flowing, rainbow-like mane.
Sister, it has been 6 months since you returned. Do you not think that it is time for you to return to your full duties as the night sky's guardian?
Looking up to nuzzle her sister, Luna replied,
I just haven't felt up to it, sister. Much has changed in this past millennium, and I don't recognize anything. Everything feels strange and new, even the night sky. When I reach up to it, it feels completely new. It scares me, sister. I don't know what to do.
Luna, of course it's going to be new.
Celestia replied as she leaned into the nuzzle.
You have been gone for 1,000 years. Of course things are going to be completely different. If I were you, I would just start taking in a little bit at a time. Get used to using your powers again.
I don't know, Tia. Shouldn't I just jump back in? At the very least, I need to do it for you. You have been doing this for me. You really need a break.
Nonsense, Luna. I've been doing it for 1,000 years. I can do it for a few more years at the very least. I think that you should really try it one step at a time, little sister. It would be for the best. And you can get used to your powers once again.
Celestia said as she leaned down to nuzzle her sister. Luna sighed and then replied,
Very well, I will try it your way, Celestia, if only because you think that it will be the best course for me.
Celestia leaned down and gave Luna a large hug.
Oh, I'm so happy you chose to do this. You'll have it under control again in no time. Why don't you try to manipulate one of the constellations first? How about Orion? I've always had trouble with him. Go ahead. Give it a try. Make him shine in all his glory.
She nudged Luna forward, trying to push her into action. Taking the not-so-subtle suggestion, Luna walked forward and turned her focus to where she knew Orion should have been on that particular night, only to be shocked that not only was he not there, he was just a cluster of stars, only barely able to be considered the Orion that she had once created. Giving her sister a bit of a glare, Luna set to work fixing one of her favored creations of the night sky.
Rigel, you shouldn't be over there. You need to be here. Perfect. Beetlejuice, can you please just be a little bit darker? Thank you so much. And you, Safe, you're just way too dark. You need to be brighter.
Celestia smiled as she watched her sister become once again engrossed in the work that had fulfilled her for eras. Her smile grew even larger as she looked up to see the constellation that she had tried so hard to keep perfect slowly rearrange itself into the brave Pegasus that she and her sister had once known so many thousands of years ago. Luna was able to give each star the attention that it deserved, unlike Celestia, who was only able to force them into a rough idea of what they were to look like. Luna's creations were works of art to be celebrated throughout the land. Celestia's attempts at the night sky were as a child's hoof painting by comparison.
Luna, I think you've finished with Orion by now. Do you not think that we should retire for the night?
Celestia said, as she walked forward and placed a hoof on Luna's shoulder to break her out of her concentration. Luna finished talking to one of the stars just as it rearranged to form Orion's famous belt before turning to her sister.
I guess, but there's so much more to do. I've only just finished Orion. There's still the Ursas, Scorpio, Canis Major and Minor, Lupus. Oh my, the Southern Cross. How could they navigate in the seas if it's not correct? What about the North Star? It's dimming. Oh, sister, this all just needs to be fixed.
Not tonight, Luna. You've already exhausted yourself as you stand. I know you may not feel it, but looking at you, I can see that you are about ready to collapse. I was correct in assuming that you would need to take full steps in getting back into your power. Now, what do you say we go enjoy a nice cup of tea before retiring,
The Solar Princess concluded, as she started to guide the Regent of the Night into their quarters to calm themselves before settling in for the night. Months passed, each night heralding the recreation of one of the ancient constellations, each one seemingly more beautiful than the last. The night sky was once again aglow with Luna's love, each and every star getting her attention before she moved on to the next. And that was not all that changed. As more and more of the sky was brought back under her control, Luna seemed to grow, not only in power, but in form as well. Whereas before there stood a teenage-looking alicorn, now there stood a proud and regal princess of the night. Her mane was not flowing like her sister's, but it too had grown past her muzzle, the light blue strands hanging long and conditioned to look much like the Milky Way in a night sky. It was not until she had orchestrated a beautiful meteor shower that brought tears to her and her sister's eyes did she talk to Celestia about the most important part of her sky, the very thing that held her name, which was reflected in her cutie mark, and the very fiber of her being, the celestial body that had been both home and prison to her in times past. She broached the subject of regaining control of the moon to her sister the coming morning at their shared breakfast.
Sister, I must speak with you on an important subject,
Luna said with a little trepidation, setting down her tea to look at Celestia with a look of resolution.
Oh? What is it?
Celestia queried as she continued to munch on her croissant.
Well, I was thinking that it was about time for me to take on my full responsibilities again. I want to raise and control the moon starting tonight.
The Regent of the Night pronounced to her sister, choosing to take the matter head-on instead of beating around the proverbial bush. Celestia paused from her breakfast, setting the mostly consumed croissant down and swallowing what was left in her mouth.
Luna, that's fantastic! I knew you were going to be ready again soon. I could just feel the power coming from you. Unfortunately, we still have the entire day to wait through before we get to see your wonderful moonrise. So, with any further ado, I shall now leave you to finish your breakfast, and to begin my duties for the day. I believe that the diplomats from Knossos have an important item they wish to discuss with me, and I should not leave them waiting. You know how those griffins can be.
And with that, Celestia floated the last of her croissant into her mouth and trotted out the door to her royal business for the day. Luna wasn't as sure as her sister on the matter, and after concluding her breakfast and taking care of several issues with the courts, and a meeting with the Treasury Secretary of the Kingdom over appropriations for the coming year's Summer Sun celebration, she dismissed her attendants to retire to her room for the afternoon, in preparation for reclaiming control of her moon. The first of them came in the afternoon when she was resting, a knock on the door rousing Luna from her slumber. She slowly got up out of bed, using her magic to quickly fix any stray strands of hair in her mane and coat as she walked over to the door to open it.
Yes?
She said without any hint of annoyance, many years of practice before her banishment permitting her to hide her anger at being awoken.
Ma'am, this was delivered this afternoon. Normally we don't deliver the mail directly to you two, but seeing as this is the first mail you've gotten, we felt that it was reasonable this time.
The guard pony at the door said, as he hooved over a simple envelope addressed to Princess Luna. Luna looked at the strange thing for a moment before magicking it off to the side of her desk, intending to read it later, before she nodded at the guard pony and shut her door, returning to her much-needed nap. Luna roused herself from her rest about an hour before moonrise and grabbed a quick snack from the kitchens, before she set off into her preferred part of the garden for working on the sky. From there she spent much of that remaining time to paint a spell that would weave the stars, comets, and galaxies into a gorgeous tapestry that would then complement the rising moon. The spell was a complex one, requiring layers upon layers of preparation and guidance for the stars to do just as she wished when the time came. Celestia found herself wandering out to the gardens with very little time to spare before the moonrise, having spent quite a bit of time in the company of one very irate griffin diplomat over a trade agreement for gems. She turned the corner to Luna's place just as she felt the moon leaving her grip and entering her sister's own power, and let out a large smile at the sight that she beheld. Luna's entire form glowed with ethereal energies, streaking out into the night sky from her body, as she became one with the night temporarily as the moon rose over the horizon. The stars behind the moon seemed to nearly go out, as those further away increased their brilliance in contrast to the stark blackness that permeated the space between. The moon itself was a full moon, its own glory shining through, the ancient mare and the moon having long since vanished, leaving a pristine plate in its wake. As the moon settled into its long-abandoned path, one that only its true caretaker knew, Luna became separated from the night sky, her form slowly becoming more physical than ethereal. Celestia's smile became even larger as she witnessed the rebirth of the sky, and the rebirth of her sister's power and true form. As the last of the spell was set into motion, and the remnants of the magic faded from the Night Princess, her true form was once again revealed to the world. Her mane was flowing once again in the magic of the night, stars speckling through the cobalt that so closely resembled the night above her. Her coat had darkened further, taking on a soothing sapphire color, and she once again held the true powers of the night in all of its glory and ethereal grace.
Luna, you were great! It was the most beautiful moonrise I've ever seen. How are you feeling?
Celestia said as she trotted up to Luna to nuzzle her lovingly. Luna looked up at her sister, slightly surprised at how much closer Celestia's face was to her now that she had regained her former form.
I feel fantastic. I haven't felt this well in a very long time, sister. I think that I will attempt to take back more of my former duties, starting tonight. Yes, tonight I will delve back into my tax code and see what disastrous things you have done to it.
Celestia blushed a little at this, and replied smartly,
I think that you will find it all to be to your satisfaction, though I do not wish for you to work too hard, Luna. Remember, you only recently gained back your powers tonight.
Yes, I guess you're correct, Tia, but I feel so great that I'm myself again. But I shall take your advice. Tonight I will not work too hard, if only for your benefit. Now, as for you, I think that you deserve to go to sleep. It is not your night, it is mine.
Luna said with a slight smile, as she nudged the elder alicorn towards her room with a bit more force than the older sibling was used to. The night passed quickly for the royal pony sisters, Celestia getting the first true sleep that she had had in 1001 years, and Luna immersing herself in the legal and tax codes that her sister had made great changes to over the centuries, while keeping track of the moon's and stars' movements through her night sky. Daybreak found the sisters sharing a brief meal together, with Luna's being more of a dinner and Celestia's being a light breakfast, and the two soon parted ways. Celestia to the throne room for morning court, and Luna to her bedroom to recuperate from her first night after returning to her post as the moon's regent. The exhausted princess did not notice the 5 new envelopes that had been placed upon her desk with the first, as she carefully removed her marks of office and placed them on her vanity, and then clambered into her bed. Her sleep was the most restful that she had had in ages, and was so deep that she did not notice the several times that servants had entered the room to place yet more envelopes onto her desk. When she finally did wake up, with much time to spare before she raises the moon for the next night, the pile had grown to taking up much of her desk, not to say the large sack beside it. Luna looked at the pile of letters with a wary eye, confused as to why ponies had sent her so many while for so long they had not sent anything to her. With a curious thought, she pulled the first one that she had placed there herself out of the pile with her magic, and opened it up while straightening her coat and placing her crown and necklace upon her form.
Dear Princess Luna, thank you for such an amazing meteor shower last night. It was the best meteor shower that I've ever seen, and I never miss one if I can take the chance. The way that the meteors worked with the stars was quite elegant, to say nothing of the brilliance of their tails. The entire night was utterly exciting for me, and I wish you luck in your future endeavors with the night sky. Your faithful subject, Eternal Observer.
Frowning, Luna pulled several letters from the stack, opening them up and reading them one by one.
Dear Princess Luna, I've been meaning to write this letter for quite a while, but every time I sat down to write it, I was completely entrapped by your ever-changing and gorgeous constellations. In all the time that your sister was controlling the sky, I had never seen a more beautiful sight than the ones that you have been creating over the past couple of months. I must say that your stars are more beautiful than any painting in any Manhattan art gallery. Thank you very much for creating them. Your faithful subject, Cloudkicker.
Dear Princess Luna, your stars are so awesome. They're the most radical things that I have ever seen. My friends and I have been out on the beach every night for the past 2 weeks, and we just spend much of the night watching your stars and enjoying their moves. And that meteor shower? Totally rad. Your tubular subject, Wave Rider.
Dear Princess Luna, the moon was the brightest moon that I have ever seen, and it let us safely get back to the farmhouse after getting caught up in harvesting a large section of our fields. If it weren't for your moon, we would have spent a lot longer wandering around trying to find our farmhouse in the dark, or we would have missed being able to sell our produce at the market today. At the market, we ran into an old friend of ours who has become a manager for a large grocery store in Manhattan, and we were able to open up a new place for us to sell our produce. If your moon wasn't there, I don't know where we'd be today. Thank you. Your loyal subjects, Green Sprouts and Rolling Turnip.
The letters continued on like that for some time, each one thanking Princess Luna personally for her gorgeous night, complimenting her on her artwork and her capabilities. Luna could barely handle it. Each one was like praise from some long-gone parent, and each one lifted her spirits and made her more grateful that she had been in millennia. As she continued to read each and every letter, her eyes started to tear up. In all her years of exile, she had never dreamed that this would happen, that she would return to Equestria to learn that the ponies really did love her in her night sky. She had feared that they would hate her and fear her for her past actions.
Dear Princess Luna, Regent of the Night Sky, my name is Highwater, Captain of the Equestrian naval vessel Eternal Sky, and I am writing to give my grand thanks for your marvelous recreation of the Southern Cross. As you may or may not know, several months ago a large squall appeared in the southern Pacific Ocean, and many ships were thrown off course. The Eternal Sky was one of those ships. Our rigging was badly damaged, and we were stuck at sea for several days with no idea as to where we were. As the nights passed, we began to notice the constellations becoming more and more clear, their shapes and definitions becoming clearer and more defined from the regular stars of the sky. It was from this information that we were able to ascertain our location in the sea, though we were unable to do so entirely, and were stuck wandering the sea until you recreated the Southern Cross. Without the cross, we would have been lost for several more weeks, and perhaps would have even perished without the help of another vessel, and the recreation of your skies permitted us that safety. After the recreation of the cross, we were able to better navigate our ways to the trade routes and find a ship that could help with our repairs and sail with us as we limped to the nearest port. As luck would have it, that port was our destination, and we were safely able to deliver our goods as was needed. The holds of our ship were full of medical supplies for the nearby Griffin town that was facing a deadly disease. Your stars saved the lives of my ship and crew, but also the lives of those griffins who would have died without your saving graces. Thank you for your night sky. Your most loyal and eternal subject, Captain Highwater of the Equestrian Foreign Aid Service.
Luna's eyes widened at such a lengthy letter, and she was nearly in tears by the end of the note. If she had not spent so much time ensuring that the stars were back in their places, ponies and griffins would be dead. It was all because of her that they were saved. She sighed as she looked back at the pile of opened and read letters, and then opened up the bag one more time, surprised to see a single envelope inside. Lifting the envelope out of the bag, Luna looked at the stationery that it was made out of. It was clearly much nicer than most of the others she had received, and looked like it was custom-made. She turned it around using her magic, and saw something that surprised her the most. The envelope was sealed with a wax seal that was clearly the shape of the sender's cutie mark, a starburst surrounded by 5 other stars.
I do believe that I've seen that cutie mark before.
Luna carefully opened the envelope from one side and pulled out the letter, and almost dropped it when she gasped and confirmed her suspicions.
Dear Princess Luna, my name is Twilight Sparkle. I'm not sure if you remember me, but I was one of the ponies that helped free you from Nightmare Moon the night that you returned. All of my life I've been a passionate scholar of the night sky, and have always wondered at the stars and the secrets that they might hold. When I was growing up, I would spend hours at a time looking through my telescope, trying to see every little detail that I could see through such a small telescope. I kept very detailed notes and compared many of them to the diagrams that were in my books, only to be disappointed time and time again when they did not match up. As I got older, my love for the night sky did not once wane. I continued my studies of the movements of the stars and the moon alongside the studies that I undertook as Princess Celestia's protégé. I would say that the night sky became even more important to me as I grew older, as it gave me a bit of an escape from magical studies, while still allowing me to do my favorite thing, study. With your release from the moon, I soon realized why the stars and constellations were not as they were supposed to be, as according to my texts and studies. It was because it was Princess Celestia, not you, who was controlling the skies. She was unfamiliar with their magic, and it was different from her own. It was then that I knew that it was only a matter of time until we started to see the beauty of your night sky once again. And I was not disappointed. Each night over the past 6 months has shown more and more of your beautiful night to the world, and I think that the best example of your grace as an artist was the meteor shower the other night. That is, until you raised the moon last night. It was the most beautiful thing that I have ever seen, Princess, and it is not something that I will ever forget. The way that the moon rose, and the manner in which you made the stars themselves bow before it, I could not picture anything more perfect than that. Thank you, as a scholar of the night sky, for creating such a beautiful creation. Your faithful student, Twilight Sparkle. P.S. Please, please, please don't show this to Princess Celestia.
She was speechless. The region of the night was for once left without any words to say, and without bidding, tears of joy started to pour down her cheeks. In all her life she had never had anyone say or write something to her that brought such joy to her life, that showed such appreciation for her gifts. She hugged the letter close to her chest as she summoned a frame for it, before carefully placing it within and putting it on her desk, tears of joy still streaming down her face. Celestia heard the commotion coming from her sister's room, and went to investigate for several reasons. First of all, she was worried as to what was taking Luna so long to get up for the night, and second, she was afraid that something had happened that had caused her to cry. She opened the door quickly and trotted inside to comfort her sister.
Luna, what is going...
Celestia could not finish her sentence, as she was tackled by her younger sibling, and forced into a large hug that constricted her airways.
It's so wonderful, Tia. The most magical thing has happened. They love us. They love our night sky,
Luna said through her tears of elation. Celestia looked over the pile of letters, seeing one stand out with her protégé's cutie mark, before she smiled and held her sister closer.
History. One of the most fragile and treasured things in any pony society. It is always written by the victors, and the ones who lose the battle are often erased from time to keep their X hidden away. I was once a victor. Once. But being a victor doesn't reserve your place in history. It just gives you the ability to write the books. The ones who died for victory. The brave ponies that were the fighting force of the war or the event. They are the ones who are erased. Their souls are restless through time, wishing that what they did was appreciated, hoping that some pony would come along and remember them in their sacrifices. I am one of those ponies. You may not know who I am, but regardless, I know who you are. I have seen you, as well as many other ponies over the centuries, walk this land and pass from it. I am nothing but stone. At least, that is what every pony else sees me as. I watch as your warm, life-filled bodies walk the earth mortally, wishing that I could be just like you. Wishing to be loved, to be mortal once again. To be mortal would give me the life that I'd always wanted, and the ability to die. The cold is a constant reminder of my stony imprisonment, biting at my outer shell, freezing my soul trapped inside. I have lived for what seems like centuries, maybe even 1,000 years. But time is not something I've ever been fond of. It always slows down when I pay attention to it, and when I wanted a moment of it to last forever, it's gone in an instant, leaving the moment burned in my mind, but the feeling gone forever. Sometimes, well, it's more like all of the time, I just sit here and watch as you walk along happily, without a care in the world. Some of you carrying books, and others just walking along with some pony they love. Sometimes, some of you even take the chance to stop and stare at me, watching me intently as if I was going to move. Some even question why I was here. And that was something I wished I knew for myself. Why I'm here. The everlasting question of time. Why are we all here in this world? Every pony had to have some significant purpose, even if it's just standing still for centuries as I do. It's not those who decide to stop that bother me, however. It's those that wish that they could have what I have. Those ponies who want to have the immortality of my soul don't know how hard it is to watch those around them wither away and die. They don't know how old your soul becomes, how much your soul will want to wither and die just like every pony else. You want your loved ones to be as you are, trapped inside immortality, but reason says otherwise. Those that you have loved, those that you will love, will all fade in the endless space of time, eventually wiped from your mind. I faintly remember loving some pony once. I remember the feeling, the joy in my mind, and the warmth that spread throughout my body. I remember her. But who she was, I don't recall. I know that they will always be with me in my heart, and I know that they passed many years ago, while I've been trapped here. I think that they loved me back. At least, I hope that they did.
Daddy!
A faint filly's voice rang through my mind.
Daddy, come here!
I was a father. I had left some child to fend for itself in this world, taking away something that it may have held dear. If it did hold me dear, that is. I have no recollection of having a child, or even knowing the voice that called out to me. But it touched my heart, and the warmth coursed through my body like a forest fire. I could feel myself starting to wallow in my own sadness. Something that shouldn't have to happen to any pony. Through my many years, I've seen many bright, young souls lose track of their lives just because they felt sorry for themselves and fell deeper into their own depression. That'd not be something I'd let happen to me. I just couldn't. No matter how much I wanted to feel sorry for myself, it was a sign of weakness. And I, the great... My name. What was my name? I hadn't taken much thought into my name in the past 100 years or so, that I'd actually forgotten who I was. Was I some pony who destroyed the land? And was that why I was stuck in stone? I don't think that any pony in history, or as long as I can remember, was put into the form of a statue to willingly serve as his or her own tribute. That idea was just a harrowing thought. I had to have done something in my past that had caused me to become this statue. And most ponies never even gave me a look. Does that mean I'm bad? I never wanted to be bad. Or at least that's the way I feel now. Only if I could tell some pony, any pony, that I was not who I used to be. Whoever that was. The sun was striking my flank. I could feel the warmth being concentrated there, and the sun would soon drop over the horizon. The moon was soon to rise from the other end of the sky as well. The moon and the sun. Why did they seem so familiar to me? Of course they would. I see them every day and night, but I felt a deeper connection for some odd reason. It was almost as if it was me who had raised the sun and moon each day. I decided that I would let my mind drift. That was what consisted of my normal days, so to speak, and it was never filled with anything usually other than a blank thought. Just pure black. My mind has gotten vastly darker since I last remember. Whenever that was. I had no memories anymore. And anything that I've ever tried to remember always becomes lost in the sands of time.
Daddy!
The young filly called out once again.
No! Daddy! Come see me first!
Another young filly called out, but this time it was different. The voices that I were hearing weren't chunks of my dissipated memories. It had almost seemed real, and the voices seemed to be coming from behind me. I tried turning my head, and to my amazement, I was actually moving. My muscles were real. The grass and the air were actually real. The sky was a beautiful ocean blue. Some patches of the clouds were slowly being cleared by tiny points on the horizon. I could have sworn that it was other ponies, but it wasn't very likely that any pony would have wings. That's when it hit me. I was back in the old castle courtyard. Flowers of all colors and kinds were in bloom, the sweet scent of their buds flowing with the gentle cooling wind that passed through my mane and wings. I have wings? When did I get wings? That's impossible. I don't even remember being able to fly. I calmed myself as I realized I was overreacting to this dream, memory, or whatever it was. This had to be something from my past. That had to be the only explanation. I shook my head once to clear my mind and get back to the situation at hand. I saw a multicolored mane out of the corner of my eye, which seemed to have a slight sparkle to it. I turned my head, yet again, to see two fillies wrestling in the grass. One had the most beautiful white coat. It was as if she were covered in a cloud. The other had a darker coat, and could easily be lost in the black of the night. I just wanted to run over and grab the two and hold them forever. That way I wouldn't have to lose them again. There was something strange about these two, and I couldn't place my hoof on it. I knew that they were sisters, but it wasn't that. There was something else. They had wings. And horns. They were alicorns? My little fillies were alicorns. I felt my heart sink again, as all that I could come to call them were fillies. I didn't even know my own daughter's names. What kind of father am I that I can't remember my own daughter's names? Another realization that came from staring at the young fillies was that they were wrestling to show me who was stronger. It was as if they were in an infinite stalemate. The young fillies were alicorns, so that meant I was an alicorn too, right? And that meant that my wife was one too. That was the only possibility for there to be any pony like them. I slowly raised my hoof to touch where my horn should be, and sure enough, there was one resting right on my forehead. I heard a faint clopping of hooves on stone behind me, and the voice of an angel echoed.
Honey, is your horn bothering you again?
I turned around to view who this lovely voice belonged to. All that I saw was white. Pure white. Snow. I tried to move, hoping that I could join them in that dream once again. It was almost as if I had shared it with someone else. It felt like there were two souls living in that memory with me, enjoying what it had once been. I didn't know how long I had slept. But living in stone makes any amount of time seem minuscule in comparison to how long you seem to be awake. All I'd known was that in that moment was that it had snowed, and I was knee-deep in it. I was standing in a rather awkward position for a statue. I was somewhat knelt down, as if I were waiting for something to hit me. As if something was coming for me, and my horn was the only defense I had left. My horn. I couldn't reach up to feel if it was there or not, but I knew it was gone. It had been snapped clean off from the base, and I knew that meant that I was nothing more than a Pegasus in my current state. A memory came back to me. I remembered that if a horn is snapped off of any magical creature, then it loses its magic forever. It didn't make any sense. Why would I be pointing my horn at some creature? It was then that I felt a sort of scraping, but a gentle one. It was as if some pony were actually taking the time to gently brush the snow off of me. No pony had ever been generous enough to do that for me before. I'd always been forced to wait out the winter and let the snow melt away as it pleased. The last thing that this pony, or whoever was clearing the snow for me, did was clear it from my eyes. There were ponies everywhere, sitting calmly and quietly as if they were waiting for some pony else to speak. They were staring at me, it seemed, but I knew better than that. There must be some pony behind me. I tried to scream for help, to alert them somehow, but no sound came from my mouth. There was nothing I could do but watch. I felt two figures brush up against my flank and slowly proceed to come to my sides, just out of my line of sight. One of them began to speak in a rather loud tone that seemed to echo a royal speaking voice. How I remembered that, I don't know.
Citizens of Camelot and Equestria!
The voice began. It reminded me of the small, night-colored filly from my memory. The voice seemed to match it, just amplified 100 times.
Luna,
The other voice called.
I think that I should talk for this ceremony.
I couldn't see a thing on either side of me. Only the large crowd of ponies assembled in front of me were visible. Once she started again, it was evident that the other pony had approved of what she'd said.
This day, we've come here to celebrate the 1000th anniversary of the pony who had saved me and my sister's life as young fillies. The pony who was courageous enough to take on a hydra himself, to protect 2 small fillies, putting his own well-being on the line.
The voice paused, her voice hinting at sadness.
He sacrificed his magic, something that every one of us hold dear, to save us. He used his horn after vigorously fighting to put the creature to an end. But he was also putting an end to himself. His horn snapped from his head, and the vast amount of magic flowing from his body turned him instantly into stone. Today, we remember him.
The two figures rested their heads on mine, their manes barely visible out of the corner of my eyes. One was the color of night, and the other was as white as the clouds themselves. The ponies of the audience all raised their hooves and stomped to the bravery I had once enacted, something that I would most likely never remember. The two ponies at my side, which I assumed were my daughters, rose. The ponies in front of me moved from where they had been as they stopped stomping and walked in front of me, each dropping a bouquet of flowers at my feet and muttering a thank you. Some even had tears dripping from their lively eyes. As the crowd dissipated, the 2 alicorns appeared in front of me, tears flowing from their eyes. They stood directly in my line of sight, making sure I knew of their presence before the white one spoke.
You may not remember us, but we remember you, and that is what matters right now. We know that you are struggling to stay alive in there, but bear with us. We have been trying to free you for the longest time. And we do thank you for what you did to save us back then.
2 alicorns reached forward, their front legs extending around my neck, holding me in a firm grip. They'd started to cry a vast amount, and I could feel their tears running down my stone back as they both spoke in unison.
I love you, Daddy.
A tear formed in the corner of my eye, rolling off of my face and falling to the snow below.
This is Repairman Man reading Equestria World Ping Pong Championship Tournament by Roxxi.
Alright, Equestria, this year's tournament has been something really special.
An excited small purple and green dragon exclaimed into a microphone, his voice projected through a very fancy speaker system that had been set up in the stadium for just this occasion.
There were some very talented ponies this year, but the 2 ponies in the finals are a cut above the rest. Before the final match begins, we have to thank our sponsors, Dan Seehofer, owner of the Equestrian Ping Pong Pony Emporium and 5 times EWPPCT champion, for donating the equipment necessary to make an event such as this happen. DJ Pone 3 for allowing us to use her amazing sound system, and the Princesses of Equestria, Princess Celestia and Princess Luna.
The Earth Pony, Unicorn, and Alicorns in question all stood and took a bow in the VIP booth high above the crowd. The crowd, which looked to be all of Equestria in fact, neighed and stopped their hooves in wild cheering for the sponsors, the competitors, and the sheer joy in making loud noises. Spike waited momentarily for the crowd to settle down before continuing.
Now the moment you've all been waiting for, the final match of Equestrian World Ping Pong Championship Tournament.
Spike shouted into the microphone, almost drowned out by another round of cheering from the spectating ponies in the stand.
Introducing a newcomer to the professional circuit. A rookie with spunk, smiles, and skills that thrill. Pinkie, the Paddle Pie!
The spectators went into another wave of frenzied cheering as a bubblegum pink earth pony bounced into the arena, waving enthusiastically to the crowd. A large four-screen monitor above the center of the arena showed various images and clips of the pink prodigy taking various acrobatic leaps to make incredible saves and returns as she approached the table, still bouncing the whole way. The lights dimmed to almost nothing, and faint guitar riffs could be heard coming from seemingly nowhere as the sports announcing dragon again waited for the crowd to settle down, which after the lights were cut, took no time.
Introducing a Pegasus, who needs no introduction, but insisted on one anyways. A mare with moves that set the table ablaze, put crowds on pins and needles, and can only be described as awesomely radical. Your reigning champion, Rainbow, the Smash Queen, Dash!
Spike all but roared as the crowd was becoming too loud for him to be heard. An insanely fast guitar riff came on as a blur of rainbow-colored speed shot around the arena, giving high hooves and hoof bumps to out-of-control fans, all while the monitor above showed clips of the Pegasus Pro delivering jaw-dropping shots. She touched down at the other end of the table, posing a few times for the photographer ponies to snap photos of her.
Don't think I'm gonna take it easy on you just because we're friends, Pinks.
Dash grinned at the pink earth pony across from her. Pinkie giggled and grinned back.
Silly Dashy, I'm gonna win this tournament Pinkie Pie style, and I'll be the premier party ping pong pony of Ponyville!
Pinkie exclaimed, bouncing even more at the thought of all the parties she could host in celebration of her future win. Competitors, are you ready? A unicorn in a referee's uniform asked, his magic holding a coin and ball in the air. The winners of the toss will decide who serves first, he exclaimed, using his magic to throw the coin high in the air. Call!
Head!
The cyan Pegasus quickly shouted.
Sides!
The pink earth pony yelled in response.
Sides? Pinkie Pie, you are so random. There's no way!
Dash was cut off as the coin hit the table and landed perfectly vertical on its side.
What the hey?
She bellowed in disbelief. The referee turned to the widely smiling Pinkie Pie. Your choice, miss? The ball floated to her slowly, but she pushed it away.
I think Dashy should serve. She is the current champion after all.
Dash took the ball in her free hoof.
Thanks, Pinkie. But I'm still gonna smash you flat. I'll show you that I'm 20% more awesome than you in 10 seconds flat.
She raised the ball and looked at the referee, who backed away and shouted, Begin! The spotlights in the arena focused on the two ponies at the center.
Well, my worthy opponent, are you prepared to ping the Pong?
Dash asked, a determined look on her face. Pinkie Pie blinked and giggled.
Rainbow Dash, we're here to play ping pong, not ping any pongs.
She snorted with laughter, causing Rainbow Dash to scratch the back of her head with the paddle in her hoof in embarrassment.
Right, whatever. Let's play already!
Dash shook her head to get focused again and tossed the ball in the air before smacking it across the table.
Take that!
That's okay. You can keep it, Dashy.
The pink pony smiled as she smacked the ball back to Dash, with her eyes shut tight to boot. Dash was taken off guard by the display and consequently let the ball bounce off her side and to the floor. Point Pinkie Pie, the referee shouted, floating the ball back to Rainbow Dash as the monitor displayed a score of 0-1 in Pinkie's favor. The shocked Pegasus stood still for a moment before regaining her composure and taking the ball.
You got me that time, Pinkie. But it sure as hey ain't gonna happen again!
Dash growled, throwing the ball up and smacking it to Pinkie. The party pony just smiled and smacked the ball back, being oddly silent. Dash smirked. Now that she was focused again, she was going to stomp Pinkie Pie like a weather Pegasus stomps clouds into vapor. The crowd could only watch in awe as the ball whizzed back and forth, neither pony giving any ground. The pink earth pony, grinning wide on the 30-second return of the ball, suddenly smacked the ball harshly while spinning, causing the ball to curve wildly and bounce off the table at an angle.
Oh, no you don't!
The cyan Pegasus shouted as she leapt at the ball, giving a fierce swing at the ball, sending it rocketing back to the table. Pinkie Pie was just a second too slow, thinking she had the point, and scrambled to save the ball, but it struck just outside of her, lunged on the table, and ricocheted towards the wall. Point! Rainbow Dash! The unicorn referee shouted, the score now 1-1, as the ball floated to Pinkie Pie this time.
Ha! Told you, Pinks! This game is mine!
Dash crowed, arrogantly grinning at the pony across from her.
Yeah, you sure earned that point, Dashy. Good shot!
The ever-smiling Pinkie replied, preparing for her serve. 2 hours, 37 minutes, and 22 seconds later.
Okay, every pony. This has been an intense match so far, with the score 999 to 999, a dead tie. A sudden death rule has been put into effect by the princesses. The next point will decide this year's Equestria World Ping Pong Championship Tournament champion.
Spike excitedly yelled into the microphone, the spectating ponies going into a frenzy at the news, neighing, whinnying, stomping hoofs, some air horns being set off, and just generally yelling in excitement.
You're tough, Dashy. Really tough. I don't think I can even remember a time when I had this much fun.
The pink earth pony panted, the strain of the game starting to show on her face. The Pegasus across the table was equally winded.
Yeah, this is way intense, Pinks. Whoever wins is really gonna be the champ.
The Cyan Pegasus gasped. Her exhaustion was apparent as well.
Okay, every pony. It has been decided that a quick 15-minute intermission will be held to allow the competitors a quick break, and for the spectators to grab food or collectible memorabilia.
Spike announced, a trace of excitement still lingering in the young dragon's voice. The arena cleared out as the spectators went to take stall breaks, stretch, and buy food and trinkets. The ponies at the center of the arena shuffled into their respective locker rooms to recharge. 15 minutes later!
And we're back! The intermission was brought to you by Griffinade. Griffinade, is it in you? Now Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie are returning to the arena for the concluding match of this truly exciting event!
The eager dragon rambled on for a few more minutes, quoting the stats and other interesting tidbits about the two ping-pong powerhouses as they were indeed making their way back to the center of the arena.
Alright, Pinkie Pie, you ready to settle this? 'Cause I am, and I'm not going home without my trophy!
Dash exclaimed, looking as determined to win as ever. She stepped up to the table, paddle in hoof, ready to put everything on the table, so to speak.
You betcha, Dashy! Pinkie Pie is gonna show you why she, Pinkie Pie, is the greatest ping-pong pony in Ponyville! Nay, in all of Equestria! And Pinkie Pie is gonna do it Pinkie Pie style!
Pinkie shouted confidently, putting her hoofs on her hips in a defiant pose.
Pinkie Pie, you are so random!
Dash chuckled, taking the ball from the referee, who quickly backed away, leaving only the two rival friends at the center of the crowded arena. Begin! The unicorn referee shouted at them. Dash tossed the ball up, drew her hoof back, and slammed her paddle into the ball, sending it careening towards the earth pony at the other end of the table. Pinkie Pie countered with a powerful back hoof, the ball launching back at the Pegasus. Dash wasn't going to let that slip by and returned the ball with a violent slam, the ball once again rocketing to the other side, catching just inside the line and bouncing towards the wall.
Ha! I win, Pinkie! There's no way!
Dash was taunting before she stopped mid-sentence as Pinkie sped backwards and shouted the name of her next move.
Okie dokie Loki Lob!
Pinkie declared as she smacked the little white ball high in the air, its arc sending it back to Dash's side. Dash just grinned. Pinkie Pie wanted to play that way? Fine. But Dash would show Pinkie that she was also the best ping-pong player as well as the best flyer in Equestria.
Slip straight slam!
Dash shouted, leading up to meet the ball, slamming it back down to the unguarded table with an audible crack. Pinkie raced back to the table, paddle drawn back for the return strike.
Take this! Cupcake chop!
The pink earth pony yelled, spinning fast and smashing the ball, giving it a wicked spin, making it hit the center of Dash's side and spin off to the left at a wide angle. The multicolored mare flew at the ball, swinging hard with her own whirlwindish spin, again sending the ball whizzing to Pinkie's side with a vengeance.
Twister topspin!
Dash shouted when the hit connected, the ball striking the table low and fast, sipping beneath her opponent's foreleg.
Pinkie Pie, power push pop-up!
The candy-colored earth pony howled, leaping backwards, catching the little white blur with a monstrous blow. The ball engulfed in a small fire as it struck the table, sending out a shower of sparks as it made a 90-degree vertical climb, smokes and flame trailing behind. Dash gave a mighty flap of her wings and sailed up to the fireball, and time seemed to slow down. The airborne Pegasus breathed deeply, everything going quiet in her mind, and the only sound she heard was her heartbeat. She drew her paddle back. An afterimage trailed her movements, and when her backswing reached its peak, her eyes snapped open and the roar of the crowd came rushing back to her as she swung all the power her muscles could give her.
Sonic Spiral Spectra Rainbow Smash Shot!
Dash bellowed, her swing connecting with a boom, a ripple of color blasting out from the ball as it reached supersonic speeds. A twisting contrail of bright rainbow colors was the only indication of the blurring ball's ballistic path toward the table. Pinkie Pie raced back to the table, frantic to catch the ball. The ball struck the table and a brilliant flash of color filled the arena. The once deafening cheers of the crowd were overpowered by a thunderous boom. When the arena dimmed back to a level where sight wasn't painful, the spectators, Spike, and the VIP sponsors in the booth opened their eyes to a shocking sight. The ping pong table had been smashed to pieces, and colored burn marks covered the center of the arena. The pink earth pony was plastered to the wall, and her cyan Pegasus rival was standing on wobbling legs. Point Rainbow Dash! The referee, who had been smart enough to wear Spectrum sunshades, the only eye protection approved for light displays like the one that had been born of Rainbow Dash's attack, shouted unnecessarily as the crowd was stone quiet, which then drove the crowd into a frenzy of frenzied cheering, whooping, stomping, shouting, and screaming. Rainbow Dash chuckled and dragged herself over to Pinkie Pie and stuck out her hoof.
Good game, Pinks. You really gave me a tough time.
She coughed and grinned at the earth pony, who took her hoof and pulled herself off the wall, an indent left in the wall from her collision into it.
Wow, Rainbow Dash, that was amazing! The way you made the ball go all techno-lighty and went whoosh, and ba-boom! And I was all, no, I have to stop it! But I was too slow, and it broke the table and bounced and blew by me! It was the most colorifically spectacular thing I've ever seen! I mean, besides your Sonic Rainboom, that is. That was like a baby Sonic Rainboom, but it was still so amazingly amazing-tastic!
Pinkie exclaimed with a renewed vigor that left Dash wondering where she got all that energy.
Pinkie Pie, you are so random!
Dash laughed and slapped a hoof on Pinkie's back, who had to help her up to the winner's circle since she couldn't really support her own weight. Winner's Circle! Award ceremony! You know, you should probably I don't know.
My little ponies, it is the great honor of my sister and myself to award the top 3 competitors in this tournament for their efforts and dazzling displays of skill.
Princess Celestia smiled serenely as her younger sister nodded in agreement.
In 3rd place, Twilight Sparkle.
Twilight blushed slightly at the cheers for her 3rd place achievement. She hadn't expected to come so far. She didn't even get to finish Ping Pong Professional's Guide to Professional Ping Pong Volume 3 after all. She accepted the bronze medal Princess Luna slipped around her neck with her magic.
In 2nd place, Pinkie, the Paddle Pie.
Pinkie Pie clapped and bounced around happily, making it difficult for the Moon Princess to loop the silver medal around her neck, resolving to hold her down with her magic as she passed the medal and the trophy of a silver paddle to the Pink Party Pony.
And your grand champion of the Equestria World Ping Pong Championship Tournament, Rainbow, the Smash Queen Dash.
Rainbow Dash bowed and struck heroic-looking poses for the thunderingly loud cheering fans before leaning down so Princess Luna could place the gold medal around her neck and pass her an ornately decorated golden trophy of 2 ponies playing ping pong.
And that concludes this year's Equestria World Ping Pong Championship Tournament. Thank you all so very much for attending and supporting your fellow ponies.
Princess Celestia waved to the crowd as the royal guards pulled the chariot away, taking herself and her sister back to the castle. Ponyville, Sugar Cube Corner. A party was in full swing at the town's main bakery, with a banner inside that read, "Congratulations, Rainbow Dash, on winning the super awesome ping pong game, and better luck next time, Pinkie Pie."
I'll tell you what, that sure was some fancy paddling y'all did back there.
Applejack exclaimed, taking a swig of cider and patting the 2 ping pong ponies on their back.
Gosh, Applejack, that's super duper sweet of you to say. Almost as sweet as the cake's marzipan musk full of meringue madness.
Pinkie Pie giggled, sweeping the orange farm pony up in a long, crushing hug.
I agree. You were both simply dazzling. The beauty of your spectacular showdown was simply the best possible thing. I must make you both celebratory gowns to commemorate this event.
Rarity gushed, thinking of all the wonderful designs she could draw up.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on the dress, Rarity, but you're totally right. I was so awesome back there.
Rainbow Dash boasted, swelling out her chest.
You both, did very well. I was cheering as loud as I could for you. Like this.
Fluttershy drew in a deep breath.
Yay!
The shy Pegasus squeaked, barely above an inside voice. Every pony laughed good-naturedly, and Fluttershy blushed sheepishly and hid behind her mane.
You know, the only pony I don't remember seeing there was Derpy Hooves.
Twilight Sparkle mused thoughtfully. Dash waved a hoof dismissively at Twilight.
Derpy probably got caught up with muffins, or just got lost or something. You know how she is, Twi.
Dash said, snagging a few more cupcakes. The party lasted for a few more hours, and eventually every pony returned to their respective homes, except Pinkie Pie, who actually lived at Sugar Cube Corner, so she had nowhere to return, really. The Valley of Valor, the mare's main mountain range. A slate-colored mare with a light green mane and bubbles for a cutie mark stood panting, a singed ping-pong paddle in one hoof, the other clutching a rock to keep her steady. The area around her was littered with small holes, each looking like a drill had eaten through the mountain, scorch marks surrounding the holes. Her steely-eyed glaze slowly relaxed into a wall-eyed expression as she reached inside a saddlebag to pull out a muffin. She was about to take a bite when she noticed a cloaked pony step out of a cave. "Ah, Miss Hooves, I heard the commotion. I trust your training was fruitful?" a kindly old stallion's voice inquired to the mare. Her eyes momentarily refocused and she grinned.
Yeah, it sure was, Steel Grip. I think I perfected the one move that can rival the Sonic Spiral Spectrum Rainboom Smash Shot.
Derpy Hooves nodded at the holes around her. "And what will you call it, my student?" Steel asked, a sliver of a smile gracing his aged muzzle.
I'm going to call it the Derpy Deadball Double Drive Danger Zone Drop Shot.
The slate mare grinned. Her features were full of confidence and dreams of future glory. The stallion chuckled warmly, a whimsical smile playing across his face. "Very well. I leave you to your muffin then, Miss Hooves, and next year you'll take the EWPPCT by storm." Steel Grip continued chuckling as he retreated to the cave he had appeared from. Left to her own devices, Derpy Hooves took one look at the muffin in her hoof, and the razor-sharp visage instantly turned into a cross-eyed stare of unbridled love for the treat before her. She took a bite, and it felt as if the universe had opened to her and given her the secrets of life, the answers to the mysteries no pony could answer, as if it connected her to the infinite expanses of the universe on a level no Earth pony, unicorn, Pegasus, alicorn, changeling, dragon, griffin, or even Draconequus could have ever would experience.
Muffin.
And that's it. That's my recording. I did it. Yay! And it's that time that everyone hates, the time we end the show. For those of you who wish to submit fictions to us, the email to send them to is readrainboom@gmail.com. That is readrainboom@gmail.com. If you didn't quite catch that, don't worry, it's on the screen. Make sure to include fanfic on the subject line, and also put a link to the fiction in the email. Keep in mind, not every fanfic will be read, so don't rage at us if they aren't. Any comments or suggestions other than fanfics can be sent to us at that email as well. Also, as stated before, we have a set of rules for fictions, which are: 1. The fictions must be PG-13, no exceptions. 2. The fictions must be completed. 3. Authors can submit their own story, but cannot be selected without fan support. 4. Fics should not be too short or too long. This week we made exceptions, but fictions preferably 2,500 words or more are what we want. 5. Not too many key characters. We have a limited crew. I hope you all enjoyed watching this show as much as we did making it. And now, it is time to leave. Read on, every pony. Read on. This is Repairman Man recording Making Music by Ponies. Okay. Twilight Sparkle walked through the streets of Ponyville, her hooves clicking on the cobbled streets. Storefronts passed her by as she continued to enjoy the beautifully warm sunlight that Celestia bestowed upon the ponies of Equestria. It was a nice day out, the sweet chirping of blue jays as they flew around, chasing after one another. The weather out was warm, but just enough to be comfortable. Other ponies chatted with the vendors, trying to bargain for the last of their goods, some already sold out of their respective sale items. Couples walked past her, nuzzling each other and barely paying attention to the road they trotted along. Twilight continued to walk down the street, enjoying what she could of the day. Coming to a stop at Applejack's apple cart, she pulled a bit out of her saddlebag and tossed her a coin, taking an apple as she left. It was a bright red apple, grown and ripened to perfection. Opening her mouth wide and about to chomp down on the apple, she stopped short of her bite, an unusual noise piercing her ears. A loud but muffled, and also somewhat dull thumping was ringing throughout the town square, shaking some vendor carts. Fruits of all kinds began vibrating loose and toppled to the ground. Looking throughout the town square, Twilight noticed that every pony was just going along as if the sound wasn't there. Although some vendors were picking up their fruits, annoyance slapped on their faces. She stood there dumbfounded, wondering why the other ponies seemed not to care at all about the strange thumping noise that echoed through the walls of the town. She thought of possible reasons on why they wouldn't have cared for the noise, and raising a hoof to her chin, Twilight began to fall into a semi-deep thought about why they wouldn't possibly care. It didn't make much sense for any reason to ignore it, unless it was a sound that they had become accustomed to. But why would they be accustomed to such an irritating noise, especially if it made them work a bit harder to make sure their sales items didn't fall off their carts? A loud shout and scream burst through her eardrums, followed by the loud screeching of a needle sliding across a vinyl on a switchboard.
Final scratch,
Twilight thought to herself, looking over towards Vinyl's house, in whose windows were boarded over in order to keep the inside dark. Small beams of multicolored light could still be seen shining through the poorly placed boards.
Why must she always be so loud?
She asked herself, racking her mind for a sound-canceling spell. Remembering just the spell to use, her horn began to glow, a small bubble forming at the tip. Straining her mind, Twilight concentrated on making a field big enough to encompass Vinyl's home. With a sudden pop, the thumping and various other noises emanating from Vinyl's home ceased to exist outside of the sound barrier. Various ponies in the square nodded their head at Twilight, muttering thanks and waving to her a good day. She continued on her way, heading towards the tree that towered over most of the other buildings in Ponyville. The tree was what she called her home. Twilight grasped her door in her magic, swinging it open and shutting it behind her as she trotted into her house, the bell over the door ringing as she entered. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Twilight took a book off of the shelf and tried to read it, but it didn't help what was in her mind. It throbbed through her thoughts, pulsing them in a steady beat. Throwing that book on the floor, she pulled another off of the shelves and put it right in front of her face in an attempt to drown out the banging that echoed inside her mind. But her attempts were all in vain, as the wubs, as Vinyl told her they were called, continued to play in her mind. It was not what she would call music. Nowhere even near what she considered to be music. Taviel was more of her type of music. Music played with a gentle classical tone, reverberating stories of time through its chords. But these wubs, they weren't music. It just sounded like some pony took pots and pans and clanked them together to make noise, recorded what they made, and even publishing it for every other pony to listen to. It didn't make sense why any pony would enjoy such crude sounds, but every pony had their own opinions. Some of what she had heard even sounded like some pony put a cat into a blender and recorded the noises that it made. Twilight began to ponder on how easy it must be to do the things that Vinyl does, and how easy it must be to make sound.
Every pony can easily make noise.
Looking around the library, she noticed a vast array of items that she could possibly use to create wubs. Reaching out with her magic, Twilight enveloped the bell that hung silently over the door and placed it at the top of the loft next to her bed with a small clink. She continued to look around the room, Nothing conspicuous visible. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw a blender sitting on the counter, still drying after she had used it earlier that morning for a hay smoothie. Twilight walked into the circular kitchen, a stove occupying a small area on the far end, polished red wood counters wrapping around the walls, broken by a sink and a refrigerator. In the center was an island, cabinets residing underneath the countertops. She swung open the cabinets, pots and pans tumbling out of their hiding places, making loud and obnoxious clanging. A spark of inspiration lit a fire in Twilight's mind. The pans and the blender became surrounded in a violet aura. Twilight walked back out into the center of the library, tossing the pots and pans up into the loft, creating a mess of a pile consisting pots, pans, bells, and a blender. She thought back to what she remembered some of the noise sounding like, but was there any reason to use a living being? Twilight bit her lip and thought it over, a protection spell coming to mind that should hopefully keep any living being safe. With that, she went down with her maniacal plan.
Now, where to get a cat?
She mumbled under her breath, walking to her door and looking in the direction of Carousel Boutique.
Opal!
Opal was fast asleep in the small blanket and pillow-filled bed that Rarity had made for her. She didn't care for Rarity at all. In fact, she considered Rarity to be her own servant. After all, she did deserve every small thing that was given to her, no matter what it was. A small sliver of sunlight made its way into her eyes, claws becoming drawn and paws flying, expecting some pony to be shining something to her eyes. But no pony was there, just the draped lavender curtains parted just enough for sunlight to reach through and wake her from her much-needed nap. Opal looked towards the door that she was closed behind, knowing Rarity was off in the other room destroying her play balls of yarn for something stupid. Opal glared with malice through the door at Rarity, who she could hear readjust herself from the uncomfortable glare Opal had directed at her. Opal walked with grace towards the curtains that hung tied by ribbons to the walls, and raising a paw and drawing a claw, she took a quick slice at each ribbon, the part in the curtains disappearing. Most light in the room dissipated, leaving Opal to using her cat eyes to navigate through the room. She made her way over to the bed, laying back down and placing pillows over her head to drain out the noise of Rarity's sewing machines and constant bickering of imperfect measurements and flaws in her work. The cat fell back into its slumber quickly, where it dreamt of flying through the clouds and watching over all of Ponyville. But this was wrong for Opal, seeing as how she was scared of heights. She looked down in her dream and began to panic. All flight in her body was lost as she was sent fumbling through the air, gaining speed as her body accelerated towards the ground. Opal awoke in a fright in the moments before impact, throwing some pillows off of her body. The first thing that she noticed was that she wasn't in the home that she had become accustomed to, but she was rather floating through the air in her bed. She looked around to see what ignorant fool would take her from her sleep, and take her from her home, for that matter. Turning around, she noticed a purple unicorn with a horn aglow, smiling feebly up at her. Opal let out a malicious hiss and swung a paw at Twilight, even though she was too far away to possibly hit. Twilight spoke to her, but she brushed it off and kept swinging at her, each attempt failing. Halfway through her last swing, her mind went dull and black as she lost connection with reality.
I'm sorry, Opal,
Twilight told her,
but I really need you for an experiment, and I don't want to get scratched by you again.
Twilight stood in her loft, staring at her pile of pots, bells, a blender, and an unconscious Opal in a cage. She just stared at the pile, contemplating what she was going to do with this mess. The stairs loomed in front of her, calling for her to toss a pot down. It mocked her, telling her that she wasn't any good at anything if she couldn't even make music with something as simple as pots and pans. Taking a look at Opal, her horn began to glow, enveloping opalescence in her magic, casting the best protection spell that she could muster from her heart. The spell strained Twilight's mind, and she cringed after completing it, a migraine building up inside of her head. Opening her eyes to study the work she had completed on Opal, she was surprised with the results. Opal had an eerie red glow about her, giving off a small amount of light as the aura around her pulsed slightly in unison with each breath. Twilight took a mental note of the situation, now that she knew what the spell did to a living being. She took the pots and lined them up at the beginning of the stairs, placing other pots and pans behind those in queue of what to give a swift kick down the stairs. Placing the blender next to an outlet, she placed the dual prongs into the socket. A small light came to life on the blender as electricity flowed through its circuits. Gingerly lifting Opal in her hose, she took the cat and placed her into the blender as best as she could, shoving her in with all 4 hooves. Once she was in the blender, as far as she could be, Twilight placed the cap on top of Opal and placed a locking spell on it to prevent the cat from escaping the clutches of the blender it would come to dread. Okay. A tape recorder flew next to Twilight as she summed it with her magic. She took a minute to think over what she would call this noise and what she would call herself. After much internal debate, she took a deep breath before pressing record.
Twilightlicious here, and this is called Noise.
She took the recorder with a smug look upon her face. She gave the first row of pots a kick, sending them flying down the stairs, clanking, thumping, and banging their echoes throughout the house, coming to a hard, clanging rest at the bottom of the stairs. Before the last pan made its way to the very bottom of the stairs, she whispered,
"This won't hurt, I hope,"
to Opal, switching the blender to a high setting. Opal began to whine and yell as she attempted to claw her way out of the container she was entrapped in. The motor whirred, slowing and straining as the blades inside of the blender removed the hair from Opal. From within the flurry of hair and cat, she could distinctly see the face of Opal calling to her. "This will be the last thing you ever do." Twilight looked away from the blender to keep her eyes from coming into contact with Opal's. She kept her mind locked onto the rows of pots in front of her, calculating the perfect timing for each kick and change in blender speed within her own mind. With the timing of the next kicks and blender pauses planned out in her mind, she became enthralled with herself on how easy this was. Some ponies said that the music Vinyl listened to was nothing but noise and that it took no talent to make it, and she proved their assumptions right. She had little talent in what she was doing, and this noise sounded exactly like the music that she had heard playing from Vinyl's home. Not only was this partially a scientific experiment to determine whether the claims of other ponies were right, but it also gave Twilight the chance to relieve her stress by kicking pots and pans down the stairs. Much to her surprise, it was actually rather soothing to be able to kick things, even if they did make such loud noises. Twilight gave another kick into the rows of pots, knocking each down the stairs one by one, all the while changing the speed the blender operated at, using every function that was on its control panel. A smile came across Twilight's face as she was becoming pleased with the results of her noise.
"It sounds just like what Vinyl was playing,"
she thought to herself, an absolute look of glee falling upon her face. She kicked the last row of pots down the stairs, leaving the blender on low to give a deeper whirl, even though Opal was still meowing at Twilight to go to hell. Twilight pressed the off button on the blender and pressed stop on the recorder, Opal falling out of the blender, her hair butchered and cut short at random places. She was about to rewind it and press play before she noticed a mare sitting over the threshold of the main door. It was Vinyl Scratch, and she sat there with her glasses in her hooves and tears flowing from her eyes. Twilight became worried that she had accidentally kicked a pan or pot into Vinyl, possibly injuring her. But this assumption of Twilight's became void as Vinyl came to speak from under her tears. That was beautiful!
Hello everyone, this is TechRat, and right now I'd like to invite you on a journey to a magical world filled with rainbow-colored equines who are highly caffeinated. This is Pinkie Pie Discovers Coffee by Chris Spartan 117. The hallway to the second floor of the Sugar Cube Corner was quiet, almost eerily so. There wasn't a noise to be heard, despite how there were 2 newborn foals and a notoriously hyper pink pony in one of the bedrooms. As the Cakes came upstairs, it was music to their ears that there wasn't any commotion so far. They opened the door to the twins' bedroom to catch them asleep in their crib, with Pinkie Pie standing watch over them, looking a little sleepy herself. She perked up when she saw their parents come in and shut the door behind her.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Cake.
Pinkie Pie whispered.
I thought you were going to be gone a lot longer. You said you wouldn't be back until 3, but now it's only 2:15. Did the ponies in the baking contest not like you two?
Oh dear, no.
Mrs. Cake responded.
They thought we were wonderful judges, but it wasn't as long as we thought it would be.
But that's not the best part,
said Mr. Cake.
We came home to tell you that we finally got the catalog.
He reached into a bag resting on his back to reveal a catalog for cafe products. The title was Getting a Better Day's Rest, a listings of cafe products 2012, and had a picture of many goodies like coffee cups and cupcakes for a cover.
Oh, does that mean we're selling more stuff in the corner now?
Asked Pinkie Pie.
We have so many treats to choose from, like cupcakes and carrot cakes, like your names. And all the ponies say to me, I love these cakes, Pinkie Pie, thanks so much. But if we sell more things in the corner, even more ponies will smile on the way out. And who doesn't like smiles?
I know I do,
laughed Mrs. Cake, never tired of Pinkie's imagination.
How were the foals while we were gone?
Wonderful! They're getting better all the time, and I only had to use 1 bag of flour today.
Flour?
Puzzled Mr. Cake.
What were you doing with that bag of flour?
Oh, just for baking cakes. I promise that's all they do. After all, they're growing up, and now they can know all about cakes.
The Cakes bought the excuse, and looked back to see the foals sleeping soundly. They agreed to pay Pinkie the agreed amount of bits, and she escaped outside the corner, saying something about needing to be part of Twilight's latest experiment involving mains. They sighed once they were alone, grateful that Pinkie appeared to be getting better all the time at this full-sitting business. Not wanting to wake Pound Cake and Pumpkin Cake, they went downstairs and brought out the many jars of bits out, labeled expansion money on each one.
It's finally time!
He smiled over to her.
Can you believe it? After all these years of saving up, we finally have enough to look at this and buy something!
I can't believe it either,
she said.
I'm really proud of you. Now let's see what we can buy. But what can we get out of these products?
That's the best part of waiting this long. We can get almost everything on this catalog, and as many things.
Eager to see for herself, she flipped through the pages and eyed the prices, and it was true. There had to be thousands of bits in their inventory just for this, and nothing was above 1,000. They could cherry-pick whatever they wanted, and it wouldn't be a problem. But picking exactly what was trickier than they imagined. There were entire pages full of items they were already carrying, particularly in the pastry section. It was odd, because the catalog went with brand names, and occasionally they would even see their own name in it, successfully franchising some of their best-known items. Then things got a little more interesting. There was a section full of things they never had before, in a section called the Cafe's Choice. Here, they found such things like coffee cakes, bottled drinks, and coffee drinks.
Honey, what do you think about this coffee business?
She wondered.
You mean those drinks loaded with caffeine?
He responded.
I haven't had a cup of coffee in years, but I remember in college I used to drink them all the time. I had to pour a bunch of sugar and cream to like how it tasted, though. It wasn't worth the trouble.
This Starbits brand says it comes with all of that inside the coffee, and you're supposed to serve it with all the sugar and cream inside. That's how their machines work.
Can I see that? I haven't heard of a coffee maker like this before.
She pushed the catalog down the table, and he looked over the Starbits section. The illustrations of what the drinks were supposed to look like were a complete 180 from what he remembered. They were in towering cups, and had so much inside that it was naturally white, the sign of a good cup of coffee. Ah, how they first met.
I don't know about this cupcake,
he admitted.
It is expensive to carry, and that's something we'll have to pass down to the customer. And we built this brand on cheap prices and good food.
But I've heard what's happened to other ponies that carried Starbits before. They got a lot of business come in, and we can always keep the rest of our menu.
Now he was going to have to think about this, and he trotted back and forth, trying to weigh the pros and cons of the move. He knew he would still have money left over, but if he voted on this one, he wouldn't have this much flexibility again for a while. But then again, he heard the stories too, of the business colts getting richer when they let customers carry Starbits.
Fine,
he groaned.
But are you sure we'll get more ponies coming in if we do this?
We'll be the first in Ponyville to have a Starbits coffee. That's big, you know. They're all in Canterlot and Cloudsdale right now.
Really? Then I'm going to place an order for that machine right now.
Stay still, this won't hurt.
Twilight said, trying to keep Pinkie still.
But I don't know what that machine does! Does it zap ponies with a huge laser? Spray them with gas and keep them sleeping for years? I don't know!
Pinkie Pie shouted. The massive machine took up almost all of Twilight's first floor, pointing down at a table with what looked like to be a pin at the end. She tried in vain to strap Pinkie down, only for her to hop out of her grasp and hop around, looking at the many blinking lights on the machine.
No, it doesn't do any of that. It's perfectly safe.
Twilight explained.
It's part of what could be a breakthrough in main technology, one that could change all of Equestria.
Oh, when you put it that way, I want to see what this is. Maybe you can make it poofier?
Twilight shook her head and finally got the pony to strap herself in. With the maniac ready to go, the unicorn went up to a ladder going high above and found a dial going around. There it had the color wheel in all its glory, and she turned it to the color blue. She proceeded to press a gigantic red button next to the color wheel, and the machine began to hum. The noise was quiet to start, and got louder by the second, until Twilight had to cover her ears to not lose any hearing. Inside, a laser emerged from inside, pointing straight at Pinkie's mane. It was red-colored at first, until it cycled through all of the colors in the wheel, before landing on blue. It widened to cover all of the table, Pinkie disappearing in one big blue laser light. The light was almost as bright as the sun, yet she didn't complain at all through it all.
Hey, this kind of tickles! What did you use to make this machine go?
Gems and magic, Pinkie!
Twilight responded, using a pair of goggles to cover her eyes. The whole room was immersed in the color blue, before fading away at last, everything back to normal. Twilight's goggles were burnt to a crisp, and she discarded them away, climbing down to see if her work paid off at last. And it did! Pinkie held up a mirror to see her mane had turned from its naturally pink shade to a dark blue.
Wow, now I look like... Wait, I don't know many ponies with this kind of blue mane. Koch has blue, but it's not all blue. It's white, too.
Yes, it worked!
Twilight exclaimed.
I can finally change the color of a mane! This is going to be great!
But you can already change a mane's color. It's called mane dye.
I know about that. However, if this works like I want it to, you can change it permanently. You'll never need another bottle again!
Pinkie looked back at the mirror, looking back at her new blue mane.
Actually, can you change it back to pink for me? I really liked it pink, and pink's in my name after all. I don't think Bluey Pie has the same ring to it.
No problem. I just hope I don't set the house on fire. It does make a lot of smoke.
And there we go. It's all finished,
Mr. Cake said, as the brand new Starbits neon sign lit up on the storefront window. It had the image of Celestia looking at the viewer, her hooves lifted up and pointing at her head, with a flowing dress on and coated in green all around. The sign said, "We proudly serve Starbits coffee," for yet another great selling point for the bakery.
How does it look, Honey Bun?
Mrs. Cake asked from inside, propping a door open to hear his reaction.
It looks amazing! You're right, this was the right choice,
he said, coming in to take a big look at the new steel-plated coffee machine.
I had one of their lattes, and it was delicious. Who do you think will be our first customer?
Right then, Pinkie Pie and Twilight Sparkle came in, with their whole bodies covered in ashes from head to hoof. They waved to greet the cakes, thrilled for some odd reason. Maybe it was how Pinkie's hair was back to normal.
Good heavens, girls!
Mrs. Cake gasped.
What happened to you two? Do you need to go to the hospital?
It's nothing, Mrs. Cake.
Pinkie assured.
It's just that Twilight wanted to be a mad scientist for a day, and I said, how do you want to experiment on me today? And she said, I want to permanently change your hair color because I'm crazy. And it went along with it, and the machine worked, and I even have blue mane. But it's a very big machine, so when she changed it back, we had to go through 3 fire extinguishers. Don't worry, though, she only lost 1 book, and it was an evil book on this scientist named...
Twilight had enough and shut Pinkie up with a hoof in the mouth.
What she's saying is, we're fine. We had a good time.
Then, the shine from the steel coffee machine parked in front grabbed her attention.
What's that?
That is our brand new coffee machine,
Mr. Cake boasted.
It's the latest addition to our menu, and it makes all kinds of coffee. Latte, frappe, Plain coffee? It's something we agreed ponies like you would like.
What's coffee?
Pinkie asked. He opened his mouth to answer back, before the thought hit him. Pinkie Pie with a cup of coffee. The idea of such a hyperactive pony with a whole cup of caffeine in her system? Mr. Cake almost fainted at the mere idea of it before answering.
It's a drink made of these beans, you see, and they're all mixed together to make a drink full of caffeine. Caffeine helps you keep all that energy you have, and if you're really tired, it can help keep you awake.
That sounds good. Can I try it first?
He gasped when he heard those words. It was going to happen whenever he wanted it to or not. He looked back at his wife, and while she looked as grim as he did, she nodded, acting as approval to put Ponyville in danger and go ahead and make her something anyways.
Are you sure you want one? You might not like the taste.
But I just looked at that new menu and it says that you use milk for that frappe. That's the best thing ever! Milk is tasty and frappe is fun to say. Frappe, frappe, frappe!
Fine. One frappe on the way. What flavor?
She looked back up at the menu, seeing all the flavors.
I like chocolate.
With the order of doom made, he went over to the machine. This could mark the end of Ponyville, and he knew it. He went ahead and put the settings on, ordering it to make one large chocolate frappe. The cup was placed in the dispenser, and it would take a while to make, delaying their final moment a little longer. It was a relief to him, as he wanted to enjoy this final moment with his wife. She came over and they hugged tight to each other, like one would before being shipped off to a war. Twilight Sparkle didn't get this at all. What was the big deal? She smiled as the machine whirred, making her first cup of coffee ever. She didn't know how it would taste, which just added to the excitement. Would it really taste like a chocolate bar? Or would it taste like melted chocolate, which was just as yummy? All the possibilities, and it was going to be great! After several minutes, the machine topped the whipped cream on top with chocolate syrup, the final step in the process. Mrs. Cake pulled back and watched in tears as Mr. Cake pulled the frappe out and put it on the counter to within Pinkie's reach.
There. One chocolate frappe.
He wept.
I'm so sorry it took this long.
What? That's not a problem, especially when it's this good.
Pinkie reassured.
Now let's dig in, every pony.
She stuck a straw through the layer of whipped cream and right into the sugary goodness. With her mouth watering, she stuck the straw in her mouth and took one large gulp of the stuff, the caffeine going inside her body and empowering her with energy. The cakes dove under the counter, preparing for the worst. They held on to each other, praying that Celestia would take their lives early so they wouldn't have to see a destroyed Equestria. But nothing happened. There was nothing but peace, quiet, and Pinkie saying,
Yummy!
They came back up to see Pinkie still with the frappe, still looking happy as ever, and Twilight still having no idea what was going on.
Wait, you haven't exploded yet?
Mr. Cake asked.
No.
Pinkie responded.
What about the caffeine? Don't you feel any different?
Mrs. Cake said.
A little. My stomach feels like it's got a bunch of ants crawling all around, and they're the most hyper ants I've met. But that's it.
Shocked and surprised, they wiped the sweat off their foreheads.
Well,
Mr. Cake said,
I think this is going to work out after all.
Yes, indeedy. It's really delicious, and it does taste like a chocolate bar. I want this every day if the ants calm down.
It does look delicious,
said Twilight Sparkle.
You think I could have a sip?
Of course.
She handed Twilight the cup, and the unicorn used her horn to bring the cup over to her face. She took the straw in her mouth and took her own sip of the masterpiece before giving it back.
Wow, that is really good.
She noted.
Now, I really should go back and dust all that dust off. Oh, my Celestia! I love you guys!
Suddenly, Twilight became a living ball of energy, exploding up into the air and launching straight for the cakes. They were taken off guard as she tackled them to the ground, her pupils shrinking as she became the horror they were afraid of.
Oh my gosh, I just thought how awesome it was that you have coffee!
Twilight ranted, slurring her words together.
It's coffee! I can stay awake all the time now, and it is all thanks to you!
She leapt off the counter and into the table area.
I love coffee, yes I do. In fact, I want more than two. How about we dance, and I swear I'm not in a trance.
Twilight, you're sounding like Zecora now.
Pinkie noted, as the cakes fled for their lives to the second floor.
I'm sure that's nice, but do you even know that you're rhyming?
Of course I don't! Because now I know coffee is the answer to everything! What is 2 plus 2? 4 coffees! What is the center of the universe? Wherever coffee is present. Dear Princess Celestia, I learned about the magic of coffee!
The unicorn lunged and crashed away outside the window, raving like a beautiful lunatic about coffee to any pony that would listen.
Okay, Twilight, you're acting really silly.
Said Pinkie.
But silly is fine. Silly is the best mood to be in, because that means you can make people smile.
I know!
Screamed Twilight from outside.
I can conquer every book in days, and that means I can use the new free time to learn more about friendship!
Just then, she felt something piercing her neck. She pulled it out to see it was a tranquilizer dart. When she looked up, she found Mrs. Cake inside with a tranquilizer gun in her mouth, aimed right at Twilight.
How dare you! I will tell you something. No pony ever stops this new coffee, Twilight. I'm coming after you!
Twilight bent down on the ground and leapt for Mrs. Cake like a jaguar. Mrs. Cake screamed as the unicorn got closer, before Mr. Cake picked up the gun and shot another dart at Twilight's belly, causing her to fall to the ground snoring. The whole area was unclear, unfocused, in a shade of dark brown. Twilight didn't know what she was looking at, but she could feel the air around her head was really cold. She rubbed her horn, only to realize it was a bag of ice on the top of her head. As her vision slowly came back to her, she was starting to see the color pink in a small shape. She blinked her eyes many times, and finally made out Pinkie Pie, standing in front of her.
You're finally awake!
Pinkie joyfully said.
I gotta say, you snore funny. No wonder Spike is always tired. I couldn't nap either.
What?
Twilight mumbled.
I'm back home?
Yeah, the cake shot you with some gun that makes you sleepy. Don't worry, they only want you to pay for a new window, a new Starbucks sign, and never to buy coffee from them again.
That sounds awful, Pinkie. How is that supposed to be good news?
I already paid for everything.
As her vision came back to normal, she rubbed her temples with her hooves, the ice bag really helping with the headache she was getting.
Why would you do that?
Did you know how you were when you were really hyper? More than me, I know that. You're the only pony that could do everything I want to do and even better than I.
How's that supposed to help me? I hated that. I didn't have any self-control.
Silly head.
Pinkie Pie said, while dropping a huge frappe in Twilight's lap.
I'll teach you self-control, but right now, drink up. I've got a whole schedule ahead of us.
Hello, this is Chaotic Harmony. Now, my fiction this week isn't a sad fiction. I was asked to read this fiction by a person in the Everfree Radio IRC chat. This fiction is called The Best of the Best Fliers Exhibition. It is by an author known as Ace2401. This author was part of the Brony community, until a few months ago. He had heart complications and passed away only 2 days after his birthday. This reading is a memorial to Ace. May his soul find rest in the afterlife. It was a massacre. A massacre swift in execution, and absolute in the ending of its targets. Alas, not a single cloud, no matter how wide or fluffy, survived the eradication of its kind at the deft hooves of Rainbow Dash, weather pony extraordinaire.
Wow, Rainbow Dash, I think that's a new record.
Cloud Kicker's mouth hung agape at this stunning display of cloud genocide. The poor collections of floating water droplets never stood a chance. Landing triumphantly, Rainbow Dash affirmed that this display was indeed a record in the field of cloud clearing.
Yep, 22 clouds spread over approximately 1,000 square yards, cleared in 8 1/2 seconds is definitely a new record. And yes, I'm totally awesome.
She nonchalantly rubbed a hoof against her chest before blowing off the lingering cloud puffs that stuck to the aforementioned hoof.
Wait, how are you able to just rattle off all that? Can you actually keep track of that stuff?
Asked the somewhat skeptical Cloud Kicker, a light purple blonde-maned Pegasus who was Rainbow Dash's co-worker for the Ponyville's weather team.
Yeah, an athlete's got to know exactly how amazing they are, you know,
declared the boastful Cyan Pegasus.
Whatever.
Cloud Kicker rolled her eyes, not terribly impressed with Rainbow Dash's braggart nature on this day, however much she considered the Blue Pegasus a friend. She was used to it, though. Rainbow Dash being her boss somewhat made that an inevitability.
Hey, you know it's good practice for my show this weekend. I gotta make a good impression on the Wonderbolt so they'll finally invite me to join,
explained Rainbow Dash concerning her show-off-y behavior.
So, will you make sure everything's covered while I'm gone this weekend?
Asked the much more serious and now level-headed Rainbow Dash.
Of course. You know I'll have everything under control,
replied Cloudkicker.
The list of things that need to be done is at Town Hall, but here's the most important things. Sweet Apple Acres needs a good rain, Ponyville's due for a good and windy day, and there's a big storm brewing over the Everfree Forest that might be heading this way, so keep an eye on that. Got it?
Consider it done.
I knew I can count on you. Thanks a ton for keeping things running while I'm gone.
I am your second in command for a reason, you know.
Cloudkicker wore a sly grin on her face.
Yeah, you're second in command for a reason. Hey, you probably run things better than me. You know I find managing all the details boring.
The rainbow-maned Pegasus let out a chuckle, and Cloudkicker beamed.
Don't let it go to your head, though, because I'm still the best at getting the job done. Besides, letting things get to my head is my job.
Cloudkicker rolled her eyes.
Sometimes I wonder why I put up with you. And you know, I'm usually the one that has to sort out all the details.
'Cause I'm the boss, that's why. And you know I'm just teasing you. And like I just said, I'm the boss. It's called delegating,
retorted Rainbow Dash.
I say it's called lazy,
deadpanned Cloudkicker, who was rolling her eyes again before breaking out in a giggle that she tried to suppress with the hoof to her mouth.
You sure are funny, Cloudkicker,
said Rainbow Dash, who took her own opportunity to roll her eyes at her coworker.
Yes, I am,
stated Cloudkicker, at which point the two friends burst out laughing together, 4 legs over each other's shoulders. A moment later, after the two had calmed down, the blue Pegasus said,
I better get going,
before taking off into the air and waving goodbye.
Thanks again for everything.
You're welcome. Bye.
Cloudkicker waved farewell as Rainbow Dash suddenly became nothing more than a rainbow blur zooming off into the distance.
Spike, do you have everything we'll need for our trip?
Asked Twilight Sparkle, who was currently otherwise engrossed in the book Advanced Spells for the Traveling Pony.
Yes, ma'am.
Enthusiastically replied the purple dragon as he gave Twilight a salute to express his diligence.
Thanks, Spike. I trust you'll keep the library safe while we're gone?
You know it.
The unicorn headed for the door, she said.
Alright, I better get going. I told the girls I'd meet them outside because Pinkie Pie always seems to make a...
At that point, Twilight was next to the door when, on cue, it suddenly slammed open, crashing her flat against the wall. In trotted Pinkie Pie, oblivious to the fact that she'd just smashed Twilight to the door, who asked,
Hey Spike, where's that silly filly Twilight? We're waiting for her outside.
Sighing, Spike went to separate the door from the wall, which left Twilight to crash face first onto the floor.
Mess.
She finished her statement from before. Pinkie rushed to the lavender unicorn's side, hovering over her. Pinkie tilted her head until it was parallel with Twilight's prone form.
Hey Twi, we're all waiting!
Ow.
Was the only reply the unicorn could muster. The idea finally got to Pinkie that Twilight might not be feeling so well, considering the fact that she seemed somewhat slimmer than the last time Pinkie had seen her.
Oh, are you okay?
Pinkie asked Twilight.
Ugh, I'll live. Probably,
she said with more than a hint of snark. Pinkie, as usual, remained totally immune to such things as sarcasm and snark, as she said,
Well, it can't be as bad as that day you were following me around. You got stung by a bunch of bees and then fell down those stairs and then Derpy accidentally dropped the piano and anvil on you and a bunch of other things too. And I'm pretty sure before all that you had at least a couple doors slammed on you.
With a hop and a giggle, she concluded.
So I'm sure you'll be fine.
A sigh escaped the unicorn.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I was really worried there. Come on, Pinkie, let's go.
As the perk in her step returned, she waved and gave Spike her final goodbye before exiting the library she called home. Emerging into the outside world, the bubbly Earth Pony and the studious unicorn found the rest of their group centered around Rainbow Dash, who was explaining the momentous event they were all to attend. Hovering a few feet in the air and gesticulating in her excitement, Rainbow Dash gave the full spiel after seeing Twilight and Pinkie Pie join the rest of the circle.
The best Fliers exhibition is like the biggest, most important, and most awesome event of the year. This is what the Wonderbolts saved the best show of their performance season for. Oh man, it'll be amazing! And most awesome of it all, since I won last year's Best Young Flyer competition, I've been invited to perform, with the Wonderbolts themselves watching!
Her excitement finally getting the best of her, the athletic Pegasus let out a high-pitched squeal. Pinkie joined in Dash's excitement, hopping up and down. Though it was possible that she was just doing that because she was almost always excited, her being Pinkie Pie and all. Regardless, she shouted,
Oh, Dashy, you're right! This'll be the best vacation ever!
Darn tootin',
concurred Applejack.
Indeed, the Wonderbolts, not to mention yourself, Rainbow Dash, always put on marvelous showcases of acrobatic bravado.
Rarity voiced her enthusiasm in a fashion much more befitting a lady like herself.
Yay.
The mild-mannered Fluttershy quietly expressed how she was looking forward to the weekend events. Twilight walked to the center of the circle that her friends had formed and declared,
All right then, ladies, let's get going.
A glowing sphere encircled the friends as Twilight prepared the group teleportation spell to take them all directly to the fields under Cloudsdale, where the extravaganza of flight was going to be taking place. Nary a moment later, the six disappeared. A green expanse filled the horizon. In the foreground of this panorama stood a large coliseum, which was itself surrounded by several smaller stadiums. In the field encompassing these structures was scores upon scores of tents and the excited mass of ponies here for the weekend's big event. If they were all to look up to the west, they would see the Pegasus city of Cloudsdale that was only 5 miles away. In the small clearing, just half a mile south of this massive gathering, the 6 friends of Ponyville, known as the Elements of Harmony, appeared with a bang, with Twilight Sparkle at the head of the group. She said,
That went well, didn't it, girls? I told you I got the spell down perfectly this time.
It was only then that she heard the cacophony of coughing behind her. She turned to face her friends, who did not seem to be very amused, not to mention the fact that their faces looked like they were covered in soot, their manes blown backwards and held rigid by the same black substance that was all over their faces.
Oh, well, at least it didn't affect me this time.
Twilight began, but the increasingly annoyed looks her friends gave her told her that as far as they were concerned, that point was entirely moot. Rainbow Dash was the first to speak up.
You know, Twilight, I'm totally a better flyer than you are a magician. That's why I was invited to this competition while you're just getting us blown up.
But what about that one time you ended up in the hospital?
Twilight retorted.
I'm still better. I don't constantly make stuff explode by accident.
There was also that time.
I'm better.
And that other time.
I'm better.
Rainbow Dash was getting quite flustered by this point. As the two bickered, the other 4 were laughing at the spectacle they were putting on for them, until Pinkie Pie suddenly appeared right between the 2 arguing ponies. Giggling, she told them,
Oh, you 2 silly fillies, you're both amazingly fantastic.
Thanks, Pinkie.
Dash and Twilight said in unison.
And you're both totally hilarious.
At that point, she and the 3 others resumed laughing at the 2 of them, who had not a moment ago been too busy being arrogant. At first, the unicorn and the Pegasus weren't amused, but eventually they even joined in the jubilant laughter.
I'm sorry, every pony. I'll be sure to work on that whole not exploding all of you thing.
Apologized the now going to spend all night studying unicorn.
Oh, it's alright. I don't really mind.
Said the docile Fluttershy.
Well, I don't mind too much.
The rest of them nodded in agreement.
My coiffure and I tentatively forgive you as well, Twilight. Assuming we can restore ourselves to our usual fabulosity.
Rarity added.
Well, shucks. What are we all standing around here waiting for? Let's go get ourselves set up for the night.
Offered Applejack.
Splendid idea. Let's get going, girls.
Agreed Twilight, who led the way as they searched for a place to set up their lodgings for the weekend. A few hours later, they found themselves in the eastern field, all putting the finishing touches on their homes away from home. The 2 abodes that appeared to be the largest were Rainbow Dash's and Pinkie Pie's. The former had built a miniature version of her sizable cloud home in Ponyville, complete with fancy columns and a small rainbow fountain. It was, however, lacking in most of the anemones that can be found in her actual home. The latter's tent, if one could call it that, was on the outside a giant cupcake, 10 feet tall, complete with pink frosting and sprinkles. On the inside, it inexplicably included a full kitchen with every possible ingredient one could need to make any confection anyone wanted. It also had a cotton candy machine. The unicorn's tents were both extravagantly designed. Rarity's was a majestic, small-scale, snow-white castle, just large enough to be complete in its detail, and her cutie mark adorned the entryway. Despite the detailed design, the tent appeared to be just large enough for 2 ponies. Twilight's tent was in the shape of a tower about 13 feet tall, lavender in color. The top came to a point, and just below widened for a door that stepped out into a perch, complete with a battlement. Similar to Rarity's, Twilight's cutie mark sat just above the door. However, looking upon it from the clouds, it seemed like it barely had room for 1 pony, much less room for a way to reach the balcony. Of course, the unicorn's tents were not normal on the inside, just as they did not appear normal on the outside. If one were to walk inside either of them, it would be apparent that they were enchanted, as they were both volumes larger indoors, and were both fitted with accommodations tailored to their owners. Rarity had a complete dressing room, full of the dresses she deemed most stunning for the occasion, and Twilight's was fitted with a miniature, by her standards at least, book depository. As for Applejack and Fluttershy, the 2 had merely brought simple, single pony tent sleeping bags. Despite their apparent simplicity, The tents took just as long to set up as much as the other more desirable sleeping quarters as the other 4. Fluttershy and Applejack did not fail to notice this as the two finished up setting up their said single-tony tents.
What the...
muttered Applejack at seeing her friend's exorbitant weekend homes.
Oh my.
Whispered Fluttershy, expressing a similar sentiment. The two, in unison, looked back at their own tents, and then at their friends, and then at each other before sharing an embarrassed chuckle. Suddenly, a raucous racket made its way to their ears, from Pinkie Pie's monument to her love of sweets. So Applejack and Fluttershy made their way over to investigate.
Knock knock, Pinkie Pie. Can me and Fluttershy come in?
Asked the farm pony.
Of course, you don't even have to ask.
Answered the pink pony. The first thing that Yeah, I'm gonna pause here. The first thing that greeted Fluttershy and Applejack as they stepped into the tent was the sight of Pinkie Pie frantically working to prepare what appeared to be 2 cakes, 3 dozen donuts, and a batch of cookie bars, and cotton candy. Simultaneously. By the look of things, and in spite of a few laws of physics that would undoubtedly have something to say about this cook-off undertaken by a lone pony, she seemed to be succeeding.
How do you have all this stuff? Here. In a tent?
A dumbfounded Applejack asked, deciding to skip the subject on how her tent could be so big in the light of even stranger revelations.
My party cannon has a camp-out setting, that's how, silly Applejack. Who's a silly pony? You is.
Explained Pinkie Pie, if one could call that an explanation.
Right. And you know what annoys the dickens out of me when you say that.
The pink baker only giggled mischievously in response.
Hey, would you tell everybody that I'm almost done making treats for all of us?
Sure thing, Sugar Cube. Let's go, Fluttershy.
The two walked outside, and Applejack whispered to Fluttershy.
You know, sometimes that girl freaks me the hay out.
She's Pinkie Pie,
came Fluttershy's response. A few hours later, after sharing the relatively small percentage of treats that weren't consumed by Pinkie Pie, and after Applejack and Fluttershy deflected all other offers they received to share one of the 4 others' spacious lodgings, and after the two were reminded endlessly by the 2 unicorns that enchanted tents are a commodity on sale at most outdoors pony shops, the 6 split ways for the evening. Applejack, being the early to bed, early to rise kind of gal, went to get some her shut-eye for the night. Twilight went to go hit the books, which came as a surprise to no pony, though Pinkie Pie reminded her that reading the books was better instead of trying to hit them. Rarity went in to relax in her personal hot tub, and to the other 4's surprise, Fluttershy opted to accompany Rainbow Dash to this year's big rock concert with a number of huge bands performing. That in itself was considered an event that accounted for a large percentage of the ponies in attendance.
You too, Fluttershy? I didn't know you liked that kind of music.
Asked Twilight.
Oh, well, Rainbow Dash got me to listen to it when we were in school together, and I thought it was really good back then. Rainbow Dash and I still listen to music together for old time's sake every once in a while. We even go to the occasional concert,
replied Fluttershy, while mildly blushing.
Yeah, and the band that plays a lot of our favorite songs is playing, like the Manhattan Project and the Trees. It's going to be almost as awesome as watching the Wonderbolts perform,
shouted Rainbow Dash.
The Trees is my favorite.
Fluttershy beamed in excitement.
And there's a few awesome songs that they're going to play that they haven't played in like forever. Aren't you excited to hear them play A Farewell to Kings again finally, Fluttershy?
Oh, yes.
Well then, what are we still waiting for? We gotta get good seats.
Twilight bid them farewell.
All right, have fun, you two.
They all wished each other a good night as the sun sat on the horizon before finally sinking below and bringing night with its passing. In the next day's afternoon, the 2 Pegasi of the group found themselves a few cloud layers high in the sky.
Yay.
Came Fluttershy's soft brand of cheering as from a nearby cloud she watched Rainbow Dash practice for a routine later that day. The blue Pegasus was outdoing herself. First, she gathered a mass of clouds in the sky with such speed that it was almost as if they had spontaneously appeared there. Then, she flew around the cloud in every which way so fast that the cloud appeared to be surrounded in her rainbow trail, as if it was a nucleus at the center, before she finally flew right into it, causing it to shoot lightning in every direction and create a stunning explosion of colors that crackled with electricity across the equestrian sky.
Oh, wow. It's so pretty, Rainbow Dash,
said Fluttershy as she saw her friend coming to land proudly next to her.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, isn't it? Of course, it would be, seeing how awesome I am,
declared Rainbow Dash, as full of herself as ever.
Oh, yes, Dash. You really are amazing.
Happily giggled Fluttershy.
I know you're going to perform just wonderfully today.
Thanks, Fluttershy. I really appreciate the support.
Of course. I'm just happy to be here for you.
The two shared a warm smile that only could be shared by lifelong friends, followed by a warm hug.
I'm glad I have some pony like you that I know will always be there to encourage me.
Expressed Rainbow Dash during their friendly embrace.
Even if your cheering sometimes, well, a lot of the times, leaves something to be desired, like volume.
Rainbow Dash tapped her chin as if she were in deep in thought.
Yeah, definitely volume.
Fluttershy blushed as she was reminded of her particularly docile vocal cords. Thinking back on the last 30 seconds, Rainbow Dash wore somewhat of a confused expression.
Huh, that was really sappy. Can't say I know where that came from. Guess I'm just feeling sentimental today.
Guess so.
Agreed Fluttershy.
Oh well, let's go, Fluttershy. We've still got a few hours to hang out with the rest of the gang before the big show.
After those few hours of relaxing merriment and a few last-minute pep talks for Rainbow Dash, the aerial acrobat was in position to begin her big show. She heard the announcer's voice booming throughout the stadium.
Fillies and gentlecoats, on this fine day at the Best Flyers exhibition, we present to you the creme de la creme of Equestria's up-and-coming Flyers, the winner of the last Best Young Flyers competition, the pony known for performing the legendary sonic Rainboom, the one, the only, Rainbow Dash!
Not wasting any time, the Rainbow Pegasus dashed out into the middle of the stadium. And before one could say, "Wow, that mare's fast," Rainbow Dash had already ornately written her name in the clouds above the stadium, her rainbow trail leaving the clouds with the appearance of being tie-dyed. The crowd cheered at the visual spectacle, pumping up the Pegasus for her routine. Over the next hour, Rainbow Dash made a clear showing of her vast skill, daring, and dexterity, in addition to her stunning speed. You could say that Princess Celestia's statement that Rainbow Dash was the greatest flyer in Equestria was clearly vindicated that night. Flaming hoops provided no problem for the flyer that night, nor did the other simple obstacles such as land speed records, or in one trick's case, the record for the fastest example of a backwards upside down loop-de-loop. There were dangerous, high-speed, 90-degree turn salams, extravagant loops, and more than one self-described monument to the awesomeness of Rainbow Dash constructed during the performance. And as the grand finale, Rainbow Dash performed the same trick she had demonstrated for Fluttershy, only this time it was 5 times the scale. It was said that the brilliantly shining arcs of the rainbow lightning created that evening could be seen all the way from Canterlot. Of course, that was said by the attendees, who were all too enraptured by the display to have much sense. As the spectacle ended, cheering erupted throughout the stadium, and the elated performer took center stage and gave her audience a bow.
Thank you, every pony. I'm glad you all could witness the awesomeness that is Rainbow Dash.
The cheering somehow became even louder. After the stadium emptied, Rainbow Dash reunited with her friends, who were all celebrating the Pegasus's most excellent performance.
Oh, wow, Rainbow Dash! That was the most amazingly thing I've ever seen!
Enthused the ever-excitable Pinkie Pie.
Yes, my dear, that was a truly spectacular show!
Chimed in Rarity.
I have to say, even I'm a bit impressed.
Chuckled Applejack.
Even though you did go a bit over the top talking about how awesome you are.
Crowds love that kind of thing.
Scoffed Rainbow Dash.
Almost as much as I do.
She added. At that, the 6 friends laughed, until Rainbow Dash stopped dead in her tracks, a horrified look on her face. Completely silent. Fluttershy was the first to notice.
What is it, Rainbow? Is something wrong?
Asked the now concerned Fluttershy. Remaining agape with silence, all Rainbow Dash could do was point at the large center coliseum where a team of Flyers were wowing their crowd. A crowd larger than Rainbow Dash's.
Something wrong, Sugar Cube?
Applejack inquired next. Rainbow Dash began to stammer.
But, look, I was supposed to be tonight's big attraction, and I thought the Center Coliseum was reserved for the big Wonderbolts performance tomorrow, not these amateurs.
The last word was hissed with particular contempt.
I'm better than all those stinking Thunderheads combined!
The Thunderheads? Who are they?
Asked Twilight.
They're just a second-rate flying team that wishes they could be as good or as famous as the Wonderbolts. They're nothing special, but somehow they got a bigger audience than I did tonight.
Fumed Rainbow Dash.
Is it really that big a deal?
Fluttershy asked.
Yes! You of all ponies should know that this is a totally big deal to me. If I can't even get as big as those stupid Thunderheads, how the hey am I supposed to even become a Wonderbolt?
Oh, I'm sorry, Rainbow.
Whimpered Fluttershy.
You're supposed to know these things, Fluttershy. You're supposed to be there for me.
But...
Fluttershy tried to think of anything she could say.
Whatever. I'm going to bed.
Before another word could be said, Rainbow Dash was gone. A
A single tear slid down Fluttershy's face, as if she had failed her oldest friend. The next day, just before the big Wonderbolt show, Rainbow Dash was still nowhere to be found, even after her friends had spent all day searching for her. They had wanted to give her some space last night, but when they never saw her in the morning, they were rather alarmed.
Ugh, sometimes I just can't stand that Rainbow Dash.
The farmer pony began.
She loses it over the least important things, I swear. I still can't believe how she treated you, Fluttershy. But I can't be bothered to deal with her right now if she's gonna act this way. I say that if she doesn't show up in the next 5 minutes, we should just head to the show without her.
After an awkward silence of approximately just that long, Applejack declared,
Well, I'm gonna go see that show. Any of y'all coming?
Instead of waiting for a response, Applejack marched off toward the Coliseum. The rest of the 5 shrugged and followed, unsure of what else they could do. As the 5 ponies arrived, they were greeted by the largest gathering of ponies most of them had ever seen. Truly, this was the sporting event of the year. It took the group almost 20 minutes just to get their seats. As they arrived, Fluttershy hoped to see Rainbow Dash there waiting for them, as the last thing Fluttershy could imagine Rainbow Dash doing was missing a Wonderbolt show. Alas, after the 5 had sat down, the 6th seat they had reserved remained empty, much to Fluttershy's distress and dismay.
Are you sure one of us shouldn't go searching for Rainbow Dash?
The timid pony asked.
If she's still moody enough that she won't even come to a Wonderbolt show, then I'm sorry to say that she just ain't worth dealing with right now,
replied Applejack.
Okay,
sighed Fluttershy, sad that her best friend wasn't going to be there to see the show. But most of all, she was sad that her friend was still hurting. The fact that it was so petty didn't matter to Fluttershy. She just wanted to see her friend happy again. Shortly, the show began, and Rainbow Dash was still missing. 20 minutes later, a certain blue Pegasus sat on a cloud overlooking the Coliseum.
All right, this is it. I've only got one shot at this,
she thought. The mare took a deep breath.
It's showtime.
Suddenly, Rainbow Dash became nothing more but a blur. Her speed truly unmatched. She had a show to put on. Currently, the Wonderbolts were deftly assembling a cyclone that was shooting arcs of lightning far above the captivated audience. In an instant, it was gone, Rainbow Dash having blasted straight through it. This left the Wonderbolts momentarily confused, and gave the Rainbow Dash the opportunity to steal their attention, as well as the attention to the packed-to-the-brim Coliseum of ponies. Just as she'd done the night before, she started flying down towards the audience and turning away from them the last second before circling just above the entire crowd to give every pony a good look at who was literally stealing the show. And, as a good portion of the crowd had in fact seen Rainbow Dash's own show, they started chanting her name, oblivious that this was a hostile takeover. Soon, the entire stadium had followed suit, and the one cheering most loudly was none other than Fluttershy. Next came the Super Speed Shot, that particular performance of a trick that set a land speed record that would never be toppled. It was so fast that the ground inexplicably caught into rainbow-colored fire, which Rainbow Dash promptly took advantage of by writing her name in the middle of the field with spectacular rainbow flames. Rainbow Dash knew she didn't have much time. She could already hear the guard ponies coming after her. Not that she would let them catch her, of course. Wasting not a millisecond, she launched herself into her trick that was her finale from the night before. This time it was even more impressive. Of course, that wasn't enough for Rainbow Dash. She had a couple similarly amazing tricks up her sleeves. Without further ado, she performed the Buccaneer Blaze, a trick which she later admitted that she had always talked about but never performed till that day. Suffice it to say that it was one of the most marvelous feats that could ever be witnessed by pony eyes. Just as Rainbow Dash had imagined, it was enough to drop the Wonderbolt's jaws. Flying straight up, she prepared herself for the trick of legend that only she could perform, the Sonic Rainbow. The guards were still trying to get their hooves on her for interrupting the single most high-profile air show in all of Equestria was shortly left in the dust. Having reached the necessary altitude, Rainbow Dash began her plummet towards the ground below. Her approach to the sound barrier was almost as fast as the actual speed she was approaching. With nary a second to spare, the guards that had been previously chasing her dodged out of the way, lest they be victims of the fastest missile ponykind would ever know. Then they were spun temporarily out of control by the gust of wind said missile brought with her. In a glorious instant of time, Rainbow Dash broke the sound barrier. The brilliant rainbow explosion spread across the sky for miles and miles within a few short seconds. Then as suddenly as she had appeared, Rainbow Dash was gone, leaving only her rainbows spread across the sky. An hour and a half later, the 5 friends who were spectators to the big show returned to the camp. and to their pleasure and surprise, they found Rainbow Dash waiting happily for them. As soon as the group entered the speaking distance, she started to explain herself.
Hey guys, before you say anything, yeah, I know that was a pretty stupid stunt to pull off, but I just kinda had to do it, you know? That's also why I disappeared. I wanted to practice some more so I could be at my peak, but I knew you'd try to stop me.
She turned to Fluttershy.
And most of all, I'm sorry I yelled at you last night. I promise I didn't mean it. I hope you can forgive me.
Of course I do, Rainbow.
Fluttershy smiled and locked her friend into a bear hug, to put it mildly. It also appeared rather painful for the Cyan Pegasus.
Thanks, but you're kinda choking me.
Wheezed Rainbow Dash until Fluttershy finally realized what she was doing and let go, letting Rainbow Dash loudly inhale.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just really worried about you.
Profusely apologized the meek pony.
You're always worried about something.
Teased Rainbow Dash, who let out a chuckle. Fluttershy blushed, but found herself giggling too. Rainbow Dash got back onto her feet and faced the rest of her friends.
I'm really sorry I acted like such a jerk last night, guys. I know that and today's stunt was just stupid and immature, but I just couldn't help myself.
To the surprise of others, Applejack was the first to accept Dash's apology.
It's all right, Rainbow Dash,
said Applejack.
I think I know how you were feeling.
Don't worry, we all forgive you.
Chimed in Twilight, leading to nods from the others.
Though I have to ask, how did you come to that conclusion yourself? I mean, we didn't have to lecture you or anything.
Well, it's not like I just fell asleep the instant I stormed off. I felt bad. I thought about it long and hard, and I knew I was overreacting to something stupid.
Responded Rainbow Dash.
Well then, why did you disappear and overtake the Wonderbolt's performance?
Asked Twilight, who was honestly curious, being a creature of logic. For the most part.
That's just it. No matter how much I thought about it and knew it was dumb and even uncool of me to do what I did, my pride hurt too much for me not to do something.
Rainbow Dash slumped to the ground ashamed, with the head held low. She muttered.
Dumb thunderheads.
Huh?
Was Twilight's only response.
I hear you, Rainbow. I'm not too different from you in that regard.
Interjected Applejack.
Sometimes ponies like us will act plumb stupid if we find ourselves in a situation where we think our honor's taking a blow.
Yeah.
Concurred the Rainbow Pegasus. Simultaneously, the six's heads turned when they heard another group of three approaching them from the sky.
Hey, I think that's them down there.
One of them said, leading them to promptly land right before the band of friends. Rainbow Dash's face became a mixture of embarrassment and dismay.
Oh, hey Spitfire, Soren, and Echo.
The blue Pegasus was trying to shrink into as small a size as she could short of curling into a ball, and she was hoping to perform the feat as subtly as possible. While she did avoid curling into a ball, the process was not particularly subtle.
Hey kid,
Came the smooth voice of Spitfire. Soren interrupted before Spitfire could begin.
Those were some really awesome moves!
Instantly, Rainbow Dash perked up, and she held herself in her usual dignified manner, asking,
Really?
Spitfire took the position of the mouthpiece for the team.
Yeah, totally. Every time I see you fly, I'm impressed.
Rainbow Dash's regard for cool dignity vanished at this point. She was bouncing around like an excited school filly.
But
Spitfire continued.
Crashing our show? That was kind of uncool.
Immediately, the process of Dash going from embarrassed to excited reversed. Resisting the urge to hide her face under her hooves, she mumbled,
Yeah, that was kind of uncool of me. I'm really, really, really sorry.
Alright then, why'd you do it?
Because when I saw that I wasn't the biggest show last night, I freaked out and my pride took a hard hit. It was dumb, but I did what I felt I had to do to get over it. Perform for the biggest audience in the exhibition, even if just for a minute.
A deep sense of dread came over Rainbow Dash. She continued,
I guess this means I'm not fit to be a Wonderbolt, because there's no way you'll think I'm a team player willing to share the spotlight after that.
At this point, the Cyan Pegasus could bear her shame in front of her idols no longer, and gave into the urge to hide her face.
Hey, I never said that.
Replied Spitfire.
Huh?
Dash wondered aloud, promptly uncovering her face.
Sure, kid, you did a dumb thing, but so do all of us at one point or another. The important thing is you realized your mistake,
said Spitfire. Rainbow Dash tentatively began the process of standing upright.
Really? So does this mean I can be a Wonderbolt after all?
You'll be a Wonderbolt, no doubt, but not yet. Shame, really. We were going to send you an invitation to try out after your performance last night. A tryout that would have been really just a formality, as it's clear that you have the skills to pass the test. But
Ah,
moaned Dash, realizing that she had blown it, at least temporarily.
After your stunt today,
Spitfire resumed.
We decided that you probably weren't quite ready to really be comfortable in a team setting. That said, what you did was pretty awesome, and hey, keep working at it, and maybe just grow up a little bit. And you'll be a Wonderbolt in no time.
Spitfire gave Rainbow a warm, genuine smile.
Thanks, Spitfire.
White Pegasus smiled back.
Well, kid, we gotta go. Catch you later.
The three Wonderbolts waved goodbye as they flew off into the sunset.
See you later,
called Rainbow Dash to her idols. She turned back to her friends and said,
Come on, let's go home. I've got a letter to write. Dear Princess Celestia, this weekend I learned that even though we know we shouldn't do something, it can still be very hard to resist doing it anyway. In my case, because of my pride, which has recently got me into a pretty embarrassing situation. You probably heard about that. However, we still need to try our hardest to make the right choice. And either way, we should still learn from our experiences to make ourselves the best that we can be. Always striving to learn and grow. Sincerely, Rainbow Dash.
And it's that time that everyone hates, the time we end the show. For those of you who wish to submit fiction stuffs, the email to send them to is readrainboom@gmail.com. That is readrainboom@gmail.com. If you didn't quite catch that, don't worry, it's on the screen. Make sure to include fanfic on the subject line, and also put a link to the fiction in the email. Keep in mind, not every fanfic will be read, so don't rage at us if they aren't. Any comments or suggestions other than fanfics can be sent to us at that email as well. Also, as stated before, we have a set of rules for fictions, which are 1. The fictions must be PG-13, no exceptions. 2. The fictions must be completed. 3. Authors can submit their own story, but cannot be selected without fan support. 4. Fics should not be too short or too long. 5. Not too many key characters. We have a limited crew. I hope you all enjoyed watching this show as much as we did making it. And now, it is time to leave. Read on, every pony. Read on.
The Mill, a RazedRainbow fic. I wish I could remember what led me down to the riverbank that day. Maybe I was thirsty, maybe I wanted to skip stones, maybe there was no reason at all. Personally, I like to think it was the hooves of destiny that pushed me to the water's edge, but then again, I'm not sure. Whatever the case may have been, I went to the riverbank. In the end, that's all that really mattered. I was standing beside the river, watching the water collide with the rocks to create a thundering rapids. There was such a beauty to the rapids, powerful enough to suck you under, yet still retain the unfathomable elegance that water just seemed to have. It's no surprise to me that ponies still get lured into the old river, only to be swept away by its currents. It's so mighty and at the same time so compelling. I still feel the desire to go for a swim when I head down that path. It's a stupid urge, but an urge nonetheless. It was while I was watching the water careen that I noticed a reflection. Something wooden jutted out of the tree line, its lower half caressing the water and its upper half tickling the tree limbs. I turned my head, convinced I was just seeing things, and saw this large wheel. The water rushed against it, ramming into its body with a seemingly more intense force, and the wheel spun, an insistent, irritable squeaking coming with each rotation. I moved close to the wheel and noticed that it was attached to a large stone building, a mill. It was clear the mill had been unoccupied for many years. The stone it had been constructed from was weathered and moss-covered. There was only one slanted window in the front, glassless, and the doorway lacked a door or hinges. I wasn't an expert in architecture, but even my young filly mind could tell this building was ancient. Of course, being a silly filly that I was, I also decided the building had once belonged to a brave knight in shining armor, and I had imagined the interior of the building was filled with skulls and pelts of manticores, goblins, or whatever else that night could have slain. That theory was quickly disproved. The only forms of life, past or present, were cobwebs in the corners and mouse holes on the walls. Still, despite its obvious age, I felt compelled. The structure was still beautiful, and it was still in good enough shape that, with a few patched holes, in addition of a door and windows, it could be occupied. I had fixed up some things in the past, most notably that old tree house on my family's farm. I had always considered myself pretty good at it, and so I decided to give it a shot. There was no harm in trying. And that's how it started. Just a decision made on a whim, with no real expectations or foreseen consequences. If only it had stayed that way. The mill had proved to be in need of a lot more fixing up than anticipated. The whole thing was as structurally sound as a piece of lint. Several times I was in the middle of patching a hole when half the roof decided, right then and there, it wanted to kill me. How it didn't succeed is a miracle. But I weathered the storm. While it was difficult and dangerous work, a voice in my head told me it would all be worthwhile in the end. The hardest part was keeping it a secret. I knew that if my sister and my brother found out, I'd have to stop. "It ain't safe," they would say. "I feel they shouldn't be doing such things." And I knew I wouldn't hear the end of it, so I made sure to stop by the creek right near the apple orchard every evening. I'd scrub away the dirt, paint, and blood, and I'd groom my mat of my fur in such a way that it would hide any cuts or bruises. After I was sure that I was relatively spotless, I would head in for dinner. My family's suspicions were never piqued, and for that I was thankful. Hiding my solo adventures from my friends was another difficult task. While we had made a pact that we would attempt to earn and eventually earn our key marks together, if they caught wind I was going out on my own, crusading without them, they'd throw a hell of a fit. Unlike my siblings, my friends grew suspicious. They'd catch me walking out of the forest late in the evening, battered and bruised. They'd ask where I'd been, and I'd say I was just going for a walk. And they would ask why I was covered in scratches, and I'd answer I had fallen through a thorn bush after tripping over a rock. While I wasn't the best liar in the world, it was convincing enough. And they'd shrug and go on their way, and I'd breathe a sigh of relief and keep working. Getting the materials I'd need was both the hardest to accomplish and most difficult on my soul. Being on a farm, I was surrounded by materials I needed to fix up anything and everything. Crowbars, hammers, screwdrivers, wood, carts, you'd name it. I had it all at my hooves, just waiting to be picked up. However, they weren't my tools. They're my family's tools. And I wouldn't be stealing, but borrowing them without permission was still a big no-no. I would have to ask, and I knew that my request wouldn't go without question. They'd ask what I needed them for. They'd ask where I'd went, and I wouldn't be allowed to go anymore. It was a lose-lose situation. I was forced to choose between the sanctity of my soul and the mill. I chose the mill. The mill took months of grueling labor to refurbish, but I managed to do it, all alone with no help from any pony. Something in the back of my head told me that even then, that nobody would ever notice my hard work. The mill was too far off the beaten path. One had to actually go off trail through the woods to catch a glimpse of it. Yet, I was still satisfied. I did this for myself. Somebody else noticed it and liked it, good for them. Maybe they'd use it as an inspiration for a painting or a song. Maybe they'd see it and decide to turn it into something useful, like running a mill that could produce things. Or maybe it would stay enshrouded. I didn't care. The mill was my pride and joy. Nothing could take that away from me. I wiped the sweat off my brow and limped my way back into town. I grumbled and winced with each step. A misjudged step on the path of the mill had led in a twisted ankle. While cuts and bruises could be hidden easily, hiding a limp would be near impossible. But I bit my lip and kept moving, and sweat and tears mixed, hopefully convincingly. And I walked rather normally by the time I emerged from the forest. The sun was setting in the west, covering the sky in a brilliant sea of red and orange. I stopped to admire it, and that was my mistake. With a shout, Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo shot out of the bushes. They had done this many times before, so much so I didn't even jump when surprised anymore. Hooves raised, they pointed at me. Questioning glares etched on their faces. A sea of generic questions spewed from each of their mouths.
Where were you?
are you doing? Why are you limping? What the hay is on your flank?
That last one took me by surprise. My eyes grew wide, wider than Scootaloo's at the time, and I turned my head. I cried out when I saw it. My voice cracked more than Sweetie Belle's when she had made the observation. Yellow hair was no longer the sole occupant of my flank. A hammer and paintbrush now reside there as well. My cutie mark. A tidal wave of emotions cascaded through my brain. Excitement, fear, sorrow, reject, and joy. I had finally done it. I had finally earned my cutie mark. Yet, the most prominent emotions were the negative ones, the ashamed ones, the frightened ones. I couldn't look Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo in the eye. To do so would bring me face to face with the ponies I had wronged. We had a pact, and I just broke it. Earning our cutie marks together was supposed to be our tether, something that kept us connected even when we grew older and farther apart. The intent of mutually acquiring our cutie marks was what brought us together, and it was what was going to keep us together. And I had ruined it. Without so much as acknowledging their ragged breaths of muttering of what, I lowered my head and shrugged toward Sweet Apple Acres. I knew that when I got there I would be found out for a heathen, found out for a liar, found out for an unapple. The shame weighed down on my heart, and I started to limp again. The Apple family had a history. If you were an apple, a true apple, you'd have an apple cutie mark. Even if you were meant to be an accomplished actor, an apple would appear somewhere on your flank. That was the mark of a true apple, and my flank was without it. At first I had hoped, that it was a matter of perception. I hoped that the lighting was just too dim for me to see the apple, or the apple was located in a spot I couldn't see no matter how far I cracked my neck. But that was just wishful thinking. As I bent over the creek to wash the grime and tears off my face, I caught a reflection of my flank. It was a hammer and a paintbrush and nothing else. Not even an apple seed. I felt the sudden urge to end it right there, as crazy as that sounds. Not even fully grown, not even out of school, I considered drowning myself in the creek. But at the time I was lost and confused. I knew that nothing good was going to come from this mark. I knew that nothing good was going to come out of walking through the front door of the house. I knew that nothing good was going to come out of tomorrow or the next day or the day after that. And I knew I was wrong. Or at least what tradition said was wrong. I wasn't an apple. I doubted I was even a pony. The hurricanes of emotions and thoughts carried from civil twilight to absolute darkness. They'd be looking for me soon, and I debated whether I should give them the benefit of finding me. The lights were still on in the farmhouse, and I could barely see the silhouette of my sister's hat as she paced in front of the window, her loud, twangy voice audible for nearly a kilometer away. I bit my lip, and I started to cry again. What am I going to do? I looked up at the moon. It was brighter than I could remember it ever being. To this day, I don't think I've ever seen it as bright as it was on that night. There was something comforting in it. A glow that embraced me and told me that things were going to be okay. While it didn't console me completely, it was enough. I washed my face off in the creek one last time, and then marched towards the house. They were on me as soon as I opened the door. Scolds, questions, hugs. Big Mash and Top had me wrapped in his forelegs so tight I could barely even breathe. Things settled down after a minute, and questions became more decipherable.
Where were you?
What were you doing?
Why are you bleeding?
What the hell is that on your flank?
I didn't lower my head this time. No. I raised my chin as high as I could, made my flank as visible as possible. If they were going to hate me for what I wasn't going to give them the pleasure of damaging me. They could disown me, they could sling their rocks and insults, but they would not have victory. I wouldn't allow it. Applejack bent down, furrowing her brow and squinting her eyes, and looked. She looked at the mark, then looked at me, then looked at the mark, then looked at me. Just fire the damn gun already, I thought. Stop with this hesitation and put me down. She stared directly into my eyes, her own tidal wave of emotions evident in her gaze. This was it. This was the moment everything crashed. She laughed a genuine laugh and pulled me into a hug. The air was knocked out of me, partly out of the intensity of Applejack's embrace, partly out of complete shock. This wasn't the laugh of a bully. This was the laugh of a friend. The laugh of some pony who loved me.
You got it, Apple Bloom! You finally got it!
She choked out, her voice muffled against my shoulder. I looked at her perplexed. "You ain't mad?" I asked. She looked at me with her own perplexed expression.
Why the hey would I be mad?
As I sighed, I pushed her away lightly. I shook my head forlornly and looked at the mark. "Look at it, Applejack. Notice something? Notice something not there?" Applejack tilted her head and placed the hoof under her chin. She stared at it for a long time. Too long for my patience. "There ain't an apple, Applejack. Just a hammer and a brush." I fell to my knees shaking. I'd promised that I wouldn't give them the benefit of breaking me. But breaking promises seems to be the only thing I can do at the moment. "I ain't an apple," I sobbed. I ain't an apple." I sniffed and hit my head against the floor with a loud thunk. My tears seeped into the cracks of the floorboards and flowed through them, much like a river. Then Applejack embraced me again, shushing me. And I felt the strong forelegs of my brothers wrap around me as well. Finally, I could feel Granny Smith's frail hooves on my back, trembling with age and emotion.
You are an apple.
Applejack whispered in my ears.
And you're my sister, and I love you. Don't you dare think otherwise.
I began to cry again, but this time it was an actual release. No fear, no anger, just release. Things weren't going to be bad. Or at least, not all bad. I still had to go talk to Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo, apologize for breaking our pact, as well as apologize for marching off without an explanation. Whether or not they would forgive me was a mystery, but on that night I didn't care. I was hungry and tired. Words could be said tomorrow. To this day, the mill stands unoccupied. I considered moving in there from time to time, but I quickly brushed it off. Although I feel I did a fine job sprucing up the place, the mill ain't exactly the most comfortable house. Besides, nothing can change what it did for me. And while I'm thankful I stumbled upon it, I feel the most respectful thing I can do for it is just leave it be. It's fine, just the way it is.
Hi, this is Chuckles, and I will be reading Her Sword, Shield, and Friend by Cavemonkynick. Hope you guys enjoy the show.
I must say, Your Highness, I love watching you work. You're especially radiant at your fullest.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Captain.
Princess Luna said sharply, having just placed the final star in the night sky. But when she turned to me, she was smiling, a smile that I eagerly returned.
You can't blame a pony for trying, I replied.
I suppose not,
Luna said, dropping her severe tone. As captain of the Lunar Guard, I was often at her side. In the time since her return, almost 2 years ago now, we had grown to be close friends.
Is there anything on the agenda for tonight?
No, ma'am. The night is yours.
Excellent. Shall we venture out and enjoy it?
I would be honored. Allow me to inform the watch that we are leaving.
Of course. And I shall inform my sister. I will meet you in the courtyard.
And with that, Luna spread her wings and was off. I cantered back down the tower stairs and was about to call for my second in command, when my only superior, save the princess herself, came around the corner. I snapped to attention.
Captain Shining Armor, sir.
At ease, Nightwing, I'm off duty.
He replied. I relaxed. You're here late, I said, falling easily into casual conversation.
Yeah, Cadence is in Manhattan making an appearance at some event, so I figured I'd get caught up on some paperwork.
I hear you. So you headed over to the watch station, then?
Yep, I'm about a week behind on the logs.
Would you mind passing on a message for me to, well, whoever is on duty tonight?
You don't know? You're losing your edge, aren't you?
Shining laughed and tapped me playfully on the shoulder.
Cut me some slack. Bottleneck is sick and the schedules got shuffled,
I replied, laughing as well.
So, what's the message?
Princess Luna wants to stretch her wings a bit and I will be accompanying her. Silent Rain is in charge until we return.
Another night out with the princess, you lucky dog, you.
Oh, come on, it's not like that and you know it.
I'm just messing with you, I'll let you know.
Thanks,
and don't work too hard. I'm sure Cadence wants you to be well rested when she gets back.
Not funny.
You started it.
Fair enough. Take care, Nightwing.
You too, Shining.
I made my way to the courtyard to find the princess waiting for me.
Ready, Your Highness?
Of course,
she replied. She turned and lifted off, and I spread my own wings and followed her into the night. After a short flight, Luna and I sat down on one of the few clouds populating the sky. The view was breathtaking. From our perch, we could see for miles. Canterlot, Ponyville, even the Everfree Forest. It was all beautifully in the gentle light of the full moon.
It feels so good to be out of the castle,
Luna said.
Indeed it does, Princess.
Nightwing, I've told you. Outside of the castle walls, we're friends. Please call me Luna.
Sorry, force of habit. Silence fell as we took in the scenery. After a few moments, I finally spoke.
It's been too long since we last did this.
Luna didn't respond. I looked over to her, and she was staring at the moon. Its likeness reflected in her light blue eyes. Luna? I called to her. Failing to mask my concern, she blinked slowly and then turned to look at me.
Yes,
she said softly.
Are you all right?
Just thinking.
She shifted her gaze back to the moon.
That did not answer my question.
I don't know.
You're thinking about her again, aren't you?
You speak as if we were separate entities.
Luna.
I still feel her at times.
We all have our dark side. That's just life. Light will always cast a shadow. What matters is that you don't let the darkness control you anymore.
The princess that I serve is kind and gentle. She cares for all of her followers despite their social status. She's a joy to serve under, and I have the honor of being one of her closest friends, an honor I cherish deeply. Now I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound anything like Nightmare Moon to me. She thought a moment.
Thank you, Nightwing. That means a lot.
She looked back at me and smiled.
Anytime, Luna. Now let's go have some fun.
And what, pray tell, do you have in mind?
Well,
I glanced towards Ponyville.
I thought we'd just see where the night takes us.
I like the way you think.
And with that,
we were off.
As far as I'm concerned, flying is one of the greatest joys that this world has to offer a pony. I've been flying for nearly 20 years now, and it's never grown boring. Tonight was no exception. I glanced over at Luna and winked. Before she could respond, I pitched my body to the left, drew in my wings, and fell into a dive. My stomach rose into my chest as the rush of the free fall flooded my veins with adrenaline. I saw a small lake below me and angled my body to shift myself over to it, then streamlined myself as much as possible, gaining speed. I watched the lake grow larger as I fell. At the last second, I opened my wings and pulled out of my dive, leveling out mere inches from the surface of the water. I dipped my back right hoof in the water, creating an impressive wake, beating my wings to make up for the drag. As I approached the lake's edge, I withdrew my hoof from the water, but kept my elevation. The landscape below me transitioned from water to sand, and then to grass in quick succession. A small hill bordered the lake, telling me that it had probably been dug out a long time ago as a reservoir or something. I traced its slope with my body as it climbed a bit before gently giving way to an open field. Not far in the distance I could see Ponyville. There were a few less lights still on than I had expected, considering how early it was. I allowed my momentum to taper off before dropping my hooves to the ground, matching my speed at first and slowly coming to a stop, just outside of town. I stood for a moment, catching my breath. There was a soft rustle as Luna landed at my side.
Quite a performance,
she said.
And to think you dropped out of flight school to join the Royal Guard.
Best decision I ever made, I replied. She simply smiled and scanned the horizon.
Ponyville seems rather quiet tonight.
Yes, the pink one must be asleep.
Nightwing!
Luna scolded, though she was just laughing.
Be nice!
Her laugh was contagious, smooth, beautiful. Just like her. I shook the thought from my head. Where had it even come from?
Nightwing?
Luna called. Huh? The thought had thrown me. I had been staring. Oh, sorry. I zoned out for a second.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine, I said. Probably a little too quickly. I think that dive just caught up to me, that's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she hadn't bought it, I could tell. What do you say we drop in on Twilight? I don't even think I've seen her since the wedding.
You think she's still up?
Of course. She does most of her reading at night.
Do you think she'll mind if we drop in?
Not at all. That was all the convincing she needed. It didn't take long to reach the library, and Twilight was overjoyed to have us drop in. How have you been, Miss Sparkle? I asked as she showed us in.
I'm doing quite well, Captain,
She replied, following us in to our usual back and forth. I trust the young Master Spike has been on his best behavior as of late.
As good as can be expected of him, I suppose.
Did I miss something?
Luna chimed in. Twilight and I just laughed.
Nightwing is a good friend of my brother, so we know each other pretty well.
Twilight explained. Yep, shining is half the reason I earned my position.
Well, thanks for that heads up.
Luna said.
Sorry, Princess.
Twilight sighed.
Say, I was looking through an old book, and I came across a spell I can't quite get my head around.
Let me take a look at it,
Luna replied, and with that the two of them flew into a conversation I couldn't dream of understanding, which was probably a good thing. While they pored over the tome, I slipped outside to be alone with my thoughts. The cool night air was refreshing. I made my way around the side of the library so that I was not next to the road, and then sat in the grass inside. How could I let myself get so emotionally attached to Luna? She is the princess of the night, and I'm just another Pegasus. Then again, how could I not? Once we had gotten to know each other better, she had started requesting my presence more often, just wanting a companion to talk to. But still, she's the princess. It's against every regulation in the book. I went back and forth with myself like this for hours, my head fighting my heart until a voice snapped me back to reality.
Nightwing?
I jumped to my feet. Luna was sitting beside me.
Sorry.
She said softly.
I didn't mean to frighten you.
It's fine. I just didn't hear you come up, I replied.
I've been sitting here for nearly 10 minutes.
She deadpanned. Oh. Managed and looked away.
Is everything okay?
Yes. I lied.
Are you sure?
No.
You know you can talk to me.
I know. It's just...
Just what?
Can we go somewhere private?
Of course.
I led her to the edge of the pond I had flown over earlier, and we sat at its shore.
Now, what's bothering you?
She asked. Well, I searched desperately for the right words, and for the courage to speak them aloud. I think I might... Finally, I just closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and... I think I might love you, Luna. I think I might love you, Luna. The night stood still, stunned into silence as the words hung in the dead air between us. The silence stretched on for what seemed like an eternity. It was deafening, maddening, unbearable. I summoned all the courage I could and opened my eyes. When I looked at Luna, she seemed fixated on the lake, her expression empty. I wanted to speak, but what was there to say? The silence continued. I turned my own gaze to the lake. I started to feel foolish. Luna finally spoke.
How long?
I'm sorry? I looked up to her again. She was still staring at the lake.
How long have you felt this way?
I could not read her voice. I don't know. A while, I suppose. But it only really struck me tonight what the feeling was.
I see.
I'm sorry. I know this is wrong.
Why is it wrong?
She turned to me. Her eyes were piercing, but not harsh. Well, because you...
Because I'm what? Your superior? Royalty? A goddess?
Why isn't this bothering you?
Should it?
Yes, it should. Couldn't sit still anymore. I stood and began to pace along the shore. I am the captain of the Lunar Guard, and you are my charge. Every rule in the book screams that this is wrong. I am supposed to check all emotion at the door, but... My words caught in my throat.
But?
Turned to her. Her expression had changed. She seemed almost amused with me. Somehow I found my voice again. But when it's just us, rank and royalty don't really seem to matter anymore. I resumed my pacing, my mind taking a left turn in desperation. Before the guard, I was pathetic. I didn't drop out of flight school, I flunked out.
What difference does that make?
I don't know, maybe none, but I feel like I owe you the whole story. Maybe if I hash this whole thing out, I can figure out how I got here and whether or not I'm a total fool.
You're not a fool.
Somehow this broke the tension for me, and I laughed. I'm glad some pony thinks so, thank you. Still though, need to clear the air.
I understand.
When my mom was pregnant with me, she got real sick. Near the end she took a turn for the worst. There was nothing they could do. The doctors barely saved me. I grew up frail. I wasn't necessarily weak, but I had no stamina. Flying was especially exhausting, but I was determined. When it came time for me to head to flight school, I put everything I had into it. Excelled at the academics, highest marks in my class, but I just didn't have the strength for the actual flying.
Surely no one blamed you.
Luna half-asked. Of course not, but that didn't make it any less humiliating, so I made my decision. Cloudsdale had nothing left for me. I left a note for my father and left. In hindsight, it was a really stupid idea. I barely made it to the ground without giving out, and after I landed I couldn't even see straight. Stumbled around for what felt like hours, but probably wasn't but a few minutes, and then I blacked out. I woke up in a hospital in Canterlot, still too weak to move. The nurse asked my name and I made something up. Didn't want to get sent back to Cloudsdale. She told me that a member of the Royal Guard had found me on his way back to Canterlot and had brought me in almost 2 days ago. Once again I was lucky just to be alive. That evening I had a visitor, Shining Armor. Turns out he was the pony that found me. When he asked what had happened, I told him everything. Don't know why, but I felt like I could trust him and I was right. He took the story in stride and promised not to run me home. Said my life was mine to live. After I got out of the hospital, he let me stay in his guest room until I got the rest of me strength back. I already had it in me head that I wanted to join the Guard, and he actually encouraged me. He pointed me to the Lunar Guard, and they were hurting for recruits. It was rough at first because I was still frail, but I felt like I belonged. A point that was proven a few weeks in when I earned my cutie mark. Full moon, bearing the mare in the moon, and a bat-like wing and wrapped around half the moon's circumference. That's when the guy started calling me Nightwing.
Wait, Nightwing isn't your real name?
It is now, but it wasn't always. My name used to be Devin Windlebane.
Quite a mouthful.
Luna giggled. It's a family name, my great-grandfather or something. When my dad asked why I changed it, I told him that I didn't want the name of any other pony to define who I was. Which is Horse Apples, of course, but he bought it.
So you did see your father again?
Yep, about a year after I joined the Guard, I had started to make a name for myself and decided it was time to face him. So I took a few days' leave and flew up to Cloudsdale, testament of how far I had come. First he didn't know what to say, so I told him that I'd only left so I could become some pony who'd make him proud. He told me that I never had to leave to make him proud, that I was his son, and nothing would ever change that.
Do you still talk to him?
Dad lived just long enough to see me make captain 6 years ago. He passed a few months later. Celestia rest his soul.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be. We had long since made our peace, and he's with me mom now. Anyways, after I got used to my duties, my life fell into routine. It was glorious at first, but it quickly became apparent that something was missing. Could never quite put my hoof on what, and I was just about to chalk it up as nothing when you made your return. At first the feeling of something missing was forgotten. I was too busy with new duties and an influx of new recruits. Later when things slowed down, it started knocking around the back of my head again. Then the responsibility of the night was returned to you, and all at once you had changed. Until that point you had remained behind closed doors almost perpetually.
We still spoke back then.
Luna pointed out. I remember, after the first nightmare night that you spent in Ponyville, you opened up a bit, but you were still hesitant. When you did come to me, it was usually with a question about current culture or something.
Those talks meant a lot, you know.
I'm not belittling them. I'm just saying, once you had the night back, your demeanor changed. You had purpose again, and it made me think of, well, me.
I believe I'm starting to understand.
Yeah, so do I answered. How about you?
What do you mean?
How do you feel about all this? The silence fell again. I turned to face her. She glanced at me but wouldn't meet my eyes. Something in the back of my head started to panic. Before it could spiral out of control, she spoke.
I don't know. I know I care about you, but anything deeper than that I still don't understand. For 1,000 years I was alone, with nothing but my own anger and jealousy. I'm still rediscovering who I am.
For what it's worth, you put up a great front, I said without thinking. She looked at me.
I owe a lot of that to you. I think it's best if we take this slow.
I nodded my agreement. We should probably be getting back to the castle. We've been gone quite a while.
You're right.
We flew back to Canterlot in silence, both of us deep in thought. I found myself strangely content. True, it wasn't the perfect ending, but that was frankly unrealistic. When I resigned myself to tell her I was positive that she was going to shoot me down without a second thought, I never thought my feelings maybe returned. I couldn't help but smile. There was hope. Hope that one day I could truly make her happy. And for now, that was enough.
Hello, this is Chaotic Harmony, and I will be reading A Good Apple by CelestialBrony. Sadness is a cold, wet blanket that we can't always pull off ourselves. but it makes all the difference when some pony will stay under that blanket with you and take the bitter chill away. From the starlit equestrian sky above Applebloom's head, snow fell in big, wet flakes onto the landscape below. The ground was too warm, and the snowflakes were too wet to collect in an icy blanket across Equestria. And so each flake disappeared into the eaves of the apple orchard and the grass beneath them as silently as they had fallen. Applebloom sat with her back against the barn, much like a certain teal unicorn, her rosy amber eyes hidden behind the lids on which her tears had been collecting for several minutes. A feeling of loss that only a filly could feel rested itself oppressively across her heart, and almost silently, Applebloom began to weep. She wept for the loss of who she felt may have been her closest friend. She wept for a hole in her heart that would be left aching and empty until her hooves walked upon the clouds in pony heaven, and she wept for what she could have done. Applebloom reached behind her head and undid the knot that bound her pink ribbon in her mane, bringing it around into her lap. Her eyes blinked once, twice, and thrice as her tears fell into the ribbon and mingled with the melting snow that was already soaking through the fabric, which is always so thick and warm. She thought back to her first day in school, and how upset she was to be given such a gift. Her gaze shifted to the silvery moon that shone down on her from above, a shimmering speck that splayed in 3 spots across her gleaming pupils.
No, Granny, I won't wear it. I won't.
Applebloom's eyes squinted, and her teeth gritted into defeat as Granny Smith's deceptively quick hooves fastened a rosy pink ribbon into the scarlet curls of her mane. She turned around and opened her mouth in protest, but Granny Smith spoke first.
Now, Applebloom, you might be the only filly at that school with a ribbon in her mane, but...
But, Granny!
No buts, Applebloom.
Granny Smith rose to her hooves, only to fall back onto her rocking chair.
There's a story behind that ribbon. Your big sister Applejack wore the ribbon when she was just a filly, and she didn't give any fuss, so don't you.
Granny, I'll wear it, okay?
Applebloom's day at school hadn't been as unbearable and as torment-filled as she made it out to be that evening. In fact, Miss Cheerily thought it was the biggest and loveliest ribbon she had ever seen. Applebloom wrapped the ribbon around her neck as she would a scarf, as an unforgiving wind washed through the orchards and over her damp coat, soaking her limbs to the bone. She did not shiver. The bitter cold in her heart chilled her so much more as her eyes rested on the intricate memorial that sat in the ground before her. Her breath caught in her throat as a deluge of recent memories, all good ones, began to pour into her consciousness once more. Rather than seeing the memorial before her, she now saw herself running, playing, and lying on the grass in the sun with her lost friend. Applebloom had crafted the memorial herself, demonstrating a level of care and attention to detail that her crafting labor had never seen before. As deep into the snow-capped soil as Applebloom was tall, bricks were laid on top of bricks, functioning as a foundation at the base of the memorial. On top of the brick's surface was a small headstone, carved from a pristine block of oak. Applebloom wouldn't tell Twilight Sparkle what the oak was for, but seeing Applebloom's distraught expression had been more than enough to persuade her to fulfill Applebloom's request. The day before, Twilight had enchanted the wood for Applebloom so that the sun, wind, and rain would never be able to deface the oak. Applebloom's chiseled inscription would remain etched into the oak, long after the stars above died out and were born again. Here lies Hoppy. He will always be missed, and he will always be loved. He was as good as an apple as any pony. Applebloom couldn't remember starting to cry once more, and neither could she remember her brother joining her at the side of the barn. But there he was. How some pony as big and bulky as he was could move so quietly baffled the little filly. The presence of some pony familiar gave her a small kind of comfort. Her agonized sobs were quieted to a soft murmur as Big Mac's muscled foreleg wrapped itself around her from her right, pulling her gently close to him. Big Mac had always been patient with his little sister, and he never pushed her to say anything. He held her and shielded her from the silent snow where the pink ribbon could not. He sat quietly with her for a long time, as he was always rather quiet. As Applebloom again depleted her reserves of tears and grew quiet, she shifted herself in the shared embrace to look up at Big Mac. He was actually holding back tears, but hid it very well with his stalwart expression and pleasantly colt-like smile. He scratched her ear with his other hoof before a big, wet snowflake could melt upon it.
You made that, Apple Blossom?
He spoke softly, a touch of both sympathy and admiration in the depth of his voice. Applebloom's ear flopped at the sound of her big brother's pet name for her. He had always been protective of her, and although Apple Bloom loved every apple in the family, Big Mac and she had always been particularly close. The Apple family was as supportive of their foals as any pony, but it was always Big Mac that she would go to when she had a hard day at school, and it was always Big Mac that always seemed to be there to cheer her up when she needed him to be.
Yeah, Twi used her magic to make it last. I really hope it worked.
I'm sure it did.
He paused.
That Hoppy of yours must have been something real special for you to put all that work into his grave,
Apple Bloom sniffed. A mat of her curly, scarlet mane fell in front of her eyes as she nodded. Granny Smith would push her into getting a haircut sooner or later.
Mm-hmm.
The two sat against the barn, even longer still. Big Macintosh petting his sister like he would Winona. He provided more than enough warmth for both of them. Apple Bloom leaned into Big Mac, joining him in audience of Luna's Argent Moon. At the time, it hung in the sky, shining down on the orchards of sweet apple acres through the only open space in the cloud cover available to her. The grass extending from beyond Hoppy's grave to the Red Gala apple orchards seemed to be hidden from the world outside. The snow now fell silently in an immaculate frosted veil that draped itself gracefully and neatly around the clearing that brother and sister sat in together. It was as if the elements had granted Apple Bloom her own domain, separate from the rest of the world, hidden from its troubles and scrutiny. Big Mac made himself a mental note to write a brief poem about this winter wonder at a later time. An obscenely large snowflake landed in Big Mac's left eye, and as he wiped it away, Apple Bloom couldn't hold in her Philly's giggle. Big Mac laughed too, and gave her a pat on the shoulder.
You want to tell me about him, Apple Blossom?
Yeah.
She paused, and gloom touched her voice once more as she rested her gaze on Hoppy's gravestone.
He didn't say much to me, 'cause he couldn't. He was the bestest jumper I ever saw. He's a lot bigger than any of his friends, but he was the only one who didn't run away from me. He was just a cricket, You probably think I'm real silly now.
She blushed. Big Mac just hugged her.
There's nothing silly about being sad.
Apple Bloom smiled. Just a bit.
We had a lot of fun. He jumped through hoops and on lily pads, and he was real good at jumping away right before the frogs could get him. He even stayed in my window at night and waited for me to wake up. He made these funny noises.
He must have been a real friend then.
Yeah.
And for the third or fourth time that night, Apple Bloom couldn't remember. She buried her face in Big Mac's side and cried. She cried until the tears would no longer come. She grew as silent as the veil of snow and the silvery moon above. She asked,
Big Mac?
Yeah, Apple Blossom?
Why did Hoppy have to go?
Big Macintosh grew as silent as he usually was.
I don't know. And I'll bet Hoppy didn't either. But you can still have fun and smile, Apple Blossom.
Apple Bloom sniffed.
How? I can't make him come back.
Big Mac smiled and lifted Apple Bloom's chin to meet his gaze.
Hoppy was a good friend, Apple Blossom. Even though he didn't say goodbye.
He couldn't.
What would he say to you now, Apple Blossom?
Big Mac looked at Apple Bloom, and Apple Bloom to the moon.
I don't know.
I do.
Apple Bloom looked at her brother with the face that exuded awe and skepticism at the same time. He saw this and smiled, knowing his job was about to be done.
He'd tell you to run, play, and have more fun without him than you did with him.
Apple Bloom's mouth hung open for a moment, and she looked at her brother again.
But wouldn't he be mad?
Big Macintosh laughed genuinely, and Apple Bloom blushed and buried her face into his side again. He started petting her mane.
I'm sorry, Apple Blossom. I'm not laughing at you. He was a good friend, though. He wouldn't get mad at you for having fun. He'd want you to be happy.
Apple Bloom was quiet. Big Mac looked down at his sister as Apple Bloom looked up at him, and a feeling of victory, like no other, settled on his heart, much like the snow that had fallen around them. Apple Bloom was smiling. She was smiling ear to ear, and the gleam in her eyes was unmistakable. His little Apple Blossom was happy again. She hugged him. Hard.
Ouch! Apple Bloom, you're hurting me.
She giggled.
You're too big for me to hurt, Big Mac.
No, I ain't.
Yes, you are.
Big Mac laughed and gave Apple Bloom a scratch behind her ear. She leaned into him again, this time in affection rather than sorrow.
Thanks, Big Mac.
He wrapped his iron forelegs around his sister and hugged her gently, smiling to himself.
Apple Blossom.
And it's that time that everyone hates, the time we end the show. For those of you who wish to submit fictions to us, the email to send them to is readrainboom@gmail.com. That is readrainboom@gmail.com. If you didn't quite catch that, don't worry, it's on the screen. Make sure to include fanfic on the subject line, and also put a link to the fiction in the email. Keep in mind, not every fanfic will be read, so don't rage at us if they aren't. Any comments or suggestions other than fanfics can be sent to us at that email as well. Also, as stated before, we have a set of rules for fictions, which are 1. The fictions must be PG-13, no exceptions. 2. The fictions must be completed. 3. Authors can submit their own story, but cannot be selected without fan support. 4. Fics should not be too short or too long. 5. Not too many key characters. We have a limited crew. I hope you all enjoyed watching this show as much as we did making it. And now, it is time to leave. Read on, every pony. Read on.
Hello, this is CelestialBrony, and I will be reading An Eye for an Eye, A Tooth for a Tooth, by Brony Ranger. When one uses the expression, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life, one may assume that the speaker is talking about revenge. Revenge on someone who has wronged them. Sometimes, it's not about revenge, but an exchange. I never saw the truck coming. Funny. When oncoming death is knocking at your door, you would think that you get a premonition of a sort, a warning. But life and death don't work that way. A truck came and went, and sometime between those two events, I died. I wasn't there to witness it, but I could probably predict the driver's reaction. They would be pale, shaken with fear, all the while harboring the animosity that they just ended the life of a fellow human being. God forbid I'd see the children's reactions. I'd never be able to take Abby to Disney World. I'd never be able to see James ride his bike for the first time. Those happy memories. Their shining, smiling faces beaming at me plagues me even as I dream this dreamless sleep. As much as I want to escape death, it's inevitable, for everything has to die eventually. I'm sure phone calls will be made, ambulances contacted, paramedics urged to rush to the scene. All in vain. If my body wasn't dead already, sooner or later the doctors would have picked up their supplies with sad looks on their faces. Despite all they could do for others, there was nothing they could do for me. Actually, heaven, or wherever I am now, it's not bad. I feel nothing, from the pains of my injuries to the emotional pain that I would never see my family again. On the contrary, I was feeling apathetic, which frightened me a little. The fact that I no longer cared for my own existence made me uneasy. Have you ever blinked fast and quickly shut your eyes? You all did as children, I'm sure. If you haven't, try it now. Aren't those colors intriguing? Doesn't it make you wonder about what death is really like? My surroundings matched those very designs you just saw. They had no colors, yet they flowed seamlessly through every color on the spectrum. My cage, my prison, bore those same designs. I kept opening my eyes, trying to escape from this enclosure, but my eyes were already open. I had to try it again, sweeping open my eyes like a steel trap. But the background refused to fade from sight, refused to leave me in my own world. Time flowed differently in the void. The void, that's what I'm calling it now. It's the very essence of nothingness. A complete vacuum. Time isn't right here. Nothing's right here. For all I know, what feels like an hour in here could be a year in the world I came from. After what feels like forever in the void, I feel like something is watching me. What else could possibly be here? The watching presence never fades nor approaches me. Whatever it is, I'm still alone. I have been in the void long enough for me to get some serious thinking done. I I think about my former life on Earth. I think about how much time has passed between now and that one day. I think about Abby and James. The children. How do you tell a family that their father is dead? The presence I feel has remained here, never leaving. Now I feel it drawing closer. There's no evidence that there was something there, but I could feel it. It seemed to be at the back of my mind, neither benevolent nor benevolent, but just there. Mortal. If I could jump out of my own skin, I would have. Being trapped in the void paralyzed me. To every word it says, hoping to discover a reason as to why I'm here. The time has come. The voice, deep and resounding, echoes through my head. It must be the presence I had felt so many times before. The time has come for what? I rasped, having not used my voice for what feels like an eternity. Also, what are you? The presence laughs. A deep echo that sounds and feels like nails screeching across a chalkboard. I go by many names, but you may call me Death. That is customary in your plane of dimension, no? I furrow my brow, trying to get over the thought that I'm speaking with Death itself. Well then, what the hell do you want from me? It probably wasn't wise to say things like that to Death, but I've been cooped up for too long. Death laughed again, making me want to claw my ears and scream. Hell, what a beautiful misconception, hell. A place of fire and sorrow, for the evil to drown in their own tears and gnash their teeth. Death paused. If only they knew the truth. A black, icy chill, like liquid night, began to creep down my spine. I ignored it and pressed on. What truth? What do you mean? Mortals, so inquisitive, Death mused. Well, the truth is, little mortal, is that your species has been wrong ever since the dawn of creation. You have acquired the belief that there is an all-powerful being out there who truly loves you. Death continued on, its tone of voice suggesting that it was continually getting bored with explaining everything to me. You all seem to believe that your religions were correct, that your religions were the best. I've received many souls over those arguments. I was beginning to worry now, waiting for Death to get to its point. You are special. Oh yeah? How? In a little mishap. Another being was born with the same soul that you have. Death's tone only admitted his amusement in the situation. It is not possible to split a soul, Death continued. So the only solution is for you to take your soul back. I was confused. Strangely, Death noticed this. Now its voice was slightly exasperated. Typical mortals never really know the important things. You see, every sentient being has its own soul. It's not possible for two beings to share a soul. Since it's not possible for you two to share a soul, one of you must die. I was confused. Wait, I'm already dead. So that means I won't have to kill anyone, right? I groaned. If that was true, I wouldn't be here right now. Death was getting impatient. Mortals, since you had possession of the shared soul first, you have the opportunity to take the soul back. A gun appeared in my hands. I stared down at it, a feeling of dread beginning to form within me. I never held a gun before. Never killed anyone. Death. That damn Death seemed to notice my apprehension, like he hadn't before. Would you like to see the being that has your soul, mortal? I was actually scared now. I wish I could just die and go to heaven, without the burden that I'd killed an innocent living thing. Suddenly, the scenery in the void changed, and I was in a hospital. Death was now accompanying me in physical form, a large, powerful specter who was adorned with a black robe that covered its entire being. I was disoriented and blinded from the trip out of the void, and when my vision stopped swimming, I saw that the gun was in my hand. I also realized that we were in a nursery. amongst the children of other people. The metal weapon of death in my hand was pointed at one of those children. The first thing that I thought of was the fact that the infant was a pony. Yes, a pony, complete with a hot pink mane, tail, and wings. It was immensely adorable, and the very thought of killing it repulsed me. I turned to Death, who had been watching me with an air of expectancy. This is a pony," I blurted out, wanting to figure out some way to avoid killing the innocent creature. "It doesn't exist." "So?" came the immediate response from Death. "It may not exist on your world or plane of existence, but it certainly is real. Either kill it or don't kill it. Either way, one of you has to die. Oh yes, I do believe the pony's name is Fluttershy." I looked down at the gun in my hand, which was slightly trembling. I glanced over at Fluttershy. She was sleeping peacefully, a small lock of hair rising and falling with each breath. There was no way I could do this. Me? A killer? Never in my life. Or in death. I gritted my teeth. This had to be done. I had to get back to my children, my family. But I didn't want to have to kill anyone. I looked back at Death, who seemed to be waiting for me to pull the trigger. It looked back at me and shrugged. "A life for a life, mortal. A life for a life." Looking back at the sleeping pony, I closed my eyes. A single tear ran down my face, and I raised the gun. My finger tightened on the trigger. Gasping, I immediately jolted upright. I recognized the place. This is where I had died. It looked the exact same it did before this entire ordeal had happened. Oh God. The memories came flooding back to me. I covered my face with my hands. I did it. I had killed somebody. I had maliciously taken a life. I groaned, feeling an immediate and powerful regret for what I had done. As soon as I groaned, the paramedics turned around, the expressions on their faces quickly morphing from saddened to happy. "Hey, he's alive!" The paramedics rushed over to me, helping me to get up and walk towards the ambulance, which was waiting to take my body to the morgue.
Daddy!
The children's overjoyed expressions on their faces when they saw their father literally return from the dead only worsened my grief. If only they knew exactly what I had done to return to this world. They rushed over to me, tears of joy quickly replacing their tears of mourning. I didn't have the same feeling as my children, but I managed to put on a brave face as they embraced me. It took a while to convince the doctors at the hospital that I was perfectly alright, but I was finally back in my own house. Having entered my own bedroom, something I thought I would never see again, I caught sight of something that tore my heart in two. It was the gun. The same gun that had taken a life for me to resume my own. It lay on my pillow, a reminder of what I had done to return to this place. Choking up, I opened the door to my closet and I flung the weapon inside. That did it. For the first time in years, I laid my head on my hands and I wept. I don't know for how long. As the tears streamed down my face, I recalled Death's words. "One of you has to die." I knew what I had to do now. I had taken a life from poor Fluttershy, but Death had left me with another option. I could give life back. I wasn't worthy to live a life knowing that I had taken it from another. I opened the closet and retrieved the gun. For a moment, I just held it in my hands, suddenly in awe of the murderer's weapon, the ability to end a creature's life. An eye for an eye. I held the gun up to my temple. There would be no contemplation for what I was about to do. A tooth for a tooth. A single tear slid down my face, although I was smiling. I prepared to see my good friend Death once again. A life for a life. I hope Fluttershy knew what I did for her. Sometimes it's not about revenge, but an exchange.
Please note that this week's romance fiction was edited after we were recorded. Therefore, it may not be at the highest quality possible. Thank you.
Torrents of a Slow-Falling Rain by Stereo Sub. There's something about rain that makes a creature want to find a quiet spot, get cozy, and stay comfortable, warm, and safe until the sun shows its face again. The inhabitants of Ponyville were no exception. The small town had abandoned nearly all productive activities as soon as the scheduled downpour started, preferring instead to find somewhere snug and toasty to wait out the inclement weather. Twilight Sparkle was curled up in her library, rereading A Complete History of Equestria and Surrounding Nations, 4th Revised Edition, for the umpteenth time. Pinkie Pie, never one to let something as trivial as the weather spoil her plans, was conducting an indoor picnic with the Cake Twins in the top floor of Sugar Cube Corner. Applejack was napping peacefully under a bale of hay, exhausted from bucking a field's worth of fruit before the rain had started. And Rarity, ever the innovator, was meditating in her middle of her inspiration room, convinced that the white noise from the storm outside would help spark an idea for her latest line. All over town, ponies had fallen into a state of warm, drowsy indifference, content to simply stay inside and wait until the weather was pleasant again. Even Ponyville's smattering of Pegasi had elected to keep indoors, confident that the storm would run its course with minimum intervention on their part. There was no pony outside, just the steady pitter-pat of rain on the cobblestone streets and the occasional rumble of thunder. No pony, that is, except for a certain butter-yellow Pegasus nestled deep behind the branches of an old willow tree. Fluttershy leaned against the willow's gnarled trunk, a pad of paper resting on her legs, and a quill pen held delicately in her mouth. Every so often she would dip the implement into a tiny bottle of ink and write a line or two on the page before promptly scratching it out. She sighed in frustration.
This should be easy. You always write when it rains, Fluttershy, just because this time it's about her.
The Pegasus felt her cheeks grow red, despite the fact that there was no pony around.
Just because it's that doesn't mean you should be stuck on every single verse. Come on, just think up some rhymes to get you started. Tree, B, C, please. Oh, forget it.
She sighed again and stood up, taking care not to upset her ink bottle. The Pegasus closed her eyes and let the sound of the storm wash over all her other thoughts, feeling it up with her entire being. She loved times like these. There were no scary things, no appointments to make, no friends to remember to talk to, no animals to feed, just her writing, and the soft rustle of the wind and rain through the willow's branches. Fluttershy felt a small smile play across her lips, took a breath, and began to sing. It was an old earth pony ballad, with lyrics that had long since been lost inside the nooks and crannies of time. The melody remained, however, and the Pegasus performed it with abandon. Her voice was perfect for the tune, high, sweet, and clear. It carried across the town and over the treetops of the Everfree. Any other day she wouldn't have dared to let out so much as a note, but rains like this one were special. She could sing as loud as she wanted, and no pony would hear. It was perfect. Fluttershy finished the ballad, letting the last few notes get progressively softer before petering out into a soft hum. She sat back down against the tree, eyes still closed and slightly breathless.
Wow, I don't think I've ever sung that loudly before. I hope no pony.
Fluttershy? Is that you?
There was a rustle of branches.
Rarity wanted me to see if you were okay.
With a terrified squeak, Fluttershy dove behind the trunk of the willow, shaking in fear and embarrassment.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 Why did she have to hear me? Of all pony.
She watched as the drooping branches were shoved aside to reveal a very wet, very cold-looking Rainbow Dash. The blue Pegasus frowned, looking around the sheltered clearing in confusion.
Hello? Fluttershy? Any pony home? Huh. I could have sworn.
Fluttershy was paralyzed. She quivered behind the tree, wishing, not for the first time, that she could just melt into the smooth trunk.
Nobody notices trees. They don't have to worry about hiding or liking some pony that probably doesn't even like them back or... Oh no!
She felt her blood turn to ice. There, not 2 feet from where Rainbow Dash was standing, was her pad of paper, still open to the page of her latest work. In her haste to avoid being spotted, Fluttershy had forgotten the small notebook entirely, along with her ink and quill. Now it lay in the damp grass, almost begging to be picked up and read. The yellow Pegasus squeezed her eyes shut.
Oh, eternal sisters of the sun and moon, if there is any kind of justice still present in this world, please, please, please do not let Rainbow Dash pick up that notebook. Sincerely, Fluttershy. Thank you.
Her plea, while heartfelt, was destined to go unanswered. No divine intervention of any kind appeared to stop Rainbow Dash from noticing the pad, picking it up, and flipping through it curiously.
What's this? Some kind of journal? First page. Let's see. Property of Fluttershy the Pegasus. If found, please return to... Oh, no way! Fluttershy's personal diary? Oh, man! I wonder what kind of juicy stuff she's got in here. Secret journals, love notes, sappy poetry. She's so quiet normally. There's gotta be something she keeps bottled up inside. I can't wait to.
She paused and looked around guiltily.
Well, maybe I shouldn't. It is hers after all. She probably is looking for it. I should probably go find her and give it back.
Yes, you should.
After I read a page or two.
The Cyan Pegasus grinned at her own cheekiness. Fluttershy could only watch in silent horror as Dash flicked through the journal, finally stopping at the second most recent entry. The shy mare suppressed another squeak of alarm as she noticed the date on the page.
Oh no, please. Any of them but that.
Brow wrinkled in concentration, Rainbow began to read the entry aloud.
Dear Diary, there's another storm scheduled for today. Applejack says she wonders if they're trying to drain all the water out of Cloudsdale before the running of the leaves. It's true, there has been a lot of weather lately, but I don't mind, not really. With every pony inside staying dry, I can sing as loud as I want, and write without any pony watching or sneaking up on me. It's nice. I've been working on another song for a couple of days now, something that I might be able to use to tell her how I feel. Of course, writing a song and actually performing it for someone are very different things, but hopefully this time I'll be able to get over myself enough to at least try.
Rainbow Dash paused in her reading, sounding bemused.
Wow, sweet little Fluttershy, a filly fooler? Who would have thought?
Behind the tree, Fluttershy's cheeks burned with a hot mixture of anger and humiliation.
Well, it's out now. No more normal life for me. I wonder how quickly I can convince Angel to move to the Griffin Highlands.
Dash's expression shifted, becoming something unreadable. She stared out into the distance, magenta eyes clouded in contemplation.
Yeah, who would have thought?
A tiny spark of hope flared up inside Fluttershy's heart, pushing back the overwhelming torrent of shame threatening to consume her by just a little.
What? No, it couldn't be. Could it?
It was more than the Pegasus dared to wish for. Rainbow Dash cleared her throat, and with another furtive glance around her, continued to read.
I'm so sick of this diary. I'm sick of having to hide all the time. I'm sick of having to make excuses every time Pinkie offers to take me out to meet a date, or Rarity volunteers to help find me Equestria's most perfect gentle colt. I'm sick of waiting, and I'm sick of her not even knowing how much hurt she's causing. Oh, pony feathers. You know what, diary? I'm going to do it. I'm going to finish this song, and I'm going to go up to her, and I'm going to sing my bucking heart out. I don't care if she laughs at me, or if I get run out of town. Anything would be better than this.
There was a heavy silence, punctuated only by a crack of thunder overhead. Then Dash chuckled, shattering the air of gravity her reading had created.
Whoa! I think that's the first time I've ever heard Fluttershy swear. Guess even the element of kindness has her limits.
Behind the tree, the Pegasus in question face-hoofed.
All the things she could find important.
Dash frowned.
But where's the song? Maybe the next page?
She turned to the next entry, and her face lit up in mischievous delight.
Ah, here we go. Ode to the unknowing light of my life.
The Pegasus cackled.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
No. The journal entry was bad enough. Even if she reads that, my life is over. Well,
It's already over, but now it's going to be even worse. Oh, why can't she just leave the other pony's property alone? What right does she have anyway? Why?
Ode to the Unknowing Light of My Life by Fluttershy the Pegasus.
No!
Something sparked inside Fluttershy then, something deep and primal, fueled by months and months of pent-up frustration and loneliness. With an angry snort, she tossed her mane away from her eyes and stalked out from behind the tree, mouth twisted in a very un-Fluttershy-like expression.
First one! Gah!
Dash immediately shot several feet into the air and dropped the journal, looking like a filly caught with her hoof in the cookie jar.
You were looking for this?
She grinned meekly. There was a pregnant pause, then the silence was broken, quite uncharacteristically, by Fluttershy.
Rainbow Dash.
The Pegasus' voice was deadly calm, her normally gentle eyes looking hard enough to cut diamonds.
Oh, hey, Fluttershy! You know, I was actually about to go and find you when this nasty gust of wind just came out of nowhere and blew me right into this tree. Crazy, right? Anyway, here's your journal.
How dare you?
You okay, Shy? Kinda freaking me out here.
Dash said, hovering nervously and avoiding the other mare's eyes. There was another pause. Then Fluttershy unleashed.
How dare you! How dare you snoop through other ponies' personal property without their permission? How dare you read their private thoughts out loud for the whole fucking world to hear? How dare you treat their hopes and dreams like nothing but an amusement for yourself? An amusement! A toy! Is that what my deepest desires are to you, Rainbow Dash? Just something to have a quick laugh at before you throw them away? Is that it? Do you think this is some kind of game?
But there was no pony else here. It was just me and you.
Dash's spluttered argument only served to make Fluttershy angrier.
So, that makes it okay?
Her voice changed to a cruel, mocking tone, anger dripping off every word.
Oh, let's snoop on Fluttershy. Let's look at all her secrets. Let's all laugh at her pathetic little fantasies. Oh, don't worry. She won't care. She's too shy, too sweet, too nice.
Fluttershy stopped to catch her breath, still seething.
Shy, please.
And another thing, not only do you read my private diary out loud, but then you have the nerve to try and lie about it to my face? Some element of loyalty you are.
Fluttershy realized that tears were streaming down her cheeks, leaving warm, salty trails of hurt and frustration across her muzzle. She pushed on through her sobs, practically screaming at the Cyan mare.
I thought I could trust you. I thought that you would have at least a tiny shred of respect left for the ponies you call your friends.
Fluttershy took a deep, shuddering breath.
Guess I was wrong. Now, if you could please just go away.
She collapsed onto the grass, sobbing quietly to herself. All the righteous fury she had felt just seconds earlier was gone, replaced by a huge, yawning pit of misery that threatened to swallow her whole. Silence. Rainbow Dash stood soaking wet and motionless, looking like she had been hit by a sledgehammer the size of the moon. Her wings hung listlessly at her sides, all thoughts of flight forgotten. Then, wordlessly, she turned and began to slowly walk away, tail drooping and eyes downcast. As she came to the edge of the sheltered cave of branches, she risked one last glance behind her.
Hey, Fluttershy?
The yellow Pegasus sniffled.
What do you want?
Dash sighed, staring at the ground.
Look, I know you probably hate me right now, and you totally have every reason to, and you probably want nothing more to do with me either. But before you shun me forever, I just want you to know that, I'm cool with it.
Fluttershy blinked in confusion. That had not been the response she was expecting.
Cool? With what? She couldn't...
Liking mares.
She did.
The pit of sadness collapsed in on itself, and that tiny warm spark of hope ignited again.
You are? You don't hate me?
Dash chuckled weakly.
Hate you? Why the hey would I hate you for something as dumb as that? Who you like isn't a choice. It's something you're born with, like wings or a horn. Don't be ashamed of it. Heck, be proud. It's something that makes you different, special.
The sparks swelled, becoming a flickering flame. Dash shuffled her hooves awkwardly, eyes still fixed on the ground.
I mean, I would know.
The flame roared to life, becoming a full-fledged bonfire of wish and desire. Fluttershy looked up from behind her tears, barely daring to believe what she was hearing.
You mean, you like...
Rainbow sighed.
Yeah, I like mares. Yeah, I know. Shocker, right? Ponyville's best flyer, the Tom Colt with the freaking rainbow mane, a filly fooler? Who would have thought?
She sounded almost bitter.
But look, don't let that get in the way of what I'm saying, all right? I mean, sure, there's always going to be ponies who don't see it the way I do, but you know what? I say, if they can't accept you for who you are, buck 'em.
She slammed her four hooves together, accentuating her point.
You don't need them anyway. Trust me.
Dash looked around, scuffling the dirt with a hoof.
Well, I guess I'll be going then. I hope it works out with her, whoever she is. And, I'm really, really sorry. Honest.
She began to walk away, the boughs of the willow parting to let her back out into the clouds and rain. Fluttershy's heart felt like it was going to pop out of her chest.
This is it. This is the chance you've dreamed of. The only opportunity you'll probably ever get. Come on, Fluttershy. Mirror up and say something.
Wiping her tears away, she stood up from the damp grass and called out uncertainly.
Wait, Rainbow Dash.
The question came out as a squeak. Rainbow turned.
Yeah?
She said, half of her body already soaked again from the downpour outside.
I'm really sorry, too. I shouldn't have gotten angry like that. It was mean and horrible, and you didn't deserve it at all. If anything, I should be the one apologizing, since I left my journal out for any pony to find. It was only natural for you to be curious.
It was a white lie, but one she was willing to tell if it meant repairing the most important relationship in her life.
Do you accept my apology?
Fluttershy looked into Dash's eyes, mentally begging her.
Please say yes. Please say yes.
Dash smiled. The fire inside Fluttershy burned a little brighter.
Course I do, you silly filly. The element of loyalty doesn't turn her back on her friends just because of a stupid fight.
There was an awkward pause. Then Rainbow spoke again.
Thanks for not hating me, too. I mean, for a minute there I thought you were gonna bite my head off or something.
She stepped away from the edge of the tree, shaking water off her coat and shivering. Fluttershy gave a small smile of her own, disguising the fireworks show that was going on inside her stomach.
Thank you, sisters. May your reign be eternal and filled with peace and harmony. Oh, don't be silly, Rainbow. I would never think of hurting any of my friends. I was just angry, is all. And hurt, and terrified. The one mare I want to be with forever would think my deepest desires were silly and pathetic. But that doesn't matter now.
Dash laughed.
I know, Fluttershy. Just messing with ya.
She grew serious for a moment.
But, honestly, I still feel kinda cruddy about what happened. Is there any way that I can make it up to you? A favor? I could help with the animals if you needed, or something.
Fluttershy's head was spinning.
Rainbow Dash? Me? Rainbow Dash is offering me a favor?
She shook herself mentally, fighting back the storm of emotions.
Oh, get a grip, you silly mare. Ask her. Well, there is one thing. Am I really doing this?
Shoot! There's nothing the great Dash can't handle,
said Rainbow, now back to hovering in the air. She did a loop-the-loop around the tree as if to prove her point.
Well, you remember the song in my journal?
Yeah, Ode to something or other, right?
Fluttershy giggled softly.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, it's actually a duet, and, I was just wondering if, just maybe, you would like to sing it with me? If you don't mind, of course.
She mumbled the last couple of words so quietly they were barely audible. Rainbow frowned, looking uncertain.
You mean, like, practice for when you perform it for her?
Fluttershy nodded.
Yes, practice. That's it. I hope she doesn't realize it's not actually a duet.
Sure, I can do that, I guess.
Dash looked slightly uncomfortable.
I'm warning you, though. Singing isn't really my thing. Don't be surprised if I screw everything up.
Fluttershy wanted to tell her right then and there. She wanted to say that even if Dash hit every note 3 octaves flat, it would still be the best performance she had ever heard. Instead, she just nodded and smiled again, trying to reassure her oblivious friend.
I'm sure you'll be fine. It's a very simple melody, really. Here, repeat after me.
She hummed a soft, trilling phrase that reminded Dash of a bird's call.
Now you try. You can go an octave lower if you like.
Rainbow complied. She stumbled over the tune a bit at first, but after several repetitions and her friend's encouraging words, she was hitting every note. Fluttershy beamed.
That was great! All right. Do you mind if we tried it with the words now?
Dash shook her head, looking uncertain but determined.
Let's do it! The element of loyalty never breaks a promise!
Fluttershy retrieved her journal from the damp grass and opened it to the page of her song. She shook her wings absently, trying to steady her nerves.
This is it, Fluttershy. The edge of the waterfall. The handle on the door. As soon as you open your mouth, there's no turning back. Oh, but hey with it. All right, I'll take the first verse by myself, and you can come in after that.
Got it!
Fluttershy took a deep breath, ignoring the butterfly flickers of apprehension in her stomach, and began to sing again. Her voice rang out from the base of the willow, overpowering even the din of the storm beyond. At this point, she didn't care who heard her.
When she walks through the cobblestone streets of my hometown, all the ponies she passes, they'll stop and they'll stare. And she knows that their gazes will linger unfaltered. Every colt, every filly, every stallion and mare.
Her fluty soprano was joined by Dash's scratchier alto, the two voices contrasting perfectly over the sound of the rain.
And she flows through the sky like wind on the water, spinning and turning through sunset and stars. And I long for the day when she'll know my desires, the day when her mind will transform into ours.
Fluttershy took another breath, closing her eyes and building her voice to a passionate crescendo. Beside her, Rainbow Dash did the same.
How I wish I could fly through the heavens to touch her. Her cerulean coat and bright prismatic mane. Then we'd soar through the clouds like spring was on a voyage, dancing through torrents of slow falling rain.
Dash's voice fell away at the end of the verse's final line, but Fluttershy continued unaccompanied, singing the melody wordlessly one last time. She drew out the notes, pouring every ounce of love and passion she had into the heart of the music. After the last strains of song had faded from the air, Fluttershy sat down next to Rainbow, who was leaning against the tree unmoving. The yellow Pegasus kept her eyes closed, lips parted, the barest hint of a smile. She looked content, peaceful, the image of serenity. For a while there was nothing to disrupt the silence but the echo of thunder, the gentle patter of raindrops, and the soft shh-shh of the willow's branches in the wind.
Wow,
murmured Fluttershy, almost reluctant to break the tranquility.
Yeah,
Dash replied. She sounded odd, almost choked. Fluttershy opened her eyes and snuck a glance in Rainbow's direction. The chromatic mare's eyes were still squeezed tightly shut, her mouth set in a quivering line.
Oh no. Rainbow Dash, are you okay? Why did I have to do that? And now she probably does hate me, and it was stupid and selfish, and I should have never even...
I'm fine, really.
The Pegasus said shakily, eyes remaining closed.
Just tired.
Fluttershy noticed a couple of droplets leaking out from between Dash's clenched eyelids.
But that would mean... Rainbow, are you crying? Oh, I didn't make her angry. I upset her. Stupid and
selfish, bad Fluttershy. Even when you try to love some pony, you just hurt them even more.
Dash opened her eyes. They were wet with tears.
Of course not. Just some rain in my eyes. Like I said before, I'm fine.
She mumbled before turning away and promptly bursting into a quiet, hitching sobs.
Oh, Dashy.
Throwing caution to the winds, Fluttershy spread her wings and enveloped her friend in a tight, comforting hug. She felt her pinions brush against the edge of that incredible rainbow mane, the sensation sending tingles of electricity through her entire body. She saw those beautiful magenta eyes widen, first in surprise, then gratitude. She pulled Dash closer, expecting resistance from the normally touchy Pegasus. There was none. Fluttershy gave Rainbow a tender nuzzle, feeling the last vestiges of fear and apprehension dissolve into the cool softness of her friend's cyan coat.
This is nice. No, it's more than nice. This is incredible.
The two mares held the embrace for several minutes, neither wanting the moment to end. Finally, just when it seemed the hug would last forever, Rainbow Dash broke away. Her eyes were still shining, and her mane and coat were still streaked with tear tracks, but she was smiling.
Thanks, Shy. I needed that,
said Dash, sounding slightly embarrassed at the show of weakness. She sniffled, trying to clear away any evidence of the temporary chink in her emotional armor. Fluttershy saw the gesture, and began yet another torrent of apologies, mentally berating herself for taking pleasure in her best friend's pain.
What kind of pony? Oh, Rainbow, I'm so sorry. I never would have made you do anything like this if I knew it was going to... Stupid.
Dash held up a hoof, eyes steely.
No, you stop that right now, Philly. Listen to me. You have nothing to apologize for. Nothing. Got that?
Fluttershy nodded, slightly taken aback by Rainbow's abrupt change in tone.
Sorry. Yes.
Dash sighed.
It's my fault. I shouldn't have gotten all stupid and sappy like that. It's just... the song.
Fluttershy's heart plummeted.
You didn't like it?
Didn't like it? Didn't like it? Are you kidding?
Rainbow locked her gaze with Fluttershy's, looking more intense and passionate than the yellow mare could ever remember seeing her.
Fluttershy, that song was the most incredible thing I've heard in my life. It was beautiful and smart and poetic and...
Fluttershy's heart soared upward again, feeling like her emotions were being pulled along by a roller coaster. Rainbow Dash stomped a hoof on the ground, looking irritated.
Oh, Celestia, dang it! Why can't this be easy? Look, I guess what I'm trying to say is that whoever that mare is, she's, well, really lucky, and I hope she realizes that. I mean, you'd make an awesome filly friend.
She winced at her choice of words.
Not that I would. I mean...
That does it. I can't stand to see her hurting herself like this.
Fluttershy steeled herself.
Rainbow.
Dash paused, blushing the same color as the red in her mane.
Yeah?
Do you know what prismatic means?
Rainbow's brow wrinkled in bewilderment.
What does that have to do with anything?
Fluttershy sighed, barely suppressing a smile.
Just answer the question. Even when she's confused, she's adorable.
Dash shook her head, still looking baffled.
No idea.
It means like a rainbow,
whispered Fluttershy, now sporting a blush of her own.
A beautiful, strong, vivid rainbow. Something that lights up the sky wherever it goes. Oh, please don't make me explain it. I don't know if I can...
Dash's eyes widened as comprehension dawned.
Wait, the song? Rainbow-like, prismatic mane. It was about me?
Fluttershy was silent. She had prepared herself for this moment for countless hours, rehearsing it over and over in her head. But here, now, with the mare she had spent what felt like a lifetime longing over just inches away, her mind was drawing a blank.
Yes,
she squeaked, feeling smaller and more insignificant by the second. Rainbow Dash stood, dazed and motionless, processing this turn of events. Finally she spoke.
Fluttershy, that's...
Dash was stammering, searching for the words to express the vortex of emotions she was experiencing.
You're You...
Fluttershy panicked.
Of course she doesn't know what to think. I just confessed my love for her. She's probably looking for the best way to let me down nicely. Stupid Fluttershy!
The flood of apologies began to well up again, her natural instinct for politeness and passivity overriding all else.
Rainbow, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have just left you alone. I shouldn't have tried to...
She cried out in surprise as Dash grabbed her by the torso and soared upwards, breaching the sheltered canopy of the willow with a single beat of her wings. Outside, the rain was still going strong, and Fluttershy felt herself beginning to shiver as the cyan Pegasus climbed higher and higher.
What is she doing?
Finally, just when Fluttershy could have sworn ice crystals were beginning to form between her feathers, Dash halted her ascent. They were hovering above the vast, sweeping expanse of the ever-free forest, trees and rivers laid out in a nebulous patchwork of jades and midnight blues. Fluttershy glanced downward, immediately regretting doing so. The height was dizzying, and she felt herself beginning to panic.
Rainbow Dash, if it's not too much trouble, could we maybe, please, just go down, just a little?
Rainbow grinned.
You know something, Shy?
What?
You're really cute when you're worried.
She inclined her head downwards, bringing the yellow mare's face closer to her own. Her eyes sparkled.
I mean, you're pretty cute the rest of the time, too.
And with that, she leaned in and met Fluttershy's lips in a quick, tender kiss. Time stopped. Fluttershy felt every detail of the outside world melt away, her senses feeling simultaneously electrified and awash with the warmest, most pleasurable sensation she had ever experienced in her life. Her desires, her longing, her deepest wish, it had all finally become reality.
I have a feeling, friend. I have a special sun pony. I have Rainbow Dash, and she has me.
She repeated the thoughts over and over, as though losing track of them would somehow make her dream slip away.
No, silly. That won't happen. This is more than a wish, more than a dream. This is real.
She looked up, meeting Rainbow's gaze. They were the eyes of more than a friend, more than a companion. They were the eyes of a lover. A million unspoken thoughts passed between them in that fleeting instant, saying more than words could ever hope to. With a shy smile, Fluttershy snuggled closer, taking solace in Rainbow's protective embrace.
Thanks, Dashy. You don't mind if I call you that, do you? I know that you don't like it when Pinkie Pie does it.
Rainbow shook her head dismissively.
Nah, it's cool. Sure, when Pinkie does it, it can be kind of annoying. But I think I can make an exception for my Philly friend.
She smiled, and Fluttershy felt her heart skip.
I'm Rainbow Dash's silly friend. This is really happening.
Dash interrupted her self-assurance with another kiss, this time to the cheek. Fluttershy had to stop herself from shivering in delight as she felt the touch of the other mare's lips upon her face. Rainbow smirked, noticing the reaction.
Don't worry, there's plenty more where that came from.
She spun in the air, causing Fluttershy to yelp in surprise, and gestured out at the slate-colored sky above.
So, what do you say we wrap this storm up? I don't know about you, but I think the whole clouds and drizzle thing is getting pretty old.
Fluttershy nodded happily. Usually she wouldn't have even considered flying when the sky was anything but a clear, cloudless blue. But today, for so many reasons, was different. She felt alive, energized, like she could fly across Equestria and back without even breaking a sweat. She pecked Rainbow Dash on the nose, causing the other Pegasus to blush, and launched herself away into the sky beyond, dipping and turning without a care in the world. Dash laughed at the normally timid mare's unexpected burst of energy.
All right, the Major Kumos are back over there, a little past Sweet Apple Acres, said
Rainbow, pointing with a hoof.
We're gonna have to clear those first if we want to make any headway.
She grinned at her filly friend.
Last one there's a leaky cloud.
With a whoop, Dash rocketed away towards the sky above the farm, Fluttershy laughing and following behind her. They flew freely, spinning and looping, reveling in the sheer joy that can only be found in the simple gifts of life and love.
And they flow through the sky like wind on the water, spinning and turning through sunset. connections were one and the same, and they soared through the clouds like spring winds on a voyage, dancing through torrents of slow falling rain.
And it's that time that everyone hates, the time we end the show. For those of you who wish to submit fictions to us, the email to send them to is readrainboom@gmail.com. That is readrainboom@gmail.com. If you didn't quite catch that, don't worry, it's on the screen. Make sure to include fanfic on the subject line, and also put a link to the fiction in the email. Keep in mind, not every fanfic will be read, so don't rage at us if they aren't. Any comments or suggestions other than fanfics can be sent to us at that email as well. Also, as stated before, we have a set of rules for fictions, which are 1. The fictions must be PG-13, no exceptions. 2. The fictions must be completed. 3. Authors can submit their own story, but cannot be selected without fan support. 4. Fics should not be too short or too long. 5. Not too many key characters. We have a limited crew. I hope you all enjoyed watching this show as much as we did making it. And now, it is time to leave. Read on, every pony. Read on.
This is TechRat, and I will be reading To Exist by the Swimmin' The curtains have been drawn, the light shut off, and the doors sealed, turning Princess Luna's quarters into a fortress of darkness and silence. Its walls were impenetrable to even the loudest of sounds, and the moat uncrossable by even the brightest of lights. Inside, she was the Queen of Solitude, the Duchess of Darkness, the Lady of Shadows. But still, she could not sleep. She had tried everything. The age-old practice of counting sheep didn't help, nor did the imagining of pleasant and peaceful thoughts, which, to be fair, she had experienced few of in the past millennium. She had tried humming lullabies of old to herself, that her sister had sung to her so many years ago, but the lyrics escaped her mind, just as the slumber she so desperately craved escaped her eyes.
Come, little children, I'll take thee away into a land of enchantment. Come, little children, the time's come to play here in my land. No, my...
Blast, she thought. Yet another melody fading into obscurity. She tossed in her bed and turned over one of her many pillows, plopping her head on its surface. The side was cool and comfortable, but sleep did not come to the peeved princess. The feeling aggravated her beyond belief. She had just gone through a several-hour session of night court, filled with speeches from boring and stuffy ponies. She should be tired, not lying wide awake in the middle of the day. With a groan, Luna slammed her head down on the pillow that sat in front of her, impaling it with her impressive horn in the process. She growled in frustration, and threw the tattered remains of the pillow in the direction of the curtains on the opposite side of the room. While it flew towards the ground, she zapped it with a bolt of magic, effectively incinerating the pillow to a pile of ashes. The pulse of the magic caused one of the curtains to flourish, exposing the harsh light of the sun to Luna's room. The princess winced, inwardly cursing herself for her foolishness. But when she opened her eyes, the darkness refused to return. Not in full, anyway, for in the middle of the room, hanging in the air around the spiraling feathers of the destroyed pillow, hovered a purple pulsating cloud of stars. Its shape was never constant, and changed as though it were a liquid that desired to conform to the shape of a non-existent container. Luna watched in silence as the cloud moved about the room, its ever-changing form drifting with care, as though it were searching for something. Or some pony. Much to Luna's dismay, the cloud came to rest above her bed. The princess of the night couldn't help but feel that the cloud was staring at her, looking her up and down as it awaited a response.
You,
Luna finally said.
Us.
A voice confirmed in a tone that was neither masculine nor feminine. It was a soothing voice that echoed in Luna's mind, rather than in the air between them. Its words hypnotized her, drawing her closer as a brilliant flower attracted a swarm of bees.
It certainly has been a long time, Honorable Princess of the Night.
Not long enough,
Luna replied coolly. She sat up in her bed and regarded the cloud with annoyance. Her horn became enveloped in a blue aura, illuminating a small circle in her vast quarters.
I suggest you explain your business here before I personally see you out.
The cloud chuckled.
False threats will get you nowhere, Princess. We think you know very well that you cannot harm us with something so childish as magic.
Luna's face fell, the light extinguished.
Better, though it is a shame you had to put that light out. You are even more beautiful than we remember, dear Luna.
False compliments will get you nowhere.
Touché.
Silence.
I asked you before, and I would hate to have to ask again. What business do you have here? Or have you forgotten that I no longer desire to be tied to you and your schemes?
The voice laughed again.
What is so funny?
It would do you good not to jump to conclusions, Luna. We never said anything about a scheme, as you call it. No, Luna, we can promise to you that we came here with only friendly intentions. We simply desire to talk.
Luna raised an eyebrow.
Surely you jest.
No, Princess, we speak with sincerity. Is it such a problem for two old accomplices to catch up and talk like old friends?
The covers rustled as Luna flared her wings.
We are not friends. The very idea is laughable,
she said. She pointed an accusatory hoof at the cloud.
I hate you.
She lowered her hoof and spoke the name of the entity in a voice laced with venom.
Your words sting us so, Princess,
the voice said, feigning sadness.
Though we ask you to refrain from taking our name in vain. After all, how could you hate the one that gave you so much and ask for so little in return? We gave you everything you asked for, and yet you despise our existence.
Luna roared and exploded out from under the safety of her bed. She narrowed her teary eyes at the cloud, the emotions of 1,000 years present in the captivating pools of blue. All the while, she stood tall and strong in an attempt to look intimidating.
You gave me nothing,
she shouted,
and instead took from me everything. 1,000 years you stole from me. Thousands of chances to make memories with family and friends gone forever, all because of your lies.
Despite the hostility she felt from the being, Luna refused to cease her tirade.
You promised me respect, but you only brought me fear. You promised me admiration, but brought infamy onto me instead.
She took a step forward and lowered her voice.
You promised me love, but I only received hate.
The room was silent. Luna breathed in a short, rhythmic manner, while the cloud simply continued to hover in its hypnotizing style.
Princess Luna,
the voice began. Luna's ears turned upwards attentively. Its voice was calm, yet she could sense anger in its words.
Does one not respect what they fear?
This question surprised the princess.
Well, yes, I suppose, but...
And does not one admire those that acquire such a height of infamy as you?
In a way, yes, but...
And without hatred, how could there be love for you, my princess, when when you finally return from your imprisonment to your sorry, old, lonely sister.
Enough!
Luna shouted. Had she been outside and in her element, a lightning bolt would have cracked behind her, revealing an expression of disgust.
Speak what you will about me and my habits, but you will not speak of my sister in that way.
She gritted her teeth.
To do such is an insult not only to her, but to me, as well as the entirety of the kingdom of Equestria.
Silence again.
Is that clear?
Luna asked.
Of course it is. We all know how terrible it is to insult the great Princess Celestia.
Luna growled.
What are you saying?
You know very well what I am saying, Princess.
The voice taunted. Luna cringed. The voice was right. Luna understood its message loud and clear. They were powerful words, hurtful words, words that she knew she had heard before, somewhere in an ancient castle long ago.
Is everything quite all right, Princess?
Princess Luna jumped. The voice was louder this time, almost as if it were part of her own mind.
Yes, everything is just fine.
Then would it be so troublesome as to interrupt your peaceful day with a question?
A question?
Why, yes. It is why we came here, after all. Did we not say we only wished to talk?
Luna frowned and set her haunches down in her bed.
Speak your mind, then, O nightmare.
The nightmare let out a low laugh that echoed throughout Luna's consciousness. She could almost hear the being smile, its malicious smile, its devious plan no doubt coming to fruition. But she was ready. She knew all of the being's old plots and all of its cunning methods of manipulation. She had almost let her guard down once that night, but now she was prepared for any sort of question this thing had to offer.
Princess, are you happy?
What?
The princess responded, perplexed beyond belief.
You come here in the middle of the day and disturb my efforts to get some well-deserved rest, only to ask me such a childish question?
Answer the question.
Luna sighed.
Of course I am happy. Why wouldn't I be? I'm free of your dirty clutches and have started a new life.
And was it worth it?
The nightmare quipped. Luna paused.
I beg your pardon?
Throwing away everything we had worked for together, was it worth it?
Of course it was,
Luna calmly said.
In case you haven't noticed, your little plan failed miserably.
But for a while you were...
The most hated pony in the history of Equestria, yes.
Luna interrupted.
1,000 years is hardly qualifying for a while, nightmare.
Luna gave a devious smile of her own.
In fact, I think I have everything I've ever wanted now. Maybe all I needed to do was ask.
Suddenly, Luna was overcome with an overwhelming feeling of sadness. The pulsating cloud that was a nightmare seemed to slow its movements, almost to a complete stop.
Thank you, Princess,
the being said. Princess Luna sighed.
Now I suppose I must ask you. Is everything quite all right?
We thought you hated us, Princess.
I do.
Then why does it matter? What does anything matter when everything you've ever worked for has all been for naught? When every pony you've ever cared for despises you?
Luna's face went flat.
It was evil.
But you seem to agree.
My heart was black and my mind was young. I have learned many lessons since my return to the throne. Lessons that I feel you could stand to learn, Nightmare.
There was a long silence as the nightmare settled itself on the bed.
It's not that simple. We can't learn in the way your kind does. We act purely on instinct. On a primal sort of desire that precedes the existence of you and your sister by centuries. We cannot simply learn. We can only feed on the wishes and dreams of ponies. Ponies like you, Princess.
Princess Luna's eyes were empty. The nightmare was an evil being, that was for sure, yet...
Any pony can learn. It merely takes the right circumstances. Circumstances that I think you have yet to experience.
Save your words for ears that can listen. We cannot be taught. We cannot learn. We cannot feel. We can only exist.
A deafening silence overtook the room. A tear fell from Luna's eye and landed with a plip on the bed she and the nightmare rested upon. Despite the hate of 1,000 years she held towards the ethereal being, she couldn't help but feel pity and deep sadness for it. She had always been told that ponies could change for the better, that even the blackest of hearts and the darkest of souls could learn to coexist in the perfect unison that they all called harmony. Yet here lay a being that was fated to be corrupt for all the eternity of its miserable existence, a servant to its own dark impulses.
Celestia has plans for you,
Luna said, wiping her eyes. A soft, soothing voice seemed to garner the nightmare's attention, as the stars inside of it seemed to regain their previous brilliance.
Does she now?
The nightmare responded, a hint of interest in its voice.
We should have expected this sooner or later. She cannot simply allow a destructive being to wander Equestria aimlessly now, can she?
It's not what you think. You must believe me when I say this. She wouldn't harm you.
She wouldn't be able to if she tried. Princess?
Yes? What is it?
Tell us, Princess. What does it mean to exist?
The question caught Luna off guard, and she mentally recoiled.
I'm afraid I do not follow. We both are here, talking, so do we not exist?
But there is not more to an existence than simply being? Is there not more to what it makes a pony than what they are meant to do?
Luna's head fell.
We are sorry, Princess. We did not mean to upset.
Love.
We... love?
Love. Not necessarily of the romantic variety either. Platonic relationships are just as important, if not more so, than the tie of a lover.
We see,
the nightmare said. Luna could have sworn she saw the massive cloud nod its understanding.
Thank you.
And with that, the cloud rose from its resting place on the bed and began to float away.
Wait!
Luna shouted. The cloud stopped.
Are you leaving?
We are tired, Princess. We are not as powerful as you may remember us. We have received the answers we desired, and now we must go.
But...
Luna bit her lip.
We must go, Princess.
Luna sighed and nodded.
Farewell, then, O nightmare.
Farewell, Princess of the Night. We thank you for your company this day.
The feeling is mutual. And nightmare?
The cloud paused once more.
You may have changed more than you think,
Luna said with a smile.
Appearances can be deceiving. Goodbye, Luna.
And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the nightmare vanished. Luna awoke with a start, her body and face enveloped in a cold sweat. Her lungs cried out for air. She repeatedly gasped, each acute breath eliciting a sharp pain in her side. She bobbed back and forth as her vision swayed, a slight crack of light illuminating the room from the door that had led to the halls. As her breathing slowed to a steady pant, she struggled to right herself, her head pounding with each beat of her heart. And then, all was still.
How long?
She questioned the darkness between breaths.
How?
She covered her eyes with her hooves as the cascade of tears began.
The guards informed me of a commotion coming from your room not an hour ago. I rushed here as soon as I could.
Not that!
Luna exploded, pounding her sheets in frustration. The figure in the darkness backed away in surprise.
How long must I be subject to this torture? How long until I can feel safe within my own mind?
Luna buried her face once more as the sobbing returned to fill the room.
You are making progress.
Progress means nothing. All I want to do is live like a normal pony, but instead I have this thing to torture me whenever I fall asleep.
Baby steps first, Luna.
The voice cooed. The words had a calming effect on the Princess of the Night, as if they were laced with sedatives.
I assure you everything will be okay. You just need to believe that too.
Luna sniffled, her tears slowing their fall.
Thank you, sister. I will try.
What are sisters for?
The two sisters embraced, elation present in their thin smiles.
Can you fall back asleep?
I think so. I have to try.
Celestia nodded and smiled.
Good day then, dear sister.
Good day,
Luna repeated. Celestia's majestic figure strode towards the door, swinging it wide open with a golden aura.
Sister!
Luna cried out, just in time to catch Celestia as she took her first steps out of the room. The elder alicorn stopped in her tracks, surprised by her sister's sudden outburst.
Yes, Luna? What is it?
She asked, her head still facing towards the doorway.
It's about that test you have planned for Twilight Sparkle.
Celestia gave a light smile as she slightly angled her head towards her sister, revealing an iridescent eye of purple. It was always one eye, Luna thought, one taunting, purple, mysterious eye that she saw, never the pair.
What of it, Luna? Is there something you wish to say about it?
Don't do it!
Luna shouted. Celestia's eye widened, a frown replacing the inviting smile she had previously worn.
My apologies, sister. I just think that it is not the greatest idea.
And why not?
Because, sister, I think that, what I mean to say is,
She sighed in exasperation as she collected her thoughts.
Celestia, she will surely fail.
Celestia hesitated before turning her head straight once more.
That is my intention,
came her cryptic answer. Luna's body shivered, but before she had a chance to respond, Celestia had vacated her quarters and shut the door in the process. She was alone. Her fortress had returned, but its walls had crumbled, a victim of her own mind.
Hey, this is Repairman Man reading Fluttershy Learns the Royal Canterlot Speaking Voice by Chaotic Harmony. Hello there. Well, I suppose it's not important who I am, for I'm merely a storyteller. For now, just imagine me as a bright yellow pony with a beautiful mane of black. Oh, who am I kidding? Just imagine me how you want to. I suppose a draw me like one of y'all French fillies meme is in order at this point. No? No? Fine. I'll just get on with the story, I suppose. Not like you all care about the narrator or anyone who had anything to do with said story, so long as you get a laugh, right? Yes, well, how does one start such a story? Does a pony start it off with the usual once upon a time? No, that would never do. This is something that happened merely a month ago. How about the butter yellow mare walked down the dirt path that led up to her cottage, humming to herself peacefully. Yes, I suppose that one will do nicely. Let me just take a sip of water here. It would be terrible if I ran dry during a telling, now wouldn't it? Ah, that's better. Let's begin, shall we? I'm just going to take this little pause to point out that this is all written here in the thing. This is not even me doing commentary. Commentary's built in. The butter yellow mare walked down the dirt path that led up to her cottage, humming to herself peacefully. Her mane blew gently in the wind, accompanied by her tail, and nearly the little pony herself. The hot pink strands somehow managed to find themselves perfectly groomed after the soft breeze had died down. A loud snapping off to her right made the frightened filly leap aside, trembling with absolute terror as she looked from behind her mane towards the quivering bush. One might be wondering as to why the little pony didn't simply trot away from the bush and continue on her day. And, of course, there is an answer to this question, because this is a story, and a story with no answers to the reader's questions isn't much of a story. I kid you not, that is written in the story. This is actually here. Well, my dear fillies and gentle colts, I shall leave you waiting no longer for your answer. The lithe-framed Pegasus was simply afraid. Her mind had always been the kind to lock down instead of go faster in stressful situations, and this occasion was no exception. The pony's wings snapped to her sides, and her legs strained painfully, causing her to bob back and forth in a comical fashion before coming to a complete stop. Not even a tremor ran through the mare's body as she watched the green growth with wary eyes. By now, you've probably guessed who in Equestria this little pony is. However, some of you may not have. No, it's not Twilight Sparkle. No, it's not even Rarity, who is always so scared of mud that she practically lives inside her you know what I mean. Well, for those of you less enlightened, I shall bestow the beautiful knowledge upon you as to the identity of this little pony. Her name was Fluttershy, and she was staring at a bush, while standing in the middle of the road, in plain sight, where a cart could easily hit her, well, you get the point, right? Any hoof, here Fluttershy stood, her eyes scanning the dark insides of the bush in search of another pair that would be staring out at her. She grew frustrated as nothing made its spectacular appearance, drawing her closer and closer to the bush's leaves in an attempt to pry apart the secret of their occupier. The ruffling returned as did her frozen muscles, first from one part of the bush and then in another place altogether. Fear ran unbridled along her body in waves, causing her chest to rise and fall swiftly as the sounds grew in intensity and volume, becoming almost a roar in her ears. A large pair of eyes bloomed suddenly from inside the bush's depths, moving closer and closer to the edge until the creature was on the point of crossing over into the open. It was from the dark of the shadow underneath the sheltering green came a ball of white fluff, a tiny scrap of paper trailing behind it. It was from her frozen spot on the ground that Fluttershy watched with terror as the white-haired creature sniffed at her leg hesitantly. She had to suppress one of those trademark squeaks of hers as the thing brushed against her leg, then chattered up at her. A flood of relief filled her body as she recognized the creature below her, a warm wave of feeling that took away the cold fear.
Oh, hi there, Angel Bunny.
She squeaked again, fearing she had been too loud. The bunny, more than used to his owner's peculiar behavior, simply rolled his eyes and waved the piece of paper he had been holding in her face. Fluttershy merely looked past the distraction and back along the road she had been traversing on.
That's nice, Angel, but Mama's gotta go get some of that cream for your special salad.
Normally, mention of his special salad would blank his mind and replace whatever thoughts he had been having with thoughts of the delicious recipe that Fluttershy made for him on special occasions. However, today he was on a mission, given by the highest authority that Equestria had to offer. It was a simple task, but one that needed doing. Simply deliver a letter to Fluttershy when she was outdoors and alone. For such a simple task, he was promised heaps and heaps of carrot cheesecake, and piles of the normal variety as well. Angel, being the bunny that he had always been, simply accepted the request with a nod and grabbed the letter on his way out. It was only with the thought of the treats that awaited him after his job that kept him from losing concentration at the mention of his favorite food. Now, I suppose you all know where this story will end, don't you? Even though you know the ending, will you continue to listen to a simple storyteller describe the events that led up to said ending? Well, here I go. Hope you haven't tuned me out already. Now, an angry ball of white bunny that was enough to grab any normal pony's attention, not to mention the powerful leg that he tapped into her hoof repeatedly. When coupled with the fact that the letter was sealed with the seal of the one and only Princess Celestia, Fluttershy's attention was now fully devoted to the bunny.
Oh, Angel, what is it?
The bunny practically threw the letter at her, which she cut in her mouth after it nearly fell into a puddle.
Thanks, Angel.
She blushed as the bunny snickered silently and jumped away, leaving her alone out in the road. The mare turned back to her house and prepared herself for what the letter from the princess contained. Oh, the naiveties of youth. Remember those fun days? Come now, surely you can take a break from the story for a few moments to recall to your mind those things from the past that you acted without wisdom. Never mind that little, excursion. Bad memories and all. Anyhow, let's get back to the tale that I left so uncaringly in the air. So, we find our friendly element of kindness sitting on her couch, nervously pushing her hooves against the cushions as she contemplated opening the letter. Eventually, all her waiting was for naught. The letter seal glowing golden for a moment before it flew off, striking the ceiling and clattering to the floor. Fluttershy looked down at the letter, from her perch on the ceiling fan, with a new air of apprehension. It stared back up at her. You know what I mean. With a nonchalant expression, simply sitting there as it waited for her hooves to open it and reveal the secrets contained within. With trembling hooves, she reached out and slowly moved the edge of the scroll along the table, the parchment rolling along its bar. What would be the best way to describe what happened next? An explosion of multi-hued magic? How about a blinding light? Maybe an intense thunderstorm brewing overhead and lightning bolts striking the trees that were rooted in the everfree forest? I think I'll keep it simple and to the point, not to mention closest to the actual events that transpired that day. A puff of blue powder rose on a soft breeze that flowed outward from the ink contained on the letter, encircling the now terrified Fluttershy before disappearing entirely. She sneezed, squeaking a little at how loud it sounded. Remember how I spoke of the naiveties of youth? Well, sweet Fluttershy thought nothing of the change in volume, chalking it up to merely dust buildup in her home, and she made a mental note to dust more often. She bent down to read the letter's contents, something about the magic of friendship, and thanking her for helping to save Equestria.
Oh my, she didn't have to send a letter to thank me. I mean, it was no big deal anyway.
She shook her head lightly at the princess's unneeded gratitude, and deposited the letter into a pile of papers that stood in a corner of the room.
Now, I suppose I still have to go to the market and buy that cream.
She grabbed her basket in her mouth and walked over to the door. What do you think happened next? A shout of rage that totally obliterated the cottage entryway? Perhaps a supersized spark that propelled her out of the doorway and over Ponyville, where the unknowing spike let out a belch of flame that ignited the gas that now hung over the town and coating everything in fire? No, nothing of that extremity occurred at that particular point in time. Merely another sneeze that lightly rattled the door in its frame. She pushed open the now silent door and set off at a trot down the road. Birds on every side sang to her, their songs clashing and flowing together at the same time, creating the beautiful melody of nature, to which the bubbling creek created the tempo. She sang wordlessly as she smiled at the birds in the trees. Her song suddenly increased in pitch until it was as high as the Pegasus had ever sung before, cutting off suddenly as the birds all fluttered into the air in fright. She had to repress the urge to fly after her friends, settling for calling after them in a scared voice.
Oh, don't go, little birdies. I didn't mean to scare you.
She winced at how loudly she had been calling out. Sure that ponies down in town could hear her by now. She put her head down as she trotted along, muttering to herself.
Oh, was I that loud?
Oh, if only poor Fluttershy knew just how loud her mouth was to become that fateful day. Ooh, look at the unimportant storyteller, giving us blatant hints as to what happens next. Oh, sorry about that. Let's just go back to the story at hand. For the sake of saving time, I won't bore you with the details as to the various events that occurred on the road to Ponyville. I will simply state that she walked from point A, her cottage, to point B, Ponyville, and in that space of time, something occurred within our soft-spoken protagonist. As she walked into the streets, filled with ponies going about their daily business, this something made its appearance. And who better to reveal the change within Fluttershy than the premier party pony of Ponyville, Pinkie Pie. The aforementioned pony leapt out from seemingly nowhere, screaming out her usual phrase.
Surprise!
Her word was cut off short as a wall of air smashed into her face and down her throat, sending her into a coughing fit. As the pink earth pony coughed and gagged, Fluttershy slammed a hoof over her mouth in astonishment. In the next instant, Pinkie recovered from the sudden shock and squealed with joy.
Oh, wow, Fluttershy! That was really loud! I bet you could talk to ponies and canter loud with that kind of voice. Oh, or you could be a crier for news all across Equestria!
Fluttershy merely backed away in her usual demure demeanor, hiding her face behind her long mane and shivering slightly.
Oh, was I that loud?
She kicked at the dirt as her friend bounced around her excitedly.
Of course you were, Fluttershy! It's almost like that time the gala where we all went and thought we all would have the best night ever, and when I sang the Pony Pokey but nobody else wanted to do it, and you tried to get all the animals at the...
Fluttershy squeaked loudly as she backed away further.
Wow, that was really loud too, Fluttershy! Oh my, I think I'm going to go now, Pinkie Pie. That is, if it's alright with you.
Fluttershy didn't bother to wait for an answer as she whispered loudly, her words drawing the attentions of the ponies in the street, causing them to stop in their tasks to follow the butter-yellow ponies escape into the sky with their eyes. Now, normally our shy little pony would merely return to her home and sit alone in her cottage. However, if she merely did that, what fun would this little story be? Let's follow our dear protagonist along in her little story of, well, whatever this is. Flying back where we had left her, Fluttershy was soaring through the open air while frowning in deep thought.
Even Pinkie Pie told me I was loud now. What is going on today?
She was pulled from her internal search as a blur of color rocketed past her and sent her into a spin. She flapped her wings a few times to steady herself, watching the rainbow trail following the blur steadily approach her. Out of a wall of color appeared her best friend, Rainbow Dash, who was sweating and panting with exhaustion.
Sorry about that, Fluttershy. I was busy practicing for the Wonderbolts.
The rainbow-maned Pegasus waved her hose in the air extravagantly, her heavy breathing ruining the usual attempt at grandeur.
Oh, it's okay.
Fluttershy winced at how loud she sounded to herself. Of course, Rainbow Dash reacted as well, though not in such a negative way.
Oh, wow, Fluttershy! You've gotten a lot louder. Want to give me a cheer?
Rainbow, being the brash and untactful pony that she was on occasion, pulled the shy pony down to the ground and sat down on the ground, her head tilted expectantly, like a dog. After a few moments of staring at each other, the two sighed simultaneously, though Fluttershy's was of sadness and Rainbow's of impatience.
Well, Fluttershy?
She huffed angrily, prodding the offending mare with a hoof.
Come on, on, let's hear one.
Well, I suppose you all know where this is going, right? The super loud and canterlot voiced yay from Fluttershy? If you didn't see that coming as soon as I brought in Rainbow Dash, then you, yeah. Back to the tale I was telling. I can't just blatantly insult you, can I? Fluttershy puffed out a small bit of air, attempting to pass off her cough as a cheer. Suffice to say, Rainbow Dash was not amused.
Come on, Fluttershy, give me a real cheer, please.
The prismatic Pegasus looked into her friend's eyes pleadingly. The butter-yellow pony simply sighed resignedly.
Okay, but only because it's you, Rainbow.
She felt nothing inside her chest, no buildup of excitement that formed itself into words of joy. Nothing but anxiety rested in her small body.
Rainbow Dash, do you think you can, start flying? I don't think I can do a cheer right now.
She backed away slightly, fighting the urge to simply fly away in terror, and kicked at the dirt. A blazing heat rose to the shy pony's face as Rainbow's eyebrow climbed slightly.
Seriously?
She upped another sigh as the kind mare's head bobbed slightly.
Fine, but I better be able to hear it up in the sky, too.
She stomped a hoof in the ground for emphasis.
One super amazing Rainbow Dash patented flying show coming right up.
The Pegasus flared her wings outward and smirked at her friend before taking off at a dash. And as Fluttershy watched her friend go into a series of tricks that most Pegasi would find impossible to do, she felt something build inside her chest. It built up and up and up, pressing against her throat with a force that was nearly on the point of pain. She pushed it back down only to find it pushing back with more force. The unseen arms of the creature inside her clawed its way closer to freedom. She couldn't hold it any longer, the little pony taking a deep breath and letting go. How would I go about telling you the way her cheer had affected Equestria? I need a good word for such a level of destruction. It, obliterated? Exploded? Raised? Imploded? Exploded twice, maybe. I have no idea. Well, let's just say that it was big. So big that even the watchful Princess Celestia stopped what she was doing as her ears perked up from the shout that washed across the land.
Yay!
The eyepiece to her magical telescope aimed and locked onto her target of curiosity. Celestia looked through the lenses at the source of such a noise, so reminiscent of her sister. Celestia couldn't suppress a chuckle as she watched the terrified yellow pony fly away from her, now thrown against the mountain friend, Rainbow Dash. As a prankster, she rather enjoyed these kinds of tricks. It was simply her nature. One can only read books for a few thousand years before becoming bored with them.
I suppose Fluttershy is attempted to teach my sister to speak softly once again.
She mused aloud, looking away from her telescope as she grabbed a slice of cake, her one guilty pleasure.
Oh, my sister. Such an aptitude for pranks, but nothing more from our time.
What are you speaking of, dear sister? We are standing right here next to you.
Chunks of half-chewed cake splattered against the ground as Celestia spun around, looking up and down her sister's midnight blue body.
Wait, I thought you were down there with Fluttershy.
Celestia poked her sister's leg hesitantly. Absolute horror passing through her as the feeling of warmth indeed confirmed that her sister was in front of her.
Then that means that it was Fluttershy who made that noise?
The Princess of the Night couldn't suppress a grin as she conjured up her own magical lens.
Indeed, sister. Shall we observe these events?
Her sister's mischievous grin was contagious, and Celestia soon found herself smiling.
Yes, let's.
I suppose you think that this is the end, right? That it was Celestia the entire time? Well, you are wrong, because this is not the ending. For you see, it was not either of the royal sisters that sent the sealed letter, because there is another pony in Ponyville with access to the royal seal, which she uses to bind all of her letters to Celestia. The pony I speak of was now currently lurking in her library, stifling her laughter as another loud wave of sound rattled her windows.
Oh, that is so funny! This book really helps when trying to prank ponies.
She opened the book, which had the words, "Prank is the Pony, 16th century edition," stamped across its cover. The purple unicorn, known by many as the element of magic, lifted a small glass jar full of blue powder that glittered in the lavender glow of magic. She smiled as she cast a spell over her body, shivering lightly as the oozing tendrils of cold flowed down her back. She spread her disguise's wings and stretched, relishing in the feeling of having wings, even though she couldn't actually fly with them. The Twilight-turned Celestia smiled mischievously. A manic glint in her eye.
Now, who else can I give this powdered poison joke to? And who can deliver it for me this time?
Oh, come now! Don't look at me that way! I'm merely the teller of this tale. Well, you all had a good laugh, right? Can we please put down the books and rocks and other miscellaneous objects that you are all preparing to throw at me? Alright then, so we find ourselves at the end of this story, right on the precipice of another start. Shame really, but I ran out of water, so that story will have to wait until a later time. Thank you for listening to the Tales of a Storyteller.
And it's that time that everyone hates, the time we end the show. For those of you who wish to submit fictions to us, the email to send them to is readrainboom@gmail.com. That is readrainboom@gmail.com. If you didn't quite catch that, don't worry, it's on the screen. Make sure to include fanfic on the subject line, and also put a link to the fiction in the email. Keep in mind, not every fanfic will be read, so don't rage at us if they aren't. Any comments or suggestions other than fanfics can be sent to us at that email as well. Also, as stated before, we have a set of rules for fictions, which are 1. The fictions must be PG-13, no exceptions. 2. The fictions must be completed. 3. Authors can submit their own story, but cannot be selected without fan support. 4. Fics should not be too short or too long. 5. Not too many key characters. We have a limited crew. I hope you all enjoyed watching this show as much as we did making it. And now, it is time to leave. Read on, every pony. Read on.
A Most Unusual Reading Buddy by Damocles23.
There she was. The end of her long journey was just a few meters ahead of her. In front of Daring Do stands the thing she earned the right to find with blood, sweat, and tears. Her steps feel heavier by the moment, and the relentless heat of the jungle isn't doing any favor to her already proven physique. The less she thinks about those aching pains all over her body, mostly caused by close encounters with crazed hench ponies and savage animals, the better. It doesn't matter. There's a friend to save and an enemy to defeat. Does Daring Do need any other incentive? Of course not. She has all the weapons she needed, ready to fight what could possibly be her final battle. For her sake is the last thought that crosses her mind as she sets off towards the site her sworn enemy chose as a stage for their final confrontation. She moves away the thick tree branches in front of her to reveal before her eyes the full glory of the ancient temple of the Hoofidian Serpent, which was, according to an old Equestrian legend, built with the bones of a dead god. The humongous and horrific snake-like creature that tightly circles the bulk of the temple itself, constituted by a barren terracotta pyramid, did nothing but confirm that most preposterous claim. As she gets closer to the primordial structure and sees the snake's dreadful maw, the lower jaw half buried in the ground and acting as a door to the temple, the intrepid archaeologist can't help but wonder, if the legend is true, what can possibly kill a god and make it an ornament? More importantly, will she be able to defeat Awizodl this time, even if he's the wielder of such power? Of course, Awizodl always underestimated one thing about Daring. If he hurt Coco, if he just grazed her cheek for some kooky plan of his, there's nothing on heaven or earth that could protect him. She crosses the threshold of teeth with a confident step. barely phased when the mouth of the monster tightly shuts behind her with a noise so loud that it echoes in all the serpent's skeleton. Next time, wait a little longer, says Daring Do, without even turning to see, venturing further into the bowels of the monstrous building.
Rainbow Dash lifts her gaze from the book for a moment and stares, pupils wide open, at the door of Twilight's library. A shiver climbs up her spine and notes that her left forehoof is trembling lightly. No pony ever told her that the latest entry of Daring Do was this awesome. Well, Twilight described it as such, but their definition of awesome wasn't exactly the same. Not this time, though. For once the purple unicorn and the cyan Pegasus were perfectly in agreement, and both ponies had to bow in front of the bodacity she was holding in her hooves. She makes a silent note to thank the lavender mare for having found her this early copy. So early, in fact, that she never heard of it until Twilight showed her to her that morning. She didn't hear of Daring Do and the Ophidian Knife even after reading all the news, previews, and interviews about the franchise Twilight always provided her every time Dash finished the newest one, so it came off as a nice surprise. None of her sources mentioned this chapter of the series, and usually, with the considerable information network she built, nothing Daring Do related could escape her. She felt a little stabbed to her pride for Twilight being able to put her hooves before her, the so-called fast Pegasus in Equestria. But she accepted defeat with dignity since it came from one of her bestest friends. Besides, Twilight probably played in her field, i.e. magic or researches, and for all her talents she couldn't hope to beat the other girls in their respective fields. Last time she tried making a dress almost ended with casualties. With only one chapter left, she's fully prepared to put an end to the incredible ride this book has been for the past few hours. With all the solemnity and gravitas the occasion deserves, prepares herself to turn the page! Sadly, the Weaver of Fate botches the thread that was leading to this glorious moment, messily intertwining it with one that runs a different, albeit equally animated destiny. A destiny kick started by a violent slamming on Twilight's front door, a goofy yet steel-endearing grin, and the loudest, most vibrant and lively salute that ever graced the air of Ponyville. All of this caused by the sudden intrusion of an over-enthusiastic pink mare.
Hello, Twilight!
The pink mare shouts at the top of her lungs, startling the blue mare and causing Rainbow Dash to slip from the pile of cushions she was leaning her shoulders on, making her fall on her side to the floor. Still tightly clutching the book, even though her concentration is flown out the window faster than a sonic rainboom, she grumbles a salute to the pink pony.
Hi, Pinkie Pie.
Pinkie bends her neck to match Dash's perspective and looks at the Pegasus, confused.
Rainbow Dash, what are you doing on Twilight's floor?
I was reading,
she says, lifting up a bit the tome in question, keeping it open with a hoof.
Huh? Isn't that a teeny bit uncomfortable reading on the floor? You had all those nice pillows behind you.
She enters the library and nonchalantly closes the door with a hind leg.
Never mind.
She pulls herself off the ground with a hoof and returns to her previous cozy position, turns the page without further ado and reads the title of the next chapter, The Final Confrontation. She stops looking at the book to look at the pink pony, who's still there humming a catchy song with her usual relaxed smile. Humming a little too much for her taste, so she tries at least to strike a conversation, hoping the mare is just passing by, and Dash can finally start reading the supposed grand finale.
Can I help you with something?
Rainbow asks, sheepishly looking at her from over the book.
Nope.
Pinkie answers as quick as possible and keeps staring at Dash. Her wide, inquisitive blue eyes keep staring at her very soul, like a savage beast of the savannah waiting for an ambush. That vacant stare fills her mind with uneasy thoughts and unsavory suppositions, so much that she feels a drop of cold sweat rolling over her temple.
What are you doing here, anyway?
She gets right down to business, even hoping to aid the pink pony of her own, mostly to make her leave faster.
Well, I'm planning this party for this friend of mine obsessed with this role-playing game called Equestria of Darkness, and I wanted to give him a horror-themed party. You see, his birthday is at Nightmare's Night, so I thought it would be a great idea, and Twilight said she had some source books or whatever they're called, so I need to read at least one, but I don't know the name of the right one, and I never even saw or even heard of this game until now, but Twilight said she has some of them and told me to pass this morning so I could borrow one, and by the way, where is she?
Pinkie never even draws a breath after finishing the whole rant, leaning towards the Pegasus on her forelegs and eyeing her intensely without blinking, resembling more and more a predatory stance in her typical enthusiasm. Rainbow lays the book on the floor in defeat, finally admitting to herself that she won't be able to read in the same room with the erratic pink mare. She glances at it with a nostalgic look, feeling like part of her has just been torn.
Twilight is out with Spike for commission, so it's just me here, trying to read.
Oh well, I'll just wait until she gets back so I can keep you company. Aren't you happy?
Delighted,
answers the Pegasus with a tortured fake smile, feeling like she's just been punched in the gut. Pinkie takes a glance to the book lying to the floor.
Is it any good, Dashie?
Oh yeah!
Her vitality suddenly returns.
It isn't just good, it's awesome! No wait, awesome is not enough, it's...
Super special awesome!
Pinkie points a hoof at Dash.
Yes! Yes it is! It's so good I can't believe it's right here on my hooves! Twilight said it was an early release, but this must be a work of magic for how good it is!
I'm so happy for you then!
Pinkie sits on her haunches and keeps staring at Rainbow, this time shifting her look between the blue mare, the floor, and the surrounding scaffolds. She opens her mouth several times trying to form words, but immediately shuts it, reprising the same series of awkward movements. She almost looks embarrassed of something. Pinkie starts to tap her foot on the floor until she's interrupted by Dash.
Is something wrong, Pink?
Can you read it to me?
Pinkie interrupts her instantly, leaning towards the Pegasus with those same scintillating blue eyes of hers from before.
What? Since when do you like daring do?
She cocks an eye, suspicious.
Well, actually, it's my first one. But just to pass some time until Twilight comes back.
She slowly draws a circle on the ground with a hoof.
My mommy always read me a story before sleeping when I was a little filly.
Well, you're not a little filly anymore.
She adds a nervous chuckle.
And it's not night either, so I guess you can do it.
Rainbow starts to trace some imaginary calculus in the air with a hoof. The results go to Pinkie's favor, but she scoffs at them almost immediately, trying to find some excuses.
Well, actually, verily, I don't know how to.
Don't know how to read?
The pink pony stifles a little laugh. Dash blushes a bit.
I guess it doesn't hold up, right?
Nope, not at all.
She says, shaking her head left and right. Her enthusiasm quells once again. In her eyes is etched the same melancholic look she had just a minute before. She lets out a sigh.
We used to do everything together once. Playing or pranking or just taking a stroll together. Now you just pass all the time reading in the library all alone.
Hey! I'm not reading here all alone!
She looks around herself and notices that the clock signs 12:30. She literally stayed there all alone since 9.
Oh,
quietly says the Pegasus at the realization of her loss of the sense of time.
You see what I mean? You're not doing anything else but working and reading. It's almost like you're... No, it's too horrible. I don't want to think about it.
Pinkie turns her back on Dash and closes her ears with her hoofs sitting on the floor.
What? What is it? Tell me!
The cyan Pegasus gets more and more desperate. Her taste for the dramatic takes its hold on her. She prepares herself for any shocking plot twist the pink pony has brought about her. Rainbow Dash braces herself, but no amount of preparation could be enough for what Pinkie was going to say. The pink mare slowly turns her head, revealing an extremely distressed look, and slowly says,
It's almost like you're turning into...
Rainbow Dash leans closer to Pinkie, making barely a breath. She gulps loudly and her muscles tense. Pinkie immediately runs towards Rainbow, so close that her face is just a few inches from her.
Twilight 2.0! Better, faster, nerdier!
Rainbow stops for a second, only for her worries to dissolve in a roaring laughter. She slumps down on her pillows, gasping for air.
That was a good one!
Tears start leaking from her eyes.
Hey, I'm the new Twilight! I found 16 new ways to not have fun! I have a massive crush on the princess, and I like books!
The pink pony joins her, too, falling on the Pegasus' belly that muffles her even more vibrant guffaw.
Well, you gotta admit that I have a point. You're all work and no play, and your mane looks awesome in the wind. What's next?
Her chortling gets so strong that she needs to hold tight Dash, clutching her forelegs around the other mare's waist.
You'll try to stop time?
Twilight did what?
Don't worry, that went nowhere pretty quickly. I really gotta tell you about it.
The laughter gets so intense that she lets go of the Pegasus and slowly slips her way down from the pillows to the floor, wagging her hind legs in the air. Dash wipes out some of her tears and lets out a throaty sigh.
You know what, Pinks? You've earned it. Sit down with me. Let's read together.
She motions to her side with a hoof, invitingly patting the floor next to her.
Really?
Says Pinkie, smiling widely. She immediately recovers from her laughing fit to return to her usual but still controlled chirping fervor.
Why not? At worst, we're gonna have some laughs, just like the old times. You said it was your first daring do, right?
Yup, never read it before. But if you're the one reading it, I know I'll like it. You told me about it so many times.
She sits down a few inches from Dash, resting her bubbly pink head on Dash's shoulder.
Pinkie, what?
Dash blushes once again, this time of a much more lively shade of red around her cheeks. She masks her embarrassment with a nervous laugh, although not that force.
I'm a little tired, and you said you'll be reading me a story, so you'll be my pillow.
She playfully winks at the Pegasus while circling Rainbow's shoulders with her forelegs. Before Dash can open her mouth, Pinkie lets out a cute giggle.
I like hugging my pillow.
Dash chokes out a nervous laugh and trying to hide her crimson-turned cheeks and diverting her looks and her thoughts from the pink pony's warm embrace. She immediately picks up the book and opens it to the last chapter.
It's a shame we're so far in.
You can always sum it up. I'd like to hear it from you.
She strokes her snout against Dash's shoulder, whose heart starts to beat faster and faster at the mere touch of the pink mare. She desperately tries to form some coherent thoughts, distracting herself from this weird yet enticing sensation.
Well, at the start of this one, Daring Do is in search for a treasure. But not just any treasure, the Hoofidian knife!
She clearly pronounces every word as if to surround them of an aura of mystery and awe, even whispering in Pinkie's ear to allude at the incredible qualities of the artifact's mere name.
What's that do?
Pinkie still sounds eager and exciting to learn, even half resting on Dash's shoulder with her eyes closed, snuggling against Rainbow's coat.
No pony knows.
Dash wears a complacent grin.
But Daring Do surely knows that according to the ancient legend, it means problems. It was forged from the heart of an elder god and...
Elder?
Pinkie shot her eyes open and cocks an eyebrow, confused.
It means really, 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 really...
Rainbow takes a deep breath.
Really old. Like older than Celestia and Luna.
Whoa!
The pink pony stands there, jaw dropping. Dash smirks some more, proud of her talent as a narrator, or for Pinkie's enthusiasm towards even the smallest of things. Either way, she's fine with that.
But wait a minute,
Pinkie says after regaining her relative composure.
Why does this elder thingy keep himself as good as the princesses?
I really don't think so, Pinks. He's just a dried-up skeleton now.
Yeah, not even the combined efforts of Rarity, Lotus, Aloe, and every pony else could do him any good. Not even a party could save him now.
Oh no!
Dash slaps her cheek with a hoof, playing along.
This means it's serious!
Well, I could still invite him to my friend's birthday. I bet he would love a big, giant, dead god.
Yeah, but it's more complicated than that. Her sworn enemy, Zodal, has his dirty paws on the knife. And worse than that, he found the temple where it was created, so he can start an ancient ritual and gain the ultimate power, so the whole universe can be his!
Oh my gosh, that's like the whole universe!
She lightly shakes the Pegasus, yelling like a mad mare. Dash chuckles, amused by her reactions. She missed her genuine enthusiasm and mirth. Even if she liked reading with Twilight, sometimes it was just too quiet. The unicorn seldom makes any comments about what she's reading, and having vastly different tastes, they rarely shared their opinions, and Twilight sometimes just didn't appreciate Rainbow's frequent jokes. She wouldn't expect anything less from Pinkie Pie, after all. That little crazy mare always brought a smile to her lips, even with the simplest of things. She missed those kind of innocent fun Pinkie always brought with her. But the two are together now. No need to worry any more.
And you want to know the worst part about this is?
Dash continues, causing Pinkie to nod enthusiastically, her blue eyes quivering with anticipation.
Zodal captured one of Daring's best friends and wants to use her as a sacrifice for the ritual and gain the power of the god, Cocoa Pie.
Whoa, that's my name.
That's true. You know, I've never really heard of any other pies, besides you and your family. That is one crazy coincidence because she's a lot like you.
Really?
Yeah. She's funny, always cheerful, always provides Daring with whatever she needs, be it a cupcake or an airplane. She has a...
Dash pauses for a second to look at the pink pony, who's eagerly waiting to hear everything about what is probably the kookiest character of the series. Rainbow stutters a bit before forging a clever embellishment of the truth.
A very unique way of thinking, and she also likes sweets a lot.
Wow, I already like her. She and Daring are good friends just like us, right?
Yeah, you could say that. She's in every book, and she helped Daring in so many occasions that they both lost count of those. She'll never admit how much she actually cares for her as a friend. That because sometimes Coco is so random and weird at sometimes. She envies her sometimes. She's so full of life, easygoing, and without responsibilities that she fears her to be a distraction from training her for the wonder. I swear I was going to say adventuring.
Yes, you totally were.
Pinkie rolls her eyes with a playful grin.
But it isn't like that, right?
She wriggles her little pink head against Dash's neck, starting to nuzzle it gently. The heat on the blue mare's cheeks intensifies. Her head spins and her breath gets frantic. Pinkie's touch is like stroking an open nerve. The thing that disturbs Dash the most is the fact she doesn't seem to mind. At all.
And not at all.
Dash continues, managing to calm herself down.
They have their differences, and sometimes they bicker and get distant, but at the end of the day, the two always come back for each other, ready for a new adventure or a new crazy shenanigan.
Does Daring think of her as something more? I mean, if she has known her for so long.
Dash stops for a second, biting for just a fleeting moment her lower lip, wondering from where that question came out.
Maybe. That is one big part of the book, you know. Now that she's in such a terrible danger, she starts to feel something different towards her. She has searched all over the world for her for half the book, and she misses her more than she ever thought, and why don't we just begin to read it? It says everything you need.
Really?
Yeah! At the start of every final chapter, Daring always remembers the past events and everything that happened before, which I think is a bit useless. I mean, I was here the whole time. I know what happened.
Maybe the other ponies that like it aren't as smarty and fast readers as you.
Maybe. So get yourself comfortable. Let's start.
Okie dokie dokie,
she says while Dash puts a foreleg around Pinkie's shoulders as well, letting the pink pony nuzzle her neck even more. Rainbow clears her throat and begins the tale.
As Daring was heading towards the lair of her arch-enemy, with the fate of the world resting on her hooves, she couldn't help but think that, in reality, she was doing all of this for a reason so simple and yet so noble. Not for the fate of the world, not for personal gain, and not even for the thrill of pursuing an ancient treasure. It was for the sake of one little green pony. Daring never was a Pegasus known to complain or regret, but part of her determination stemmed from the fact that part of her felt responsible for Coco's falling into her enemy's merciless trap. She couldn't help but think that if she listened to her at Bridal Dash instead of leaving to recover the piece of the map that turned out to be a fake, Daring would still be with her and Aoizotl wouldn't have had his sacrifice. Coco would still be here, so she could bask once again in the green mare's warm smile and enjoy together whatever strange and interesting items she managed to find in those places only she knew of. It was almost like she...
Dash lets out a frustrated groan and rolls her eyes.
This is getting too sappy. Want me to skip it?
Nah, I like it when you talk sappy. You blush when you talk sappy. It's so cute.
She snuggles even more to Dash, suffocating a giggle with the Pegasus's own warm coat. So dumbfounded Rainbow remains by such unexpected cuteness that she has no choice but to continue reading.
It was almost like one big part of her life. A pony she remembered since the days she was a young filly in search of her true calling, and always stood by her side for every one of her deeds, was missing. She admitted with some grudge that it was true that you don't notice to care for some pony until that pony is gone. But Daring couldn't let her own doubts or regrets affect her so much, right at the moment of the truth. She turned those feelings into a fiercer resolve. The resolve to save the world for the sake of her friend. It was pretty heroic for her standards, after all. More heroic than she ever was, in fact.
You know, Dashy, you remind me a lot of Daring too.
Pinkie snuggles further into Dash, burying her muzzle deeper into the Pegasus' coat.
Really?
Rainbow almost jumps for excitement, her profound admiration for her heroine overwhelming her common sense, so flattered by Pinkie's innocent statement that a shy giggle escapes her. She regains her cool before going into full squeeing fangirl mode and clears her throat once again and speaks in a more somber tone.
I mean, really?
Well, she's a Pegasus, she's brave, she's loyal, she cares a lot about her friends, even if one of them has a unique way of thinking and nothing will stop her once she has something on her mind. Is that enough for you? In fact, I think you're even cooler than her.
She flutters her eyes at Dash, framing her face with a seductive, smarmy look. Rainbow Dash doesn't falter, even if the burning in her cheeks is getting stronger by the minute, noting the cruel irony of the fact that now she's spurred by the pink pony's presence to focus every fiber of her being on the book, to not lose herself in the pink pony's flattery, her alluring baby blue eyes and her warm, warm body clinging to hers. Dash lets out another tortured, timid laugh and gulps loudly. She feels a pleasant lightness in her chest, and the hammering of her heart against her ribs had loosened up, allowing her to continue reading with much more clarity.
Daring Do stands in the inner sanctum, looking with anger in the ancient display of madness in front of the brave Pegasus. She finds herself in a large spherical room whose surface is completely covered in mirrors, so white and translucent like nothing she has ever seen in her long travels. A long trail of rock platforms was splayed in front of her in an almost straight line, as if to invite her to the biggest of them, right at the very center of the room. Above the platform, Daring sees a metal cage hanging from a chain attached to the ceiling. Inside that cage, she could distinctively see a very distressed green mare, trying with everything she has to rip the bars open with just the strength of her hooves, but to no avail. Even her ardent spirit has to give up such a simple but effective containment measure. To add insult to injury, the strange creature sitting on a stone throne of the platform keeps laughing at her wasted efforts, playing with the green crystal knife he holds in the hand on his tail. "Owie Zodel!" Daring screamed, making all the sorrow and anger in her heart reverberate across the room. "Let her go!" "Ah, look who it is, my—"
The action is suddenly cut short by the bubbly voice of Pinkie, pointing with her hoof at the line Dash was just reading.
Wait, Dashy, can I do his voice, please?
"Okay, but be scary. He's, like, really nasty. You need a scary voice for the villain."
Leave it to me, Dashy.
She loudly clears her throat and begins.
Ah, look who it is, my old dearest enemy.
As expected from Pinkie, her impossibly sweet voice is totally unfit to play the part, no matter how much she lowers it. But Dash doesn't matter. She's having way too much fun listening at Pinkie's hilarious overacting.
You've come too late. Mine is the Hoovidian knife. Mine is the sacrifice.
He pointed with his ancient weapon at the cage holding Daring's friend.
And mine is victory. Man, this guy sure likes his evil laughs.
Dash just nods and smiles happily at the statement.
From her metallic prison, the green pony screams at her would-be savior.
Daring, don't think about me. You have to stop him.
Wait a minute, Pinkie. You're doing 2 characters?
Well, duh. You're already doing Daring. That counts double. Besides, who else is going to voice Cocoa Pie?
You've got a point. Again. Go on.
Prepare to meet Discord, Daring Do. It Tartarus!
Owie Zodel lifts his knife and points it right at her sworn enemy. From the tip of the ancient weapon, a horrible creature made of living, bloating green darkness. He lashes a terrible weapon at her with a sharp swing, and the creature opens its maw at her, ready to gobble her up in one piece. This doesn't faze the brown Pegasus in the least, as she responds with a smirk and a fluid jump at her side, fully avoiding the attack of her enemy and causing the ghostly creature to smash his jaws against the entrance of the inner sanctum, sending countless bits of rock flying into the air. Daring jumps from the platform to platform with the aid of steady, powerful flaps of her wings, relentlessly followed by the magical creature, roaring and hissing at her. The creature tears apart every stone platform comes across his way, furiously smashing and eating every piece of rock, grinding them with its monstrous teeth and filling the air with ancient dust. Before her sense of sight was overwhelmed by the pulverized rock, Daring decides to speed up right towards Owie Zodel, who desperately waves around the artifact in an effort to strike down the Pegasus. Little did he know that this was exactly what Daring wants. With a series of swift movements, she circles her opponent like a predatory bird, and without thinking, he persists with his tactics and keeps moving his snake to try to strike Daring down, unaware that he's being slowly trapped in the creature's glowing spires. The villain is instantly zapped by the sickish green energy, immediately falling to his knees.
Yay!
Pinkie claps her hooves together, only to grab Dash again and starting to shake her back and forth.
She did it, Dashy! Woohoo!
It's not over yet, Pinks.
This is awesome! You have to read me all the other ones. Can you do that, please?
Sure we can. Now, let's do this part together. She's flying up to the cage that holds Coco. Daring, taking advantage of her enemy's temporary defeat, flies straight up and grabs the bars, holding them tightly. She immediately draws a lockpick set from her breast pocket and jams one into the lock, holding it with her teeth.
"What are you doing?" says Coco, getting closer to Daring and staring right in the eyes of the very much busy mare.
"Trying to save you," she says, frantically moving the iron pin with her mouth. A clack is heard as the door opens, allowing Daring Do to enter the cage and give Coco a tight hug.
After reading this, Dash notices that Pinkie, too, is holding her much tighter than before, tenderly clutching the Pegasus in her forelegs.
"Don't think about me," she says, breaking the hug. "It's all my fault. If only I managed to escape."
"I don't care. Even if the world wasn't at stake, I would still do this for you," Daring says, grasping Coco's hoof with a grip strong as steel, yet delicate as a night breeze.
"Really?" The green mare remains astonished. A single tear grazes her cheek.
"Really?" Daring brings Coco's hoof to her cheek and feels its warmth. "Ever since you got captured, thinking of you is what gave me the will to go on. I've been beaten, battered, almost fed to sharks, but I never surrendered."
"Duh, you never surrender. That's why you're Daring Do and not give up giving up."
"I never gave up because the thought of you being such in horrible danger unlike any I've faced was enough to give me courage I never thought I had inside me."
"What are you talking about, Daring? You've always been brave.
That was nothing compared to how I feel right now. How you've made me feel. I don't know what it is, but I know this is something different."
"How different?" Coco gets closer and delicately touches Daring's forehead with her own.
"Something that I never thought about before, but it's also something that I know I always had. Something as beautiful as the setting of the sun or the smell of a freshly baked cupcake."
"So it must be pretty good."
"Not as good as the one that you make."
Dash suddenly notices that the pink mare at her side is stroking her cheek with a hoof, too, bringing her head closer to hers until their foreheads are touching. She struggles to continue reading with the corner of her eye.
"Ever since I saw your warm smile, keeping me company wherever I go, and be forced to part with it so suddenly, I've noticed that is one of those things I can never give up. Your smile always brought the light in a life where every day could be the last, and I know it's a bit selfish, but I need you by my side."
"I'll always be at your side, even if I have my unique way of thinking. You'll always have my smile, if it's what you really want."
Pinkie's baby blue eyes are firmly pointed at Dash without even looking at the book. She's sporting such a tender, beautiful smile that Dash gladly plays along, feeling a wonderful warmth in her chest.
"You really mean it? Even if I'm all work and no play?"
"Until the end of the world."
She gazes dreamily into the Pegasus' eyes.
"I'll follow you everywhere. Even if you forget how to have fun, that's okay. I'm enough for the both of us."
"That's something I can never forget, if you're by my side. You're simply awesome."
"Not as awesome as you."
The pink mare's blue eyes begin to quiver, while on her face appears a smile more beautiful and sincere than she ever saw on the pink pony. Pinkie puckers her lips and closes her eyes, waiting for something Rainbow Dash is equally eager to give her. After finishing the book.
"There's just one thing left."
"Huh?"
Pinkie immediately returns to reality and opens her eyes, giving Dash a confused look.
"Duck!"
She's immediately tackled to the ground by Rainbow, who dissolves in yet another joyous laughter, which only causes the pink pony to gladly join.
"You really want to get sappy now and miss the ending?"
says Dash, sporting a silly grin so close to Pinkie's face that their snouts are practically touching.
"Oh, right."
She slaps her forehead and closes one eye, sticking her tongue out.
"I completely forgot, but I like so much getting sappy with you. Go on, I promise I'll be a goody-goody Pinkie Pie and stay quiet, all right?"
"But not too quiet, all right?"
Dash turns on her back and lays on the floor, still in the comfortable grip of the pink pony. She lifts the book for the two to see.
"Duck!" screams Daring, gripping Coco between her strong forelegs, causing their combined weight to shift the cage around, missing for only one wing bead, one last attempt for Awizotl to destroy his nemesis. The beam of sickish green light misses the two ponies and hits the reflecting surface that coats the interior of the room. It spreads across every mirror, making the whole room glow with that dark, unholy energy, and suddenly, the awesome power causes the whole building to crack and crumble, showering rock bits and glass shards all over the place. While Daring rescues Coco from the cage and delicately entices her to her back, Aoizotl tries to point his weapon at the two in a last effort to win the battle. To his dismay, the artifact shatters just like the mirrors of the room, causing the villain to scream at the top of his lungs, cursing his luck and his enemy, while running back and forth to avoid being crushed by the debris. Okay, Pinks, let's do this together, okay?
Okay.
At 3, 1, 2, 2.5, 3! Curse you, Daring Do!
Each of the mares hold the book with a hoof, while menacingly shaking at the sky with the other one. The two then slump down in another laughing fit, truly delighted for those couple of hours they spent together. Dash is surprised by this, truly surprised by how all of this went. Something in her heart changed about the pink pony, never to be reversed. Something that was already sincere and beautiful before, but grew to heights she couldn't fully comprehend. But she didn't need to. Instead, she would just let the story carry her. And following it, she lifted herself from the ground, standing right above the pink pony with her wings gloriously spread behind her. As she leaned towards Pinkie Pie with her eyes closed and her lips fully prepared to meet hers, she stopped by the delicate touch of a pink hoof to her nose.
Wait, Dashy.
Her voice sounds way sweeter and relaxed than before.
What about the ending?
They have to smooch to escape. Smooch like crazy,
she says, barely even flinching.
The ancient prophecy on the Marian tablet of Husippoclopa said so. The fate of the whole world hinges on the fact that we must press our lips together and never let them go, or everything will be undone.
It's a good ending.
Pinkie pulls the other mare in an eager, voluptuous kiss, pressing their lips together in an exquisite embrace. She clings to the Pegasus like a fine line, like she would be clinging to her as if she were really daring, flying Coco to safety out of the ruined temple. She feels in her kiss the delicate breeze of the wind like she always imagined in her fantasies. Dash, too, feels like it's a dream. The taste of the pink pony's lips is profoundly sweet, like cinnamon sugar. Even though it's a bit sloppy, it has its charm. Typical Pinkie's charm, the one she wouldn't replace with anything else in the world. She's so enticed by her primal passion that she's forced to break the kiss for just a minute, resting her tongue on Pinkie's neck, keeping it active with a frantic series of tender licks. The fate of the world can wait a few seconds.
Oh, Dashy,
Pinkie says between giggles.
Call me Daring,
she answers with a provocative smile before swallowing her moans with another hungry kiss. Outside in the streets of Ponyville, a lavender mare with an exhausted look and a young dragon are strolling towards the library. The mare carries a saddlebag completely stuffed with books, one of which is being read by the dragon along the way. The cover features a very refined stallion sporting an obvious pair of menacing fangs.
Man, this Trotmere clan looks nasty,
he comments.
I can't believe Lyra had the books the whole time because some dragon forgot my checklist for books lent to friends.
She glares at him disgruntled.
Well, it's easy to confuse them when you literally have hundreds of checklists hanging around home.
As they approach the house, Twilight hears a suffocated noise coming from behind her door, a sound that almost sounds like a very loud, impossibly sweet pony voice. Twilight knocks at the door.
Rainbow, is everything okay?
No answer but a snorted laughter and a playful grunt. She pushes the door to open it and leans her head inside slowly, worried for her friend. She notes with extreme embarrassment that she didn't need to worry at all, as a pink and a blue blur are consuming their passion on her floor as loudly as possible. Twilight immediately closes the door, sitting on her haunches, slumping against it. Her cheeks instantly flush red, and the unicorn can't help but dissolve in a joyful laughter.
So, I guess it worked,
says Spike from behind the book to not show that he's blushing too.
Even better than I thought.
The night before.
So let me get this straight. You're writing a Daring Do novel?
Says the young dragon, holding a candle with a hand and rubbing one eye with another.
Yes, Spike.
She hastily scribbles down some words with a quill held with magic.
The thing is, it's not a real Daring Do novel, but a fake one, with a romance slapped right at the end that you plan to bind together, draw a fake cover and hand it to Dash, pretending it to be the latest one?
Yes.
Then you will tell her that you have commission, leaving her alone for a while and knowing that Pinkie will pass from the library because of said commission, so they can spend some time together.
That's the plan. I just told you a moment ago. You don't remember?
And you expect that the two, having nothing better to do, will start to read the book together, starting right at the romance part, so they'll be somewhat inspired by it to make out?
I'm not expecting anything. I'm sure it will work. I saw the signs. Those two would be so cute together if Dash just noticed, instead of slumping all day in my library. Besides, they're so gullible that the plan is simply fail-proof.
You know, that's very nice of you after all. Completely insane and contrived, but still nice.
If this works, I'll write something for you and Rarity, too. How about that?
Spike just stands there and blinks, amazed at the endless possibilities suggested by Twilight.
Please, continue.
I will. Even the whole night if necessary. My friends don't deserve anything less from me.
And it's that time that everyone hates, the time we end the show. For those of you who wish to submit fictions to us, the email to send them to is readrainboom@gmail.com. That is readrainboom@gmail.com. If you didn't quite catch that, don't worry, it's on the screen. Make sure to include fanfic on the subject line, and also put a link to the fiction in the email. Keep in mind, not every fanfic will be read, so don't rage at us if they aren't. Any comments or suggestions other than fanfics can be sent to us at that email as well. Also, as stated before, we have a set of rules for fictions, which are 1. The fictions must be PG-13, no exceptions. 2. The fictions must be completed. 3. Authors can submit their own story, but cannot be selected without fan support. 4. Fics should not be too short or too long. 5. Not too many key characters. We have a limited crew. I hope you all enjoyed watching this show as much as we did making it. And now, it is time to leave. Read on, every pony. Read on.
Good evening everyone, this is Scraticus, and this evening I'll be reading A Simpler Time by DJ Lowrider. Twilight Sparkle levitated the last bolt of fabric over to the shelf it belonged on, and took a step back to admire her work. She'd arrived at Carousel Boutique almost an hour ago to meet Rarity for a promised tea time, and had discovered Ponyville's fashionista in the midst of one of the worst messes she'd ever seen. The place looked like it had been hit by a hurricane, and Rarity had confirmed that such had been the case, at least figuratively speaking. The hurricane had gone by the name Cutie Mark Crusaders, who had insisted on trying to help Rarity clean up the boutique. Yesterday had been the annual Nightmare Night Festival, and Rarity hadn't participated in it due to fussing too much over her own costume. As a result, her work area had looked more like a disaster area, even before the Crusaders set to their work. While Twilight was still not privy to the results of the girls' endeavour, she felt it was safe to assume that it had not ended well, evidenced not only by the state of the boutique, but also the nervous twitch that had plagued Rarity's right eye when she first arrived.
I can't thank you enough for your help, Twilight,
Rarity said, sighing exhaustedly as she looked around the tidied workroom.
Much as I know my sister and her friends have their heart in the right place, I would appreciate it if they would learn some respect for other ponies' property. Not to mention better tidying skills.
I'll have a word with Cheerilee and see if she can try to reinforce that with the girls at school sometime soon.
Twilight told her after stifling a chuckle.
And you're quite welcome, by the way. For all the times you've helped me clean up the library, the least I could do is return the favor.
Well, let's not waste much more time here. A cup of tea and a daffodil sandwich sound quite right to me. And it'll be my treat, so don't you dare think about paying today. It's the least I can do to show my gratitude for your help. Let me just put up my close signs in the shop below, and we'll be on our way.
As Rarity set to the task of temporarily closing up shop, Twilight looked back around Rarity's working space. Fabric, thread, and various accoutrements lined the shelves, all neatly organized thanks to their joint efforts. One thing, however, caught her eye on a high shelf at the back of the room. It was a small red pile of cloth that looked rather old. With Rarity still downstairs closing up shop, Twilight levitated the cloth down to her and looked it over. It was a filly-sized costume in the shape of a lobster. Something about it seemed oddly familiar to Twilight, and she found herself searching her memories for what it could be. It came to her in an instant. A day almost lost to her memory because it had happened so long ago. She looked back at the costume again and felt a mixture of feelings. Surprise and bewilderment to name two, but more than anything else she felt rather amused at the discovery. Twilight remained in stunned silence at her discovery, clear up to where she realized Rarity was standing right behind her, having finished closing up the shop.
Something wrong, Twilight dear?
Rarity asked, concerned for her friend's silence and frozen stance.
Oh no, nothing's wrong at all.
Twilight said, now smirking as she turned towards her.
Red Lobster,
she added as she levitated the costume up between her. Rarity gasped and quickly took telekinetic control of the costume from Twilight, immediately sending it back up onto its shelf.
How did that end up there?
She asked in a panic.
And hold on a second. How did you know about...
Twilight cleared her throat and picked her voice up a bit as to imitate herself when she was younger.
Roger that, Red Lobster. Celestia's speed be with you,
she said, smiling at Rarity once again.
Bookfort,
Rarity said. Her voice was a whisper as the memory now also came flooding back to her mind.
It's not possible. All those years ago, that was...
It's a small world after all, isn't it?
Twilight commented.
Come on, let's reminisce over some tea and sandwiches.
Rarity nodded and fell in alongside Twilight, still quite stunned at the realization that while they shared a common bond through their cutie marks with their other four friends, the reality was that their friendship between the two of them went back even further. Many years earlier.
Mother, please! I want to go shopping with you!
A little filly Rarity pleaded as she tried to keep pace with her mother.
I'm sorry, Rarity, but Mommy needs to do a lot of shopping today, and J.C. Bites's isn't just one of the foremost department stores in Canterlot.
Her mother told her as they approached the famous store.
It's also one of the largest, and you'll get quite tired of walking around everywhere I need to go. I'm sure you'll find a way to occupy yourself at the store's daycare.
But Mommy, we don't get to come to Canterlot much.
Rarity whined.
I want to have fun with you.
I'm truly sorry, dear. Sometime, I'll promise we'll come back and have a special Mother-Daughter Day, but this is how it has to be this time.
Rarity was on the verge of tears as they entered the store and went over to its daycare centre. After her mother spoke a bit with the mayor who was on duty, she kissed Rarity on the head and told her she'd be back later, as Rarity was corralled inside. Rarity stood glaring angrily down at the floor for several moments. She was bound and determined to be miserable. For her to be stuck all alone in the daycare while her mother got to go shopping was simply awful in her mind. Just as she was ready to begin pitching a massive fit, she heard a rustle come from across the room. She finally looked up and saw the most curious sight she'd ever seen. On the other side of the room stood two large stacks of books, and between them sat another young unicorn filly that looked roughly her own age. She had a purple coat, mane and tail that were primarily indigo, but with two streaks that were pink and lavender in colour. She sat on the floor with her face buried in a book in front of her. Rarity didn't know what to make of her, especially considering that she sat in the middle of what looked to her like a fortress made of books. But company was company, and she'd rather at least have some pony to talk to than spend the next few hours in silence. She took a deep breath and approached the other filly cautiously as she thought about what to say to her first. The bookish filly that Rarity was approaching, whose name was Twilight Sparkle, had lost herself in the book that sat in front of her. It was her only respite from reality for now, a reality that she was none too pleased with. She certainly did want to make sure they could give her father a proper birthday party that weekend, but she had desperately wanted to stay with her mother while she shopped. Her mother, however, insisted on leaving her at the store's daycare, reminding her that she got tired easily from too much walking around. This wasn't Twilight's first visit to the daycare at JC Bitsy's, but she was fortunate this time. Not only had she been the only child there at the time, but there was a whole new set of bookshelves filled with books to read. She'd quickly pulled down all the books that looked interesting to her, and, after stacking them up neatly on either side of her, had set to the task of reading as many of them as she could until her mother came back to pick her up. She was mostly through her third book when a white unicorn filly with an impeccably groomed violet mane and tail walked over and stood near to where she sat reading.
Good day to you,
Rarity said after deciding that her best bet was to try to make a good first impression using her well-practiced manners. Twilight gave her only the slightest nod in response, and she seemed to barely register that there was any pony else around her.
I guess we're both stuck here until our mothers come back for us,
Rarity noted, looking around the otherwise unoccupied daycare area. This time, Rarity's comment apparently didn't warrant a response of any kind.
So, what are you reading?
Rarity asked, looking curiously down at Twilight. Twilight held her book up without closing it to show the cover to her.
Is it interesting?
Rarity asked, feeling more and more uneasy with every passing moment. Twilight resumed reading for a moment before finally giving her a vocal response.
Unique.
Was all she said.
Which part?
All of it.
I, guess you really like books then?
Relatively.
I see. Do you, come here often?
I guess.
I wish I could, but Canterlot is quite far from where I live.
Huh?
Rarity grumbled a bit as it was now clear the other filly wasn't paying her much mind at all.
Are you this rude to every pony, or just me?
She asked, sounding fairly annoyed.
Huh?
Twilight said, only now looking up at the white unicorn filly standing in front of her. She immediately shrank back a bit, looking up at Rarity timidly. Rarity immediately felt bad for frightening her.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm just still a bit upset is all. I wanted to go shopping with my mother, but I guess I'm still too little to keep up with her.
It's okay.
Twilight said, feeling a little less nervous after Rarity's apology and explanation.
I really don't like it much here either, but when Mommy needs to come shopping, I have to stay here. I get tired pretty easily, so I can't really go with her yet. At least there are books to read this time, though.
You really do seem to like books a lot, don't you?
Rarity asked, noting the towers of books that sat on either side of Twilight.
Books are fun.
Twilight said as she closed her book, set it aside and pulled another one down off one of the towers.
They tell stories or teach me things, and they don't laugh at me or make fun of me for being different.
I didn't mean to seem like I was making fun of you,
Rarity told her apologetically.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Anyway, I suppose I'd better find something to do to pass the time. My mother won't be back for me for quite a while.
You want to read a book?
Twilight asked timidly.
I only grabbed so many because I was the only one here before. I'd feel bad if I hogged all of the books like this.
Reading a book,
Rarity said, considering the idea as she looked over the book stacks once again.
I suppose there are worse ways to spend time. Which one should I read?
Well, I was about to start this one here.
Twilight said, pointing down to the book in front of her.
You could read it with me if you want.
Rarity shrugged, and after they'd adjusted the piles of books to provide space for the both of them, began reading along with Twilight. It was a science fiction story about a rebellion in space against an evil empire, complete with a climatic battle with spaceships. Both fillies found it quite fun to read and even began chattering with each other about their favourite scenes.
I must say, this isn't the sort of thing I usually get to read at home,
Rarity said as she finished the book some time later.
It was a very fun story, though.
I know, right?
Twilight said excitedly.
Sometimes after I read stuff like this, it makes me want to pretend that I'm in the story and I play out some of the scenes. Only, well, I don't have any pony my age to play with, really. I end up playing alone with my dolls and toys.
Rarity frowned at the thought of being so alone.
That sounds quite lonely,
she said. Twilight shrugged at her.
I'm kind of used to it.
Rarity fell silent and looked around the room, noting that they were still the only two children present. She then looked back at Twilight and smiled at her.
Well, you could play with me,
she suggested.
We could pretend we're fighting in the last big battle in the story. Only if you want to, of course.
Really?
Twilight asked hopefully.
You'd play with me?
Rarity nodded to her and found herself immediately hugged by Twilight. She was unaccustomed to such displays of affection, especially from a filly she'd only just met, but found herself smiling all the same. It didn't take long for the two fillies to restack the books into something resembling a fortress like what the rebels in the story had for their home base. They also set up the building blocks into a shape similar to the Empire's main battleship. With their stage set, Rarity looked around the room for something that she could add to her appearance, since she was going to pretend to be a fighter pilot. She spotted a trunk full of play clothes and costumes and quickly went through it, settling on what turned out to be a lobster costume. In truth, she'd only picked it because the character she was pretending to be had been called Red Leader, and the costume was, of course, red.
Red Lobster, standing by!
Rarity said, taking on a serious expression as the game was now on.
Come in, Bookfort! Over!
This is Bookfort.
Twilight said, poking her head out from the fortress of books.
I copy you, Red Lobster.
Bookfort, I'm beginning my attack run.
Rarity said as she trotted around the edge of the room, eyeing the battleship made out of blocks warily.
Roger that, Red Lobster.
Twilight replied.
Celestia's speed be with you.
Rarity turned sharply and dashed towards the ship, veering off just before reaching it. She came back round and made another pass, this time speeding right in front of it.
Bookfort, the Empire's battleship shields are too strong!
She cried out.
My lasers aren't doing anything to it!
Aim for the control tower, Red Lobster.
Twilight replied.
If you can knock that out, the battleship shields will fall and you can take it out once and for all.
Copy that, Bookfort. I'm on it.
Red Lobster, watch out! Enemy fighters are incoming!
I see them, Bookfort! I'm taking evasive maneuvers.
Rarity quickly doubled back a ways away from the battleship, pretending she had several enemy fighters now pursuing her.
I'm under heavy fire, Bookfort!
Reinforcements are on the way, Red Lobster.
Twilight said as she began crawling out of the fort.
In the meantime, do a barrel roll.
Rarity quickly dropped to her stomach and rolled over and over several times before jumping up again and rushing back towards the battleship. She swiped at the very top of it, toppling over a few blocks that scattered to the floor.
I've taken out the control tower!
She called out.
But I've still got one enemy fighter on me! I can't shake them!
Yee-haw!
Twilight cried out as she crossed paths right behind Rarity, pretending to take out the last enemy fighter.
You're all clear, Red Lobster. Now let's blow that thing and go home.
Twilight and Rarity both bore down on the battleship and pounced on it, utterly demolishing it and sending blocks bouncing all over the daycare center's floor. They both laughed and celebrated their victory as they made their way back over to the book fort, both of them a bit winded from the activity.
That was a lot of fun,
Twilight said energetically.
Let's find another story to play out.
I'm all for that,
Rarity said, also still feeling a bit of a rush from the game.
You're really quite fun to play with, you know.
Thanks. You're one of the nicest fillies I've ever met. Most of the ponies my age that I meet just call me a nerd or a geek or something like that.
Well, I'm not most ponies,
Rarity said proudly as she sat down while Twilight picked another book. Twilight just smiled at her as she set the next book down for them to read. Not too far into the story, however, both fillies found themselves yawning and feeling their eyelids getting heavier and heavier. When Rarity's mother came by the daycare to pick her up sometime later, she found her daughter still wearing the lobster costume and sound asleep next to Twilight. Quietly and carefully she made her way over to the pair of sleeping fillies and hefted Rarity up onto her back. It made for quite the load along with the rather full saddlebag she was carrying, but it was nothing she wasn't used to.
Bookfort.
Rarity mumbled in her sleep.
Let's play some more.
Shh.
Her mother told her softly.
Just stay asleep, dear.
After promising the mare on duty at the daycare that she'd wash and return the lobster costume another time, Rarity's mother made her way out of the store and began the trek to the Pegasus chariot service that would ferry them back to Ponyville. Just as she left the store, Twilight's mother arrived to pick her up as well. She, likewise, got her daughter up onto her back and made her way out of the store, after thanking the mare on duty as well.
Red Lobster,
Twilight murmured as she stirred on her mother's back.
Can we be friends?
Sounds like you've had quite the full day, honey.
Her mother told her quietly.
Time to get home so I can make you that dinner I promised.
Both fillies slept peacefully for the remainder of their respective journeys home. It didn't occur to either of them until much later that day that for all the playing and reading together they had done, they hadn't once exchanged names.
After I realized that I'd never found out your name that day, I was devastated.
Rarity said to Twilight, who sat across from her at the table at the cafe. 2 empty teacups and the remnants of a pair of daffodil sandwiches sat on the table between them.
Mother did intend to return the lobster costume, but I begged and pleaded with her not to. I wore it as my Nightmare Night costume for the next 2 years, thinking maybe I'd see the filly I only knew as Bookfort, and that she would recognize me in it. Obviously that never happened, but I kept the costume anyway as a reminder that somewhere out there was a pony who had been my friend, on a day when I was in dire need of one.
I always did enjoy Nightmare Night as a filly, but Canterlot had its own set of celebrations for the festival.
Twilight replied.
I never got to come to Ponyville's festival until this year. That day at the store stuck in my memory for a long time, though, and eventually I even made up an imaginary friend based on the filly I only knew as Red Lobster. The book we'd read that day became an all-time favorite of mine, and I've gone back to read it countless times since then. Not because it's a good read, but because it was the story that helped me find my first real friend.
I just can't believe I never realized it was you until today, Twilight. I can't help but feel a little foolish.
Imagine how I feel. I always remembered the filly I'd played with was a white unicorn with a purple mane and tail. I feel downright stupid for not realizing it was you when I first came to Ponyville.
Rarity put one of her forehooves under her chin thoughtfully.
I suppose this just means we've always meant to be friends. It's just a shame it took us so long to get back together.
I imagine both our lives might have been pretty different if we had stayed in touch somehow.
Twilight said with a slightly sardonic laugh.
To say the least, darling. I could have made you so much more popular in school with a few choice outfits.
And I probably could have helped you get better marks in school with some better studying habits.
Both unicorns couldn't help but have a fit of giggles at their own comments. Once they'd finally calmed down again, Rarity paid the bill for their visit to the cafe, just as she'd promised, and the two prepared to leave.
Do you think we should tell the girls about our history, Rarity?
Twilight asked her as they headed away from the cafe.
Much as I'm sure they'd be curious to know about our true first meeting, I'd rather just keep this between the two of us, if it's all the same by you, Twilight.
Rarity told her.
I have a feeling I'd never hear the end of the whole Red Lobster bit from at least 2 of them, if not more.
I guess I can appreciate that.
Twilight said, stifling another giggle.
Do you mind if I ask you something, Twilight?
Rarity asked, with clearly something on her mind.
Not at all, Rarity. What is it?
Do you miss those times when you were younger? You know, when life wasn't quite so complicated? When you felt more certain about what tomorrow would bring? And every day seemed a little brighter?
Twilight stopped walking as she gave Rarity's question some thought. As she formed her response in her head, she couldn't help but grin at her friend again.
I can understand your yearning for a bygone time, Rarity,
she said.
And you'll have to pardon me if I answer your question with another one. But for as blissful and pure as those times may have been back then, would you really trade any of your time now with your friends for one more day as a filly who was all alone and wondering if she'd ever see her best friend again?
Twilight's response, despite being a question, was as spot-on of an answer as Rarity could have wanted. She smiled in return as they began walking once again.
I wouldn't trade even so much as a heartbeat,
she told Twilight.
Simpler times may seem attractive when one looks back on them, but nothing beats the here and now.
I couldn't agree more,
Twilight replied. A thought then occurred to her related to their entire talk that afternoon.
Would you mind if I wrote a letter to the princess about our talk today, Rarity?
She asked.
By all means, Twilight. I was thinking of doing the same myself, actually, if it's all right by you.
Absolutely. Oh, and don't worry, I'll leave out the part about the costume in my letter.
Yes, I would thank you for that, dear. I dare say Princess Celestia knowing about that would be even more mortifying than any of our friends knowing.
As they reached Carousel Boutique, the two friends bid each other farewell for the day, and Twilight turned to return to her library to write her letter and do some more research.
Oh, Twilight, one more thing.
Rarity called out after her. Twilight stopped and turned to face her again.
Do you suppose I could borrow that book sometime? I think I'd like to read it again, for old time's sake.
Whenever you'd like, Red Lobster,
Twilight called back with a smile before trotting off again.
Thank you, Bookfort,
Rarity said with another soft laugh as she headed into her store.
Thank you, old friend.
Snow Day by Artimae. Snowstorm's eyelids fluttered open, disturbed by the gentle rays of the sun penetrating through thin curtains hanging in front of a nearby window. She sat up slowly, stretching a pair of white forelegs, accentuated with the dull gray color of smoke between her fetlocks and knees. She exhaled a silent yawn, delicately rubbing her eyes to cleanse the gook from them. As she moved, the blanket tumbled down back to the bed, revealing a coat of hair as white as a midwinter blizzard. A messy cobalt mane, streaked with shades of steel, hung gracelessly around her features, hiding behind it a pair of soft, icy blue eyes. The earth pony rolled herself unceremoniously off of the mattress, making sure to tidy up the bed before sleepily trotting off into her apartment's bathroom to commence her morning rituals. After treating her teeth to a quick brushing, Snowstorm moved into her shower, reveling in the dissipation of tension from her muscles thanks to the warm water trickling down her smaller body and dampening her coat into an off-white color. Her spirits lifted with the stream of the warm water, and soon enough a bright grin had cemented itself on her face. She might have even sung a song, had she a voice to sing with. Unfortunately, a cruel twist of fate and the loss of her dear brother had stricken her mute years ago. By shower's end, she was soaked, limber, awake, and ready to tackle the day. And what a day it was going to be. Her class had a difficult test today, and she had to be prepared to face it. What's worse, the test was going to be an all-day affair, with little opportunity for breaks. She smiled at the mirror as she fixed her mane into a more manageable strand, received a smile in return from the mare staring back at her. It didn't matter how hard or how long one little test was. She loved her class dearly, and would be there to help any pony who needed it. Her saddlebags packed, Snowstorm trotted out of her apartment, and eventually outside, heading toward her first stop of the day. The bell sitting on the fruit stand rang out as a hoof gently touched it, notifying its owner that a customer had arrived. The not-quite-yellow stallion behind the stand snapped his eyes open. A lock of his lime-green mane fluttered down to in front of his eyes, which he quickly raked back with annoyance. A bright smile gradually lit Mosley Orange's face as he completely brought his head up from his nap, carefully considering the pony standing before him.
Good morning there, Lady Snow. I bet I know what you're here for. A nice plump, juicy orange, right?
Her smile never left her face as she shook her head like a little filly, giving the stallion an eye roll for good measure. It was a game these two have had ever since she was knee-high to her brother. Mr. Orange had for the life of him tried to get her to eat one of his famous and presumably delicious oranges, but she had a singular taste for one thing from his fruit stand, and one thing only. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, her brother had told her. She had clung to every word he uttered as she grew up with him, and that one simple rhyme had stuck to her mind. Besides, nothing beat a good juicy apple for breakfast.
Oh, I will have you in my orangey clutches one of these days, Snowy,
Mosley Orange declared as he removed the fruit from the bag, revealing it to be an apple all along.
You're fortunate my nieces like to send so many. You just may have to starve without these.
He gave her a small wink and accepted the 3 bits she had procured. In return, she brought her hoof up to her mouth, gesturing her laughter for him.
You best run along now, young lady,
he admonished playfully after finishing his own round of chortling.
I'm quite aware your class does not appreciate tardiness.
As she nodded and turned away to trot for the door, Mosley Orange ever so slyly dropped another apple into her saddlebag, satisfied the young mare had not noticed his action. Snowstorm, however, grinned as she munched on her first apple, instantly feeling the slight shift in weight, as another, this time free, apple had dropped into her right saddlebag. She would have turned around and given the older stallion a hug of gratitude, but he had been right. Her class awaited. Snowstorm's heels clicked against the concrete sidewalk as she gaily trotted down the path. All around her, ponies greeted her with a cheery good morning, or a bright smile. It was what she considered the good part of Manhattan. The part where a colt always guided an elderly dame across the street. The part where that didn't matter because the carriages would always stop and wait for any pedestrians to cross anyway. The part where, in short, every pony treated each other with dignity and kindness, and no one locked their doors at night. Snowstorm only wished she could have responded with more than just a smile or a wave. She could recall a time, vaguely, when she did have a voice. Her brother, that ever-gentle stallion known as Froststorm, had once told her that her voice was like water running off of crystal. She had given an honest effort to speaking again after she had lost him, but no matter how hard she tried, no sound would come out. It was as if the part of her brain controlling speech had completely shut down. After a while, she found she stopped minding altogether. Every pony became accustomed to her own body language, and she always kept a notepad and a pencil in her saddlebags. One of the many life skills Froststorm had imparted onto her was the ability to write. He had taught her a lot of things, had even been her primary caregiver and tutor. They were always too poor for proper schooling, so Froststorm had taken it upon himself to teach her everything he possibly could. That trail of thought slowly led to her parents, a trail that never failed to ignite a small spark of anger. They had abandoned her and Froststorm when she was barely a month old, forcing the young colt to care for her by himself. She knew because Frosty had told her when she was old enough to comprehend it. At that time, she didn't care. She only knew that Frosty was there, and they weren't, and that had been enough for her. But the years went on, and she began to think on it more and more, especially after losing him. She would ask herself why some pony would do that, or how could they in the first place? A deep part of her even blamed them for Frosty's death. If they had just been there, he wouldn't be gone. Snowstorm shook her head at once. There was no sense in going over this territory again, especially since she finally realized she was standing by the door to her school. Pushing the malevolent thoughts away, she quickly regained her bright smile and trotted inside. "Good morning, class," Snowstorm wrote on the chalkboard, turning around to favor each of her students with a bright smile. "Good morning, Miss Storm," they replied in unison. Students from mere foal years up to mare and stallionhood had formed into their typical double-file line and stood at 10 abreast, all of them comfortably in their training gi, and eagerly awaiting today's test. She beamed at them all before turning back around to write out the concept of today's test. "Today is a very big day for you. So far, you've only learned how to hit, but you cannot know how to truly hit unless you've been hit, so it will be my duty to teach you that lesson." She mimicked a little giggle, following the rest of her class. "I have arranged the appropriate gear so that no pony gets hurt. After each of you have taken a turn feeling what it's like, you will pair up with a partner and reflect on it. After lunch, you and your partner will spar with each other until the end of class, or until you become tired. Are there any questions?" When she turned around after asking her question, she thankfully saw all heads shaking in denial. She spat out the disgusting chalk, licking the top of her gums to get rid of the thick tastelessness, while her students each geared up and took their place in line, from youngest to oldest. One by one, the students took their turns, some of them gulping audibly at the very idea of being on the receiving end of their teacher's deceptively powerful hooves. The first of her students to bravely face the first test was a young colt named Sideswipe. He stood before her, grinning both defiantly and excitedly up at his teacher. "Come on, give it your best shot," his face seemed to say. She smiled pleasantly down at him, before bowing her head in a gesture of respect her own master had taught her. Sideswipe copied the bow, and quickly returned to the prepared stance she had shown them all the very first day. Without hesitation, Snowstorm struck, landing her left forehoof squarely in the center of the colt's padded vest, putting enough force into the blow for him to feel and appreciate the sensation, without actually harming him.
"Wow,"
Sideswipe muttered after it was over, stripping his vest off and rubbing his chest just a little. "Just imagine if I were striking you for real, and without protection," Snowstorm wrote on the chalkboard, drawing a large underline beneath the entire sentence for added emphasis. She set the chalk down and tapped the board, making sure they read and truly understood today's lesson. They walked up to their first test, one at a time, with the words solidly in their mind. But as she struck, gently for the foals and slightly harder for the older ponies, the lesson completely cemented itself in their brains. By lunchtime, every student was conversing with their partner about the upcoming true test, not with the excited buzz of a group of ponies eagerly awaiting to legally and safely fight each other, but with the quiet, contemplative drone that only true dedication and serious study can bring out. Some of the students had been hit long before they ever attended Snowstorm's dojo, of course. Be it through simple bullying at school, Sideswipe was an example of this, Snowstorm reflected as she quietly ate her second apple and swept her gaze across the class. Or getting into an impromptu boxing ring on the streets and fighting for bits, as was the case of the adolescent stallion every pony referred to as Southpaw. Snowstorm smiled as she recalled the first day he was in her class. At first, his parents had forced him into it as an outlet for his aggression, and hoping the mental discipline would help him mold into a better example for his siblings, luring him with the prospect of getting to beat up other ponies and get away with it. Of course, Southpaw had challenged Snowstorm, declaring that he could easily take her down for being both a mare and physically petite. He had snarled when she merely mimicked laughing at his so-called threats, and lunged when she had turned back towards the chalkboard. In a flash, she had struck out a rear leg, landing the adolescent in the gut. Before he knew what was happening, she had flipped him over onto his stomach and sat squarely on his back, bowing as the class was first stunned and then applauded, themselves not quite believing in her abilities to teach them all self-defense until they saw the unplanned demonstration for themselves. And after only a few short weeks, as Snowstorm looked at the very adolescent whom she was thinking about, she couldn't help but still be amazed by his complete turnaround. He had become respectful, always ready with a yes sir or please ma'am, and never once backing out of volunteering to help a struggling student. His grades in Manhattan High had vastly improved. His own parents had sobbed that particular fact out to Snowstorm one evening, profusely thanking her for shaping him into a fine, upstanding stallion. The Southpaw at the beginning of this year was not the Southpaw she had now, and for that she was both proud and grateful. Soon every pony was finished with their meals, prompting Snowstorm to stand up and watch as they put their training vests back on. She cast a quick glance at the clock and smiled. 1 o'clock, giving them 6 whole hours for her class to spar with themselves. Perfect. "All right, class," she wrote, feeling their eyes turn towards the chalkboard as she wrote upon it. "Gear up. The real test begins now." For the remainder of the class, Snowstorm carefully walked around the room, closely observing the multiple pairs of students as they partook in what she referred to as the mid-year exam. More than just a lesson on the sensation of being it, it was really the culmination of all their studies so far, from how to pose correctly up to how to control the precision of one's attack. It was also a milestone for her students, the very first time they were able to officially spar with each other. Snowstorm quietly moved over to watch Sideswipe, noting with pride that the young colt didn't at all seem fazed by her presence, and instead focused wholly on his opponent. She had partnered up with a copper-red, blonde-maned farm filly his own age, named Haymaker. Their teacher smiled as she watched them trade blows, thinking about the mutual crush the foals had developed for each other. With Haymaker living on a large farm just outside of Manhattan, and being homeschooled so she would have more time to help with the family's alfalfa business, the only opportunity these two had to see each other was Snowstorm's class. Always observing and never ignorant, Snowstorm had noticed the small embers of a foalhood affection building into a full-fledged crush, and constantly paired the two together. They were still bashful with each other, as children often will be, but today the shyness had been replaced with excited enjoyment. Snowstorm blinked as she watched them closer. Haymaker had taken the offensive, swiping and jabbing at her opponent. Sideswipe dodged and wove, anticipating every attack. It was almost as if they were a couple, entranced in a dance. Sideswipe was agile, Snowstorm observed, but Haymaker was a smart fighter. The colt hopped aside from another of her attacks, seeing too late that it had just been a simple feint and was hit squarely in his vest, offering the filly a slight grunt from her surprisingly strong blow.
"Oh no, did I hurt you?"
Haymaker asked, sitting down for a moment and wiping what seemed like an ocean of sweat from her brow.
"No."
Sideswipe answered, doing the same as he smiled at her.
"It was a good hit. You're really strong,"
he complimented, not knowing what else to say and just wanting to hear her squeaky voice.
"Yeah, it's probably all that hay that I helped lift."
Haymaker twisted her hoof back and forth into the mat, focusing all of her will into not blushing. By that point, Snowstorm had drifted off to let the two love-struck foals live in their own little world, martial arts forgotten for only a moment, as they both caught their second winds. Soon enough, they were back on their feet and back at each other, dodging and weaving, feinting and sweeping. As the hours marched on, some of the students decided to call it quits early, which was perfectly fine by their teacher. Every pony had their limits, and it was not the right time yet for her to push them beyond. By class's end, all of the students were coated with layers of sweat, each huffing heavily from their intense sparring. A few even showed off the bruises they had acquired through a mistimed attack, or dodging to the wrong place at the wrong time. Sideswipe and Haymaker favored each other with a nervous smile, each getting picked up by their parents and going their separate ways until tomorrow, when they could see each other again. Southpaw offered to walk home a slightly younger colt who had begun to idolize him as a big brother, which the youth excitedly accepted. One by one, they filed out of the dojo, with Snowstorm exiting last. She took a deep breath of fresh air and quietly suspected all of her students had done the same. By the end, the dojo had reeked of sweat and hard work, and the students fulfilled their final duty of the day by cleaning out the room, giving it a pristine shine, and preparing it for the next day's lessons. Snowstorm stopped again at Mossly Orange's stand for a couple of apples, giving her thanks for the earlier free one by way of a warm hug. Afterwards, happily savoring one of the apples she had just bought, the pure white mare trotted towards her home, with the sun to her back, thinking about her students. She thought about how their day was complete, and they could relax comfortably at home, spending precious quality time with their families, and simply enjoying life. And she thought about how her own day had only just begun. Snowstorm shut the door to her apartment with her rear leg, breathing a deep sigh as she turned around to relock it. Despite living in the better part of Manhattan, where one could sleep soundly at night, she would keep her living quarters locked whenever possible. After all, Snowstorm had a secret, and she couldn't afford any pony learning of it. She slipped out of her training gi, tossing it into the laundry bin as she took a fast shower, washing away today's sweat and preparing for tonight's. There was no cheery overtone this time, however. Her mood had rapidly fallen into a sullen, downcast thing. She barely noticed the warm water hitting her this time, simply staring at the wetted shower floor and asking herself why she must do what she does, wondering when, or really if, it will ever end. Of course not, she told herself with a frown as she absent-mindedly finished with her shower. It'll never be over. If not me, it would be some pony else. Some pony who couldn't handle it. All dried up, Snowstorm's heart pounded almost audibly against her chest as she made her way over to the large oak dresser she had placed across from her bed, opening the bottom drawer to reveal a seemingly untidy mountain of clothes. But she knew precisely what she was searching for, and found both items where she had buried them in the far corner of the drawer, as she had always done and always will do. If any pony were to discover what she had kept hidden, it would spell the end for her. She stared down at the deep blue mask she clutched in her forehooves, seeing a reflection in the silver, expressionless eyes. Her legs shook harder, with a combination of fear and anger the longer she held the soft, stretching fabric. It was another of her strange rituals she went through, and this one was unpleasant. Her breathing became heavy, her teeth grinding as she glanced over to her side, eyes falling upon her favorite picture she possessed of herself and Froststorm. And the picture took her back. Back to the when. Back to the why. She didn't want to go, but she needed to. But dear Celestia, was it ever a harsh journey? It all happened roughly 5 years ago. Froststorm had something special planned for his little sister's birthday. She had always wanted to visit Ponyville, had heard about what a quaint little friendly town it was from Mossly Orange. The older sire knew because his niece, and the kindly mare whom always sent him a bushel of her apples, resided there. Snowstorm had wanted to see her most of all, to tell her how much she enjoyed the apples. The brother and sister pair had tried to take a shortcut through what she referred to as the bad part of town, the part where a dark cloud would always loom over you, sometimes literally. The part where ponies weren't so friendly towards each other. The part where bad things happen. They had been cut off by a small-time gang looking to earn themselves a reputation. They had demanded Froststorm give them the little filly, and they'd let him go free. He stood defiantly in front of her miniature scale, and for the first time in her life, she had been afraid. He had yelled at her to run away as fast as possible, but that had only made her even more scared. He had never once raised his voice to her, not even when she had been caught doing or saying things she shouldn't have. He stamped his foot onto the ground, and that had woken her up. She bolted in the direction they had been going, not knowing if anyone was chasing her, and never once looking back. The tears blew out of her eyes as she galloped straight to Ponyville, never once stopping, even to eat the apples she had in her saddlebags. Her legs had felt like rubber as she put everything she had into them. A stitch had embedded itself into her side, burning her lungs with an intense fire. Her legs splashed in the puddles and caught in the mud as the rain poured down with a torrential fury, as if the goddess Epona herself were weeping for the sibling who had just been lost. Still, she had run. She had finally reached a barn which stood overlooking an orchard, a vast apple orchard, though she didn't register that fact at the time. Her legs had finally given out in front of the barn's large crossed doors, and she fell into the thick mud with a splat. She never minded the mud that seeped beneath her coat and cemented itself onto her skin. She only cried. She had cried every last tear her small body could possibly produce, and cried more just for good measure. That night she had completely cried her own voice away. As her tears mingled with the rain that pelted her coat, a figure came up, looming above her like a giant, and casting her in a large shadow. She looked up and gasped as a blank blue face with silver eyes stared back at her. The rest of the figure was clad in a violet outfit, complemented by an oversized round brim hat and long flowing cape. She had expected the figure to have a thundering voice, a voice of authority and command. Instead, it was kind, gentle, and heavily accented.
Hey there, Sugar Cube,
the figure said, pulling back its face and revealing what lay underneath. A river of blonde spilled out from beneath the mask, resting atop and around a face as orange as the sunrise. Her emerald eyes were warm, soft, loving.
Why are you crying? Come on, y'all can tell me.
Snowstorm only shook her head, trying to croak out words, but not feeling anything. A new wave of fear set in as the realization sunk in that she had lost her voice. But this mare towering above her seemed not to be fazed.
Well, that's all right. Take your time, that's all. In the meantime, you should come inside. A little filly like you could get sick out here in this rain. I'm Applejack, by the way.
And so she had. Snowstorm discovered she could still write, and chose to communicate with Applejack through written words. The first thing she asked about was the interesting costume.
Well, shucks. It was just the thing my friends and I did to teach our other friend a lesson about not being full of yourself. We call ourselves Mare-do-well. But shoo, I prefer being Applejack over Mare-do-well any day.
Can I have the suit? Applejack blinked, making sure she had read the words right. After 3 rereadings, she confirmed that the question was indeed real.
Well, I don't see a reason why not.
And so, Snowstorm gained the suit, promising Applejack that she would do right by it. A week after her disastrous arrival in Ponyville, the young filly set out on the adventure of her lifetime, first returning to Manhattan to make sure her brother received the proper burial he deserved. Afterwards, she left the city behind her, trekking across all of the Equus continent and building every attribute in her arsenal, as well as learning every form of self-defense she could possibly handle. Years afterward, she had made an anticlimactic return to an unchanged Manhattan. The good part was still the good part, and the bad part was slowly delving into the worst part. That night, she had climbed the skyscrapers, as she had learned to climb the largest trees in the ebony forests of Anhalter. She had stood at the peak of her concrete jungle, unwrapping her saddlebags, and for the first time, donning the violet and blue costume she had acquired from the apple farmer years before. That night, she had silently declared to all of Manhattan that Mare-do-well had arrived. She gazed at the mask again, her hoofs now trembling furiously as she fully remembered the why of what she did every single night. She did it so that no other foal would go through what she had gone through, so that no other foal would have to unnecessarily experience the unfathomable pain of loss, especially by the malicious hooves of a stupid thug. She slipped on the costume, skin tingling as the stretching, breathable fabric contorted to her physique, with the utmost comfort. She pulled at the front of the neck, kissing Froststorm's face on the picture, before securely sliding it into her suit. The only modification she had made to it was a small pocket where she could keep the photo right above her heart, so that Frosty would always be there with her, always ready to protect her like he had done on that fateful night. She drew one last deep breath of fresh air and slid the mask down over her face. She was Mayor Dewell, and she had a city to protect. For her brother. For Frosty.
Hey there, this is Repairman Man reading Twilight Finds a Book of Puns by a troll?
Well, this is interesting.
Twilight's horn glowed as she pulled a dusty old book out of one of the shelves. Stuck all the way in the corner of the library, the shelf wasn't used much, and the books weren't usually read. However, Twilight had read mostly all of the books in the library, including all the new ones that had just come in the day before. This book was dusty, and Twilight had never seen it before. She blew on the cover, pushing a sheet of dust off of it and revealing the title.
The Equestrian Dictionary of Puns?
She said, brushing off the book of any remaining dust. The book was large, almost the size of the normal dictionary, and had pages filled with spaced-out puns. Twilight delved into the book, opening to the first page and reading quickly. By the time it was noon, she had already finished the entire book. Inside her head, puns bounced around, covering her mind. She looked around, and every object she saw was now an object of pun. Looking at the clock, she saw there was about noontime, and that she had promised to meet her friends near the fountain in the central square. Placing the book back into the shelf, she trotted out of the library and toward the fountain.
Hey, girls!
Called Twilight, trotting up to her group of friends as they waited for her by the fountain.
Hey, Twilight, how's it going?
Said Rainbow Dash, stopping her conversation with Applejack.
It's not too bad.
Said Twilight, staring at the fountain behind them.
What are you up to?
Nothing much. We were actually just planning to go by the beach a couple minutes outside of Ponyville. Want to come?
I'd love to, as long as it doesn't take a mile to get there.
What?
Nothing.
The ponies all agreed that going to the beach would be the best idea on such a hot day, so they began their trek. They trotted through Ponyville, going through the central square that was bustling with ponies. Applejack decided to stop and buy an apple for a snack.
1 apple, please,
said Applejack, sliding 1 bit to the pony behind the stand. She came back with 2 apples, even though the sign said that it was 1 bit per apple. Applejack picked the apples one at a time, eating one whole right as she took it off of the stand.
I thought that each apple was 1 bit. How did you get 2?
Said Rarity as Applejack chewed on her apple.
She must be an insider in the apple business,
chimed Twilight. Applejack swallowed her apple.
Twilight's right. Us here apple-growing folk are in the business together, which means discounts.
Rarity nodded.
It's nothing like that in the fashion business.
That's probably because it's so competitive. Every fashion designer wants their competition store to close.
I suppose you're right, Twilight.
Twilight frowned. None of her friends were picking up on her brilliant use of puns. She had to up the usage, and fast, if she wanted the dictionary to be of any use to her. The ponies exited Ponyville and entered a forest filled with tall trees that were spaced out just enough to allow the sunlight to come through.
Would you look at this? Leave it to nature to make paths like these beautiful,
said Twilight, looking around at everything around her.
I'm not so fond of these ferns, but that's oak, because if you look around, the trees spruce things up.
Twilight, stop using puns!
You've noticed?
Said Twilight, a smile coming to her face.
Oh, we've all noticed, Twilight,
said Applejack.
And it's annoying,
finished Rarity.
Sorry,
said Twilight, putting on a sheepish smile.
I didn't know you weren't a fan of my pleasantry.
Applejack groaned.
Will you stop making bad jokes, Twilight?
Sorry, I've got them rooted in my brain.
If you're gonna tell jokes, tell them later. Right now we need to focus on getting to the beach,
said Rainbow Dash.
But Rainbow Dash, there is no time for rest. I can't save these jokes for later.
Twilight let out a small giggle as Rainbow Dash rolled her eyes.
Twilight, even I don't think these are funny,
said Pinkie Pie.
Yes, Twilight, please stop these bad jokes,
said Rarity.
I see you're sick of more puns, but I hope you stick around because they're just blooming and I'm liking them.
Twilight broke out into a wide smile, unable to hide her glee any longer. She thought the puns were hilarious, while every pony else just groaned at the sound of them.
Twilight, stop. Even Fluttershy's tired of them.
Well,
She bowed her head.
it's true. I don't really like them.
She croaked in a raspy voice. Twilight looked at Fluttershy.
Fine, I'll stop, but you will owe me one.
With a final groan, the ponies silently made their way through the forest and to the beach, lest they talk and spur more puns from Twilight. They finally made their way out of the forest and into the sandy beach area. Nearby was a tall cliff overlooking the blue water. It could almost be considered a mountain had it not been over the water. Twilight started to smile, and the water section of the dictionary flooded into her mind.
Hey, look, it's the ocean! Every pony wave!
Before the ponies could groan, Twilight was already on to her next pun.
I'm sure we'll have a fun time here, but if you see a storm, we'll have to leave. I'm getting a little tongue-tied with all these puns, but they're cracking me up. I shall not bait any longer. Let's go test the water.
Twilight, stop, said a bemused Applejack.
Well, I guess I caught. But what are we going to do? This trip has no purpose if I can't make puns.
Seriously, Twilight? It's getting old,
said Rarity.
Peer pressure has no effect on me.
No pony likes your puns,
said Rainbow Dash. The ponies gave up. There was no stopping Twilight. Suddenly, Spike came running through the forest and into the beach holding a letter from Celestia. He had hair above his lip.
Twilight, I must ask you a question.
All right, what is it?
Did you see Celestia about sending the dresses to Neptune?
Dresses on Neptune? It's freezing up there. What is going on, Twilight?
Nothing, Rarity. I just wanted to have the coolest outfits.
Spike and Twilight broke out into laughter. Rarity started to giggle, and it eventually grew into a laugh. Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, and Applejack all joined in, finding humor in the pun. Fluttershy remained silent.
What's wrong, Fluttershy? You didn't find it funny?
Asked Twilight after she had finished laughing.
I did, but I don't really want to laugh.
Said Fluttershy. She paused for a moment.
Because I'm a little horse.
Big Brother by RobBob Scribbler. Dawn. Applejack was missing. Big Macintosh stared at her empty bed. The covers had been neatly turned down. That would be Granny Smith's doing. She turned down the covers every evening, as if she was convinced one night a tiny orange filly would scramble through the window, fall asleep, and come down to breakfast like nothing had happened. He wasn't stupid. It had taken twice as long for him to learn multiplication in school, and he needed to sound out long words in books. Didn't really like reading at all unless he was alone and nobody could see his lips moving. But he wasn't stupid. Convincing the rest of the world there was a difference between slow and stupid, however, was an ongoing struggle. Applejack had never treated him like he was stupid. She was so much younger. She listened, enrapt, as he explained working on the farm to her, and thought he was the smartest pony in the world. She wasn't old enough to use language he couldn't understand when he read her note. He pictured it, full of tooth marks and spit stains from being constantly pulled from under the china angel on the mantelpiece where she had left it. They all knew it by heart. It didn't make coping any easier. Treading as delicately as he could, which wasn't very, but Granny was practically deaf, so it didn't matter. Big Macintosh crossed the room and nudged Applejack's pillow to fluff it. It was his own private ritual. Granny turned down covers, he fluffed pillows. They both set out an extra plate at mealtimes, and then refused to look at the unused plate. He was the stallion of the family now Pa was gone. He was supposed to look out for his little sister, but he had obviously done something wrong if she had just up and left without saying a word. He wasn't given much to introspection. Couldn't spell it if told to write it down, but that bothered him. Why had she been so unhappy? Was she really so dissatisfied with life at Sweet Apple Acres that she had to leave it, and them, He sighed and went on to the window. It was dawn, bright light cresting the horizon like paint on a dark canvas. He had barely slept. That wouldn't do. He had work to finish today. Granny couldn't manage the bucking anymore. She tried, but it was mostly his job, since her arthritis took hold. He had to get bigger and stronger so he could take care of things the way the stallion of the family was supposed to. He stayed at the window, thinking his private thoughts until the sky exploded. That was how it seemed, at least. A wash of multicolored light detonated and shot outward over the farm. Birds of the dawn chorus abandoned their song to squawk and fly in all directions. Dozens of rabbits, squirrels, and other small animals dashed about the orchard. A crashing noise followed seconds after the rainbow explosion, as if the universe was stamping its hooves.
What is that?
Granny burst through the door, bleary-eyed but alert.
Did the boiler explode again?
Big Macintosh tossed his head at the quivering sky. The ring of colored light was still traveling away in the distance like a giant ripple in the fabric of reality. His mouth hung open, but he couldn't help himself. He had never seen anything like it before.
What in tarnation?
Granny squinted at it.
The heck is that?
Big Macintosh didn't know. A strange feeling coalesced in his belly. He wouldn't realize until later that it was excitement. That rainbow ring was a portent, or a sign, or something else significant for which he didn't have words. He could feel it in his fetlocks.
Granny?
He said slowly.
What is it, youngin'?
Applejack.
Where?
She scanned the road.
Dang, Philly. Wild as a June bug on a string. I don't see her.
Not yet.
He smiled, even though he couldn't yet hear the clatter of tiny orange hooves.
Soon.
You think?
Yep.
He turned from the window.
Gonna wait for her at the gate.
Granny watched him with narrowed eyes.
You'll be wasting good bucking time.
Yep.
You must be sure if you're willing to neglect bucking.
Yep.
A smile creased her wrinkled face.
Good enough for me.
Midday. Big Macintosh stood at the crest of the hill and watched his sister and her friend darting between the trees. The midday sun dappled orange and blue coats as the two little ponies played. No matter how old she acted, or how much responsibility she tried to take on, Applejack was still a filly at heart. It would be a couple more years before she could reasonably be called a mare, and he would have to start worrying about stallions courting her. In his humble opinion, she should act like a filly as much as she could while she could. But the only time she let her guard down seemed to be when that little blue Pegasus came calling. He was standing in plain view, but neither filly spotted him. They were too absorbed in chasing each other in some complicated game of tag mixed with hide-and-seek and rugby. The Pegasus arrowed up between the branches. A swish of leaves was the only indication that she had gone. He watched Applejack canter into view, spot the leaves, and pretend not to see them. She slowed to a trot, but when the Pegasus tried to surprise her from above, she was ready. Somehow slowed her body to one side and turned the madcap roll into her pinning the other pony.
I win,
she crowed. The Pegasus spat out a mouthful of leaves. Her rainbow mane and tail were studded with twigs and bits of bark.
No way! Yes way.
Another roll and their positions were reversed. A single leaf was stuck to the Pegasus' flank. It looked like a little cutie mark, but flaked away to reveal the actual mark underneath. Yup, on their way to becoming mares, but still fillies in all the ways that counted.
No way!
Applejack blew out a breath.
Gosh darn it, you weigh a ton! No more apple pies for you. What?
The Pegasus was aghast.
No fair! I love apple pies. I can tell. You're breaking my ribs. Aw, man.
The Pegasus beat her wings and lifted her weight off, only for Applejack to launch herself and reverse their positions once more.
I can't believe you fell for that.
Applejack grinned.
I let you win. Sure you did. Oh, look, there goes a flying pig.
The Pegasus blinked.
Now that'll be awesome.
Applejack made a face.
You think everything will be better with wings? Well, it would. Nuh-uh. Uh-huh. Imagine raccoons and rabbits and squirrels with wings. They'd be so much cooler than they are now.
It'll be gosh darn awful. They'd reach all the apples before we can pick them.
Nuh-uh, because you'd have wings too, so you could chase them off. You wouldn't have to learn to buck anymore either. You could just take the apples right off the branches.
But I like bucking. Why would I want wings?
Duh! Because everything would be awesome with wings.
I'm awesome just the way I am.
Nuh-uh.
I beat you today without wings, didn't I?
The Pegasus pouted.
Totally not awesome.
Big Macintosh allowed a small smile to turn up his mouth. Yup, it sure did do Applejack good to act like a filly sometimes. He turned away and hid behind some bushes before she could see him and demand a bucking lesson instead. Dusk. There was a lot of satisfaction to be had in doing a simple job well. Apple bucking was a balance of strength and accuracy, but not exactly academic. Neither was Big Macintosh. He had long ago reconciled himself to his shortcomings and no longer felt like he had to justify himself to the world. Either ponies accepted him the way he was, or they didn't and weren't worth knowing anyhow. This had definitely been a Valentine's Day to remember. Or not. Usually bucking helped him order his thoughts, but today had left him in such a tizzy he was still reshelving a few things in his head. He kicked out with one hind leg, and a tumble of red delicious landed in each of the 3 baskets he had positioned. Taking a handle between his teeth, he dragged each to the cart and maneuvered them up the ramp. When he was done, he checked to make sure that he hadn't missed any, and arranged himself in the harness to pull the entire load through the orchard for chicken. Granny would take out the bad ones and save what she could, turning the others into mash for compost or one of those liniments she kept for when he or Applejack pulled a muscle. He looked around as he walked, wondering where the heck his sister was. She had been due to help him today, but in all the confusion with Cheerilee, he had forgotten. Now, trying to cram all the work into his evening, he felt the slight stirring of resentment that Applejack had apparently used his absence to sneak away and do her own thing. He frowned at the resentment until it skittered away back into its box. Applejack wasn't that kind of pony. She wouldn't skeeve work unless something important had come up, which, given some of the things she had gotten mixed up in since Twilight Sparkle came to town, could be just about anything. Had another dragon attacked? Was she helping rescue a friend from underground jewel thieves? Could she have been whisked away to Caerdwyn on Princess Celestia's orders? He was still impressed that a practical, down-home pony from their family was hobnobbing with the upper crust without picking up all sorts of silly airs and graces. Applejack was as level-headed today as she had ever been since the day she got her cutie mark, and he was proud of her. He dragged the cart into the barn, and was unloading the baskets when he noticed the ladder from the hayloft on the floor. Usually it sat by the hayloft door, leading down to the floor, but it had fallen or been kicked over. He couldn't park the cart after unloading it with it there, so he hastily stashed the baskets where Granny could reach them in the morning and grip the ladder between his teeth. It took 2 smaller ponies to maneuver the thing usually. Applejack and Applebloom typically worked together, since Granny could barely move her withers to pick up more than apples these days. It was no trouble for him, however. He gently placed it up and put it back where it should be. As he turned away, the sound of movement made his ears twitch. It was coming from the hayloft. He turned back, thinking it may be a raccoon or stray squirrel that had got in. Once an entire family of grickles had nestled up there, and he had been forced to carry each squalling, scratching lizard bird down individually in special unbreakable carriers Twilight had whipped up for him. He hoped it wasn't more grickles, although that would account for why the ladder had been kicked down. Grickles were notoriously territorial when they chose a nesting spot. He climbed the ladder quietly, not wanting a face full of claws when he reached the top. He couldn't smell anything bad, but that was the indicator. Peering cautiously over the top rung, he froze. Well, it sure wasn't Grickles. Applejack slept curled in the hay, her tail over her nose. It was how she used to sleep under her blankets as a filly when the boiler blew and the farmhouse grew especially cold. Behind her, mouth open and a glob of drool ready to fall, Rainbow Dash also sprawled asleep in the hay. Neither had heard him approach. They were both clearly exhausted. What made him pause, however, wasn't the fact that his sister was napping up here while he was busy working in the orchards. It was the casually possessive hoof Rainbow Dash had thrown over her flank, and the fact that she was wearing Applejack's hat. Applejack never let anyone wear her hat. She had been protected of it ever since Pa gave it to her on one of his rare visits home. Not even he or Apple Bloom were allowed to touch it. But there Rainbow Dash was, bold as brass, wearing it askew like it was her own. Big Macintosh stayed where he was for a long moment. He considered ducking out of sight and coughing to give them a chance to reorder themselves so they could all pretend things were as they had always been. As he was thinking this, however, Applejack shifted in her sleep, nuzzling backwards into the curve of Rainbow Dash's body. Her tail fell aside to reveal she was smiling in utter contentment. Big Macintosh descended the ladder with a soundlessness anyone would have been surprised at, given his suit plate, hooves, and massive body. He passed through the barn doors, but stopped, looking back over his shoulder. Going back to the ladder, he took it between his teeth and brought it down, using his knees to cushion the sound of it meeting the floor. It lay where it had been before he came in, giving no clue that he had moved it.
What's got you smiling like a fox with the key to the henhouse door?
Granny asked when he came into the kitchen.
You find a sweetheart today?
He thought about the question, and about Cheerilee.
Sorta.
Sorta? What kind of sweetheart is a sorta sweetheart?
Complicated.
Granny sighed.
You young folk never make nothing simple. You're getting long in the tooth to keep putting off settling down, Macintosh.
He shrugged.
Probably.
You need to find some pony special, get coupled, and be happy. You and Applejack both. She shouldn't get to your age and have no pony special to call her own, too.
He thought about the hayloft and smiled.
Not a problem, Granny.
You're smiling again.
She glared at him.
You gonna tell me why?
Nope.
Dang-nabbit! No pony tells me nothing no more. It's because I'm old, ain't it? Y'all think I'm too old and old-fashioned to know what's going on in your lives? I was young too once, you know.
She continued to grumble as she sliced apples to go on the pie crust sitting on the counter. Big Macintosh looked out of the window at the barn and just smiled.
Greetings, I am Deft Funk, and I will be reading What If by Linked. The sky was alight with an orange glow that can only be produced by a dying flame. Streaks of gold, red, and a dash of purple spanned the emptiness as the light died away, a darkness rising in its place. The air was chilled and only growing colder as a brisk breeze washed across the desolate, flat cloudscape that sat gray in the sky. It blocked the beautiful array from gracing the ground like a shield to a flower. It was a shame, too. Sunsets were a gorgeous display, soothing and serene as the twilight hours flickered briefly. Across the expansive gray blockage, atop the lumps and hills of rumbling clouds, sat an outstretched lump of vivid cyan. A multi-hued spectrum of rainbow-streaked strands pooled from beneath her, creeping over small mounds of bland fluff. Her eyes were blind to the world, open only to the mesh of warm and cold above her. The yin-yang of the twilight hour always seemed to worm its way into her core and burrow in for a while, before fleeting quicker than it had came. Her chest expanded as she drew a deep, long breath. It released as a low sigh, her chest deflating once more. Head propped up on her forearms, she lay in silence, doing no more than staring up at that thick canvas called the sky. She seemed grim. Even her eyes, trained though they were, drooped in a forlorn gaze. Upon her mouth was the tiniest hint of a frown. Nothing more serious, not a scowl, a grimace, or a sneer. Simply a frown. Though the somber serenity that wafted through the cool breeze was bittersweet, the taste on the back of this mare's tongue was sour and pungent. The weight of her eyes was unbearable. The dark, heavy bags beneath them sagged as though they were putting a conscious effort into dragging her down. Yet no matter how much force she applied, and she had put forth much lately, she could not shut her eyes for even a wink. Her thoughts were racing much too fast for her to comprehend them. One would fire off, only to be muffled by yet another. It was an overlaying system, and soon she could feel her supports cracking under the weight. Oh, how she ached to sleep again, to socialize again. But here she was, just like the past 2 days, alone atop a Pegasus storm. Would she sleep tonight? She did not know. Celestia willing if she would. If not, the idea of slamming full onto the wall was beginning to scrape her mind. What was worse, as though days of sleeplessness and isolation could become such, was the sad fact that she couldn't even place her hoof on the problem. There was a storm brewing in her mind, no doubt about it. But just what that entailed? Well, that was the grand mystery. She breathed out a sigh, adding a bit of cracking vocal ring to it. The scratchy note deflated and was soon whisked away in the ever-constant breeze. To the contrary of her destitute disposition, however, she was nowhere near the verge of giving up. She didn't become the fastest flyer in all of Equestria by giving up, now did she? So, behind her blank expression that gazed into the darkening beyond, she drafted up a mental checklist. She could actually see it, feel it, possibly thanks to her little bookworm friend who always had one of these things at all times. As much as this colorful pony hated to admit it, there were 1 or 2 things she had picked up from that nerd. A mental image of a quill materialized in the ferocious chaos of her mind, scribbling down the appropriate thoughts as they whirled by in a painful maelstrom. She had been at the Grand Galloping Gala just 2 days ago. The thought surprised her, freezing the scrawling utensil in its place. The gala had felt like it had been an eternity away, though, she reasoned as she forced herself to truly see from her eyes, the matching of days and nights threw everything off. Just yesterday she had eaten a breakfast sandwich in her kitchen at 3 in the afternoon and thought it to be midnight. Sleep deprivation did strange things. After a few moments of taking in the sky, which by now was speckled with tiny shimmers and distant glimmers, her sight receded past her magenta eyes yet again. Her clipboard, paper, and quill were still there, ready to be used, so naturally she used them. The next thing to be scratched down was her failure with the Wonderbolts. How illustrious that had been! To be ignored by her own heroes after she had saved their lives and their pie was not only humiliating, but sickening! The breeze around her picked up, rushing her deeper into the night. Days of endless pity and self-loathing, all for this unknown cause, had turned her numb to the world. By now she hardly flinched at the thin red and yellow strands of hair that lashed at her eyes. She hardly shifted when the cloud beneath her rumbled and boomed with its ominous crack of thunder. Not even once did she try to soothe out the ruffled patches of fur that were popping up across her body. Though to be fair, it wouldn't have made a difference. Her light cyan coat was matted and slick in areas that painted her body with oily polka dots. Her mane was clumped and knotted as it swayed in the sideways wind, and even her tail, which she had once boasted as being the best to ever grace any pony's rump, was nasty and greasy. To top it off, were it not for the unrelenting wind, an awful smell, possibly close to that of a decaying carcass, would be awash in the clouds, spewing her vile collection of odors amassed from days of not showering. With the faded light finally dying to but a whisper on the horizon, and the moon beginning to replace his twin, she retracted to her clipboard. The quill stalled. The next obvious thought whipped by her, striking her hard. She was dumbfounded as how she could put this in words. Her friends, those 5 innocent mares that she actually enjoyed lumbering herself with, had brushed her plights away. That night at good old Donut Joe's, when she had expressed her pain of abandonment by her idols, they had done no more than giggle and say, "At least we have each other." It just wasn't good enough. Guilt. That's what panged her, and not simply in her throbbing mind either. It stabbed at her heart, twisting like the gleaming blade of a knife. She shifted on the cloud, her flat gaze degrading into a more somber, depressed stare. Her eyes drooped impossibly lower, and her lips finally curved downward at their corners. Was she saying that her friends weren't good enough? That the Wonderbolts were better? It was an awful thought, sure, but it was there nonetheless. It crept around her mind like a spider weaving its web ready to trap and devour her. She loved her friends. She loved them dearly. If they were ever in danger, she was there. Just as that pompous little fashion diva she cared for at the bottom of her heart had fallen to the Icarus syndrome, and she had dived down to save her at the cost of her show. The memory was clear in her mind. The wind in her face, the burning of the mock cone, the crack and boom of the colorful pastel circlet as it radiated from behind her. And then, of course, the Wonderbolts. Now the possibility stirred in her gut with a sickening gargle. She might have done it for a friend. She would do anything for a friend. Is what the element of loyalty does, right? Ah, but loyalty played fickle in her hooves, and no matter how hard she tried, she could never grasp it. Yes, she was loyal. She made note of this on her foe checklist. But just exactly who was she loyal to? The Wonderbolts had come into her life far before the generous diva had. Hey, she practically worshipped the aerial crew, and she knew it too. So was it them she had saved with her friend being a bonus, or was it the other way around? Quickly she drew a foreleg from beneath her head, wrapping it around her midsection and cringing. Her face scrunched tight, turning instantly red and strained. Teeth barred as she bent into an arch, exposing her neck and plot fully to the night's breathing. The thought of food, perhaps a warm toasted Pop-Tart, flooded her mind, but unfortunately not her gargling stomach. But there was no food in sight, unless she could eat clouds, and from what past experiences told her, that was a big fat no. So she pushed herself down, giving her all to ignore the stabbing in her gut. She forced herself back into a reclined position, letting her face return to its somber frown and glossy stare. As she readjusted, she muttered something in the wind. It was drivel, slurred like only an exhausted or drunken pony could achieve. It was fairly nonsensical, pointless, and lacked in vowels, but it did manage to conjure up that crisp image of the clipboard, paper, and quill yet again. She reviewed its contents with a distanced gaze, listing them down in their order. Failure, rejection, being ignored. So far, it wasn't too bright. The next to go on the list was a less than fortuitous event. Drinking. Criticism galore for such a hobby. She popped the cap off a cold one and sent it down the hatch. Keeping a jubilant mask on wasn't easy, especially not when she'd been ignored by not only her idols but her friends as well. In her world, it was all fair and right to be allowed to relax after such a night, and she supposed that's where the restlessness began. Stars dazzled in the sky above. It was dark now. The last kiss of the sun had faded, depleted from the world. It was now the moon's turn to rule the sky, and rule it did. It was colossal tonight. The cyan and Saubignac could clearly make out each porous crater and splitting crevice that the pale orb had to offer. She felt as though she could simply reach out and graze them with her hoof. She tried, in fact, sprawling her foreleg out from underneath her greasy mane. It extended to its full length, hardly filling the huge gap between her and something so close. Just like her thought, she noted. So close, yet so far. Oh, but what if she could touch it? What if she could graze the moon with her hoof? Would that give her the satisfaction she craved? And what if she could reach these thoughts? What if she could come to peace with herself and her quarreling mind? The first answer that spun through her mind? Sleep. A long, deep slumber to make dragons envious. Then food, a meal fit for the princesses. But these were simply physical rewards. Peace would bring acceptance to her mind, perhaps a bit of joy and a touch of laughter. A certain buoyant mass of energy booted the wooden slab from her mind's eye, a pink frothy mane bouncing in harmony with the rest of the pony. She knew this pony as her best friend of them all. They had so much in common, pranksters and jokers to the end of time. Perhaps she simply needed a laugh. The thought of a smile only made her strained lips cease more, though. Smiles and joy were different, as were laughs and happiness. But this pony could combine all four into one big party in a box. She wouldn't trade this mare for the world. The rejection portion of the clipboard flashed its ugly ink. If it truly came down to it, would she abandon her friend for the sake of happiness that was promised but not showed? To be part of an elite team was so tantalizing. How in Equestria could she make up her mind? She pressed her hooves against her head with a full scowl now, shaking her body to and fro. What if she traded her best friend for a lifetime for fortune and fame? What if she surrendered her position as the element of loyalty for a showering of loyalty to her? What if she truly wasn't loyal to her friends at all, but instead resided her loyalty in her lifelong heroes? Questions, questions, and more questions! That was all she could conjure now, these simple questions. Her mind didn't show any signs of stopping either, to her deep, genuine chagrin. What if she had been accepted into the Wonderbolts at the gala? What if she gave up all of her friends for it? What if she had never had those friends in the first place? Even the simple thought, though it brushed her mind for but a mere second, sent waves of disgust through her body. She slowly shook her head, letting her empty eyes fall from the expanse above to the stretching plains of gray upon which she lay. Her mind perked up. For what reason, she did not know, but the spike was there as new questions invaded her splitting head. What if her friends deeply cared? What if the Wonderbolts didn't match up to the love and care she received from her friends every day? What if the fame, the fortune, the rush? What if it just didn't compare? Was that even a possibility? She thought of her friends, each of their smiling faces as they laughed and played, frolicked and leapt together. She was there smiling as well. They were all so happy. Even on her face there was a look of pure, unrefined joy. Was this where she belonged? And then it clicked. So many questions, so few answers, but it clicked. Life was just one big what if. And for the hundreds upon hundreds of what-if questions she could ask, very few had real answers. What fell to her hooves to do was to pick them out, like picking out the good grapes on a dying vine. Those questions, the ones with solid answers behind them, were the true questions, the one that could guide and answer believably. So what if her friends deeply cared? Well, she would love them even more. And what if the fame, fortune, and rush of the Wonderbolts just didn't compare? Well, she would miss where she was now. And finally, what if this is where she belonged? Well, then she'd be happy for the rest of her days. A smile grew on her lips, giving her tense muscles a well-deserved break. She understood now, and she was happy. She was happy with her friends, and were she to leave, she couldn't even begin to fathom the heartbreak. And besides, she reasoned, she already was part of an elite team, the team of her friends, the elements of harmony. Satisfaction alight in her eyes like a freshly relit wicker. She rolled onto her belly and carefully pushed herself to her hooves. Her legs wobbled a bit, and she did stumble once or twice, but in the end she managed to level out. Her eyes darted and glazed evenly with a thick passion. She knew what she was going to do now. First, of course, shower, eat, and rest. She would undoubtedly need these for tomorrow. A day out with friends seemed to be in order. Up higher and higher she flew into the star-splattered sky, the chilling breeze doing its part to lift her sluggish body from the clouds. Slow though she was, the smile on her face wavered not once as she turned away, beat her wings, and disappeared into the cold, welcoming night.
Good evening, everyone. This is Scraticus, and today I'll be reading Cheerily Is No Fun by S.T.
That's all for today, class. You're free to go.
For most of her students, it was greeted with sighs of relief and cheers because on a warm summer afternoon such as this, it was anything but a welcoming study environment. Too many eyes were drawn to the windows with thoughts of relaxation and play. As the rest of the class filed out, however, Cheerily noted 3 stragglers remaining at their desks. While other students occupied the last hours of class by sleeping or daydreaming, Applebloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo had spent the time quietly passing notes back and forth. Being ever the optimist, she decided to let it slide, on the hopes that it was at least related to the lecture, but now all 3 of them were huddled together and clearly plotting something. The teacher made her way over to the 3 excited fillies and prompted them.
Girls, I need to lock up the schoolhouse. You'll have to make your way back home now.
Applebloom took that as her cue to respond.
Oh gosh, we're real sorry, Miss Cheerily, but we're just planning our camp out.
Scootaloo was next to interject.
Don't even bother! An old pony like Miss Cheerily doesn't know anything about what it's like to be a filly. She's totally out of touch.
Smiling knowingly, the magenta mare offered a comforting grin.
Oh, I think I know all about being a filly. I was one myself, after all.
In response, Scootaloo just rolled her eyes.
Yeah, I bet you spent your whole childhood reading books and being a star student. I'm talking about having fun.
At this point, Sweetie Belle took the opportunity to interject.
Hey, I bet Miss Cheerily knows all about fun. I bet she'd come with us on our camp out, too.
At this suggestion, Scootaloo and Applebloom both found mischievous grins plastered across their faces and quickly urged her.
Yeah, Miss Cheerily, you gotta come if you want to prove your fun.
With a sigh, Cheerily offered an apologetic smile.
I'm sorry, girls, but I'm too busy today. I have a lot of responsibilities now that I'm an adult. Playing and campouts are for children without responsibilities. Enjoy your time while it lasts.
With that, the little orange filly exploded.
I knew it! She's no fun! Come on, girls!
And without further exchange, they left the schoolhouse. Lacking the energy to retort further, Cheerily just sighed and closed the door. After a few minutes packing up papers she needed to grade, she locked up and set a course for her house at a steady trot. After dropping her saddlebags at the door, though, she couldn't help but hear the words of the fillies echoing in her head. After thinking for a moment, she lit up with a new idea.
I know how to show them I can have a good time and learn while doing it. I'll just need a book.
Quickly locking her house, she made her way across town to the library. She was well familiar with the 2 inhabitants there, so she concluded that she would have little issue finding what she needed. Before she had scarcely laid a hoof on the door, however, she heard Familiar giggling, and turned to see her 3 troublesome students headed out for their camp-out. This would not normally be a concern, but she noticed that the fillies were headed for the Everfree Forest. Troubled, Cheerily surrendered the doorknob and quietly followed the trio, wanting to make sure they stayed out of trouble. Following just out of earshot, the teacher was unsure what her 3 protégés were discussing as they skipped along the path, now on a certain course for the overgrowth. Troubled, she began to speed her pace, hoping to catch the 3 before they made the cover of the woods. It almost seemed as though the more she sped up, the faster the girls went in their excitement to begin their camping trip, and by the time Cheerily was able to reach the first trees, they were nowhere in sight. The teacher began to scour the ground for tracks, but could find nothing because of all the odd foliage covering the ground. Even brushing aside the blue flowers, she was not able to find any tracks, or even trampled petals, so she resigned herself to the realization that they must have taken a different route. While she was worried about the fillies, the mare realized there was little one pony could do to find 3 fillies in the forest and decided to enlist help. First would be Rarity, Sweetie Belle's sister, who lived in town. Cheerily made her way to the Carousel Boutique and knocked on the door, and after some prompting was welcomed in by Rarity. After not a small amount of fussing over trying to fit her for a dress, Cheerily was finally able to communicate to Rarity that Sweetie had gone into the woods for a camp-out, but she was surprised to find Rarity unconcerned.
Oh, darling, you should have said something sooner. There's simply nothing to worry about. They're not so much camping out as sleeping over. They're staying with that odd zebra that lives out in the woods. A bit of a ghastly place if you ask me, but I'm not terribly worried. She has proven to be a reasonable steward in the past, and I fear I haven't done my best of giving her the benefit of the doubt. I simply had to let Sweetie go.
Cheerily raised a brow.
You're letting Sweetie go camping because you feel guilty?
With an incriminating grin, Rarity responded,
Well, perhaps I was also motivated by a need to finish a rather large order without any distractions. Still, you simply must give Zecora the benefit of the doubt. Really, it's none of your business anyway. I hate to be so coarse, but even as a filly when we were back in school, you rarely knew how to cut loose. Remember you took your role in the silly school play so seriously? Let the girls have some fun. Some little girls actually like fun.
Wait, you mean the play you were literally sobbing over because you thought the costumes weren't sparkly enough?
I think you're remembering incorrectly, darling. Now, if you'll be a dear, I've got to work on this order. So, if you please.
Resignedly, Cheerily made her way out of the shop and headed home. As much as it went against her nature to let her students wander in the forest, Rarity was right. It wasn't her business to butt in. Having had enough excitement for the day, she flipped off the lights immediately when she arrived home and threw herself onto her bed, perhaps the only remnants of her crazy middle years, a waterbed that sloshed back and forth in response to her bombastic entrance. Deciding to grade the papers tomorrow, she relaxed and quickly willed herself to sleep. That night her dreams were plagued by turmoil. An infernal ticking noise filled her ears, and she fruitlessly looked for refuge in a land of endless plateaus and shadows. She wandered for what seemed like miles, but to no avail. She could feel the life being sapped from her body with each step, and she felt hopeless. However, suddenly a ray of light pierced the cloudy heavens and struck the ground not far away. The mare made her way to the contact point, and she found a gold-rimmed mirror. Gazing inside, she gasped, surprised to see the reflection of a much younger pony, before it cracked and she awoke with a start. It was morning, but still dark out. With a groan, Cheerily decided to get a head start on her work before the sun could come up. She attempted to roll out of bed, but after a full rotation she had not reached the edge. Confused, she rolled again and again, before falling off the bed in a tangle of blankets. Shakily she worked her way up, but found the whole room out of perspective in the dark. Everything seemed too high. Groggily she worked her way over to the counter where she had left her papers, but was surprised to find it above her head. She stood up on her hind hooves and muttered to herself,
"What in Celestia's name is going on here?"
Half serious, she indulged a little voice of worry at the back of her head and sought out a mirror after turning on the lights, and was horrified to find that she was about a head shorter than when she had went to sleep yesterday. Turning to get the full view of her body, she couldn't help but think that she looked like a little filly. More specifically, she appeared young enough to be in her own class. Cheerily was certainly an optimist, but even she was not unflappable, and a shriek escaped her before she started to panic. What happened to her? Would she be able to get back to normal? Who would watch her class? She spent most of the morning pacing her house and worrying and stumbling over her now incorrectly proportioned legs until it was well into the day. By noon she remembered that Twilight Sparkle, the inhabitant of the library and an expert magician in her own right, would probably have a solution, so she quickly locked up her house and headed for the library. The mare-turned filly was not halfway to her destination, however, before she felt a large hoof on her shoulder, and was spun around by a light brown police stallion dressed in blue, giving her a stern look.
Is there a problem, officer?
She attempted, cringing at how high her voice had become. Giving an annoyed glare, he shot back,
"I think we both know you're playing truant today, little miss. How about we get you back to class? I'm sure Miss Cheerily would like you to grace her with your presence for the lesson."
Exasperated, she tried to form a response,
But I am Cheerily!
though she fully realized how ridiculous the statement sounded from her little filly. Unsurprisingly, the officer was unimpressed and quickly took hold of the little mare's shoulder and started pushing her to her own classroom. With little ado, she was shoved into the schoolhouse and the door slammed behind her. The eyes of all her chatting students, which had been taking advantage of the teacher's absence, turned to her at once. Embarrassed, she did not know what to say. Looking as she did, she realized her former pupils would look upon her as a peer, not an authority, and she would have to come up with an excuse quickly. Fortunately, most of her work was done for her. Applebloom exclaimed,
"Are you a new student?"
Sheepishly, she acknowledged the yellow filly's statement, and the class circled her, prying answers out of her.
"What's your name?"
Inquired Snails.
Flower Bloom?
The purple equine offered, giving the name of one of her fellow students from her first time at school.
"That explains your cutie mark,"
added Snips. With a condescending frown, Diamond Tiara added,
What kind of cutie mark is that anyway? Gardening? How pathetic. Listen up, Flower Bloom. I'm the boss around here, so don't get in my way.
Giving her best menacing look, Silver Spoon tried to back her up.
I'll keep that in mind,
Cheerily responded. She was surprised at how tactless the pink filly was without an adult around. She had never realized just how much of an ego Diamond Tiara possessed. Sweetie Belle took the chance to comment.
Your mane and coat look just like our teacher Miss Cheerilee's. Are you related?
Before she could get any further, however, she was cut off by Scootaloo, who interjected,
Come on, Sweetie Belle! No pony is colored like their relatives. Frankly, the fact that both you and Rarity are white is freaky.
At this point, the class began to devolve into several arguments about familial appearances and patterns, which gave the would-be teacher time to slip away to the door. She was just a few steps outside when she heard Applebloom call,
Wait up!
She turned to see the 3 Crusaders behind her, proudly stating,
If you want to cut class, that's fine. But let us come with you. You look like the kind of pony who knows how to have fun.
Unable to resist the dramatic irony of the situation, the little magenta filly cocked her eyebrows and gave a smirk before saying,
Sure, let's go!
A few minutes later, and she was leading the Crusaders into a dance club. She didn't want to waste any time, so she planned to make her escape after the Crusaders had absorbed themselves into the music. It was still early afternoon, so the club was abandoned, with no ponies at all except the bartender looking rather bored. Cheerilee quickly took to the floor and started putting on all her old moves from back when she was enjoying the wild period of her life, and she was generally enjoying herself for a few moments before she looked up and noticed none of the Crusaders had joined her. Scootaloo was the first to break, stating flatly,
You really think dancing is fun? Guess we were wrong. You are boring.
More than a little hurt, Cheerilee shot back,
Well, then what do you think is fun?
The Crusaders traded knowing glances, and then Scootaloo casually trotted over, closing the distance, and before she could say a word, the orange filly had slapped her, exclaiming,
Tag, you're it!
Before all 3 of them bolted out of the door. The diminished mare gave a tired sigh and trotted outside. The Crusaders were waiting outside with large grins, each a safe distance away in case she broke into a sprint, but she chased none of them, electing to walk toward the library instead.
What are you doing? Don't you want to have fun with us?
I'm sorry, you 3, but I don't have time for it right now. Besides, isn't Tag a little bit childish?
Applebloom was quick to close the gap, circling in front of Cheerilee and stopping her in her tracks.
What are you calling childish? We're children after all. It's okay to cut loose and have a little fun. You don't have to be so strung up. Do you think you're...
The little yellow earth pony was surprised to be cut off by an impact, and she looked down to see a magenta leg attached to the hoof that had struck her in the chest.
You're it!
Cheerilee responded gleefully before sprinting off. Laughing at the ruse, Applebloom chased after her, and they spent the better part of an hour playing. By the end, though, Cheerilee realised that she needed to ditch the trio and suggested they switch to hide-and-seek. To buy herself more time, she exploited the knowledge of her students' weaknesses, and suggested the fillies count to 70 in multiples of 7, instead of simply counting to 10, and took off as Sweetie Belle stumbled over which multiple comes after 14.
7, 14, which one is next? 14...
With no further interruptions, Cheerilee hammered on the library's door and quickly elicited a response from Twilight, who opened the door in confusion.
Can I help you?
Twilight, you have to help me! It's me, Cheerilee! I woke up today and I'm the size of one of my own students! I think I must be cursed, or it's some bad karma for secretly following my students into the woods yesterday!
Though first surprised, Twilight gave a knowing nod after Cheerilee finished her tale.
Curses involved with the Everfree Forest? I think I know just the solution for this.
She ushered the now little earth pony inside and set about searching the bookshelves.
We're looking for a book called Supernaturals. It should be in the Magical Remedies section, but this is a library, so depending on if someone returned it recently, they may have put it in the wrong place. Spike, can you check the checkout log while we get started looking?
Little rummaging was required before the dragon responded with worry in his voice.
Twilight, I think someone checked it out and hasn't returned it yet. Also, it may be slightly overdue.
Overdue? No pony gets away with that in my library. We'll get that book back and return it to its rightful place if it kills us.
With a word in edgeways, Cheerilee snuck in.
You mean we'll use it to get me back to normal, right, Twilight?
Right. That first. You're right. Who has the book, Spike?
I don't recognize the name, Twilight, but based on the spelling, it looks like one of those ponies that runs the spa that Rarity likes so much.
That would make sense. I remember them asking for Zecora for the recipe. That's a good starting point. I bet they already have a brew cooked up.
Arriving at the spa, Cheerilee was disappointed further.
It's closed today? But I need to get back to my class. They've already missed one day.
Ever perseverant, Twilight suggested that she retrieve the book on her own later because there was an alternate source for a cure.
We'll have to go see Zecora. That's where we were cured when we were afflicted with poison joke. Then again, the Everfree Forest is a pretty dangerous place to take a foal.
That's why I tried to stop the girls from going in at all.
Awkwardly, Twilight gave a sheepish response.
Actually, I meant you.
Well, you can't just leave me behind, Twilight.
All right, but stay close and listen to me. I don't want you getting into trouble.
Twilight Sparkle, I'm not really a little girl.
Sorry. We'll just be careful.
They made their way into the woods, which was a surprisingly uneventful journey, aside from Twilight indicating the mysterious blue flowers that she suspected were affecting Cheerilee, which she acknowledged. When they arrived at Zecora's hut, however, they were disappointed to find it empty.
Oh no, Zecora must have gone to find herbs for her potions. If the door is locked, we won't even be able to borrow her book.
Twilight practically moaned in worry. To their surprise, the door to the hut swung open after her statement, and in the doorway they found the Cutie Mark Crusaders.
Hiya, Twilight. We're just coming over to Zecora's to help her clean up after ourselves from partying last night on our camp out.
Applebloom began, before being followed by a chorus of
Cutie Mark Crusaders, Hut Cleaners!
Scootaloo's line of contention was more aggressive, though. She scrutinized Cheerilee and remarked,
What are you doing here, Flower Bloom? You already ditched us once.
Twilight suppressed a giggle and whispered,
Flower Bloom?
before getting a glare from Cheerilee.
Well, we were just stopping by to look for Zecora. Little Flower Bloom here needs her help.
Excited once again, the Crusaders formed mischievous grins. Sweetie Belle attempted her most innocent voice and said,
We'll tell you where Zecora went if you finish our game of hide and seek. We never took a turn counting.
Exhausted, the little magenta mare tried,
You can't be serious.
but only got a series of stoic nods, so she caved and acquiesced. As Cheerilee began to count to her sevens, at the instance of a very indignant Sweetie Belle, Twilight gave a bemused laugh and took a seat in the hut to await the end of the game.
7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42.
While a new filly might have difficulty in finding the Crusaders, Cheerilee was able to apply her knowledge of her students once again. Remembering Sweetie's constant resistance to her sister's clean obsession, she was able to locate the unicorn in the nearby swampy water. Searching the skies for the flyer wannabe Scootaloo, she found the Pegasus filly in a tree. When it came to Applebloom, she was stumped, quite literally, surrendering to the stump-top base after circling the hut several times. Thoughtfully examining the ground, the magenta mare remembered the soft, moist ground left hoof prints, and she quickly located the set that belonged to Applebloom, though they disappeared onto firm grassland after about 50 feet. She was surprised to find, however, a second set returning back to the stump that stopped abruptly halfway with no explanation. Heading over to investigate, Cheerilee bent down to examine the tracks and slammed her face directly into Applebloom's side, causing her to topple. With a disappointed whine, Applebloom remarked,
Aw, I thought if I used some of Zecora's chameleon elixir, you'd have to stay and play with us longer.
Ever the adult at heart, Cheerilee gave a sigh and said,
Applebloom, I appreciate that you like to play with me, but you need to tell me where Zecora went.
That's the thing. We were stalling you because we're not sure where she is right now.
Applebloom started before being cut off by another exasperated exclamation by their old teacher, who laid down on the ground, ears back and hoofs over her eyes.
I'm never getting back to normal, am I?
Not a moment too soon, a voice rang out into the clearing.
Do not fill your face with gloom, for I have returned, Flower Bloom. I have brought all the herbs with me, you see, to restore you to Miss Cheerilee.
With surprise, Cheerilee looked up to see Zecora returned with all the herbs necessary to brew an antidote to poison joke. She looked with confusion to the Cutie Mark Crusaders, who were all laughing.
Miss Cheerilee, you couldn't possibly expect us to not recognize you.
Applebloom began.
Yeah, especially when it was you that taught us that no two ponies can have the same cutie mark.
Finished Scootaloo. With a big smile, Sweetie Belle said,
We figured out pretty soon that you had probably fallen into poison joke, but we wanted to play with you. When you disappeared, we came here and asked Zecora to start working on a cure.
With more than one sigh of relief, the antidote was quickly brewed, and before the day was out, Cheerilee stood once again at her full height. The next morning, the class at the schoolhouse was all in a ruckus.
Who does that Flower Bloom think she is to leave early her first day, then skip her second? She better
better not think she gets better treatment than us.
Diamond Tiara clamoured. Cheerily just smiled and offered.
I think Flower Bloom had to move back home after all.
There was a series of exaggerated cries from the front row, the Crusaders. Apple Bloom remarked amusedly.
Aw, but we were just getting to be good friends.
Scootaloo added.
Yeah, she really knows how to have fun. Not like you at all, Miss Cheerily.
A statement to which Sweetie Belle responded with a knowing glance.
I don't know. I still think they have a lot in common.
Taking command of her class, most of which were confused by the last few statements, Cheerily gave a little smile and said,
Well, I'm sure she enjoyed playing with you two girls, but some ponies have a lot of responsibilities. Maybe she can come and visit again someday, when her school isn't so busy.
With that, Cheerily broke into her lesson for the day, and the Crusaders began plotting on how to slip their teachers some flowers to cause the return of Flower Bloom.
And now, the Everfree Network presents A Shower of Stars by Caerdwyn. Read for you by DustyKatt. With Meredith Sims, Allie Loopster, Rev, Hannah May, Jen McGregor, and Tay. Music by Caerdwyn. Produced by RobBob. And edited by One Trick. Chapter 1. Dinner Flight. Marvel not, if the family of heaven still dazzle thee. It is a messenger that comes to invite all to ascend. Dante Alighieri. Twilight was hanging on for dear life.
Whoa, whoa!
As a longtime resident of Camelot, favored by the Princess Celestia almost as an apprentice, Twilight had often ridden Pegasus chariots reserved for the elite. It was among the best ways for ponies without wings to travel, and had never been a frightening experience. But then, she had never ridden a chariot pulled by Rainbow Dash.
Slow down!
Twilight pleaded, as she wrapped her forelegs around the guardrail of the passenger cockpit.
This is just a prototype!
As if on cue, one of the running lights tore free from the yoke and fell, hopefully to land somewhere uninhabited. The outskirts of Camelot were almost a mile below, and Twilight was also worried about the effects of altitude on the spells she had cast upon the chariot. The panicked words were all but lost in the wind noise, though, and Twilight resorted to grabbing Rainbow Dash's tail in her teeth and tugging to get the headstrong pony's attention.
Oh, all right.
Rainbow Dash grumbled, easing her pace.
I just wanted to see how much drag your performance chariot generated. That's all.
She looked back over her shoulder and laughed.
You can let go of my tail now.
Twilight released her driver's tail and gingerly stood up in the chariot, noting with dismay where cracks in the framework had appeared. At least the wheels hadn't fallen off, and the passenger platform was intact.
Next time, I'm going to bring a parachute, and some reins, and a buggy whip.
Rainbow Dash snorted in response.
The Pegasus guards don't have reins.
The Pegasus guards have self-control. You can bet that they have to show restraint when they pull the princess. They're orderly and professional and disciplined. You'd hate it. Why in the world would you want to be a Pegasus guard anyway?
Because they have cool armor. And they get to kick butts when ponies get in the princess's face too much.
Rainbow Dash made a little bucking motion, causing her passenger to duck. Twilight sighed and shook her wind-tousled mane.
When have you ever heard of the guard actually kicking butts? They're soldiers, not bouncers at a nightclub.
Yeah, well, I'm really doing this because I saw the Wonderbolts pulling stunt ponies on air skis once. If they know how to tow, I gotta know too. Besides,
Rainbow Dash said with a rarity-like toss of her head.
Princess Celestia said I was the best flyer in Equestria. She might want to get somewhere in a hurry someday, and might want to look cool doing it too, you know.
She accelerated for a moment, just enough to allow her rainbow trail to manifest. A splintering sound interrupted Rainbow Dash, and Twilight watched with dismay as a wheel fender and a few inches of guardrail fell away. Twilight's horn glowed a moment as she telekinetically snatched the fragments of the chariot before they were lost.
I'm going to need air skis if this thing falls apart. The integrity spell is damaged, and the frame is too light to hold together without it. Can we land gently, please?
Sure,
Rainbow Dash replied as she began a slow, spiraling descent.
I'm getting hungry anyway. Hauling you around is hard work.
Twilight almost snorted at the mention of hard work from Rainbow Dash, but managed to keep quiet. Rainbow Dash did indeed put a great deal of effort into perfecting her flying skills. Credit where credit is due, as the saying went. Twilight pointed a hoof downward at the plaza near the royal palace.
There are some wonderful places to eat there. My treat.
Rainbow Dash laughed.
Ha! Those are the magic words!
Several minutes passed with the chariot slowly coming apart. The sun was setting, its light reddening upon the west walls of Camelot. Twilight's horn glowed as she kept the chariot together, reinforcing the failing integrity spell. It was not difficult, as the spell was already in place. It just needed active management. As they approached the plaza, a mail-clad Pegasus flew up to meet them, banking around to parallel the chariot.
This is restricted airspace. You must... Oh, it's you, Miss Sparkle.
The Pegasus guard pointedly ignored Rainbow Dash.
Do you need help landing your... vehicle?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant Cloudmane.
Twilight replied.
I think things are under control. Thank you, though.
Hey, am I invisible?
Rainbow Dash started to protest the snub, but then recognized the guard pony. It was one of the soldiers whom she had taunted weeks ago in Ponyville. She silenced herself and flew sulkily ahead, making a show of ignoring the guard as surely as he was ignoring her. The guard nodded his head to Twilight in a small bow.
My pleasure, ma'am. Welcome back to Canterlot.
He saluted Twilight with a forehoof, glared distastefully at Rainbow Dash, then turned away toward the palace. After the guard was out of earshot, Rainbow Dash asked,
You know Mr. Stuffy Pants?
Of course I do,
Twilight said.
There aren't that many.
He paused a moment to straighten one of the wheels, which threatened to come off of its hub. A brief sparkle of her horn marking the magic in action.
That many guards at the palace grounds. He used to be assigned to the Royal Observatory when I was in Celestia school.
Twilight grinned impishly at Rainbow Dash.
Why? Would you like me to introduce you? As far as I know, he's single.
No, we've met,
Rainbow Dash sullenly replied.
Now, let me concentrate. We're about to land.
She was quiet for a few moments as she lined up her approach to the plaza, their slower speed turning the thermal buffeting of the sun-warmed evening air from sharp jolts to gentle bounces. The light crosswind was corrected for by lowering her upwind wing and steering slightly into the breeze. The plaza ahead was sparsely populated. There was plenty of room. Rainbow Dash cupped her wings, shedding speed for more lift and a slower sink rate. The cobbled pavement loomed below them as they approached the ground. Twilight braced herself. The landing was surprisingly gentle. For all her bluster and experience with pulling carts and chariots, Rainbow Dash did know how to fly well. The chariot's wheels touched, then Rainbow Dash's hooves. 3 powerful reversed wing flaps brought them to rest. As soon as the chariot came to a halt, Twilight relaxed. The spell binding the chariot together evaporated, and with a clatter, the chariot collapsed into a heap all around Twilight. Rainbow Dash grinned saucily at her, and then shrugged out of the harness.
Any landing that you can walk away from is a good landing. Now, let's eat.
Twilight and Rainbow Dash sat at an outdoor table covered with a red and white checkered tablecloth. Before them, the crusts of a veggie combo super deluxe pizza were all that was left of their dinner. Twilight had been right. Mama Gazpacho's, though somewhat fancy as pizza parlors go, was excellent, and both Twilight and Rainbow Dash enjoyed eating outdoors. The night sky was starting to show after a spectacular sunset. Tonight was the night of the new moon, and the stars were especially brilliant. Already, there had been several dazzling shooting stars, much to Twilight's surprise. Her astronomical ephemeris had said nothing about meteors to this date. Even Rainbow Dash, normally unimpressed by natural displays, was entranced by the streaks of light. Both ponies found themselves intently watching the sky for more.
Well, hello, my faithful student. And you also, Rainbow Dash.
Twilight and Rainbow Dash leapt in surprise to their feet, having not heard anyone approaching. They turned to face the elegant white alicorn, who had quietly alighted behind them. They both bowed deeply, as did the restaurant's waitstaff and other customers. Princess Celestia nodded in acceptance of the formal greeting, then smiled at the two ponies.
I was informed of your visit. I'm glad I caught you before you left.
She moved her head slightly, her long horn indicating a guard Pegasus standing at the patio gate. As she turned back to the two at the table, the guard stuck out his tongue at Rainbow Dash, who gaped in surprise. Lieutenant Cloudmane chuckled quietly, muttering something about sauces and geese. Twilight and Rainbow Dash quickly invited Celestia to join them. Celestia sat at the table, a purple cushion placed under her by the waiter just before the royal rump met the ground.
Are you here for the falling stars?
Celestia asked. As she spoke, another waiter set desserts before all three, unbidden. The house specialty, baklava, a sweet, nutty, flaky pastry atop a bed of shamrock-like wood sorrel.
We were, just in the area, testing something,
said Twilight. In the nearby street, the civic maintenance ponies were loading the last of the remains of the chariot into a cart to be hauled back to Ponyville Library for a post-mortem. Celestia was politely pretending to not draw a conclusion between the test and the results, though Twilight knew Celestia well enough to be certain that she would have immediately come to an accurate conclusion. Twilight felt the need to change the subject.
I didn't know there was a meteor shower tonight, but this would be a great place to watch them from.
The cafe's patio had a splendid view of the sky in the nearby palace, and Celestia nodded agreement.
Luna's particularly excited about the shower. She informed me that there would likely be a starfall tonight, then excused herself to the observatory earlier this afternoon. I believe she has been there ever since.
Celestia lowered her head as she magicked the dessert up and began nibbling at it. Twilight and Rainbow Dash immediately began on their own, protocol and manners having been satisfied by waiting for the princess to start eating first. The other patrons of the restaurant returned to their meals, and the waiters to their duties.
It's good to see her so interested in things like this,
Celestia continued.
My sister is turning into quite the little bookworm. I may need to send her to Ponyville to make some friends, though.
She winked at Twilight, who blushed. Celestia then turned to Rainbow Dash.
And what of you, my favorite flyer?
Oh!
Said Rainbow Dash, a little startled. She had been keeping her silence, intimidated by, and a little jealous of, the camaraderie between Twilight and Celestia.
Well, Your Majesty, I've been working on my flying. That's kind of why we're here. Twilight was helping me.
She trailed off for a moment, as the results had not been brag-worthy, then hastily went on.
I gotta be as good as I can if I want to get into the Wonderbolt someday.
Celestia laughed merrily.
Oh, I have no doubt that you will. But there's so much more to being a Wonderbolt than flight skills.
Rainbow Dash looked a little puzzled.
What do you mean, Princess?
She suddenly stopped and stared. Overhead, behind Celestia, a tight formation of Pegasus ponies streaked across the sky from the direction of Cloudsdale. Marker lights attached to ankle bands on their hooves, showing the group clearly. It was the Alpha team of the Wonderbolts, and they were in a hurry, heading toward the Royal Palace. Celestia, curious as to what had Rainbow Dash's attention, turned and watched the flight squad as they landed on a balcony on the upper reaches of a tower into which Twilight had never been allowed.
What a strange coincidence,
she said mildly, but there was a slight frown of worry on Celestia's face, a frown which intensified as another Pegasus guard flew down from the palace to the restaurant patio. The guard's bow was hasty, and without waiting for the princess to prompt him, he immediately leaned forward to whisper into the princess's ear. Twilight and Rainbow Dash looked quizzically at each other. There was an uncomfortably long, hushed exchange between the princess and the guard. Celestia then stood and turned to face the palace. She looked back over her shoulder, her manner having suddenly become aloof and formal.
I am afraid I am needed elsewhere.
A chill went down Twilight's spine. She had seen the princess like this before, and it always had preceded something serious. Celestia continued as she spread her wings.
Until I see you again, I hope you are...
Celestia stopped, paused a long moment as she considered Twilight and Rainbow Dash, then said,
Actually, would you both join me, after you have finished your desserts? I may need your help.
Twilight and Rainbow Dash both took a moment to absorb that. Almost in unison, they answered,
Yes, Princess!
Celestia dipped her horn.
Thank you. I will send someone to fetch you.
Twilight and Rainbow Dash bowed as Celestia took flight along with her escorts. Almost as if on cue, a meteor overhead left a glowing trail, then flared as it silently burst into nothingness. Rainbow Dash pranced a moment in excitement at having been personally asked to help the princess over a mysterious matter.
She needs us! She needs us!
That excitement quickly turned to nervousness as she saw the concern on Twilight's face and the implications sank in.
Wait a minute! Why would she need us?
Rainbow Dash's usual self-assured attitude was suddenly gone as visions of dragons filled her mind. Twilight shook her head.
I don't know.
But her eyes followed Celestia into the distance. The princess was heading not to the palace, but to the observatory. Chapter 2. Fly Me to the Moon. The stars with deep amaze stand fit in steadfast gaze, bending one way their precious influence, and will not take their flight. John Milton. It did not take long before the promised messenger arrived. She introduced herself as Nimbus, and led Rainbow Dash and Twilight on the ground in deference to Twilight's lack of wings. Nimbus was a white-maned Pegasus with a pale blue color. On her haunch was a stylized fireworks rocket, and she was a few years older than the ponies she had been sent to guide. As Twilight had suspected, their destination was the dome of the observatory. The shutters were wide open, and the inside was darkened. The building was silhouetted against the starry sky, dramatically framed by the flaring trails of meteors. Twilight tried to ask the messenger what she knew about the princess's summons, but Nimbus would only reply,
I'm not at liberty to say.
Nimbus had an air of detached formality about her, a mannerism which Twilight found somewhat impersonal. Her manners and eloquence were, however, unquestionable. Nimbus had her own questions, though, primarily for Rainbow Dash. Apparently, Nimbus had heard more about Rainbow Dash than about Twilight, and Rainbow Dash was certainly in a more talkative mood. Twilight was content to listen quietly to the other's conversation.
I saw your performance at the Young Flyer competition,
Nimbus was saying.
Spectacular, if I may say so.
Thanks,
said Rainbow Dash, a little strut coming to her steps.
I was nervous at first. Well, just a little nervous anyway.
Both Twilight and Nimbus laughed, though perhaps for different reasons.
A little, yes,
Nimbus replied.
It takes some getting used to being stared at like that by that many ponies. Funny how it doesn't matter who's watching when things turn serious, though, wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
laughed Rainbow Dash.
Let me guess. You entered the Young Flyers competition too?
Nimbus shook her head.
I was too afraid to fly competitively back then. You're a leg up on me in that regard. I got started late.
Rainbow Dash was going to ask what that meant, but at that moment, they arrived at the gates of the observatory grounds. There were two of the palace guards, unicorn guards, Twilight and Rainbow Dash noticed, at the gates. Twilight looked puzzled, as the observatory was not normally considered sensitive, even when there was a princess using the instruments. The guards saluted, and one said, They are waiting you inside, Lieutenant Firestreak.
Fire!
Rainbow Dash froze in mid-step, her wings splaying.
Nimbus Firestreak? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my clerk!
Twilight stuffed a hoof into Rainbow Dash's mouth. Nimbus turned around, a silent question on her face. Twilight giggled and asked,
I'm going to guess you're a member of the Wonderbolts.
Nimbus nodded and grinned.
Their most junior member, actually. Beta team alternate. And occasional errand pony when I'm out of uniform.
Twilight cautiously withdrew her hoof, ready to put it back if needed. Rainbow Dash was, fortunately, in the speechless phase of her hero shock. Nimbus took advantage of the moment.
I need to go,
Nimbus said.
The princesses await you, and my uniform awaits me. Perhaps I'll see you later tonight?
She said to Rainbow Dash. A little squee was the only answer. Nimbus laughed, waved a hoof in farewell to Twilight, then leapt into the air and headed toward the tower which the other Wonderbolts had flown earlier. Twilight had to practically drag Rainbow Dash into the observatory by her tail.
Come on, Rainbow! Move it!
Twilight glanced around as she entered the observation dome. Things had changed since last she was here. The myriad of smaller instruments, some of which she had duplicates of back in Ponyville Library, had been replaced by a single powerful telescope with a brass gear-festooned tracking mechanism. The oaken floor was as lovingly polished as ever, though, and the elegant, high-precision clock was the same as she remembered. A table with books and scrolls was next to the clock, along with an assortment of writing and calculating instruments. Dim marker lights provided enough illumination for visitors to get about without tripping, and a single shaded lamp on the desk created a small pool of light. 2 more palace guards, unicorns like the ones outside, waited quietly and alertly next to the curved dome wall. The 2 princesses stood on one side, speaking quietly. It was obvious that Luna was upset. Her head was down and her wings extended low. She seemed like she wanted to hide somewhere. Celestia looked up at Twilight and Rainbow Dash, then beckoned them over.
Your Majesties,
Twilight said, as she and Rainbow Dash made small curtsies.
What can we help you with?
Thank you for coming.
Celestia looked over at Luna.
We need to have something verified. Sister, would you show our friends what you showed me?
Luna took a deep breath, then stepped over to the telescope. She looked up at the slice of sky the open domed shutter exposed. Another pair of glowing plasma trails appeared, then faded. Luna's horn shone dimly for a moment, and the telescope slewed toward what appeared to be the center of the falling stars. She glanced at the telescope's coordinate rings, looked into the eyepiece for a moment, then stepped back.
Please, look.
Twilight peered into the eyepiece, then gasped.
I've never seen anything like it. That's beautiful. What are they?
Before Luna could answer, Rainbow Dash bumped Twilight aside.
Let me see.
Rainbow Dash looked through the telescope, then drew in a deep breath. There were many, many more stars that she could not have seen with a naked eye. They sparkled like a handful of diamonds cast into the night. As her vision adjusted to the dark, she could see washes of faint purple and pink, wispy clouds that she instinctively knew no Pegasus would ever touch. The sight was soul-stirring, but it was not the stars or the star clouds which held attention. Within the field of view were 3 intense motes of light, each surrounded by a glittering cluster of dim red sparks like tightly packed swarms of fireflies.
Wow,
She said.
that's awesome.
Those aren't comets,
Twilight said, but not in the self-satisfied voice she usually used when lecturing ponies on matters of magic and science. She was more subdued than normal.
Are these why you asked us here, Princess?
Luna nodded.
Look again. Look carefully.
She was obviously trying to not suggest what to look for, not trying to lead the ponies to any particular conclusion. Twilight again approached the telescope, but Rainbow Dash stubbornly would not move away from the eyepiece.
Hey, I can see them moving.
Rainbow Dash exclaimed. Indeed, the telescope itself was very slowly in motion, tracking the objects. Twilight looked startled.
That must mean they're very close,
She said. Luna and Celestia glanced at each other, then back to Twilight. There was a sudden sinking feeling in the pit of Twilight's stomach. She asked Luna.
Princess, do you have tracking data from earlier?
Luna's horn glowed, and a notebook with neatly recorded coordinates levitated up and hovered before Twilight. Twilight looked at the telescope's coordinate rings to see precisely where it was currently aimed, then at the nearby clock, then back at the numbers within the book. She began calculating, her own horn aglow as a pencil scrawled equations in the margins of the notebook, accompanied by a slide rule that rapidly generated numbers in response to Twilight's manipulation. Twilight was muttering.
The radial delta, now take the cosine, an eccentricity greater than 1? That's hyperbolic! Okay, that means solve for intersections.
The others watched pensively. Even Rainbow Dash knew that something serious was happening, though she had no idea what. She felt irritable, largely because she knew that this was all way over her head, both literally and intellectually. She did not have long to wait for an explanation, though. Twilight suddenly let out a gasp, putting a hoof over her mouth.
What?
Rainbow Dash demanded.
Just before the dawn?
Asked Luna.
Yes, Princess. About 2 hours before sunrise,
Said Twilight in a hushed voice. Rainbow Dash nudged Twilight.
What is it?
Celestia closed her eyes, a ripple of sparks flowing down her ghostly mane.
So you were right, Luna. Forgive me for not acting earlier. I had to be sure.
What?
Rainbow Dash cried out, her frustration overwhelming her restraint in the presence of royalty. Twilight turned her eyes, filled with dread upon her friend.
the meteors, whatever they are, they're going to hit Equestria tonight.
Luna, Her head again lowered, added in a barely audible voice.
And it's my fault.
And now, the Everfree Network presents A Shower of Stars by Caerdwyn. Read for you by DustyKatt. With Meredith Sims, Ali Loopster, Rev, Hannah May, Jen McGregor, and Tay. Music by Caerdwyn. Produced by RobBob. And edited by One Trick. Chapter 3. Satori. Beyond the path of the outmost sun, through utter darkness hurled, further than ever comet flared or vagrant star dust swirled, lived such as fought and sailed and ruled and loved and made our world. Rudyard Kipling. The room at the top of the off-limits tower was unlike any that Twilight or Rainbow Dash had ever seen. A large circular floor inlaid with several types of luxurious wood, in the same stylized sunburst that Celestia bore on her haunch, dominated the room. It was sunken into a recess, and a circular table surrounded it completely with the exception of 2 walkways. On the wall beyond the tables, high-quality maps framed as if they were art hung on the walls. The somewhat harsh lighting came from an array of overhead spotlights, with the brightest illuminating the central floor. This place, which Celestia described as the incident room, had a deadly serious feeling to it. Twilight would have liked to study the maps, particularly the ones with lands neighboring Equestria, but there was no time for that. She and Rainbow Dash were escorted by unicorn guards to places at the surrounding table. There were others in attendance. The Wonderbolt's leader, whom everyone simply called Captain, also stood at the table, as did the commander of the Royal Guard, the chief archivist, the headmaster of Celestia's School for Gifted Unicorns, and several ponies that Twilight knew only by sight, some of whom stood at the tables, some of whom were standing by the walls with the rank-and-file Wonderbolts and mid-level guard officers. Nimbus, now in her Wonderbolt flight suit, waited behind Twilight and Rainbow Dash, her presence somehow comforting them. Celestia and Luna stood upon the central floor, speaking very quietly to each other. As the last of the attendees entered and the doors were closed, Celestia rapped a golden-shod hoof on the floor. Conversation ceased immediately.
Friends, thank you for your attendance on such short notice,
she began. All bowed their heads.
There is little time to waste, so I will keep the formalities to a minimum. Though not all of you have met each other, it is enough to know that you are all defenders of the land of Equestria, and have in the past put yourself at risk for its good. Tonight, I must ask you to do so again.
There was an intensity and aura of command about Celestia, which neither Twilight nor Rainbow Dash had ever experienced. This was not the gentle, motherly ruler of Equestria. This was royalty, in its most meaningful sense.
A threat approaches from the night sky,
the princess continued.
Some of you may have heard or guessed something of it already. The falling stars which you may have seen tonight are its harbingers. Please lend an ear to Princess Luna. She can explain better than I.
Luna stepped forward. For a moment, she hung her head. Her eyes lifted and met Twilight's just for a moment. Luna took a deep breath, then stood straight. When she spoke, her voice had an older, otherworldly timbre. Even the very words she chose belied her young appearance.
Do you remember the ancient tales? The star shall aid her escape. The thing that I was, Nightmare Moon, did escape. None are gladder than I am that she was defeated. Yet her schemes, my schemes, I am ashamed to say, did not disappear with her. She set some of the stars themselves against Equestria. If she could not rule, she would at least have vengeance.
There was a chill silence. Some of the attendees looked upon Luna with pity, some with fear, and some with open loathing. Celestia again tapped a hoof, an expression of stern disapproval on her face as she wordlessly reminded all that this was her sister, the Princess Luna, Not the creature Nightmare Moon. Luna glanced at Celestia, who nodded.
Show them,
Celestia said. Luna closed her eyes and spread her wings. The light seemed to recede, and the wisps of stardust night flowed from her mane and tail, filling the room like a fog. As the gathered ponies watched nervously, a ghostly outline of Luna seemed to grow from her, becoming slimmer and taller, until it stood as tall as Celestia. There were whispers of "Nightmare!" but these were hushed as the outline became more distinct. This was not Nightmare Moon, but the regal princess of the stars, equal to the Sun Princess. What Luna might have been, had there been not 1,000 years of timeless exile and heartless rage. The dark mist around the ponies dissipated. They were all standing on nothingness, surrounded on all sides, above and below, by a sky darker than any equestrian night, and stars more brilliant than any diamond. There was no sign of the furnishings, the walls, the floor, anything of the room which they had been in. Though the ponies' hooves still felt something underfoot, several of the Pegasus ponies present reflexively flapped their wings, though doing so only set them hovering in place. In the midst, Celestia and the regal ghost Luna stood. The post-adolescent Luna whom they knew was not to be found. Luna gestured with a wing.
There they are,
she said in a breathy, ethereal voice.
The revenge of Nightmare Moon.
All turned to look where she had indicated. 3 luminous star-like objects, the same which Twilight and Rainbow Dash had seen in the telescope earlier, were moving steadily toward a blue-green disk. Along their path, both preceding and trailing the bright specks, were the lesser sparks. Some had almost reached the disk.
These are the spirits of wrathful stars, given form. I had hoped they would have disappeared when Nightmare Moon was defeated, but it seems they have a life of their own now. They are not normal, natural meteors, which by the power of Celestia do not reach the land. The borders will not stop them, for they are sent by a princess of Equestria.
Luna's voice took on a note of profound sadness.
Yet I cannot recall or divert them, for Nightmare Moon is gone. It is by her will that they strike, not mine, and when they have passed through the border veil, though they will have been slowed, they will become cold, real stone. They will strike, and they will destroy.
Luna paused, then recited in a spell-like litany.
Manhattan, for its indifferent, self-absorbed thousands, Ponyville, for its laughter that seemed mockery, and Canterlot.
She turned to face Celestia.
For you.
Nobody spoke for long moments. Celestia spread her wings, and with the slightest of wing beats moved to Luna. She rested her head on Luna's shoulder, Luna doing the same on Celestia's shoulder, and they touched golden-shod to silver-shod forehooves. It was somehow reassuring that even in a council of war, the princesses were unashamed to show affection and forgiveness for each other. Luna moved her wings and separated from Celestia.
I have been afraid to reach too deeply into her memories. If I had done so sooner, perhaps I would have known...
There was a sudden concussive boom, which struck them all. The surrounding spacescape rippled, then seemed to collapse into itself. The shock of transition back to the chamber was dizzying. Some along the wall retched. As the ponies came to their senses, they saw that the doorway to the chamber balcony had been blasted open, and a flinty, burnt smell filled the room. Several ponies staggered over the balcony to look upon the plaza below, Twilight and Rainbow Dash among them. There was a smoking pit 10 feet across in the middle of the patio of the restaurant at which Twilight, Rainbow Dash, and Celestia had eaten not 2 hours earlier. Glowing red crystals lined the pit. A few more were scattered across the plaza. Several ponies were limping away from the small crater, bleeding from shrapnel cuts. Others were running or flying about aimlessly. Some were screaming in terror. One with a broken leg and a gash on his side that showed the white of a rib bone and the scarlet of a crystalline shard was being dragged by his tail away from the scene. It was the waiter who had served them their desserts. Twilight's stomach threatened to spasm. She had never seen such appalling injuries before. However, even as they watched, the royal guards were arriving at the scene, calming the crowd and making way for the evacuation of the seriously hurt. As Twilight had told Rainbow Dash earlier, the guards were professionals. There was comfort in that. Spitfire and a Pegasus guard whom Rainbow Dash recognized as Lieutenant Cloudmane spoke quickly with the guard commander, then flew down to the plaza below. The rest of the ponies returned their attention to the 2 princesses in the center of the room. Luna, now back in her familiar youthful appearance, had collapsed and was being gently nuzzled by Celestia. After a moment, Luna struggled to her feet, the effort of becoming the Star Princess showing.
I'm okay. I just need a moment,
she whispered to Celestia. Celestia turned to face the other ponies.
We have no time for elaborate plans,
she said firmly.
We will have to simply do what we can.
She regarded Luna for a moment, then held each of the other ponies in her gaze, one after the other, taking their measure.
I will go to Manhattan,
she said at length.
I will take the Royal Guard Pegasus ponies with me. Princess Luna will remain here at Canterlot, and with the unicorns of the guard and the Elder Magi,
she indicated to the school headmistress and the chief archivist.
She will lead its defense.
Luna looked startled, but Celestia continued.
She knows more of the nature of this threat than any of us. If any pony can find a way to save lives, she can. The guards who remain here will be under her command.
Celestia then turned to face the blue-uniformed Fliers.
The Wonderbolts, along with Twilight Sparkle, Rainbow Dash, and their friends, will protect Ponyville.
Rainbow Dash made a fearful leap, and Twilight opened her mouth to object. Celestia smiled and raised a hoof, forestalling objections.
The greatest Fliers of Equestria, and the elements of harmony. Together, you are equal to the task.
In unison, Celestia and Luna lowered their horns to the assembly. Every pony bowed deeply in return.
There is no time to lose. Go now, with the blessings of Equestria upon you.
With that, Celestia nodded to the Pegasus guards, and they stepped onto the balcony and took wing. Luna took a deep breath, then turned to the cluster of unicorns.
Let's go,
she said.
I have a few ideas.
And led them out to the spiraling stairway. The Wonderbolts gathered around Rainbow Dash and Twilight. Nimbus approached Rainbow Dash, a broad smile on her face.
Looks like we get to fly together sooner than I thought. Good thing you're used to being a hero.
The tension in Rainbow Dash burst all at once, and she laughed.
Yeah, no pressure. Now let's go save Ponyville.
As the Wonderbolts moved to the balcony to take off, Twilight asked in a meek voice,
Could one of you give me a lift? My chariot is, out of order.
Chapter 4. The Star of the Show. If any star shed peace, 'tis thou, that sendest it from above. Thomas Campbell. The night was eerily quiet as the flight of ponies made its way toward Ponyville. 10 blue-suited Pegasus ponies, 1 rainbow-maned Flyer, and a chariot pulled by 2 royal guards bearing a scared purple unicorn made for quite a sight. Rainbow Dash was in a subdued mood, keyed up but not talkative. She couldn't stop staring at the marker-light-equipped steel boots she had been issued. They were simplified, brightly polished versions of the shin-guarding boots which the princesses wore. Or was it the other way around, that the royal shoes were ornate versions of these? Rainbow Dash mentally replayed the words Nimbus had spoken as she had brought her the boots and buckled them on.
The Wonderbolts are going to battle. You'll need these.
As they approached the market square of Ponyville, they could see that the trouble had already begun. Ponies were gathered, milling around, and at least 2 buildings had been hit and were on fire. Here and there red crystal fragments, the shattered remains of the fallen stars, reflected and refracted the light of the flames. One of the Wonderbolts zipped ahead, calling,
Make way!
Clearing a section of the plaza for the chariot to land. Even as the chariot touched down, another pair of meteor crystals streaked downwards. Spitfire surged upwards with uncanny acceleration, looped to parallel the shard, and bucked it as she passed. The shard veered off to one side to impact in an empty field on the outskirts of town. The other was dealt with by Soren in a similar manner, though he couldn't turn as tightly as Spitfire or match the speeds of the meteor until it was closer to the ground. His kick was much stronger, and actually shattered the crystal. Twilight jumped out of the chariot before it had even come to a halt. The mayor of Ponyville ran up to her, accompanied by several of Ponyville's leading citizens. Twilight and Captain were soon in hurried conversation with the town elders, leaving Rainbow Dash to fidget uncertainly. Nimbus drew Rainbow Dash aside.
They're going to be talking evacuation and what can be done on the ground to help with defense.
Yeah, maybe I can help,
said Rainbow Dash, as she started towards Twilight. Nimbus put a wing out to check Rainbow Dash.
Let them worry about that,
Nimbus said. She indicated the sky with a lift of her head.
Our problem is up there. We have to play our zone and trust them to handle theirs.
Nimbus tickled Rainbow Dash's face with a wing, then leapt into the air. Rainbow Dash sneezed, then followed, catching up quickly. Nimbus looked over at Rainbow Dash, grinning widely. She got an eloquent in return.
So you think you can keep up with the Wonderbolts, do you?
Nimbus taunted.
Let's see if you have what it takes. We're in for a long night. You're with me, stay close. We work in pairs. When in doubt, come up on my right wing. And watch my back. I'll be watching yours.
She gave Rainbow Dash a salute, received one in return, and began a figure-8 patrol a few hundred feet above the town. Below them, the crowd had become more orderly. Groups had formed, and a steady line of ponies was headed southwards, fillies and colts escorted by adults. Rainbow Dash recognized the distinctive yellow and pink of Fluttershy, and there was no mistaking the hyperkinetic bouncing of Pinkie Pie as she moved from child to child. Rainbow Dash smiled to herself. Leave it to Pinkie to turn an evacuation into a game. The foals wouldn't be frightened with Pinkie there. As they worked their patrol, Camelot was visible from time to time. The red meteor streaks were making it nearly to the ground before slowing to a halt, then winking out. Occasional parts of Camelot were obscured by what seemed to be a dark cloud that was itself full of stars. The meteors vanished as they touched the cloud. Whatever it was that Princess Luna and the Unicorn Mage Guards were doing was as disturbing as it was effective. Seeing how low the falling stars were getting before being dealt with in Camelot worried Rainbow Dash. She asked,
Shouldn't we be higher up with the others?
She looked overhead and saw pairs of ponies high above, spiraling up, then diving to parallel incoming red streaks. The ponies' marker lights would converge with the falling stars, then the falling stars would veer away from town.
We'll get our turn,
said Nimbus.
You can't stay long in air that thin and that high up, and you're working hard. We rotate who's on high watch, and while we're down here,
Nimbus suddenly banked hard left and dived. Surprised, Rainbow Dash followed a moment later. A falling star shard a couple of feet across streaked past them at a shallow angle, heading straight for Twilight's tree library. Nimbus was ready for it, though, and as it passed her, she gave a hard buck. The shard was deflected upwards, missed the library perhaps 20 feet, and continued beyond the edge of town, where it gouged a deep furrow in the carrot patch. Nimbus extended her wings and pulled back up.
We watch for anything that gets through,
she concluded.
And we don't let it hit anything breakable.
Nimbus had a bit of a smug look to her. Rainbow Dash noticed, though, that sparks were trailing from Nimbus's hind hooves for several seconds after the buck. It was a good thing those boots were tough. And heat-resistant. Rainbow Dash had little time to consider, though, as 3 more low-angle shards came in. She put on a burst of speed, leaving a multicolored trail behind her. She passed underneath one of the shards, rolled to inverted, and bucked upwards as she passed below. Then finished the roll as she overtook another shard. This one she kicked to the left. Both shards missed buildings, one cratering an alley behind Sugar Cube Corner, the other barely missing the clock tower as it sailed out of sight to land steaming in the pond. Turning back, Rainbow Dash saw that Nimbus had taken care of the third shard. It had needed 3 kicks to guide it past the town hall, and had crashed into a hillside just outside of town.
Not bad,
Nimbus called out as Rainbow Dash came alongside.
That's how we do it in Ponyville!
Rainbow Dash grinned at Nimbus, but the grin faded as she looked down. A third building had caught fire, set alight by the already burning home next to it. The flames were threatening to get out of control.
Maybe we ought to bring in the weather ponies to rain out the fires,
Rainbow Dash said.
I could go to Cloudsdale and...
Nimbus shook her head.
That would take too long, and if there were clouds, we wouldn't be able to see the incoming falling stars until it's too late. And that's assuming the weather ponies don't have problems of their own.
She banked about and pointed her hoof downwards.
Your friends have it covered.
Down below, a large group of ponies were galloping to Ponyville from the direction of the apple orchards to the west. Some pulling violently lurching carts and wagons filled with barrels and pails. At the head of the group was a distinctive blonde-haired orange pony. The newcomers moved to one bank of the stream running through the town and set up a line. The lead pony ran back and forth, giving directions, and within moments 2 bucket brigades were relaying water to the fires. The ponies of Sweet Apple Acres had seen their neighbors in distress and responded in force. Rainbow Dash let out a cheer.
Go Applejack! You rock!
Nimbus smiled, then pulled up to hover as the 2 panning Wonderbolts flew down. One had a scorch mark on his flight suit. Both had soot on their hoof boots. "High watch, Lieutenant," panted one of them. Nimbus saluted.
Yes, sir.
She looked over her shoulder to see that Rainbow Dash was following, then began the long climb. Overhead, the incoming starfall was intensifying, and the brilliant central star shard was almost as bright enough to cast shadows. Pairs of Wonderbolts looped and banked, and wherever they came into contact with a glowing red streak, the The streak was deflected. Not all of the shards were intercepted, and it seemed to Rainbow Dash that the shards were also becoming larger. Still, they climbed, until breathing became difficult. The other Wonderbolts were below them, and as Nimbus and Rainbow Dash took their station, they could see that the defense had come down to ground level. Splashes of light from the town square showed unicorn magic of some sort at work. They had no time to wonder what those on the ground were doing, however. A swarm of several dozen shards suddenly blazed past, and 2 Pegasus ponies dived down after. Nimbus began dodging among the shards, giving each a modest kick as she passed. At first Rainbow Dash was puzzled as to why Nimbus was not bucking as hard as she could, but then she remembered, at this altitude, small deflections wouldn't be enough to make the shards miss the town. Nimbus was also right about conserving their energy. Just keeping aloft this high up was making them both gasp for air. This was a kind of flying which Rainbow Dash had thoroughly mastered, however. Nobody beat Dash at aerial dodgeball. Rainbow Dash began making quick, graceful arcs through the swarm, leaving her glowing spectrum trail behind her. Each arc brought her within range of several of the shards, and she rolled and banked to kick at the shards as she overtook them. Forehoof, hindhoof, left, right. All 4 steel-shod feet were in action. She looped up, then behind, then dived down for another pass, and another, twisting to strike in almost a dance-like rhythm. Nimbus, seeing the situation being handled, pulled up and began working at the swarm's trailing members. They had almost reached the altitude of the next flight of Wonderbolts, when Nimbus called for a return to station. Though there were a few shards still on a deadly course, the others would handle them. Both ponies pulled up, turning their momentum into regained altitude as far as they could before resuming their wing beats to climb. Nimbus was about to compliment Rainbow Dash on the skill of her flight, but hesitated as she saw the look of pain on Rainbow Dash's face. The reason was obvious. Her hoof boots were smoking, the steel discolored to a blue-tinged straw color on their edges. Nimbus's own boots were uncomfortably warm, and Rainbow Dash had deflected many more.
Are you okay?
Nimbus called.
No bravado, I need to know.
Rainbow Dash held her legs downward, where the most airflow could get to them and cool the boots.
It's kinda hot, but I'll be okay. How'd we do?
Nimbus grinned.
Not bad for a beginner. No, really, that was amazing.
Only the darkness of the night sky hid Rainbow Dash's blush. Blistered hooves stood no chance against a compliment from a Wonderbolt. Rainbow Dash did a little victory roll, then formed up smartly on Nimbus's right wingtip, feathers almost touching. The celebration was short-lived, though. From below, the pair saw the other Wonderbolts climbing urgently towards them. A glance upward showed why. The main star shard, nearly as bright as a full moon, was almost upon them.
Warm-up's over,
said Nimbus quietly. She could not hide the nervousness in her voice.
Time for the main event.
And now, the Everfree Network presents A Shower of Stars by Caerdwyn. Read for you by DustyKatt. With Meredith Sims, Ellie Loopster, Rev, Hannah May, Jen McGregor, and Tay. Music by Caerdwyn. Produced by RobBob. And edited by One Trick. Chapter 5. The Finest Hour. Though my soul may be set in darkness, it will rise in perfect light. I have loved the stars too fondly to be fearful of the night. Sarah Williams. The falling star was huge, easily as large as a house. It looked like an irregularly cut diamond, nearly transparent and covered with facets. Any light which entered into it was refracted within, emerging in bursts which were uncomfortably bright. It was attended by several of the lesser red shards, which circled the main shard in quick, close orbits. Though none of the Pegasus ponies watching it were unicorns, even they could sense enormous magical energies bound up within it. As soon as all the Fliers were gathered, the Wonderbolt's leader called out,
Passes in groups of 2! Kick to the left! Keep at it! Watch for those red escorts and mind the vortex behind! Go!
The Wonderbolts and their guest formed up as ordered. The first pair, Soren and Spitfire, banked and dived. As they picked up speed, they curved outward from the path of the falling star to avoid the superheated air behind it, then back in to intercept. Even as they did so, the next pair, Misty and Blizzard, began their dive, with Captain and Tycho next, Nimbus and Rainbow Dash queued up behind them. Soren, in the lead, rolled as he came alongside the falling star, then made a mighty buck that would have equaled the best effort of any Earth pony. There was a dazzling flash, and a sound like a slab of steel dropping to a concrete floor. Then Soren was tumbling out of control, trailing smoke. Spitfire immediately aborted her pass and dove after Soren, catching him on her back. The next pair had already committed themselves to the pass. Again, there was a flash on impact, and two ponies were cartwheeling through the sky, unconscious, with smoldering wingtips. Captain yelled, "Abort!" as he and his wingman dove to save the injured ponies, before they could hit the ground. Rainbow Dash's heart was pounding. She had never felt such fear, not even when facing down Nightmare Moon. Nimbus descended towards Captain, calling,
"They may need backup."
Rainbow Dash followed, grateful for something to focus upon. As they descended, their path took them past the falling star. Rainbow Dash could not help but stare at it as they flew past. 1,000 glittering facets distorted the scene before the huge crystal, and for just a moment, Rainbow Dash was looking at her own reflection. There was a stab of pain as she met her own gaze, a headache, and an overwhelming feeling of malice from the direction of the great shard. For an instant, Rainbow Dash recalled the pitiless eyes of Nightmare Moon. Just then, beyond the falling star and behind the mountains in the direction of Manhattan, there was a bright golden flare which illuminated the horizon. The light was caught in the crystal, and beams of every color radiated from its surface. As the light over Manhattan faded, so did the prismatic rays emanating from the falling star, and it continued its inevitable arc towards Ponyville. An inspiration came to Rainbow Dash with a sudden heady rush. She turned to Nimbus.
I've got an idea, but you're gonna have to get the Wonderbolts away from the falling star! Far away!
What?
Began Nimbus, who was still a little dazzled from the blinding color burst.
Trust me,
Rainbow Dash said, then pulled up sharply and began climbing as fast as her wings would take her, back in the direction of the falling star, then above it. Nimbus shook her head, then turned and folded her wings, diving down to the other Wonderbolts to relay what Rainbow Dash had said. She thought she had an inkling of what Rainbow Dash intended, and it scared her, but there was no time to do anything else. Rainbow Dash climbed as fast as she could, panting,
Hurry up! Hurry up!
to herself. Glancing back, she saw that she would have to commit herself now if her plan would have a chance. Arcing up, she turned on a wing over to dive again and aimed straight at the falling star. She accelerated. Stretching her hose before her, she pushed herself to the limit. A multicolored vapor trail formed behind her. More speed, more speed. She needed more speed. Already she could feel the searing heat pouring from the wake of the falling star. Her war boots began to become warm, then hot. In a moment, though, a shockwave cone began to form before her, and the worst of the heat was deflected. Still she accelerated, clenching her teeth as the blast of air distorted her face. The falling star seemed to expand rapidly before her as the shock cone sharpened and began to collapse upon itself. The timing would have to be perfect. The Wonderbolts descended toward a hill on the edge of town, bearing their injured to a group of ponies gathered on the hilltop. Captain had cursed like a sailor at Rainbow Dash's impetuousness, but had no ideas of his own. The Pegasus ponies slowed as they neared the ground, then looked back. They could see Rainbow Dash's color streak as she closed on the falling star.
"Is that crazy filly trying to kill herself?"
he said. He turned to look for Nimbus, to ask her if she had any idea what was going on. But Nimbus had not followed the others down. Then he saw her. She was flying back up toward the path of the falling star. Nobody could fault a Wonderbolt for sticking to her wing pony, regardless of anything else. Captain shrugged Misty from his back onto the grass into the care of the others, then leapt into the air, surging toward the two reckless Pegasus ponies. Moments later, those of the Wonderbolts who could still fly followed. The ponies of Ponyville looked up at the brilliant star descending upon them. Many of them were exhausted, smudged with soot, or bleeding from small cuts from fragments of shards that had made it to the ground. The area near Twilight was littered with ruby-like crystals, the remnants of those she had managed to deflect or shatter with her telekinetic magic. Beside her stood Rarity, bedraggled and covered with sweat. While Twilight had been deflecting large pieces from the town, Rarity had seen to it that shrapnel from the crushed shards had not harmed Twilight. Much depended upon the purple unicorn, and Rarity would not allow her friend to be hurt. Rarity's hobby of telekinetic archery had paid off handsomely. Aside from leg-trembling exhaustion, they were both uninjured. There was no way that Twilight could stave off the approaching crystal, however, and it was too late to run. In a moment of eerie calm, The remaining ponies gathered around Twilight and Rarity. Whatever came next, they would face together. There was a sudden explosion of light in the sky. Every color of the rainbow suddenly burst from a point next to the falling star, and a thunderous boom knocked every pony to the ground. A disk of brilliant color expanded rapidly, intersecting the falling star crystal. The crystal glowed as brightly as the sun for a moment, then shattered into a million pieces as a shock plane of the sonic rainbow sheared it, overwhelmed it, filled it with more pure light than it could absorb. Secondary detonations followed as the orbiting red lesser star fragments crossed the sheer plane of the sonic rainboom. Over the rumbling echo of the explosion, every pony heard an anguished, hate-filled voice screaming, then fading. From the center of the rainbow burst, a multicolored streak continued in the path of the fragments of the exploding falling star. The ribbon of color was irregular, erratic, and its source was tumbling. The rainbow streak was about to be engulfed in the deadly flak field, but the streak was suddenly sharply displaced from the shrapnel path, then vanished. The ruined shards began to fan out, tumbling, glittering, slowing. It was like a glass window that had just been shattered, only much larger and more violently. Twilight scrambled to her feet, lowered her head, then strained. Her horn began glowing as brightly as a blowtorch, and a moment later, blood started trickling from Twilight's nose. A faint hemispherical flicker stretched across the town plaza. The splinters of crystal began pelting it, raising little purple sparks where they hit the shield, disintegrating into pieces no larger than a grain of sand. The sound of the impacts was like hail on a tin roof. For 10, perhaps 20 seconds, the town square was bombarded by razor-sharp shotgun blast of crystals, but none struck the ground or any pony. Silence followed for long moments, followed by the gentle rushing sound of sand being poured onto a beach. The night sky overhead was clean. A ragged cheer went up from the crowd. As the last of the diamond sand settled, Twilight staggered, then collapsed. A thin glowing wisp of violet smoke rose from her horn, and a small divot showed where a flake had spalled under the strain. Rarity knelt down beside her friend.
Twilight! Twilight, are you okay?
It took a few moments before Twilight was able to lift her head. She was a mess, discolored on her muzzle and chest from the nosebleed.
Ugh, what a headache.
She was helped to her feet, then a scrap of cloth began dabbing away the blood as Rarity tended to Twilight. Twilight shooed Rarity away.
I'm okay. Others need the help more.
At that moment, Captain descended to the town square. Draped across his back was a dazed Rainbow Dash. 2 large bruises discolored the blue along one side of her chest. The bruises looked almost like a pair of heavy, indistinct hoof marks. An ugly, profusely bleeding gash on Rainbow Dash's wing, from which a crystal fragment protruded, drew a gasp from Rarity. Captain gently set Rainbow Dash down. As soon as he was free to do so, he urgently took wing again. A white pony with a red cross on her flank began caring for Rainbow Dash at once, withdrawing the shrapnel shard and pressing gauze against the wound to staunch the bleeding. While the nurse was doing so, Rarity carefully removed Rainbow Dash's steel hoof boots, then called for a bucket of water. When it arrived, she began washing the scorched hooves. Other injured ponies gathered nearby, and volunteers began treating them as well. The casualties were given a respectful distance by the crowd. It was several minutes before Rainbow Dash stirred. She began mumbling.
What? How did I get down?
She looked around, disoriented, for a moment, then groaned as the pain in her ribs and wing began to bring back memories in bits and pieces.
Oh, Nimbus. Why did you... Nimbus?
Her head snapped up as she realized where she was. Everyone was talking to her at once in an excited babble, but she ignored the crowd as she called,
Nimbus? Where are you?
Rainbow Dash began to curse through clenched teeth. Her eyes locked on the Wonderbolt's leader, standing alone near the edge of the gathered ponies. Her voice took on an edge of panic. She roughly shouldered the crowd aside, stumbling towards Captain.
You've got to find her!
Captain lowered his head, then brusquely swept the flight goggles to the ground. Rainbow Dash almost shrieked into his face.
Where is she?
Slowly, Captain looked up at Rainbow Dash, then toward the edge of Ponyville next to the library. There stood a small cluster of blue-suited ponies. Even as they watched, from the sky a pair of alicorns slowly descended to the group, flanked by 2 bedraggled-looking armored Pegasus ponies. The princesses looked down at the ground in the center of the group, then together lowered their heads. A chill of dread ran down Rainbow Dash's spine. Rainbow Dash tried to take flight, but one wing wouldn't obey her. She began stumbling toward the library, angrily lashing out at ponies who tried to restrain her.
Ugh, let go of me! Let me go!
She half galloped, half limped toward the circle of wonderbolts. Behind her, Twilight and Captain followed. Rainbow Dash suddenly halted. She could see a still pony form on the ground, surrounded by jagged diamond shards, and by the wonderbolts.
No!
Celestia stepped up to Rainbow Dash, leaned forward to nuzzle her.
I'm so sorry,
Celestia whispered. Rainbow Dash's lower jaw began quivering.
No! It can't! You have to do something! You have to!
She turned wet, pleading eyes up to Celestia. Tears began to run down Celestia's cheeks.
I cannot. I have no power over this. No power.
Her voice took on a low, almost raspy sound of barely restrained grief. For a brief moment, the burden of 1,000 years bore down upon her.
I am helpless in the face of death.
If I could trade places with her.
Luna stood forlornly, a few steps away, her eyes closed as she tried to maintain a semblance of self-control. Twilight gingerly approached her, leaning against her. A moment later, Captain did the same, wordlessly offering consolation and absolution. Rainbow Dash buried her face against Celestia's shoulder, weeping. Luna, Twilight, and Captain moved close, drawn by the need to share grief. The wonderbolts pressed in around them, touching, trying to draw comfort from each other. Celestia extended her wings and held them all tightly, making no effort to hide her own tears. Above, the stars shone against a clean, flawless night sky. Epilogue. The Element of Loyalty. Greater love hath none than this, that one lays down life for one's friends. Yeshua. Rainbow Dash's wing and ribs still hurt. 2 weeks had passed since the starfall, and she had only been back in the air for a couple of days. She was being very careful as she flew, avoiding any sudden changes in speed or direction, and she took advantage of whatever lift she could find as she traveled. A thermal bubble under a puffy white cloud, the rising portion of waves generated by moving air downward of a ridge of hills, it was all welcome. There certainly would be no rainbow trails today. Nonetheless, she had insisted on pulling Twilight's new chariot. Therapy, she had called the task, using a word looked up just for the purpose of convincing Twilight to let her do it. Fortunately, this magically enhanced chariot was much improved from the first attempt. It was light, stable, and strong. As they passed over Ponyville, they could still see signs of the terrible night. Most of the damaged buildings had been repaired, the shard-gouged pits filled in, and the glittering dust swept up. But work was still ongoing. In the town square, Mr. Cake hobbled along on a crutch. The good news was that the cast on his foreleg would be coming off in a few days, according to Pinkie Pie. In a similar vein, reports from Camelot and Manhattan spoke of only modest damage, and life in the cities was more or less back to normal. It was a miracle that the night had not been more costly. Though there had been many injuries, it could have been so much worse. The loss of life was light. Just one pony. Climbing to the height of Cloudsdale was an effort, and when they finally alighted on the cloud surface, Rainbow Dash was exhausted. Twilight stepped out, buoyed by her cloud-walking spell. She nosed at her friend's neck, wordlessly sharing concern. Rainbow Dash waved her away, but a smile showed her appreciation.
I'll be back later,
Twilight said.
I'll be at the Equestria Atmospheric Administration Office. They have so much data on the effects of the starfall.
Don't swell your head with too many reports,
Rainbow Dash replied.
You're heavy enough without your brains getting bigger.
Twilight laughed and trotted away, her hooves raising little cloud puffs like dust. Rainbow Dash backed out of the chariot harness, wincing as she folded her wings to do so. For a moment, she became entangled in the tack, and let fly a few words that would have made a draft mule blush. Someone stepped up and helped her, lifting the forestrap and padding from Rainbow Dash's head where it had gotten stuck.
Aren't you the versatile one? Towing chariots, saving towns? Can you cook too?
There was a laugh, and Rainbow Dash turned to the Pegasus who had helped her. It was Spitfire, out of uniform, and though the urge to fanfilly briefly arose in Rainbow Dash's chest, it was suppressed by something more profound. A camaraderie from the shared experience.
Depends. Are you tough enough to survive my cooking? Some can't hack it.
Rainbow Dash grinned, then accepted a wing hug from Spitfire.
Thanks very much for coming, Rainbow. There's something I wanted you to see.
Spitfire looked closely at Rainbow Dash's wing and the nearly healed gash.
I wasn't sure you were ready to travel. Oh, it's nothing really.
Rainbow Dash replied.
Nurse Redheart said I'll be good as new in a week or two, though she'd be mad if I knew I'd flown here today.
Spitfire laughed.
Haha, what she doesn't know won't hurt her. I'm not so sure it'll do you any good, though.
She and Rainbow Dash began walking toward a nearby colonnaded building, the headquarters for the Wonderbolts. Rainbow Dash had been there once before, after the Young Flyer competition. It seemed to Rainbow Dash to be an eternity ago. The lobby was as Rainbow Dash remembered it. Statues of Wonderbolts on the floor and suspended by wires from the ceiling. A single royal guard whose presence now made sense. A small gift shop where Wonderbolt merchandise was sold, of which Rainbow Dash had a nearly complete collection. And a door, which would only unlock to the hoof press of one of the team. Spitfire opened the door, and they entered a wide corridor beyond. The hallway led past the Ready Room, in which several of the Wonderbolts were couch-napping, bragging at each other, playing games, and in general, just loafing about. A couple of them, still in bandages, waved. Spitfire led Rainbow Dash along, and they passed doorways to barracks, locker rooms, a gym, and other more mysterious rooms, which the Victor's tour several months ago had not included. Rainbow Dash wanted to ask about them, but she could tell Spitfire had a destination in mind. They arrived at the far end of the hall, and through another locked double door, more ornate than the others, they entered a private garden in an open-air atrium. The garden was perhaps 50 feet across and circular. Only the doorway and the open roof allowed access. Stone planters held lush ferns and flowering shrubs, and climbing tendrils of morning glories clung to the columns supporting the eaves. In the center of the garden was a circular dais of dark marble, inlaid with light alabaster in the royal 8-rayed sunburst. In the center of the sunburst was the Wonderbolt insignia. The portion of the wall opposite the door was half covered with granite plaques, each with a cutie mark deeply engraved, but nothing else. Some of them were obviously old, as time had somewhat weathered the engravings and discolored the stone. Rainbow Dash looked in puzzlement to Spitfire, but Spitfire merely gestured for Rainbow Dash to look more closely. The last of the plaques was fresh, the stone mirror polished, and the edges of the inscription sharp-edged. The glyph was a stylized fireworks rocket. Rainbow Dash took a sharp breath, and then turned to face Spitfire. She saw that Spitfire's eyes were as wet as her own were becoming.
That's Nimbus. Her mark.
Spitfire nodded.
This is the Hall of the Fallen. These are the marks of the Wonderbolts who have died so that others could live.
Rainbow Dash took a step backwards to take in the wall. There had to be at least 20 of the plaques.
So many.
Once again, tears began flowing. A moment later, Rainbow Dash felt a comforting wing draped across her back.
And she won't be the last. This is what it really means to be a Wonderbolt,
Spitfire said quietly.
This is the real reason we exist. We wanted you to see this. Most ponies wouldn't understand, but I think you do.
Rainbow Dash turned to face Spitfire, and saw that behind her, several of the Wonderbolts had gathered in the doorway and were silently watching. Not all of their eyes were dry either, and none tried to hide that fact.
So,
said Spitfire,
knowing this, do you still want to be a Wonderbolt someday?
Rainbow Dash stood still for a long, long while. Her head lowered, and she closed her eyes as 2 steady drips of renewed grief fell from her cheeks. She finally looked up, and slowly approached the memorial wall. She reached out with a hoof to touch Nimbus's memorial stone.
More than ever,
whispered Rainbow Dash.
More than ever.
This has been A Shower of Stars, written by Caerdwyn. Read for you by DustyKatt. Produced by RobBob. Edited by One Trick. Starring Aliupster, Hannah May, Jen McGregor, Meredith Sims, Rev, and Tay. Music by Caerdwyn. This performance is copyrighted 2013 by Caerdwyn and the Everfree Network. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic is a trademark of Hasbro Studios.